Chapter 1 Opening 10 Finished Apartments. Mid-August, midday. The scorching sun was hot, inside an office building in Magic City. You're the one who wants an interview. A woman wearing a professional set dress, probably in her 30s, with long, slightly curly hair and heavy eye makeup walked over. Those eyes were clearly asymmetrical, one large and one small. Jiang Yi had already been standing in front of this office for an hour. He was relieved to see someone finally receiving him. Yes, this is my resume. He handed over the document in his hand. The woman glanced down at it, then pushed open the glass door and stepped into the cubicle. You just graduated. You don't have much work experience. She crossed her legs and sat down. Yes, just graduated half a month ago. Jiang Yi replied. Like you, our company usually doesn't want them. The woman said casually, flipping through the resume. Then why did you call me here? Jiang Yi was somewhat speechless. The job situation and content. Do you understand everything? The woman asked absent-mindedly. Of course, I've read everything on the recruitment profile. Jiang Yi replied again. What about calling you over? It's also to give you a chance. I saw on your resume that you participated in the student union during school and served as the finance department team leader. The University of Finance is also considered a prestigious school. What was your job description in the student union in general? The woman pointed to the resume and asked. Organizing financial statement work, drafting purchase lists for large events and such. Jiang Yi briefly explained a couple sentences. That's still a bit of a gap from the job content of this position. The woman shook her head, putting her resume aside and raising her eyes to survey Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was in a low mood. It looked like this interview was going to end in failure again. Our side works from 9 to 6, do 6 off 1, can you accept it? The woman suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Yes. Jiang Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect the interview to pass. For this company, he originally didn't carry much expectation. After all, on the interview software, the salary offered for this position was 8K. Can you accept overtime? The woman continued to ask. Yes. How is the overtime pay calculated? As long as there was overtime pay, then everything was okay. Young people, naturally, should dare to fight. Jiang Yi was in an excited mood. No. The woman took a sip of coffee and said with a flat face. Then do you often work overtime? Maybe not a lot of overtime. Don't normal companies have overtime pay? But this company's monthly salary is indeed a bit higher. Jiang Yi silently calculated. Of course, there is no internet company that doesn't work overtime. You still have questions? The woman put down her coffee cup and began to operate the mouse. A look of impatience trying to get rid of people. Is the salary package coming up according to the recruitment software? Just in case, Jiang Yi still asked. No, that's hung up for people to see. Normal newcomers in this position are 3,000 a month. When the woman heard this, her face took on a mocking smile. 3,000 a month? Even if you were to live in a bridge hole in Magic City, this money wouldn't be enough to spend. Is there performance and commission? The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. No, the woman replied. Sorry, I won't consider it then. Jiang Yi got up, ready to leave. It's already good that we can give you a chance to interview, and this treatment isn't bad for you. Everyone in the company is treated this way, and aren't all doing well. If you really can't, I'll give you 3,005 a month if you transfer, the woman said with a patronizing tone. No, thanks. Jiang Yi maintained a polite smile. You just graduated. It's good that you can find a job. Picking and choosing. Why are you so insubstantial? If you're like this, no company will want you. The woman saw this and opened her mouth, her tone hardening. It's a hell of a thing for a company like you to recruit people. Jiang Yi reached out, taking back the resume on the table. In that old woman's dumbfounded stupefaction, he left this company with quick steps. Evening. On the streets of Magic City, Jiang Yi stood, his face filled with sorrow. In this half a month, he had interviewed with several companies, but there was not a single piece of good news. It was hard to find a job, and it was even harder to find a good job. How nice to make money without having to work, Jiang Yi said with a sigh. Ding! A bell suddenly rang. Afterwards, a photonic barrier unfolded in front of Jiang Yi. Godly rent collection system. Binding successful. Host, Jiang Yi. Level, LV1. Skills, none. Assets, 680 yuan. Whether to open the newbie gift pack? Yes. Jiang Yi was shocked. He who had read a lot of web novels naturally knew about this thing called a system. It was a golden finger-like existence in the novels. As soon as the words fell, text surfaced on the panel. Lantingya County, hardcover apartment X10. The current selling price is approximately 49,000 yuan per square meter. Remark 1. The rewards obtained by this system are all transferred to the host's name in a legitimate name. Lanting Yashuan? A smile surfaced on Jiang Yi's face. It wasn't that he hadn't dreamed of buying a house, and he had known about this property. Yet County, even the smallest unit type had a whole 80 square feet, 10 suites, with a total value of at least $40 million. This instant, he realized most of the workers, fighting half a lifetime, are unlikely to get the assets. Ding! Rent collection mission is open. Please, within 12 hours, rent out a property at a rental price of no less than 500 renminbi per month. Remark 1. All rent collection tasks cannot rely on a third party. Mission success, reward Koenigsegg 1, the world's top limited edition sports car. Mission failure, this system will be closed automatically, and the existing rewards will be recovered. Whole rent hardcover, 2005? Jiang Yi has been renting since his junior year of college. Therefore, he knew the rent and house price very well. Lanting Yashuan is located in Changhui District, one of the most prosperous areas in Magic City. Backed by Jiangpu New District, it was easy to commute and was the preferred place for white-collar workers to rent an apartment. Even if it was a shared room, the rent would never be less than 2,500. Thinking of this, the smile on his face increased. Isn't this a minute, all rented out? After waving his hand, Jiang Yi stopped a cab and headed straight towards Changhui District. A few minutes later, he stood in front of the luxurious apartment building. Hey, landlord! Suddenly, a clear and nice voice came over. Turning his head, Jiang Yi saw another person standing on the side of the road. The girl was wearing a watery blue dress, her hair tied into a high ponytail, and on her feet was a pair of double-cross leather shoes. Her slender arm was dragging a small suitcase. Jiang Yi's gaze stopped. Wasn't this their University of Finance's schoolgirl Shenli Gu? How can you say you won't rent it? I've already arrived downstairs. The price is negotiable. Hello? Why are you still hanging up on people? Shenli Gu held the cell phone with an anxious face. A lot of sweat beads also emerged on that delicate little face. At this time, she also noticed the line of sight not far away that was looking at her. Jiang Yi? She opened her mouth, her tone tinged with surprise. What a coincidence. Schoolgirl Shun. Jiang Yi waved his hand in greeting. Although he and the schoolflower were not considered familiar, they were still considered acquaintances. In the past, both of them were members of the student council. It's a good coincidence. You're also here to see the house? Shen Ligay put down her cell phone, those good-looking eyes carrying a bit of fatigue. Sort of. Jiang Yi looked at the stunningly beautiful schoolgirl in front of him and hit upon the idea of charging her rent. You're renting a room? Want to take a look at mine? Chapter 2. The beautiful schoolgirl becomes a tenant. You have a room in Lantingya County? Shanli Gu was surprised. One should know that the monthly rent for an apartment over here was around 6,000. If it wasn't for the convenience of going to work, she wouldn't have bit the bullet and decided to move here. Without thinking, both classmates, while she was still renting an apartment, Jiang Yi had already bought one. What's more, it's a house on the Orchid Courtside. A random set would cost more than $3 million, right? Instantly, in those eyes that looked at Jiang Yi, there was even more of an envious look. Let's go. I'll take you to take a look. Jiang Yi nodded indifferently. After saying that, he led the girl into the door. After walking into the elevator, what floor is your house on? Shinli Gu opened her mouth and asked. 22 to 26 floors. Which floor do you want to see? Jiang Yi said, and then lowered his head to look for the key. Shin Ligay suspected that she had hallucinated. How about 26? The floor is high and the view is good. Seeing that Shin Li Gu did not speak, Jiang Yi pressed the elevator first. The elevator then slowly rose. Shin Li Gu did not react for a moment. A whole 5 floors. In other words, you have 10 suites in Lanting? She covered her chest. Well, it happens to be for rent. The price is really negotiable. Jiang Yi replied with a smile. He believed that this business was good to talk about. Shen Ligay silently swallowed her saliva. She hadn't thought that there was such a silently rich man by her side. Ding! The elevator door opened. Jiang Yi walked to the door of the room and pulled out the key he had exchanged from the system warehouse. This should be the one. Saying that, he was going to be inserting it into the door. After turning the key, the door was opened. To his eyes, a huge floor-to-ceiling window with a beautiful evening view outside. The foyer wasn't small, and it wasn't a problem for 2 people to stand and move around. Want to change shoes? Shinli Gu was also a bit shocked when she saw the scene in front of her. She had originally seen a few houses in Yi County, but it was the first time she had seen one with such luxurious decoration. At the doorway, embedded shoe cabinets and organizers. Even the shoe-changing stool was customized in leather. No need. Come in and take a look. Jiang Yi directly walked into the room. This apartment was really comparable to a model home. He had really made a bloody fortune this time. Shen Ligay heard this before timidly walking in. In the living room, a 60-inch oversized LCD TV, placed on the original wood-colored TV cabinet, a 4-person sofa, and a toffee chair by the window. Spacious space. Want to receive 2 or 3 close friends? Weekend small party very suitable. Wooden flooring throughout the house. The decoration style is simple but not simple. Everywhere you can see the designer's Zen thinking. The color combination of original wood and white makes the whole house look very warm. It was completely Shin Lee-gae's dream love room. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it, and the harder it got. She couldn't afford to rent this. All the furniture and home appliances are brand name or customized, and the cost of soft furnishings for this house is worth a year's salary, right? No need to think. This house monthly rent to 6,000 up. She is a fresher. Where can she afford to rent? After shopping around, how about it? Do you like it? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked. He had just secretly observed Shin Lee-gu as well, and looking at the girl's expression, she should still be satisfied with the house. Sorry, I'd better look at something else, Shin Lee-gu said hesitantly. Is it somewhere unsatisfactory? Jiang Yi was a bit flustered. One should know that the system had only given him 12 hours. It wasn't easy to sign a lease in such a short period of time. What's more, it was immediately the middle of the night. Where was he going to find a tenant for this? Shin Lee-gu was the best target for him at this time. No, it's not that your house is bad, Shin Lee-gu said with some embarrassment. She didn't quite have the heart to say that she was worried that the rent was too high, but she was even less able to say against her will that this house was bad. She really liked this house too much. Is it the rent? This is really negotiable. What's your budget? Jiang Yi was relieved to hear this. As long as it wasn't a dissatisfaction with the house, then everything would be fine. 3,005. Shin Lee-gu was a little embarrassed. Originally, her budget was at 3,000, and her goal was nothing more than a shared house in the neighborhood. The cost of renting the whole place was too high, and she couldn't afford it alone. As soon as she heard this, Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and secretly said it's done. Then, he rummaged through his bag and pulled out the rental contract that the system had prepared. What do you think about this? Usually houses are all about one deposit and 3 payments, a total of 4 months rent. I'll count you as one deposit and one payment, 4,000 a month. You set the rental period. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and said. He was a friendly fracture price. How could Shin Lee-gu not be moved? 4,000? Shin Lee-gu was also a little excited. At this price, if it was listed on the internet, it should be booked very quickly. She didn't expect Jiang Yi to concede so much. Aha! Jiang Yi nodded, a sincere look on his face. Good, I'll rent it. Shin Lee-gu looked at her suitcase and looked up at Jiang Yi again. In these few days, she had also looked at quite a few houses. In the neighborhood of Lanting Yashuan, there were almost no more empty rooms, and the housing stock over here was just too tight. She also didn't have any extra time to waste on this matter of moving. Jiang Yi then breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over to the dining table, pulled out a chair, and filled out the contract. Shin Lee-gu was sitting right across from Jiang Yi. She looked at Jiang Yi's side face, and was a little nervous in her heart. This price of 4,000 was really given too low. She didn't think that she would pick up such a great bargain. However, she also knew that there was no free lunch under the sky. Jiang Yi renting the house to her. It couldn't be. Alright, you sign it. Jiang Yi raised his head. His eyes met Shin Lee-gu. The two people's eyes met. For a moment, Shin Lee-gu's small face reddened. She reached out in panic, wanting to take the pen in Jiang Yi's hand, but accidentally dropped it on the ground. The two reached out again at the same time. Shin Lee-gu, however, had touched the back of Jiang Yi's hand. At this moment, she was nervous. Shin Lee-gu stumbled and opened her mouth, looking at the schoolgirl's bubbly and adorable appearance. Jiang Yi also couldn't help but smile as he reached out and placed the pen directly in front of Shin Lee-gu. I didn't think that school flower Shin was so easily shy in private. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and said. Hearing this, Shin Lee-gu hurriedly lowered her head and hid her reddened face. Chapter 3 Koenigsegg 1. Signing off. Rent I transfer to you, Vixen? She asked, handing the contract back. Sure. Jiang Yi smiled and put the contract away. Speaking of which, we haven't friended each other yet. Let me sweep you. Ding dong. Soon, a friend request came from Jiang Yi's cell phone. Shin Lee-gu used a selfie then this scissors hand. Looking very cute. After clicking agree, the chat box also popped up. Shin Lee-gu, 8,000 yen. 00 transfer to you. After Jiang Yi clicked collect, $8,000 successfully arrived. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task. Rewarded with a Koenigsegg 1. Jiang Yi, thank you. If it wasn't for your house, I might still be bothered for days. Shin Lee-gu stood by the table, her eyes filled with gratitude. No need. I still want to thank you. Jiang Yi said so with a polite smile on his face. Why don't I treat you to dinner when I'm free? Shin Lee-gu was a little embarrassed, but still opened her mouth to invite. Okay, just send me a message. Jiang Yi didn't think much about it and picked up his bag just as he was about to leave. The system, however, jumped out again. Ding. Moving task opened. Please ask the host to help the tenant and move. Accepting the mission. You can obtain the divine fighting skill. Note 1, if you acquire the skill, you will have strength beyond the ordinary. By the way, do you need any help with the moving? Jiang Yi, who was about to go out, turned his head to look at the girl behind him. No need. I've already called the moving company. Shinlige didn't think that Jiang Yi still wanted to help with the move, and was somewhat flattered. It's fine. I'll accompany you. It's not convenient for you to be a girl, Jiang Yi insisted. He didn't want to give up the system rewards. Okay. Shinlige hesitated for a moment before agreeing. At the same time, a large section of data surged into Jiang Yi's mind. Divine fighting is loaded. The system is really bullish. Jiang Yi sighed with emotion. What did you say? Shinlige was packing up the things in her suitcase and raised her head after hearing Jiang Yi's voice. Nothing. I'll wait for you at the door. Jiang Yi shook his head, then walked out the door. Coming to the corridor, he opened the system warehouse. Sure enough, there was an extra Koenigsegg one in there, and he clicked to extract it. Afterwards, a burst of fluorescence appeared. And the car key appeared in Jiang Yi's hand. Koenigsegg's car logo is really very cool. The whole key in the hand, but also full of weight. After going downstairs, I'll take a taxi. You wait. Shinligu opened her mouth and said, although it was Jiang Yi who proposed to help her move, she was still a little embarrassed. After all, renting an apartment had already been so much cheaper for her, and now she also had to help her with a favor. This favor, she didn't even know how to return it. No, I'll just drive you there. Jiang Yi picked up the car key and pressed it. Afterwards, parked in the parking space of the apartment building, the headlights of a black sports car lit up. It was not dark in the evening, but the imposing headlights still flashed to Shinlige's eyes. The car is very expensive, right? Shinligu asked in surprise. Although she didn't know much about cars, she also knew that this thing called a sports car burned a lot of money. What's more, this car was beyond reproach, whether in terms of design or craftsmanship. Not bad. Jiang Yi pulled open the passenger door and invited the schoolgirl into the car. As soon as the car door was closed, Jiang Yi started this supercar and hit the road. License plate number Shanghai S8888. This supercar that stunned everyone attracted countless eyes along the way. Many passers-by all took out their cell phones to take pictures. This car is so handsome. It has to be. This is the Koenigsegg one. The world is limited to 10 units, and I think this is the only one that can still run on the street. This person in the car, his value might be worth hundreds of millions. Inside the car, Shinligu was also feeling the pressure-back feeling of a sports car. The low chirping sound of the engine was like a fierce beast. The full wraparound windshield amplified the visibility of the road. This car brings a sense of shock. In the visual and auditory are able to maximize the experience. In the driver's seat, Jiang Yi was even cooler. After all, as a man, luxury car carrying a beautiful woman, one of life's great fortune. More than 10 minutes later, he parked the car at the curb of an old neighborhood. Sorry, there may be less parking spaces over here, Shinligu said awkwardly. She had gotten out of the car with her cell phone in her hand and some urgency on her face. The moving company had already arrived and was urging her to go upstairs and open the door. It's fine. I'll go to the front to take a look, Jiang Yi said and stepped on the gas. After seeing Jiang Yi leave, Shinligu hurriedly entered the unit building. Knock knock knock. Moving company, open the door. Just after entering the building, she heard the sound of smashing doors coming from above. The voice that shouted at the top of its voice was fierce. Coming. Shinligu took out her keys and jogged up the stairs. This old neighborhood didn't have an elevator, but it was good that she lived on the second floor. After going upstairs, a man in a white undershirt with an inch haircut was standing. His eyes changed when he saw Shinligu, lustfully staring at the girl's body. He couldn't stop looking. Little girl, you live alone? Is there a boyfriend? Opening his mouth to speak, he was full of a flirtatious tone. Master, my things have been put away. Just move down directly. Shinligu did not want to pay attention. Hearing this kind of, as if harassing words, the heart was very diarrhea. After she opened the door, she pointed to the boxes in front of her. What's your hurry? Let's add a WeChat. Saying this, the man leaned over with his cell phone. Shinligu was startled and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Without being careful, she tripped on the cardboard box behind her, and her figure was a little unsteady. Seeing this, the man reached out his hand and wanted to touch Shinlige's arm. What do you want? Shinligu held onto the box and shrunk back again. Little girl, I'm kindly helping you. What do you mean by this? The man was obviously a bit spoiled. Saying this, he turned around and lifted a box. What's in this box of yours? Our company wants to inspect it. With that, he directly tore open the tape. It was full of Shinlige's clothes, and after taking a look, he reached out and tried to go through it again. Don't you move. Shinligu couldn't look at it anymore and reached out to directly cover the box. Ouch! What are you doing? The words just fell. The man smoothly pushed the box towards Shinligu. The box collapsed, and the clothes were all scattered on the ground. Shinligu was aggrieved and angry in her heart, and her eyes instantly turned red. She was a girl. There was no way to fight with this big man. there was no other way. She could only squat down to pick up the clothes first. The clothes are quite revealing. You're playing with quite a lot of flowers. You don't mess around much, do you? What do you think of me, uncle? How about you accompany me once? I won't charge you for this moving fee, but if you need anything in the future, you can. Not waiting for this to finish. Accompany Nima? An angry voice suddenly came. Chapter 4, Divine Fighting Techniques. Immediately after that, Jiang Yi raised his foot and directly kicked the man to the ground. He had just obtained the divine fighting skill. Even if there were 10 fierce men in front of him, he wouldn't be afraid. As expected, this kick went down. The man's eyes started to blink, and his chest became stuffy and short of breath. You, how dare you hit someone? Try hitting me once more. Believe it or not, I'll call the police, said. He then fished out his cell phone from his pants pocket. Without saying a word, Jiang Yi raised his foot and kicked again. Ah! The man screamed miserably. Bean-sized sweat slid down his face. That kick just now had actually kicked him directly on his lifeblood. No need for you to call the police. I'll do it. What you just said and did. My home's surveillance cameras have all captured it. Shenli Gu opened her mouth. She reached out and pointed to the camera sitting on the shelf. Living alone? It wasn't as if she hadn't kept a watchful eye and had long ago installed surveillance at home. Just now, this man, who had moved against her, and those verbal harassments, had all been recorded in. After hearing this, that man's face instantly turned pale. He had already had the experience of being detained for harassment, and if he did it again, in an instant, he was somewhat abashed. If there was only a little girl, he wouldn't have panicked, but with those 2 kicks from Jiang Yi, he also knew that he was no match for this person. Isn't it okay that I'm wrong? Saying that, the man stood up holding the wall. Scram! Jiang Yi gave him a cold look. Yes, yes, yes. After that man nodded and hailed, he immediately turned around and ran down the stairs. More so, he didn't even dare to look at Shenli Gu anymore. Listening to the hallway, the footsteps were far away. Only then did Shenli Ji's hanging heart gradually relax. She rubbed her somewhat sore eyes and continued to pick up the clothes. Didn't think. Such a wretched side of herself was also seen by Jiang Yi. It was really embarrassing. Jiang Yi looked at the girl's downcast appearance and was also a little heartbroken. He squatted down and started to help clean up the clothes. On those clothes, there was a faint lavender fragrance. Thank you. Sealing the box, Shenli Gu hung a sweet smile. It was only a pity that those beautiful eyes were still a little red at this time. It's fine. Jiang Yi parted his face. Such a pitiful look. It really made people want to ruthlessly. Soon, the new moving company arrived. By the time everything was settled, it was already 10 o'clock. Lantingya County, in the apartment building. Tough on you, Shenli Gu said as she stood at the door. No need to send. After a polite sentence, Jiang Yi also turned around and left the apartment. After getting into the car, the system beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. 5,000 points have been successfully credited. A string of cursor fonts floated in front of his eyes. Points? With doubts, Jiang Yi drove home. After washing up, he lay down on the bed. Open the system. He opened his mouth. Swish! The photonic barrier then unfolded once again. Host, Jiang Yi. Level, LV2. Skill, Divine Fighting. Assets, 8, 680 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. New mission opens. Please rent out the remaining 9 empty houses within a week, and the rental price must not be less than $2,500/month. Successful mission, award a top quality villa in Half Moon Bay. Mission success, reward a top villa in Half Moon Bay. What if the mission fails? Jiang Yi cautiously opened his mouth and asked. During the novice period, LV1 LV10, once the mission fails, this system will automatically unbind. Tip, this system is dedicated to letting the host lay down a winning life through rent collection. Before the host obtains enough assets, rent collection never stops. How much does sufficient assets mean? The richest man in the world. Jiang Yi was convinced by this system. It's the same as letting people make $100 million first, completely not standing on the ground out. A young man rely on rent collection to become the richest man in the world? Isn't this a joke? Hardly. He is able to rent the sun to the world? Related clues inquired. Point small, the sun, the star at the center of the solar system, redeeming points, 8,888. 8,888. Points. Open the point small. Jiang Yi trembled a little. Shoo. A larger photon barrier unfolded. From villas, yachts, airplanes, rocket launchers to a series of unimaginable things. Everything was available in this mall. Only what he couldn't think of. Nothing he couldn't find in the mall. And all of this can be exchanged through points. At this moment, Jiang Yi's points were 13,000 points. Click on the description. Acquisition Path I, rent earned by the host through renting out goods. Acquisition Path 2, rewards obtained by completing special tasks issued by the system. A brief look. According to his current points, he could already exchange it for an alien laptop. The ratio of points to softcoins was roughly 1-to-1. In an instant, he became energized. Picking up his cell phone, he posted the information for rent on Salty Fish. Although it was already the middle of the night, his apartment was well located, well decorated, and well equipped, and he quickly received quite a few private messages. After making an appointment for a few people to see the apartment tomorrow, he slept peacefully. The next morning, the alarm clock hadn't even reached the hour when his cell phone rang. Jiang Yi opened his eyes and realized it was an unfamiliar call. Hello? Hello? This is Han Yuan Company. You can come for a second interview now. Sorry, I'm not coming. Jiang Yi was somewhat speechless. It's only 8 o'clock. This company's personnel even went to work so early? The current hitman's involution is also too serious. Is it convenient to ask the reason over here? The person on the other end of the phone was a bit puzzled. Their company was a top 100 company. How could someone reject them? The family has to collect rent. There's no time. Jiang Yi rubbed his hair and yawned. You can just say it if you don't want to come. What are you blowing off? The young lady from the personnel department cursed this sentence and directly hung up the phone. I didn't lie either. Jiang Yi was somewhat speechless. He picked up his cell phone and opened WeChat. Without thinking, there were already a dozen unread messages. Most of them were friend requests. But there was one exception. The cute avatar that was taking a selfie with scissors attracted his attention. Shenli-gu, are you free tonight? Seeing this message, Jiang Yi felt a little less sleepy. Looking at this, he couldn't help but make him think a bit more. Jiang Yi, yes. The message was sent over and quickly became read. The other party was in the process of typing. Shu, Shenli-gu, can I, Shenli-gu, treat you to a meal? Jiang Yi, dinner. There was a faint loss in his heart. Shenli-gu, can I? Shenli-gu, poor. JPG. On the subway, Shenli-gu held her cell phone but was a little nervous. What if Jiang Yi rejected her? Seeing the message that popped up on her phone, her heart was in her throat. After clicking on it, a sweet smile hung on her face. Jiang Yi, no problem. Jiang Yi, smile. JPG. It looks like Jiang Yi shouldn't hate her. Then she moves to type. Shenli-gu, then I'll find you after work? Jiang Yi, okay. Chapter 5, it's her pattern that's small. In the morning, in front of the Lantingya County apartment building, a couple was standing at the door. Why hasn't this landlord arrived yet? Have you called him yet? The boy cursed. I called. It's almost here. The girl looked at the time. Their appointment for the viewing was at 9:30, and it was only 9:10 now. Boom! A low roar of an engine sounded. In the next second, a Koenigsegg sports car stopped in front of the apartment building. This car is so handsome. The girl's gaze was a bit dumbfounded. Her eyes filled with amazement. It was the first time she had seen a supercar so close. Che, it's just a broken sports car. Can it be as expensive as my uncle's BMW? The boys glanced at it with contempt. Wow, the owner of this car is even more handsome. The girl sighed again. In the sports car, a long-legged handsome man pushed open the door and walked down. With a height of 1.8 m or so, a well-proportioned body, and handsome features that, paired with this luxurious sports car, a proper noble gentleman's temperament. Are you guys looking for a house? Jiang Yi walked over. Aha, yes. The girl came up, her tone full of eagerness. She hadn't thought that this big handsome guy who drove a luxury car was still the landlord of the apartment. This was too rich. 22 to 26 floors. Which floor are you looking at? Jiang Yi asked, walking straight towards the apartment. 22 it is. The girl hurriedly followed, leaving her boyfriend behind. The boy, who was left behind, was a little uncomfortable in his heart, but also slowly followed. Up the stairs. See this one? Jiang Yi flipped out the key and prepared to open the door. The couple was standing together. Yes. The girl nodded. This landlord was really handsome. Even when he lowered his head to look for the key, his movements were so dashingly handsome. Contrast this with his boyfriend. Scruffy and graceless, 25 years old, couldn't even afford a car, and buying a house in Magic City was more than she could even think about. The boy, however, didn't think much of it, entered the door in a big way, then sat on the sofa with a butt and said, "You're renting this house expensively. I see that the others are only 5,000. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Is this treating himself as a grandpa? Then you go rent the others. For this kind of person who likes to sit on the ground and take advantage of the situation, even if the house is rented out, the follow-up will only like to rip off even more. Don't." The girl was a bit anxious. She had investigated where other houses had such luxurious decoration. What's more, they were going to live in this house for a year, and she couldn't stand it if the environment was poor. Landlord, don't mind him. I'll rent this house. After the girl finished speaking, turned around and walked over to the sofa. She blushed and glared at the man on the sofa and said, "If you don't rent it, break up, and I don't want to aggravate myself anymore." The man was humiliated when he heard this. He stunk up his face and didn't want to speak. Whether you guys rent it or not, I have things to do later. Jiang Yi didn't have time to mind his own business. After the girl heard this, she glared at her boyfriend who still wanted to be stubborn. The boy saw that he couldn't take advantage of the situation. Even if he was blind, he was able to see that this house was worth every penny. Okay, I'll rent it. 6,000 a month. 1 deposit. 3 payments. 1 year lease. After the contract was filled out, the man wheedled and looked at it for half a day before signing his name. Ding! Payment packet arrived at 24,000 yuan. After collecting the money, Jiang Yi put the contract away. Landlord, little brother, can we add a WeChat? The girl stuck over again, her tone more ambiguous. On the cell phone, the QR code for adding friends was already open. No need. Contact the property if something happens. Jiang Yi put the key down and turned around to go downstairs. It was a busy day. Jiang Yi rented out 2 more suites. The mission progress was almost halfway done. Ding! After the elevator reached the first floor, he carried a bag of keys out the door. Click, 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 click. Suddenly, a series of camera shutter sounds came over. A girl in a short denim undershirt and skirt with a red plaid bow on her head was standing by his car. The girl was not tall, looking like she was only 1 meter 5'8". The skin exposed to the air was very white. She took 2 more steps and turned around to the other side of the car. Staring at the cell phone screen was a delicate and cute doll face. On face value alone, it was definitely considered a little beauty. It was that pair of A's that didn't satisfy Jiang Yi's quest. He still preferred big balls. That tall guy. The girl waved towards Jiang Yi. Calling me? Jiang Yi found it a bit interesting. He walked over. This Koenigsegg one is too cool. Do you want to take a picture too? Come on, take a full body photo for me first. I'll take it for you again. The girl was very enthusiastic. Straight away, she shoved a cell phone with a pink phone case into his hand. Click. Jiang Yi was very cooperative. Waiting for the girl to pose, she pressed the shutter. Wait. You have no soul in this shot. You don't have a girlfriend. Go over there. I'll show you. I'll make sure to shoot your legs long. The girl reached out and pulled Jiang Yi over. Then she ran a few steps with her cell phone, squatted down, and frantically pressed the shutter with a tilted angle. Look at this. Isn't this a long leg? I didn't expect you to be quite photogenic. Being handsome is an advantage. The girl looked at the photo in her cell phone and couldn't help but open her mouth to praise it. See? Suddenly, a surprised voice came. Shenligu was standing on the side of the road, looking at the two. She was wearing a white shirt, with a few buttons precariously placed under her proud bust. Underneath was a black wraparound skirt. Her legs were wrapped in black silk, and her feet were on a pair of thin heels. On her shoulder was a small satchel, looking like she had just gotten off work. Gu, look, this is a Koenigsegg 1A. Lin Si opened her mouth and said, her eyes full of little stars. You guys know each other? Jiang Yi looked towards Shenligu. Saying that, he took out his car key and pressed it. Then, the 2 lights on the front of the Koenigsegg followed and flashed. He pulled open the car door and threw in the document bag containing the contract. On the side, Lin Si, on the other hand, was shocked. Crap, this car, is it yours? She was confused. At first, she thought that this handsome guy was just like her, just wanting to take a picture with this luxury car and post a friend circle to pretend. There was no thought. It was her pattern that was too small. This person who looked about the same age as her was actually the owner of the car. Chapter 6, Take Me for a Ride. This is my best friend, Lin Ce. This is my new landlord and classmate, Jiang Yi. Shenligu was very calm. She was also guessing Lin Ce's reaction. After all, in this world, people with good looks and money were a minority. Lin Ce continued to be surprised. A house in Yi County wasn't cheap. She then shifted her gaze to Shenligu's body, and there was more than a hint of cunning in her gaze. Li Gu, didn't you say that the landlord is an old man? You and big handsome Jiang Yi, what exactly is your relationship? Tell me truthfully. Seeing this, Shenligu's small face colored with scarlet. If it was just the two of them, the joke would be on. There were still outsiders here. She hurriedly reached out and tugged on Lin Ce, then glared at that guy. You, keep your mouth shut. Lin Ce spat out her tongue and was honest. I'm sorry, Ce. She talks like this. Forgive me. Shenligu raised her head to meet that line of sight. Jiang Yi was leaning against the car door, with a shallow smile on his face, and the setting sun sprinkled on that gentle side face. At this moment, the girl's heartbeat missed a beat. It's fine. What are we going to eat in a while? Jiang Yi said back. He felt that it was very interesting for the two girls to be playing around. There's a lobster restaurant nearby that tastes good. Shenligu turned her head to look at the flower bed. She was worried that Jiang Yi would see her burning face. Lobster is good. Is it far? Jiang Yi agreed. Not far. just outside the neighborhood. Shinli-gu replied. Okay. Jiang Yi nodded. Then I'll go change my clothes first. Shinli-gu pulled Lin Ce up the stairs. A few minutes later, at the apartment door, the two girls walked out. Shinli-gu changed into a black halter dress and her hair was pinned with a simple pearl hairpin. After coming to the car, Lin Ce patted Shinli-Ji's shoulder. Ms. Shin, you sit in the co-pilot and show handsome Jiang the way. I'll ride an electric bike over. After saying that, the girl then sat across to the electric bike on the side, bringing her pink safety helmet. She didn't wait much to directly ride away. Standing by the side of the car, Jiang Yi also got on the car without much thought. Shinli-gu, on the other hand, was a little nervous as she pulled open the car door. Although it wasn't the first time she rode this car, she still asked with some shyness, "Am I in? Can I sit here?" She was a little apprehensive in her heart. After all, it was said that the co-pilot was a seat only for girlfriends. Aha! Jiang Yi nodded. Then he started this Koenigsegg. Shinli-gu fastened her seatbelt and the car slowly drove out of the neighborhood. You sprayed perfume? Jiang Yi drove the car and mindlessly said a sentence. When Shinli-gu heard this, her small face turned into a bubble teapot again. Having just gone upstairs, she had not only changed her clothes but also replenished her makeup, not thinking that spraying perfume would be noticed. After driving for a while, it's the front. Shinli-gu looked at the street scene and commanded Jiang Yi to stop the car. It was just in time for mealtime, and the business in the restaurant was very hot. Lin Ce rode her own small electric donkey and arrived at the store a long time ago, and at this time, she was sitting in the seat by the window. Gu, this way. She raised her hand and waved. For a moment, many more eyes were attracted to her. Just now when that dazzling sports car stopped, there were quite a few people secretly watching Jiang Yi. Everyone wanted to know what the identity of someone who could afford to drive such a luxury car was. When Jiang Yi brought Shinli-gu through the door, the handsome man and beautiful woman were really too bright, and the envious looks intensified. With Lin Ce's shouts, those diners realized that the owner of this car wasn't just eating with a beautiful woman. Instantly, those eyes that looked at him became somewhat hateful. Going to the window and sitting down, Lin Ce doggedly poured Jiang Yi a drink. Jiang da handsome, have time to take me for a ride as well. This Koenigsegg of yours is just too handsome. Her big watery eyes stared at Jiang Yi. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Although Jiang Yi and Lin Ce had only been in contact for a short while, he was able to sense that this girl was very real, not pretending at all. He still appreciated such a girl. It's okay, Jiang Yi said with a smile. Really? Excitement was written all over her face. Aha! Jiang Yi sipped his water and nodded again. After the two exchanged contact information, the meal was served. Although they had ordered medium spice, the owner of this restaurant was most likely from Sichuan and Chongqing. As the two girls ate, sweat broke out on their delicate little faces. This is too spicy. Lin Ce took a big gulp of iced juice. Then she spat out her little tongue and fanned herself with her hands. I didn't feel this spicy before. Shinli-gu also had a red face and took a small sip of her drink. She reached out and lifted her collar, revealing a small piece of white skin. Jiang Yi was fine, eating with a bland expression. Jiang Yi, you can still eat spicy food? Shinli-gu opened her mouth and asked. My mom likes to eat Sichuan food, and everyone in the family likes to eat spicy food. Jiang Yi returned a sentence. Just as Shinli-gu was about to open her mouth again, her cell phone suddenly rang. After she looked down at it, those good-looking eyebrows furrowed. It's that guy surnamed Chen again? Lin Ce's face was a bit unhappy. It's fine, let's eat first. A trace of unnaturalness appeared on Shinli-gu's face. She silently turned her cell phone over and turned on the mute. Lin Ce glanced at Shinli-gu, thought about it, and then lowered her head to drink the juice again. After finishing the meal, Jiang Yi stood on the side of the road and waited. The two girls went to the convenience store on the side to buy something in order to get rid of the spice. Here, suddenly, Lin Ce handed over a popsicle. She was also holding one in her hand at the moment, licking the popsicle with a look of enjoyment on her face. This kind of popsicle eating posture. Jiang Yi smiled and waved his hand. I won't eat it. It's delicious. I even bought you a strawberry-flavored one. Lin Ce's little face revealed a hint of regret. Shinli-gu, on the other hand, stood on the side of the road, quietly drinking mineral water. In the evening breeze of the summer night, her gaze unconsciously shifted to Jiang Yi's body. Then I'll leave first? Jiang Yi turned his head to meet Shinli-gu's line of sight. Good, Ce and I still have some shopping to do. Shinli-gu replied. See you tomorrow, handsome Jiang. Lin Ce waved her hand. See you tomorrow, Jiang Yi said and got into the car. Before starting the car, he picked up his cell phone and opened Salty Fish. Unexpectedly, there were a few more unread messages. Among them, an avatar with a back photo attracted his attention. Looking at the photo, this should be a classy temperament type beauty. Dancing flirty, in? Can I see the house? The message is what was sent 3 minutes ago. Seeing this, he replied with his hands. Jiang Yi, no problem. This message was just sent and received. Dancing flirt, a locate address message. Dancing flirtatious, come here and pick me up. This is not polite at all, making Jiang Yi a bit surprised. He reached out and clicked on the photo, entering Dancing Steps homepage. Chanel stray bag, 1W9. Gucci ladies sunglasses, 9K. Vulgari perfume, 6K. This account was unusually active, hanging a large number of luxury goods for sale within these 2 days. And from these fashionable and exquisite second-hand objects, it can be seen that the owner of this account should not be too old. For a moment, Jiang Yi's dancing and frivolity had a bit of interest. After starting the car, he drove towards the cafe. Chapter 7, The New Tenant is the First National Love. Located in Jiangpu District, inside a Jiang Inter cafe, Jiang Yi stopped his car and walked into the cafe. Taking out his cell phone, he was about to send a message to Dancing Flirty. However, he was first attracted by the whispering of a few shopkeepers. That girl is not a star, right? Yes, 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 she's too graceful, and she looks familiar. Crap, I remember who she is. Isn't that Yi Xiao? You mean that first love of the screen who participated in a dance competition and won a gold medal? Jiang Yi followed the line of sight of a few people and raised his eyes. Sitting by the window, a girl was looking out the window. Although her face was covered with a huge pair of sunglasses, but the lower face that was exposed, the delicate nose and the slightly pursed small mouth, all could tell that this was a beautiful woman. She was just sitting, and her out-of-the-ordinary temperament made it seem as if she had added a layer of filters. At this time, in the cafe, no matter who it was, their gazes glanced at that girl without thinking. Yi Xin? Jiang Yi walked over and sat down at the table. There was a reason why he was sure that this girl was dancing frivolously. That is, the sunglasses on the girl's face were the same pair of merchandise that she had hung up on her salty fish. As much as he wanted to gossip, the rental was the most important thing at the moment. Renting an apartment? Yi Xin was startled and pulled off the sunglasses to look at the man in front of her. Afterward, a slight shock appeared in her beautiful eyes. She originally thought that the person who rented the room should be an uncle or an older woman. It did not occur to her that the one who came to pick her up was, by the looks of it, a boy as old as her. Well, I'll take you to see the room, Jiang Yi replied. Yi Xiao was a bit skeptical. She sized up Jiang Yi. The white shirt on his body looked a bit wrinkled. The collar was open, although that face was a bit handsome. But, is that house really yours? She held up her coffee again, then leaned backward on the sofa. To see the real estate license? Jiang Yi was a bit helpless. Yi Xiao nodded. It's all in my car. Why don't you go out with me to look at it? Jiang Yi was too lazy to calculate more. After saying that, he picked up the keys and got up. Yi Xin froze for a moment after seeing the Koenigsegg's car keys. After thinking about it, she hurriedly put down her coffee and followed her out. At the street side, Koenigsegg was parked, with both front and rear parking spaces consciously empty. It made people gaze at the luxurious sports car at a glance. Under the street light, Jiang Yi walked straight to the back of the car, then opened the trunk to rummage through the housebook. Yi Xiao carried a Hermes handbag and walked over. I said, you drive a Koenigsegg, can't you dress better? There was a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Just by looking at Jiang Yi's dress alone, who could imagine that this kid could afford to drive such an expensive sports car? Jiang Yi sighed. This person's control was really wide. The house book. Take a look. He handed a few books over. Yi Xiao was more than a little surprised to see the red house book. You have so many sets in Yashuan Lanting? She flipped through the house book. The names on it were, indeed, all the same. Jiang Yi. She looked at the name and then looked up at the boy in front of her. Jiang Yi was leaning against his sports car, his face full of breeze. Finished reading? He looked down at the time. Go. Yi Xiao handed over the housebook. Then the two got into the car and drove towards the Longhui district. On the way, the two were speechless. Yi Xin just turned her head to look at the scenery outside the car window. This quiet look, coupled with that divine face value, really deserved the title of national first love. Only, after this guy spoke, the filter broke in half. Arrived. Jiang Yi stopped the car. Then he turned his head and shouted to the back. Without thinking about it, that girl had already leaned against the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Breathing sound is very weak. Lo had a few strands of broken hair hanging on the side of the cheek. Closed eyes of the small face pasted on the car window. Jiang Yi silently got out of the car, then walked to the rear driver's seat position, then knocked on that car window. He didn't expect this girl to be so big-hearted. Yi Xiao blinked her eyes, looking sleepy and confused, then suddenly realized that she was in Jiang Yi's car. Carrying her handbag, she hurriedly got out of the car. The small face was filled with nervousness and embarrassment. Go upstairs. Jiang Yi took the bag of keys. Then, he brought Yi Xiao into the apartment building. You should also understand this side of Yi County. Privacy and security are guaranteed. Each room has an exclusive sensor chip that is linked in tandem with the key. and you have to swipe the card to go up and down the stairs and enter and exit the neighborhood, Jiang Yi said as he entered the elevator. Well, not bad. Yi-shin nodded. This was indeed the point she was most concerned about. The 22nd to 26th floors are all still available. Which floor are you looking at? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked. What floor is it in your photo? I like the window view in that one. Yi Xiao was however clear in her goal. 26th floor, but one has already been rented out. The girl interrupted before Jiang Yi could finish his sentence. Then let's go see the other one. Just as the elevator door was about to close, someone, however, opened the elevator door again from the outside. Big handsome Jiang. Hello again. Lin Si was carrying a large bag in her hand. Behind her, Shunli Gu was similarly carrying a bag. It looked like the two had just returned from the supermarket. What a coincidence, Shunli Gu said with a smile. After the two people entered the elevator, that Yi Xiao, who had just been overbearing, stopped talking. She put on her sunglasses and suddenly faced the wall. Hey, how many floors are you looking at? Jiang Yi was somewhat helpless and turned around to pat Yi-shin's shoulder. Whatever, Yi-shin whispered back. This is? After Shinlige swiped her card and held down the 26th floor, she also looked at Yi-shin. New tenant, Jiang Yi explained. Oh, Shin-si looked at that back, but she felt some familiarity, but didn't ask much. 26th floor then? Jiang Yi also did not think much and pressed the elevator. After a long time, when the elevator climbed halfway, your senior sister Yi Xiao, right? Lin Si coldly opened her mouth and asked. These words caused Yi Xiao, who was standing in the corner, to tense up. She had just recognized Lin Si as soon as she entered the door. This was her schoolmate at Shanging. At that time in class, she had some impression of this active and pretty schoolmate. Cough cough cough. What a coincidence. Ha ha. Seeing that she couldn't pretend anymore, Yi Xiao had to take off her glasses and put a very fake smile on her face. Chapter 8. Can you lend me 1,000 first? Aren't you going to study abroad? Lin Si was a bit surprised. Yi Xiao was a popular figure in Shanghai film. Her family was well off and her mother was an international ballet dancer. She had been studying ballet since she was a child for more than 10 years now. After appearing on TV once, she became famous in one fell swoop. Although she didn't step into the acting circle, but it is also a national level. There are celebrities. Agencies that wanted to sign her were on the verge of stepping through the threshold of Shanging. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao does not have any interest in the entertainment industry. Rumor has it that she and her family do not get along, and she has no desire to walk the road paved by her family. In the elevator, for a moment, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Shenli Go looked at Yi Xiao, and had to say that Yi Xiao's temperament was very outstanding. Just standing, all revealed a noble air of a rich family's daughter. Well, something came up temporarily, so I have to stay in Magic City. Can't I see that room in the photo? Yi Xin immediately changed the topic. It could be seen that she didn't really want to chat about things about herself. It's already been rented. Jiang Yi replied. Senior sister also wants to rent a house? Just in time. The other room on the 26th floor is my best friend, so you guys can feel at ease living across the street. Lin Si quickly played a small game. Then let's go to the 26th floor. Ding! The elevator reached the 26th floor. The four of them exited the elevator, and Jiang Yi flipped out the key. Senior sister. Then I'll go help my best friend pack up her things first. She waved her hand before following Shinli Gu into the room. Shinli Gei turned to close the door, but her gaze lingered on Jiang Yi for a moment. Bang! It was only half a moment later that the door to the opposite room was closed. Jiang Yi found the key and opened this opposite door. Kada! He reached out and turned on the light. Under the warm yellow light, the entire room was even more cozy. The overall construction, and Shinli Ji's apartment was not too different. It was just a mirror image reversal. Not bad. I'll rent it. Yi Xiao hurriedly glanced at it, then sat on the sofa. Rent 6,000. 1 year lease, 1 deposit and 3 payments. 24,000 in total. Jiang Yi filled out the contract and handed it over. Yi Xiao picked up the pen on the table and signed with a wave of her hand. Rent transferred to your payment package? Yi Xin picked up her cell phone and was about to turn it on but found that it wouldn't light up. She pressed the on button with some impatience, but the phone was no longer responding. What's going on? The girl muttered, frowning as if she was going to smash the phone the next second. No power? Jiang Yi, however, saw above the cell phone a flickering red light. Yi Xiao sighed, then rummaged through her bag. After rummaging around, she simply dumped out the contents. Lipstick, air cushion, sunscreen. Where was the data cable? She was a little frantic. Go next door and borrow a cable. Charge it, Jiang Yi said indifferently. Yi Xiao also had 2 big heads. After hesitating for a moment, she still took her cell phone and went out the door. Knock knock knock. Yi Xin made a move to knock on that room door. Soon, the sound of opening the door came from inside the door. Senior sister Yi. Lin Si had a sweet smile on her face after seeing that it was Yi Xiao. In the past, in school, she hadn't even been in such close contact with Yi Xiao, and it didn't occur to her that she had gotten lucky today. Moreover, if she also rented Jiang Yi's house, then in the future, she and Yi Xin would be considered neighbors. Is there an Apple data cable? Yi Xin shook the cell phone in her hand. It had been 24 hours since she left home, and her cell phone was not holding up. In the past, she had used wireless charging, and had long forgotten that there was such a thing as a data cable. Yes, you wait. Lin Ce also saw that Yi Xiao was a bit tired, so she turned around and shouted at the house. Gu, do you have a data cable? Bring one to me. Good. Xinli Ji's voice was also quickly heard inside the house. She was packing up her things. Her luggage wasn't much, but she still had to clean. After a long time, Xinli Gu, who was wearing an apron, walked over, her hair tied into a low ponytail hanging down. She handed over a white data cable in her hand. Thanks. Yi Xiao also felt a little embarrassed. After saying thank you, she hurried back across the street. Looking at Yi Xiao's back, Shenli Gu was the one who hadn't returned to her senses. Li Gu, what are you looking at? Lin Ce was puzzled, closed the door and dragged Shenli Gu back. No, you said how Jiang Yi knew Yi Xiao. She was also a little curious in her heart. Lin Ce was a bit puzzled as she looked at Shenli Gu. How could Yi Xin rent a stranger's house? They wouldn't have known each other long ago, right? Shenli Gu thought of this, not knowing why there was suddenly some loss on her face. I said, you don't like Jiang Yi, right? Lin Ce seemed to have discovered something. Her face was a little surprised. Don't you talk nonsense. Mop the floor. Shenli Ji's pretty face reddened and shoved the mopping floor in her hand into Lin Ce's hand. Coming to the bathroom, she continued to wipe up the glass. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought again of Yi Xiao who had just walked in across the street. Although in terms of looks, she was not inferior to Yi Xiao, but compared to her family, she was far inferior to Yi Xin. What exactly is the relationship between Jiang Yi and Yi Xin? Right across the street, Yi Xin charged her cell phone. Jiang Yi was standing by the window, looking at the scenery outside. It had to be said that the scenery of this apartment was really good. You're renting it for a year, so it seems like you have no intention of going to study abroad? He suddenly opened his mouth and said. After hearing this, Yi Xiao's face changed slightly. Going abroad was definitely not something she would do. She didn't want to do anything she wasn't interested in. So big. Still playing with running away from home? Jiang Yi turned around, looking at Yi Xiao with a hint of a playful smile on his face. Nosy. Yi Xin turned her head and silently packed up the things on the sofa. Buzz buzz. The cell phone turned on. It automatically turned off the flight mode for her. In an instant, the call came in. TCH. A little displeased, she hung up the call and then opened the payment package. Tell me your account number. A moment later, ding, payment packet arrived at 24,000 RMB. Jiang Yi picked up his cell phone and received a beep. Since the money had arrived, he was ready to pack up and leave. Wait. Suddenly, Yi Xiao opened her mouth and shouted. That. The girl stammered as she sat on the sofa, head buried low, looking like she wanted to say something difficult to say. Looking at this scene, Jiang Yi stopped his steps. What's wrong? He opened his mouth and asked, can you lend me 1,000 first? Yi Xiao realized after transferring the account that she only had less than $100 left in her account. Chapter 9 Live Viewing. No borrowing, Jiang Yi indifferently said. After saying that, he continued to walk towards the door. Yi Xiao even had the heart to kill someone at this moment. This was the first time she asked someone to borrow money. It was only $1,000. She had just transferred $20,000 to him. Besides, if she lives here, she can't run away. How can this guy be so stingy? Besides, she's Yi Xiao, okay? How dare anyone say no to her? Swish! She raised her head and glared viciously at Jiang Yi. If it wasn't that it was too late now and she couldn't find anyone to borrow money from, she wouldn't have opened this mouth. I'm leaving. Jiang Yi waved his hand, then pushed open the door to the room. Get out now! Yi Xiao roared angrily. Jiang Yi silently closed the room door. The roar was blocked out, and the soundproofing effect of his apartment was not bad. Only, standing outside the door, two people's eyes were staring at his face. Senior Sister Yi. She, Lin Ce blinked. One had to know that Yi Xiao was all about a goddess of the ages persona in the eyes of the public. That role just now really surprised Lin Ce, and in her opinion, it was a bit too much of a persona. Hush! Xinli Gu tugged on Lin Ce. It was better for them not to mind their own business. The two girls then looked at each other and made eye contact. The hallway was filled with the smell of gossip. Jiang Yi was a little embarrassed. Isn't it just not borrowing money? How can this make it seem as if he has bullied and humiliated someone else? A yellow-flowered girl. Big night. What are you guys doing standing outside? He asked. Just about to go back. Jiang Da handsome. Want to give me a ride? Lin Ce looked at Jiang Yi with a starry-eyed face. Which district do you live in? Jiang Yi was indifferent. Changhui. Lin Si had an expectant face. You're letting Jiang Yi send you back? What about your car? Shen Gu said nervously. She didn't expect Lin Si to be so direct. The key belongs to you. Lin Si threw the keys over. Then she couldn't wait to press the elevator. Looking at Lin Si's back, Shen Gu also had a bit of a headache. Then I'm leaving. Jiang Yi opened his mouth to say goodbye. CE will trouble you. Shen Gu was embarrassed. It's fine. I also happen to live in Changgui district. On my way. Jiang Yi didn't think much about it, waved his hand and also went downstairs. Inside the Koenigsegg car, Lin Si was shocked. She hadn't thought of this sports car. Not only was the exterior cool, the interior decoration was even more exquisite. This car is also too luxurious. She fastened her seatbelt and couldn't wait to get on the road. It's not bad, Jiang Yi said indifferently. Compared to the things in the System Mall, this car was indeed average. Versailles. Lin Si beamed. Then she took out her cell phone and took 2 selfies. Jiang Yi started the car and got on the road. By the way, is your house over in Yi County still empty? Lin Si asked. Yes. Why? Jiang Yi still had 5 sets left on hand that he hadn't rented out. The remaining time of the mission was also still long. He wasn't in that much of a hurry. Can I see the room tomorrow? Lin Si asked. Jiang Yi was a little surprised when he heard this. You want to rent a room? During the meal, they also chatted about the fact that Lin Si was currently living at home. Is this preparing to move out? Well, living at home is a bit less convenient. And, Lin Si stopped in the middle of her sentence. Jiang Yi asked with some confusion. If I can be neighbors with senior sister Yi, it's also fantastic. Lin Si's tone was filled with joy. Jiang Yi couldn't understand this star-chasing mood. However, as long as one can rent his room, it's a good thing. It's fine. When are you free to see the room tomorrow? Jiang Yi asked. I can do both. Try to do it in the daytime. I have to start a live broadcast at night. Lin Si replied. Live broadcast? Jiang Yi was surprised. Currently a full-time anchor. Oh, Lin Si said with a sweet smile. After chatting for a few sentences, the car stopped in front of a neighborhood. Thanks. Lin Si got out of the car with her bag on her back. See you tomorrow. Jiang Yi nodded. Just now, they had also made an appointment to see the house tomorrow morning. Learning that Jiang Yi didn't have many empty rooms left, Lin Si was prepared to go earlier to take a look. Returning to the residence, after washing up, Jiang Yi laid on his bed. He found a few more unread messages in his cell phone. Opening it, he took a look. Lin Si, live site link. Lin Si, can I watch the house tomorrow live? Lin Si, I want to mix up the live streaming hours. Seeing this, Jiang Yi did not think much and agreed. He is also kind of confident in his house. And if Lin Si wants to open a live broadcast, it is also a kind of publicity in disguise. The two of them briefly chatted, and Jiang Yi went to sleep. The next day, Lanting Yi County, under the apartment building, the Porsche was parked in the parking space. Jiang Yi stepped out of the car, and just as he walked into the apartment, he saw a cell phone holding girl walking up face to face. Come, this is the lobby of the apartment. Isn't it luxurious? It's all a one-person one-card system here. Privacy and security is nothing to speak of. Jiang, landlord. Lin Si was halfway through her sentence when she saw Jiang Yi in front of the camera. Good morning, Jiang Yi said indifferently. He could tell that Lin Si was live streaming, so he didn't say anything more. Inside the live broadcast room, this landlord is so handsome. A bit heartwarming. Not only is the landlord handsome, he also has money. Just now the anchor said that there are many empty houses. These houses are all this landlord, right? Just because of the handsome landlord. I want to make an appointment to see a house. Indeed, it's hard not to want to have something with such a handsome guy. The pop-ups rolled on. Shen Si's attention, however, was on Lin Yi's side. Let's go upstairs and look at the room. She had also been a bit impatient for a long time. Look at the floors. There are still rooms available from 22 to 25. Jiang Yi said and entered the elevator. 25. You know which one I want to see. Lin Si raised her eyebrows. Her goal was also clear. She wanted the one downstairs from Yi Xiao. Good. After swiping the card, the elevator slowly rose and finally stopped at the 25th floor. Opening the door of the room, the decoration of the 25th floor was still exquisite. After entering the room, the huge floor-to-ceiling window was also very bright. For a moment, the people in the live room went crazy. This house is 6,000 a month? The anchor won't cheat people, right? Yeah, Magic City, this kind of decoration. This kind of picking view. Not tens of thousands? Model house. Take it out to cheat people. Appraisal over. Don't say that. Never cheat fans. But this house is also too good, right? The pop-up screen got a little out of control. Lin Si, who had already seen Shin Ligei's room, wasn't too shocked. But looking at the increasing number of people expressing distrust, the expression on her face also became somewhat distressed. What's wrong? Jiang Yi asked. It couldn't be that this house of his. There was something that made people unsatisfied. Chapter 10. This house is only 6,000 a month. No, it's just that people don't believe that you have this house for 6,000 a month, Lin Ce said awkwardly. This kind of thing, she also felt quite speechless. It couldn't be Jiang Yi flinging out the real estate certificate on the spot. And there were some kung fu masters. No matter how much you hit them in the face, they wouldn't admit it. I still have 4 empty rooms. If anyone wants to rent them, I'm more than welcome. Jiang Yi smiled. He was worried that the mission was progressing too slowly. An instant later, in the live broadcast room, many passers-by also started launching pop-ups. Everyone was wanting to make an appointment to see the house. The heat in the live broadcast room was even higher, and Lin Ce was a bit surprised to see this. She usually broadcasts live, but no one watched. Sure enough, when it came to a good thing like wool gathering, there would be no shortage of people. I'll have the housing manager create a group and pull in the people who want to see the house? Lin Ce asked. It's possible. Jiang Yi nodded. After getting a reply, Lin Ce also put a QR code on the live broadcast. Then she took her cell phone and looked around again. Only in the end did she end the live broadcast, during which there were surprisingly quite a few people who swiped gifts for her. Wow, today's live broadcast was good, eh? Looking at the data on her cell phone, Lin Ce said with a smile. It doesn't matter if you're known by your fans where you live. Jiang Yi, however, was worried for this girl. It's fine, I just have a few thousand fans. Lin Ce sighed. You're working full-time like this, won't you starve to death? Jiang Yi, who was preparing to fill out the contract, was somewhat helpless. It will, or else you'll come to my live room to get on as a captain? Lin Ce was a little bitter. Next time for sure, Jiang Yi said with a smile. If the house could be rented out, he could also work with Lin Ce afterwards. He found that live renting was still very efficient. The house watching group was quickly created, and there were more than 10 people in total. Without realizing it, it was also mealtime. I'll treat you to a meal? Jiang Yi put the contract away. Collecting rent was also a physical job, and he was already starving. The two spoke and were about to go downstairs. Ding! The elevator opened. A girl with a duck-tongued cap and wearing a t-shirt with jeans appeared in front of the two. Senior Sister Yi. Lin Ce directly got on the elevator. By the looks of it, she was close to jumping directly into Yi Zhao's arms. Well, good afternoon. Yi Xin's gaze glanced at Jiang Yi before the person leaned towards the corner. Jiang Yi was speechless. Is he being disliked? Senior sister, you also come downstairs. Lin Ce, however, remained enthusiastic. The three of them came to the first floor, exited the elevator. After learning that Yi Zhao was also preparing to go eat, Lin Ce then pulled the person. Let's go. Big handsome Zhang's treat. Lin Ce was also completely nonchalant. It was clear that she wanted to properly slaughter Jiang Yi. No, use it, Ku. The words were not finished. Yi Zhao's stomach commented first. Listening to this sound, it looked like it hadn't eaten for a day as well. Let's go for the barbecue. Lin Ce mounted her own little electric bike and patted the back seat. Jiang Yi sighed. Think of it as repaying Lin Ce's favor of helping him rent a room. Bringing a Yi Zhao is fine. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks anyway. After starting the car, the three of them headed towards the barbecue restaurant. The store was found by Lin Ce and was located in a busy shopping mall in the center of the city. Yi Zhao lowered her hat and looked a little nervous. She wasn't worried about being recognized by passers-by, but she was afraid that the Yi family would discover her. 3 bits. Lin Ce, however, cheerfully pulled Yi Zhao. To be able to dine with senior sister Yi, this was something she could never have imagined. To know, in the past, she could only look up to Yi Xin. Now that she could actually eat at a table and live in a building, such a life was simply too good. How about this table? The waiter led the three of them to a table near the aisle. Is that one okay? Yi Xin opened his mouth and pointed to an empty table in the corner. Of course. The waiter nodded. The 3 people also sat down in the corner. After confirming that no one was nearby, Yi Xin took off her hat and mask. She breathed a sigh of relief. Early in the morning, she had called to borrow money. However, her friend said that he had been targeted by the Yi family, and now there was absolutely no way to transfer money or meet Yi Xin. The things that she had hung up on salted fish also couldn't be sold at all. Right now, she only had a total of 85 RMB on her. Senior sister, feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Jiang Yi's treat. Lin Ce handed over the menu. Looking at the top, the assortment of meats, Yi Zhao looked up and glanced at Jiang Yi again. Jiang Yi was sitting across from her. At this moment, the boy was looking down and flipping through his cell phone with an indifferent look. That somewhat handsome and resolute side face revealed a gentle and elegant temperament. For a moment, Yi Zhao was also somewhat mesmerized. But soon, her stomach protested. Although the handsome man was eye-catching, it did not fill her stomach. She lowered her head and ordered a few plates of tender beef without saying a word. Waiting, the dishes were served. we'll just roast it ourselves. Lin Ce thoughtfully let the waiter leave. She also knew that Yi Xiao didn't want people to find out, so she had to do it herself. Being able to roast her own idol was also a happy thing in her opinion. But Jiang Yi was a bit. He had just roasted a piece of meat. A pair of chopsticks reached over, and in a swift motion, he pinched the meat into his plate. Yi Xiao chewed the meat, not caring in the slightest. Jiang Yi's eyes that carried a bit of hatred. Here, senior sister, taste it. Lin Ce was also really dogged. She didn't eat much herself and only focused on feeding Yi Xiao. After eating and drinking her fill, Miss Ri sipped her lemonade before raising her eyes to look at the roasted meat toolman Jiang Yi. That, $1,000? Are you really not going to borrow it? Jiang Yi, I've never seen such a brazen person. 1,000? Senior sister Yi, are you in some kind of trouble? Lin Ce, however, wiped her mouth, then raised her hand and was ready to get her wallet. Wait, Jiang Yi couldn't watch any longer as he stopped Lin Ce's action of pulling out money. He felt that this child was really too deeply poisoned. Remember to be sensible when chasing stars. Lin Ce was puzzled and turned her head to look at Jiang Yi. For the sake of tenant stability, can I ask, what were you planning to do when you left home? Jiang Yi put down his chopsticks. Even eating is a problem. This big miss is not sure if she will be going home in 2 days. At that time, will his room be returned or will he continue to rent it? What he cared about wasn't money. He still wanted to give Yi Xiao a hard time. Sure enough, being asked by Jiang Yi like this, Yi Xin stopped speaking. Drinking water became a bit unpleasant. Senior sister Yi, you ran away from home? Lin Ce, however, was gossiping. The gaze that looked at Yi Xiao was filled with doubt. Chapter 11, Deleting Candid Photos. Why do you need to know so much? Yi Xin put down the glass. Her face was a picture of impatience. Don't ask so much. Lin Ce also spoke up for Yi Xiao. Jiang Yi was a bit helpless. He was not quite able to understand the feeling of a girl chasing after a star anyway. At least, in his opinion, Yi Xiao was just a woman who was good looking but had a bad temper and loved to play big names. To be honest, he didn't like this type. If he wanted to be his girlfriend, a gentle, well-behaved girl would be more suitable. For example, the type of schoolgirl Shun. It's rare to have a meal together, so don't bicker. Lin Ce moved her chopsticks and gave the two of them a large piece of fatty beef. Ka chow. Suddenly, a bright light flashed on the seat in front of the left. Yi Xiao, who was eating, was very sensitive to sneak peeks, and she directly furrowed her eyebrows. After getting up, she directly walked towards the people who were taking the sneak peeks. Excuse me, can you please delete the photos? She changed into a serious expression. The tone of her voice was not polite. She knew that at this time, if her attitude was not strong, this person would definitely get an inch. Usually it was her fans who would obediently delete the photos after hearing her say that. But, delete what? The man who was sitting in his seat, however, had a hangdog look on his face. Obviously, he was unwilling to delete the photos taken secretly from his cell phone. I just saw you filming me. Yi Xiao controlled the anger in her heart. I didn't. The man put his cell phone away in his pocket. It looked like he was ready to check out and leave. This store has surveillance. Are you sure you want me to call the police to delete it? Yi Xiao's tone was a few points heavier. At this time, Lin Ce also walked over. Big brother, it's illegal behavior for you to secretly film others like this. She opened her mouth and said kindly, it's not okay for me to just take pictures of this store. The man didn't expect these two to be so difficult. Getting up, he was ready to leave. Don't go. Yi Xiao was anxious and reached out to tug on the man's clothes. She didn't want to see pictures of herself circulating on the internet. If you keep this up, I'll shoot a video. Ah, you're a star. Why are you still bothering with us ordinary people? Said. That man slid open his cell phone and went into camera mode. Then he disliked the camera directly on Yi Xin's face. Yi Xiao fished out a mask from the pocket of her jacket and put it on. On the side, Lin Ce also blocked in front of Yi Xiao. Don't you go too far. Encountering this kind of situation, she didn't know how to handle it for a moment. In the barbecue restaurant, some people even cast curious gazes. Ding! Delete stolen photographs task opened. Please help the tenant to remove the photo. Accept the mission, and you'll receive the god-level shooting skill. Ugh! Encountering this kind of situation, Jiang Yi naturally had no way to sit back and do nothing. Putting down his chopsticks, he walked over. His height of 1 meter 8 allowed him to easily snatch the camera in the man's hand. In an instant, techniques and knowledge about videography and filming kept pouring into his mind. However, now wasn't the time to be able to emote. He lowered his head and closed the video, then opened the photo album. What are you doing? The man screamed. What do you want? Jiang Yi glanced at the man. Although he had only said 4 words alone, that cold tone, and the aura revealed on his body was enough to shut the man up. He also knew that he was no match for Jiang Yi. After all, he looked like he was full of fat, and his height was still a head shorter than Jiang Yi. But Jiang Yi, with his athletic body, He looked like he didn't usually work out much. After deleting the photos and videos, he emptied the backup inside the recycle bin. After briefly checking, he was able to determine that this phone should not have cloud backup turned on. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. 5,000 points have been successfully credited. After placing the phone back on the table, Jiang Yi called out to the waiter to settle the bill and left the barbecue restaurant with the two girls. Senior Sister Yi, are you alright? Lin Si worriedly said. Yi Xiao shook her head. Her eyes, however, were always resting on Jiang Yi's body. She hadn't expected Jiang Yi to have such a side. Watching this man help her out, she didn't know why, but suddenly there was an extra flutter in her heart. Why are you looking at me? Jiang Yi noticed that gaze. Yi Xiao's voice was very small, and because she was wearing a mask, she couldn't see her expression either. But at this moment, the girl's ears were already red. Thank you. After saying these 3 words, Yi Xin turned around and left. The two people who stayed in the same place were somewhat surprised. Jiang Yi did not expect that someone with a big lady's temper like Yi Xiao would also say thank you. On the side, Lin Si, however, realized it. The tone in which elder sister Yi had just spoken, how it revealed a flavor of shyness. In the afternoon, there were still people who wanted to see the apartment. Jiang Yi returned to the apartment and received a few tenants who came over from the live broadcast. These few people had a high willingness to rent a room. In just one afternoon, he rented out 2 more houses. It's hard enough to be busy with this rent collection. Now 10 sets are fine. If the system sends out 50 or 60 sets in a while, how can he be busy alone? It looks like this matter of collecting rent can't be done alone. If he can't, he should consider opening a company and recruiting an assistant. Of course, is a beautiful assistant. Black silk, small set of skirt, make him coffee every day kind of thing. He was leaning against the car window, thinking. A clear and nice voice came. What a coincidence. Shenliga stepped on black silk high heels, wearing a light gray sheath dress, shirt open with 2 buttons. Her hair was simply pulled back behind her head, and her face was painted with delicate light makeup. You just got off work? Jiang Yi rolled down the window and asked. Shenliga nodded. Her face looked poor, and she didn't look like she had much spirit. Li Ge, you're finally off work. Didn't you say that it would be a lot easier if you transferred to the promotion and development department? At the entrance of the apartment, Lin Si, who had been waiting for half a day, jogged over. The company is going to develop that piece of land in Nanning, and the business plan just came down recently, so the entire publicity and development department is busy like crazy. Shenli Gu was so tired that her head was spinning. Just as they were chatting, a BMW car suddenly drove over. The blinding headlights shone, and all 3 of them were a little uncomfortable. Jiang Yi had just extinguished the fire for the sake of conversation, and at this moment, the Koenigsegg was hiding in the darkness. Drip, drop. The BMW was very high profile. No one was in the way but also pressed the horn twice. He was afraid that no one would see him. Then, the windows were rolled down and the headlights were turned off. A man poked his head out. Le Gay, so you moved here. Shenli Gu, however, took a step back and leaned against Jiang Yi's car door. The small face was even more miserable. On the side, Lin Si clutched Shenli Ji's hand tightly. Surname Wu, are you done? Lin Si's voice was loud, and it could be heard that the tone was full of anger. She really wanted to tear this male apart. In the past, he had been using his position to harass Shenli Gu. Now that Shenli Gu had transferred positions and moved home, it wasn't all to avoid him, but it didn't occur to her that he had followed Shenli Gu and even found him again. Chapter 12, please. You little ninny. What do you care if I pursue Shenli Gu? Wu, he said unhappily. You're clearly harassing. Lin Si said fiercely. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. Shenli Gu couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Yi looked out the car window at the girl's helpless side face and pushed open the door. Whoever you want to pursue has nothing to do with me. But you'd better not move. Jiang Yi stepped out of the car, then reached out and wrapped his hand around Shenli Gu. This sudden physical contact made Shenli Gu a little surprised. She looked up at the man of this. At this moment, for some reason, her heart missed a beat. Lin Si was confused for half a moment. Afterwards, she understood. Jiang Yi was trying to help Shenli Gu out. How about, right, Shenli Gu already has a boyfriend. Don't give your face away. Hearing these words, Wu He's face was a bit ugly. He turned his head to look at the car on the side of the road, and then was inwardly stunned. Koenigsegg 1? This is still a limited edition, right? Surprisingly, I was able to see a real car in Mordor? Who exactly is this wild man who came out of nowhere? Wu He, are you leaving? Shenli Gu took out her cell phone, ready to call the police. Wu He didn't say anything else. The BMW started up again. After turning the car around, it drove away from the apartment entrance. Wu He's face was gloomy. He remembered the hands that Jiang Yi had just wrapped around Shenli Gu. The phone rang for a moment. It was then picked up. Young Master Wu? A rough voice came out of the phone. Help me clean up someone. After explaining Jiang Yi's license plate and figure, Wu He hung up the phone. He, dare to mess with him in Magic City? He would make Jiang Yi pay the price. Yashuan Orchid Court. Below the apartment building, the three of them stood. Jiang Yi's hand was still resting on Shunli Ji's waist. It had to be said that the girl's waist was really thin. Shunli Ji's small face slightly reddened as she looked up at Jiang Yi. Sorry. Jiang Yi hurriedly let go of his hand as he took a gentlemanly step forward. Sniff. Lin Si, however, smelled an ambiguous odor. Rigo, what are you blushing for? She covered her mouth and looked as if she was watching the fun. Ce. Shinli Gu reached out and rewarded Lin Ce with a chestnut. A moment later, only then did Shinli Gu suppress the throbbing in her heart. She warmly turned her head and looked at Jiang Yi so asked, do you want to go up and sit down? In the face of the invitation from the stunning schoolgirl, Jiang Yi was looking down at his cell phone. It's getting late. I'd better go back first, I have to be busy tomorrow. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and got into the car. The Koenigsegg started up, two headlights lighting up the neighborhood. Watching the car's taillights merge into the darkness, Shinli Gu was a little taken back. She hadn't thought that Jiang Yi had rejected her. What are you thinking about? Lin Si sighed as she looked at her bestie's flamboyant look. Returning to her rented room, Jiang Yi laid down on that single bed. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated. Picking up the phone, it was a VX message. Shinli Gu, thank you for today. Jiang Yi, small thing. He finished replying to the message and rolled over to sleep, and on the other side of the cell phone, Shinli Gu, who was wearing a face mask, was a little sleepless. In the chat box, that one sentence of good night, she hesitated for a long time, and finally did not send it. Asleep until he woke up naturally. Opening his eyes, Jiang Yi looked at his cell phone. I did not expect him to microstar fried. Overnight. Unread messages to 99+. Most of the messages are from Ear's housing group. I did not expect that many people added to the group. A white-collar worker who was looking at houses yesterday also sent a message to Jiang Yi. After thinking about it, she decided to rent the room on the 22nd floor as long as it was expensive. After determining the time to sign the contract, Jiang Yi got up. Ding dong. He was halfway through brushing his teeth. Suddenly, a beep sounded from his cell phone. Opening it up, it was a new friend request. That avatar was a familiar photo of his back, and the ID was a string of English. Yi Xin? Jiang Yi recalled it at a glance. After clicking to confirm the ad, he struck the keyboard. Jiang Yi, not borrowing money. After sending the message, he slipped his phone into his pocket. Halfway through washing his face, his cell phone suddenly clamored. What's wrong? He sighed. Help! Help! On the phone, Yi Xin's voice carried a slight sobbing tone. What's wrong? Jiang Yi was startled. He wiped his face and went back to his room to grab his car keys and prepared to go out. Please, come over quickly. I'm dying. Yi Xiao once again begged for help. Okay, you wait for me for 10 minutes. Jiang Yi was a little startled. He still remembers this guy's heaven and earth. I am the only 1-inch appearance yesterday. She asked people to borrow money, as if they owed her. How to open today is to beg. Hanging up the phone, he drove his Koenigsegg out the door. Coming to the 26th floor, Jiang Yi pushed the door and found that it was open at the moment. He walked in. The originally clean and tidy apartment was now a mess of clutter. A slipper was sitting on the sofa. On the floor were cosmetics, bath towels, all the way inside. He came to a closed door. This was the master bedroom of this apartment now. Knock knock knock. Jiang Yi knocked on the door of the room. With this look, it was hard not to think too much. If it wasn't for the high security of the apartment, he would have to wonder if a robber had come. Is it the landlord? A shivering voice came out. From the sound of it, Yi Xin was masked under the covers. You opened the door. Jiang Yi sighed. Still able to talk. It didn't look like anything was wrong. It's just how to make the house look like this. Squeak dash. The door was pulled open. Standing inside the door, Yi Xin was wrapped in a blanket, with only a pitiful little face showing. What's wrong? Jiang Yi faintly asked. There's. Halfway through his words, Yi Xiao suddenly seemed to have seen a ghost. With a turn, she jumped straight back onto the bed again, then wrapped herself into a thicker quilt. Chapter 13, The Evening Together. What's there? Jiang Yi was filled with doubt. Turning around, he looked behind him. There wasn't even a ghost in the press. There are cockroaches, Yi Xin said sullenly. Jiang Yi was a bit tense. He took a closer look and found the small brownish gadget at the foot of the wall. You called me over in the morning, just to give you a cockroach fight? Jiang Yi was depressed. The person on the bed, being under the covers, didn't say anything. Convinced, there is no mistake. Although this house is his, but this cockroach is not raised by him. He sighed. Then he walked to the couch, then picked up those cute holy shoes and walked to the foot of the wall. And there was a pop. The sound. Cockroach. Pawn. It's dead. Get up and clean it up for me. Jiang Yi threw the shoes aside, then wanted to reach out and pull out the guy in the nest. 2 days had made this house so messy. If this were to really live here for a year, it wouldn't be torn down. A slight suspicion appeared in his mind about this tenant. Don't you touch me. Yi Xiao muffled another growl, then hugged the quilt and shrunk to the other side of the bed. Then a small head poked out and she looked around, then tentatively got off the bed barefoot. The girl was dressed quite casually at home, with a large t-shirt on top and a pair of short sweatpants underneath. Those big white legs were exposed. Snap, snap. The girl held her other holy shoe and walked towards the door. She then saw the cockroach that had risen unable to rise again. Dead? Seeing this, she dropped the shoe and clapped her hands. Aha! Jiang Yi nodded. He wanted to see what else this missy ordered. Then you go. Yi Xin walked back to the sofa, picked up a game console, and lowered her head to play it. Sure enough, can't even say thank you? Actually, creatures like cockroaches don't live alone. So, this apartment may already be a nest of cockroaches, Jiang Yi said with a bad smile. The next second, Yi Xin threw the game console away, then pounced over. With one hand, she hugged Jiang Yi. She was still quite tall, and her head was pressed against Jiang Yi's chin. At this moment, the entire person, tightly pressed against Jiang Yi. Then a ferocious crying voice came up. This house, you have to kill the cockroaches for me, or I won't rent it. Yi Xin, you get off of me first. He was a bit frantic. Nah, you kill all that stuff for me first. Saying that, the hand hugged tighter. You let go. Jiang Yi was furious. I won't. Loosen up or not? Don't. You. Snapdash. Suddenly, a sound came from the doorway. In the living room, the two people who were entangled together also turned their heads to look over. Outside the door, Lin Ce was looking at this scene with a shocked expression. She then picked up the insulation bag on the floor before turning around with a red face. That. You guys do things and don't know to close the door. Excuse me, I'll leave first. Wait. Jiang Yi, come on. He didn't want to be misunderstood or anything. He hurriedly moved his hand to peel off Yi Xiao from his body, then threw it onto the sofa. Don't misunderstand. Jiang Yi walked to the door and reached out to pull Lin Ce. Scummy man. Big colored demon. Lin Ce turned around, her small face exasperated. Me? How come I'm a scumbag? Jiang Yi's head hurt a little. He's a pure big boy. How is he a scum? How is he a big colorful demon? F***CK. But he didn't do anything right? What were you doing with senior sister Yi just now? Don't you explain? I saw it all. A small fire burned in Lin Ce's eyes. Jiang Yi, come back. Suddenly, at the main entrance, Yi Xiao poked her head out again. Her long hair was cascading and had become a mess. The neckline of that wide t-shirt revealed most of her collarbone. Looking at this scene, Jiang Yi felt as if he really had some say in it. Moreover, what was the meaning of Yi Xiao's ambiguous tone just now? This guy must have done it on purpose. Bad man. Lin Ce raised her fist that had hardened long ago. Before she could hammer her fist down, Jiang Yi's cell phone rang, and he picked it up to see that it was a tenant who was preparing to come over to sign a contract. I'll take a call first. After saying this, Jiang Yi then hurriedly slipped away. Although he didn't know what Lin Ce had seen, he had a clear conscience. Cough cough. The tenant who came this time had already seen the room once, signed the contract directly, collected the rent and put down the keys, just missing the last 3 sets. Jiang Yi looked at the keys in his hand. In these 4 short days, he had rented out 7 suites. Picking up his cell phone, he sent a message in the rental group. Jiang Yi, the house has rented out another suite. Now there are only 3 left. Soon, a girl with a pink cartoon avatar chatted with him privately. Lin, I will come to see the house in a while. Is it convenient? Jiang Yi, yes. I'm right over here. Jiang Yi, how long will you be there? Lin, half an hour or so. Half an hour later, a BMW stopped at the entrance. A girl wearing a JK uniform walked over. The figure was good, 1.6 m, but the face value was average. Although she had spent her makeup, it was still possible to tell that her skin base was average. Landlord? After the girl got off the bus, she walked over towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had yet to reply. A middle-aged uncle also walked down from the car. Looking at his age, he was already able to be this girl's father. Such a pairing to rent a room made Jiang Yi feel a little surprised. 22nd floor, 23rd floor. Which floor are you looking at? Jiang Yi led the two into the hall. The 22nd floor. The girl opened her mouth and said, well, listen to Lin. The uncle nodded, then greasily reached out and hugged the girl's waist. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yi understood 80% in his heart. The relationship between these two people did not look simple. Landlord brother, may I ask what is your name? The girl called Lin had her eyes staring straight at Jiang Yi's face. She was watching the live broadcast at the time and was attracted by Jiang Yi's face. It was really too handsome. Moreover, Jiang Yi himself was surprisingly even more handsome than in the live broadcast. and his body was also good. Surname Jiang. Jiang Yi didn't really want to chat much. Jiang? Good sounding surname. Brother, is this house all yours? Lin's tone was full of mushiness. Aha. Jiang Yi continued to be indifferent. It wasn't like he hadn't been chased by people when he was in college, and he had long been immune to this kind of pickup. Ding! The elevator automatically opened when it reached the 22nd floor. Lin took the lead and stepped out of the elevator. Then he took out his key and opened the door to his room. The older man entered and accompanied Lin as she strolled around. Isn't this house a bit small? He was nearly 200 pounds with a beer belly, standing like a pillar in the living room. Listening to this, he probably didn't want to rent this apartment for Lin. No, it's just fine for me to live alone. It's not like you can come to me often. Lin pouted, sticking to the older man and giving him an output. Fine, if you like it, sign the contract. Uncle really lost the battle. After signing the contract, Sharp hit the money. I have something in the company. I'm leaving first. Uncle's cell phone rang. After he picked up the phone, he turned around and left. Inside the apartment, Jiang Yi put the key down and didn't want to stay a moment longer. There was no thought. He had just gone downstairs and was about to get into his car. Lin, however, followed him over, and after seeing this Koenigsegg, her eyes went straight. This car looked like it was more advanced than even her Goldmaster's BMW. Brother Jiang, would you like to have dinner together? She walked over to the car window, her eyes full of flattery. No, I'm not hungry. Jiang Yi hurriedly refused. Then let's go watch a movie? After the movie, let's go for a drink and get together in the evening. Lin's words hadn't finished. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared. Jiang Yi? Shenligay was wearing a white shirt and a black uniform skirt, obviously just getting off work. Chapter 14, Dating the Schoolgirl. Shenligay had actually heard the conversation between the two just now. She could tell that Jiang Yi didn't want to be pestered by Lin. That's why she walked over and helped Jiang Yi out. After all, Jiang Yi had helped her last night, and today it just so happened to be a return of that favor. I bought dishes. Go upstairs and eat. Shinligu opened her mouth and said, looking like she was familiar with Jiang Yi. Aha. Jiang Yi nodded and said blandly. Of course he also saw what Shinligu was planning to do, since he had to cooperate. After saying that, he was going to follow Shinligu towards the upper floor. Between the two of them, it was somewhat like a husband and wife. If the other side saw this scene, I was afraid that they would think that they were a young couple. On the side, looking at the sudden appearance of Shinligu, Lin felt that she had lost some face. Brother Jiang, this is? She looked at Shinligu and said with a pinched voice. The expression on her face did not seem to be very friendly. Quite a feeling of treating Jiang Yi, whom she had just met, as her private property. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid to be called by this whiny brother to the soul. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, only felt a little sick to his stomach, thanks to the fact that schoolgirl Shin didn't come over just now. Otherwise, when she heard this brother Jiang, she would think of him as some kind of a modest man, wouldn't she? And, Nima, this clip sound, it's too much. Not only is it not cute at all, but it gives off it's disgusting. Listening to it made people want to throw a few ing punches at that snake's face, letting her know why the flowers are so red. It's none of your business who she is. Glancing at Lin, Jiang Yi did not intend to ignore her. Just before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Shenligu. I'm his girlfriend, is there something wrong? Between words, Shenligu very naturally stretched out her hand, hugged Jiang Yi's arm, and with a little bird-like sigh, she leaned on Jiang Yi's body. On that pretty little face, there was still a polite smile. The gaze that looked towards Lin even carried 7 points of sneer, 2 points of disdain, and 1 point of carelessness. It was as if they were looking at a clown who was clamoring for attention. Jiang Yi, who was suddenly hugged by Shinligu, froze in place, especially when he felt the softness coming from his arm. His whole person was like a puppet, his body was stiff, he couldn't even move a bit. No, accurately speaking, it was not that he could not move, but, I don't dare to move. A man and a woman are not related. If you don't take advantage of it, you're a bastard. No matter what, schoolgirl Shen had come forward to help him out. In this situation, if he took the opportunity to take advantage of schoolgirl Shen and ate her tofu, would he still be a human being? That said, in this kind of situation, if he didn't take the opportunity to take advantage or something, it seemed, it's not even a man. Jiang Yi was a bit bewildered, so he fell into silence. Really? Lin seemed to have found some clues from Jiang Yi's reaction, so with a suspicious gaze, she sized up the two of them who were hugging each other. It seemed that they were a little embarrassed because they were too close, or because their disguise was seen through by Lin. Shenligay's face turned red, like a ripe apple, and she lowered her head in silence. Really? It's none of your business? Let's go upstairs and cook. Fortunately at this time, Jiang Yi who had returned to his senses reacted quickly. gently smiled and nonchalantly threw out a sentence. Incidentally, he also reached out and touched Shinli Ji's hair, with a very intimate look. After saying that, he held Shinli Ji's soft little hand and walked into the apartment, ruthless, and high and cold. It's not like he can't rent out this apartment. It's just a green tea table. What's the point of spoiling her? Ask questions. The girl is to rent a room or to check the account? The other side. Looking at the back of the two people, the expression on Lin Lin's face was a bit exasperated, and she couldn't help but curse a few times before she tossed her hair, turned around and went upstairs to look at the new house she had just rented. After entering the elevator, Shinli hurriedly shook off Jiang Yi's hand, red-faced, and ruffled her hair. Her hand still carried Jiang Yi's body heat. Just now, Jiang Yi had even touched her hair. This guy, the guts are not small. How dare he take advantage of me? Oomph, see if I don't. Seeing as he helped me yesterday, let's call it even today. That. She looked up at Jiang Yi, wanting to explain her behavior just now. What's wrong, girlfriend? Jiang Yi, however, smiled gently and flirted. At once, Shenligay's face blushed again, and she hurriedly lowered her head. This guy, smiling kinda looks good? Not right, not right. The point is not this. The point is, what did Jiang Yi call her? Girlfriend? For a moment, Shinligay felt even more fire on her face. I just want to help you. Help me? Yes, but if it wasn't for you suddenly appearing, there might have been someone to accompany me to dinner, to the movies, and to be together at night. Jiang Yi made a regretful expression. Ah, Shenligay froze, somewhat dumbfounded, clearly not understanding what Jiang Yi meant by these words. However, just in the next moment, Jiang Yi then suddenly turned his head and looked at her affectionately, stifling his smile and saying with a serious face, now that there's no one to accompany me, what do you say? Shenli lowered her head in silence. The words had been said to such an extent, how could she not understand Jiang Yi's meaning? Just, if you really can't, school flower should accompany me? Jiang Yi asked in hot pursuit, his face full of smiles. Shinli was a little moved. Just without waiting for her to open her mouth, a voice suddenly came out. Ding! The elevator arrived. If you don't mind, try my cooking. Shinli pulled out the key and, like a frightened deer, hurriedly scurried out. It's an honor to eat schoolgirl Shin's meal. Looking at Shinli Ji's panicked look, Jiang Yi smiled and shook his head, also following out. This school flower. So cute. What the two people ate wasn't any mountainous delicacies. 3 dishes and 1 soup. Although they were all small home-cooked dishes, they were much better than takeout. After eating, Jiang Yi also helped wash a bowl. In the small apartment, 2 people huddled in the kitchen, full of warmth and happiness. It's almost time. I'll go back first. Jiang Yi, who had just washed the bowls, dried his hands and looked at his cell phone. Hearing this, Shinli actually felt a little lost all of a sudden. Then, as if she remembered something, she ghostly opened her mouth and asked, didn't you say that you want me to accompany you? Halfway through her words, she then reacted and hastily covered her mouth. On the side, Jiang Yi was changing his shoes with his head down. Suddenly hearing Shinli Ji's voice, he couldn't help but faintly froze, turned his head, and with a gaze that carried a few surprises, looked over towards Shinli Gu. Ha! He didn't hear it wrong, right? If there was no problem with his ears, then what schoolgirl Shin wanted to say just now should be. Without waiting for Jiang Yi to think about it, a system beep suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! Randomized rewards are open. Detecting the host's shopping needs. System rewards are issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 100 times rebate card. 100-fold rebate card. Use this card to make purchases and receive a 100-fold rebate. Period of use, within 2 hours. Chapter 15, Shall I take you to buy a watch? The appearance of the system made Jiang Yi quite surprised. 100 times rebate card. After spending 100 times rebate, doesn't that mean, spend $3 and get 300 back? Spending 300 can return cash. $30,000? If you spend $30, 000, the cashback will be $3 million? Jiang Yi said that although he is not poor in money now, he has several sets of real estate under his name. However, he was also surprised by this 100 times rebate card, and he couldn't wait to rush out now and spend all the money on his body. Before and after the collection of several waves of rent, his deposit is now more than 10,000. If this system did not fool him, really sent him 100 times rebate card this incredible thing, then he is afraid that this wave can directly become a millionaire. 2 hours to spend more than 100, 000, is not a difficult thing at all, right? In this day and age, are luxury goods still rare? A watch, easily 100,000 into it. This also means that in just 2 hours, Jiang Yi can use this 100 times rebate card to earn tens of millions, although those merchants might have made a small profit. But, I will never lose money? Beautifully calculating in his mind, Jiang Yi nodded his head frantically in his mind. Agree. Of course he had to agree to the schoolgirl's invitation. How could there be a reason to refuse? Even if it wasn't for the sake of beauty, just for the sake of this 100 times rebate card. Tonight he had to take the schoolgirl out for a stroll. As the thought fell, a crisp system beep sounded in Jiang Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a limited time 100 times rebate card. Friendly reminder 1, this card can only be used for a single purchase. Friendly reminder 2, this card can only be used on the schoolgirl. For the schoolgirl's consumption or the host and the schoolgirl's consumption of the two of them to pay the bill. Can only be effective, cannot be used alone for the host's personal consumption. Nima. Listening to the voices that resounded in his mind one after another, Jiang Yi couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. The rebate card was limited in time. He could understand that. Otherwise, if he waited for him to save him a few $100 million before using it, wouldn't it be a direct asset explosion? Then what the hell would be the point of renting a house? It was completely reasonable for the system to limit this. Only being able to use it for a single purchase was also sort of understandable. The key question is, why can it only be used on schoolgirl Shun? Was this 100 times rebate card a reward for him? Or was it a reward for the schoolgirl? This restriction directly shattered Jiang Yi's dream of purchasing some luxury goods so that he could utilize this 100 times rebate card to earn some more money. After all, he wasn't actually very familiar with the schoolflower. Even if he went out on a date with her, his spending would be limited to eating a meal and watching a movie at most. If you did the math, it would be heavenly to spend $1,000 a night. A rebate of $10,000 would be a few dozen at most. Even, there may be less than that. There is no way, as Jiang Yi thought before, directly buy 100,000 things. With this 100 times the rebate card tearfully earn him a 10 million. This is troublesome. He can't just say to MS Shin directly, I'll go buy you a watch, right? If you don't want a watch, it's okay to buy a car? Jiang Yi turned his head and looked at schoolmistress Shin, whose face was blushing and whose head was lowered, not daring to raise it, and sighed deeply in his heart. On the side, Shinligu was not clear about what exactly happened in this short moment. Much less did she know just how tangled Jiang Yi's mood was at this moment. She lowered her head, her hands clenched and clutched the corners of her clothes, with a look that she couldn't wait to wring water out of her clothes, and after holding her breath for half a day, only then, as if she had made some extremely difficult decision, did she muster up the courage and slowly raised her head. Why don't we, tonight, let's go out and watch a movie. Swallowing, he finished his words in an increasingly weak tone. Shenligu, who had just raised her head, then hurriedly lowered it again. It couldn't be helped, she was really too shy. Ever since she was a child, she had never taken the initiative to invite someone to a movie or anything, not to mention, or a person of the opposite sex. In a few words, Shenligu only felt as if she had a bouncing arrow in her heart, constantly prancing and rolling around in her little heart, causing her to breathe a little heavier. In fact, after opening her mouth, she had some regrets. It wasn't that she didn't want to go out with Jiang Yi to watch a movie or something, but there was some worry that Jiang Yi would reject her. This guy shouldn't reject himself, right? Taking advantage of Jiang Yi's inattention, Shenligu quietly raised her head and glanced at Jiang Yi, wanting to see what Jiang Yi's reaction was after hearing her words. And so, immediately afterward, Shenligu fell into a deep pang of doubt. There was no other reason, simply because after her words fell and she extended an invitation to Jiang Yi to go watch a movie together, she keenly noticed that the expression on Jiang Yi's face didn't show a very interested look. Instead, he revealed an extremely entangled, extremely agonized expression. That look was like he didn't really want to go to the movies with her? No, is this guy really going to reject her? It's really humiliating. If I had known, I wouldn't have rushed to ask. I would have waited until the time was right. No, the key issue is not this, but this guy actually intends to reject her. Inexplicably, Shinli Ji's heart was actually a little lost. However, she hid this lost emotion very well and didn't show it in the slightest, but instead fiddled with the corner of her clothes that she had pinched and wrinkled, looked up at Jiang Yi's incomparably entangled appearance, and hastily opened her mouth to add, if you're not available, then, forget it. It just so happens that I suddenly don't either. Seeing Jiang Yi so entangled, Shinligu certainly didn't want to force him. Instead of waiting to be rejected, it would be better to take the initiative to speak up and give the other party a step down, so as to avoid mutual embarrassment. Just, who thought? Before the words were finished, Jiang Yi then opened his mouth to interrupt her. It's true that I'm free. Right now I'm short of everything, just not time. That is, can we not watch a movie? Shenligu was slightly stunned, but quickly responded. Dang, of course. She hadn't thought that Jiang Yi was so entangled, not unwilling to go on a date with her, but simply didn't want to watch a movie. However, immediately afterward, she was a bit puzzled. Then Then what are we doing to go? It's so late. It seems like there's not much to do. Things. Not knowing what came to mind, Shinli Ji's tone suddenly weakened and lowered her head. That exquisite face was as if it was about to drip blood. Extraordinarily blushing. Fortunately, Jiang Yi did not notice the shy reaction of hers, but after a burst of feigned contemplation, he opened his mouth in a serious manner and said, "Let me take you to buy a watch." Hearing this, Shenli Gu, who had her head bowed in petulance, directly froze in place. Chapter 16, A Speech to Wake Up the Dreamer. No, I mean, let's go out shopping. At this time, a lot of malls should still be open. Looking at the small face filled with doubt, Jiang Yi hurriedly changed his words. Now the time is at most 7 or 8 p.m. It's the right time to be bustling. Going out for shopping and whatnot was most appropriate. Okay, then, I'll go change my clothes and put on some makeup. This time, Shenli Gu didn't think much about it. Nodding lightly, she turned around and ran back to her room. Very quickly. It was only a few minutes of work. The neatly dressed Shinli Gu then walked out of the room. At this time, her upper body changed into a white lace shirt, her lower garment was a wraparound skirt, and her black fine-heeled shoes had a few rhinestones embedded in them. On her hand, she was also holding a delicate handbag. A very simple outfit, but very beautiful. Long black hair like a waterfall was not bundled up, but scattered casually behind her, adding a bit of girl-next-door feeling to Shinli Gu. Looking at the girl who was walking along, what made Jiang Yi undeniable was, he was a little heartbroken. Ahem, let's go. He did not know whether it was because of a weak heart or because he was shy. Before Shinli Gu could walk in front of him, Jiang Yi hastily withdrew his gaze and turned around to open the door. The geographical location of Yashuan Orchid Court was quite favorable, almost located on the most prosperous section of Changhui district. Nearby, there were all kinds of shopping malls and stores. Therefore, there was no need to drive. After going downstairs and walking a few steps, one could reach the mall. To be honest, Jiang Yi is a relatively homely person. If he can't go out during the day, it is absolutely impossible for him to go out, especially in this kind of hot summer. It was even more so. This kind of thing, shopping, had nothing to do with him. On such a hot day, blowing air conditioning and playing games at home, didn't he smell good? However, when he came out to go shopping today, his mood was a bit different from the past. It wasn't because there was schoolgirl Shen by his side, but because that limited time 100 times rebate card really made him a bit torn, not knowing how to use it. As he watched the time slowly pass by, Jiang Yi was really a bit anxious. Buy something to eat for schoolgirl Shen? For example, ice cream, or fried yogurt or something? No, the pattern is small. An ice cream, fried yogurt or something? I'm afraid it's not even $100. At the most, $10 or $20. 100 times rebate is only a few thousand. It's too much of a loss to use it that way. Watching a movie too, can't rebate much. Then, let's find a 3-star Michelin restaurant and treat Mrs. Shen to a meal. A meal like that, thousands should still be no problem. 100 times the rebate. There are hundreds of thousands of it. The key problem is, he and schoolmistress Shen just had dinner. Not to mention schoolmistress Shen, even Jiang Yi himself doesn't have much of an appetite. So, how the hell should I use it? Walking in the crowded and bustling shopping mall, Jiang Yi looked at the glittering shopping mall, and for the first time, he felt that spending money on this matter was actually quite difficult. Fortunately, right at this moment, Shenli Gu, who was always silent because of her shyness, seemed to also feel that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. So in the middle of Jiang Yi's entanglement, she pointed to a camera store not far away that looked quite high-end. Jiang Yi, let's go to that digital store over there. CE, she's always used a cell phone for taking videos and stuff. It's her birthday in a few days. So, I want to buy her a normal camera. That way, the picture quality will be a little better when she takes videos and stuff in the future. After finding a topic, Shinli Gu didn't seem so shy. Lifting the broken hair beside her ear, her complexion returned to normal. Jiang Yi, who was in an incomparable state of entanglement, heard this and his eyes lit up violently. What does it mean to wake up the dreamer with a word? This is called Just now, he was also really confused, and had been obsessing over what kind of watch ring necklace and other luxuries to buy for schoolgirl Shen, so as to maximize the earnings of this 100 times rebate card in his hands. What I didn't realize was, in addition to luxury goods, some high-end digital products, the price is also not low. This is especially true for high-end technology products like DSLR cameras. Sometimes just a lens costs thousands. Buying 2 high-end DSLR cameras for schoolgirl Shen as a gift for her and Lin Si, and then buying a set of lenses. The amount of money spent would not necessarily be less than buying a designer watch or something, and it would be more than appropriate to use this system rewarded 100 times rebate card. Decided. Just buy the camera. Although his mood was a little excited. However, on the surface, Jiang Yi did not move, and only gently nodded his head. Seeing this, Xinli immediately excitedly pulled up Jiang Yi's hand and walked towards the digital store. Only after a few steps did she suddenly react. Her face fiercely reddened, and she hastily shook it off again. That, I didn't do it on purpose. After explaining twice with a red face, Xinli fled as if she was fleeing, quickly walking into the digital store. Looking at the departing shy schoolgirl, as well as the fluttering long black hair, Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel a ripple in his mood, and with a gentle smile, he quickly followed up. Hello, may I ask if you two are looking to purchase any cameras? Any functional needs? I can help you guys recommend a few good cameras. The digital product stores in the mall were always calm, and this one was no exception. Jiang Yi and Xinli had just walked in, when a young man who looked to be in his 20s, with a tinfoil perm on top, and a look that looked like a somewhat mental boy with a hangdog look, enthusiastically greeted him. Looking at that appearance, it seemed to be the waiter of this camera store. When his eyes saw Jiang Yi walking to the store, he didn't have much of a reaction. However, when he saw Xinli, who was closely following Jiang Yi, his eyes were filled with lewdness, but he couldn't help himself. But when he saw Jiang Yi's side, his eyes filled with lewdness, he couldn't help but stop on Xinli's body. On his face, an inexplicable smirk also surfaced with it. No need. I'll just take a look myself. Keenly catching the youth's unsuspecting gaze, Jiang Yi couldn't help but frown slightly as he took a step forward, directly blocking in front of Xinli's body. Some time ago, the system had just rewarded him with a divine-level shooting skill. Thus, he still knew a lot about cameras and whatnot, how to pick a camera, and what price point all these cameras were. He was also very clear. It was still completely fine to pick a camera or something on his own. Then, just take a look for yourselves. You can call me if you have any problems. The youth glanced at Jiang Yi, then at Xinli, and made a gesture of please. Chapter 17 Cameras to be bought by the set. This store was not particularly large. However, the types of cameras for sale are quite a lot, and there are all kinds of brands, from a few thousand micro-single cameras, to tens of thousands of SLRs. It can be said that there is everything, but the cheapest, but also to 5,000 up. There weren't any of those ordinary cameras that were a couple thousand out. Why are all these cameras so expensive? Looking at the price tags that didn't move at 4 digits, Xinli resentfully said. She obviously didn't know much about this aspect of photography. There wasn't much knowledge about the price of cameras either. Jiang Yi smiled and explained. These cameras are professional grade. Performance and quality are much better. The price will of course be much more expensive. But don't worry, I looked. There is nothing wrong with the price of these cameras. Even if it's expensive, it's not much more expensive than the official flagship store online. With that, he casually picked up a camera and fiddled with it, thanks to the divine photography skills rewarded by the system. Although Jiang Yi had never come into contact with something like a camera before, at this moment, he was comfortable using it, not rusty at all. Jiang Yi, you actually know photography? Xinli looked at Jiang Yi with skillful techniques and professional posture, and couldn't help but be surprised for a while. Well, it's just a hobby. Grinning, Jiang Yi raised the camera in front of his face, focused it, quickly adjusted the exposure and other various parameters, and aimed the lens at Xinli. The vast majority of the cameras in the store were in a switched-off state. However, there were some individual ones that were able to be turned on, and were equipped with a memory card that allowed them to take normal pictures. These cameras were mainly for the convenience of customers to try them out. At this moment, what Jiang Yi was holding in his hand was such a camera. Come on, girl, give the master a smile. After the camera was adjusted, Jiang Yi deliberately used a gangly tone and suddenly opened his mouth. Stop it. Xinli, who was planning to cover her face and avoid the camera, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard this. It was also at this moment that Jiang Yi quickly pressed the shutter. Ka-ching! With a light ringing sound, the electronic display of the digital camera left behind the smiling Xinli. The clarity of this camera isn't bad, and the functions aren't that complicated. It's definitely very suitable for people who are new to photography. How about it? Want to consider this one? After flipping around and fiddling with it for a few times, Jiang Yi handed the photos he had taken to Xinli, and opened his mouth to suggest. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of coming to this camera store, which was to use up the 100 rewarded by the system. No, it was to help Xinli choose a camera. This one? Xinli received the camera, looked at herself in the electronic display, and couldn't help but blush with a pretty face. It had to be said that Jiang Yi's shooting skills were, indeed, strong. The lighting inside the store was slightly dim. Logically speaking, the photos taken would also be a little dark. However, after he made some adjustments, the final shot of the school beauty was as if she was standing under the spotlight. Her pretty little face was filled with an intoxicatingly bright smile. The photos taken by this camera are indeed quite clear. Looking at the photos on the electronic display screen, Shinli-gu was immediately a little moved. Only after glancing at the price of this camera, she couldn't stop hesitating again. 18,888, equivalent to 4 or 5 months of her rent. This was definitely a price she could not accept. She had only just graduated not long ago, and although she did have some savings, it was still a bit too much for her to take this camera. Unable to do anything about it, Shinli-gu could only put back the camera in her hands. This is too expensive. Let's look at something else. Spitting out her tongue playfully, Shinli-gu laughed bitterly. This reaction was somewhat surprising to Jiang Yi. He originally would have thought that schoolgirl Shin would find some other excuse to shrug it off or something because of the face issue. Who would have thought that it would be so honest? However, it was because it was expensive that he picked this one. Camera body 18,000. Memory, batteries, lenses, shelves and other equipment to get a complete set. Almost 25,000 or so. This price in the camera is not cheap, but it's not expensive either. Used as a gift, just right. So, Jiang Yi directly took the camera, turned around and walked to the front desk. This model of camera should still be available in your store, right? I want 2 of them, lenses, batteries, memory and whatnot. Everything that should be matched. Right, I'll buy this prototype too. This camera thing, you have to buy them in sets. What wide-angle lens, standard lens, telephoto lens, directly all at once. The beautiful clerk at the front desk who was responsible for placing the order and checking out has obviously never seen a customer like Jiang Yi who buys the camera directly according to the set. After hearing Jiang Yi's words, she was directly dumbfounded on the spot. The 2 waiters who were chatting on the side were also dumbfounded. Shinli-gu, who had followed him over, was also directly confused, and hurriedly walked up and tugged on Jiang Yi's sleeve, muttering in a low voice, Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Why are you buying 3 sets of cameras? Although the words were said this way, Shinli-gu already had a guess in her heart, and her heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate a little. Jiang Yi turned his head and said in a serious manner, didn't you say that CE will have her birthday soon? 1 set is given to her as a birthday gift. There is another set, send you as a birthday gift. The remaining set, I'll keep for myself. Give me a birthday present? But my birthday is still 2 months away. Shinli-gu was a bit confused. Then, consider it as an early birthday gift to you. Jiang Yi looked like he was taking it for granted. At this time, the cashier in the store also came back to her senses and asked in a timid voice, hello customer, this model of camera, plus various lenses and whatnot, 3 sets straight away? Well, there's no need to change the memory of this prototype, just match all the other accessories. There shouldn't be any other people's photos in there, right? You can delete them if you have any. But, my girlfriend's photo should be kept for me. Gently nodding his head, Jiang Yi lightly said. That look was as if he had bought not 3 cameras that cost tens of thousands of dollars, but 3 egg pancakes, and by the way, he also shouted towards the boss to remember to add an egg for him. There are goods and goods. I'll place your order here. The front desk cashier nodded her head in a hurry and said excitedly. At the same time, she hurriedly lowered her head and operated the computer in front of her. Shinli-gu originally wanted to say something else, but Jiang Yi didn't even give her a chance to speak, so he made his decision, signed the order, and quickly settled the bill. A few moments later, 3 sets of packaged cameras, plus various accessories, were delivered to her and Jiang Yi. Chapter 1800 times rebate. 3 sets of cameras, plus various supporting equipment. With a discount, a total of $72,000 was spent. Right after Jiang Yi checked out, the system's voice immediately rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host made a valid consumption. Consumption amount, $72,000. Please ask if you are using the 100 times rebate card? Of course sure. Why else would he bring the schoolgirl here to buy a camera? And once he bought it, it was still 3 sets. Jiang Yi didn't have any hesitation and nodded silently in his mind. The next moment, the pleasant system beep sounded in his ears once again. Ding! 100 times rebate card used successfully. Host's effective consumption this time, 72. 500 renminbi. 100-fold rebate, 7. 250. 000 yuan. The system rewards have arrived. Please host check receipt. Friendly reminder, this system property rewards are reasonable and legal means of obtaining revenue. Will not attract anyone's attention. The host does not have to worry about rewards from unknown sources. Can rest assured that the use of. Jiang Yi touched out his searching cell phone and opened the bank app to take a look at the balance of his bank card, only to see in the asset display area a series of zeros. Extraordinarily shocking. Together with the 100,000 or so that he had saved from collecting rent before, the balance in his bank card was now around $7.25 million. Turning down the transfer records, just a minute ago, his bank card had indeed credited $7,250,000. In other words, the The series of zeros on his balance was real and valid, and it wasn't someone who had tampered with his account and changed the data to show it. This wave, blood money. Jiang Yi's heart was blossoming and he was high as a kite. According to this, being the richest man in the world or something, it really wasn't that difficult. After packing up, the two of them left the camera store. At first, the spiritual guy who was disdainful of Jiang Yi and recklessly sizing up Shinli-gu, looked at Jiang Yi's departing figure, and was directly dumbfounded on the spot. The expression on his face, not knowing whether it was shock or envy. After walking out of the camera store, Shinli-gu once again fell silent, not saying a word for half a day. The expression on her face was clearly somewhat abnormal. Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile and ask, "Schoolgirl Shun, what's wrong with you? It looks like coming out shopping with me seems to have made you very unhappy?" Shinli-gu hurriedly waved her hands. No, how could it? Of course I'm happy to go out shopping with you. Just, this camera is really too expensive. It's not a big deal for you to give it to CE as a birthday gift, but if you give it to me, forget it." Walking aside, Shinli-Ji's complexion dimmed a few points and lowered her head. If Jiang Yi had sent her a small gift of a few dozen, or a few $100s, she would have accepted it. But this set of cameras that cost around $20,000, she really couldn't accept it. She originally owed Jiang Yi a lot of favors, so how could she accept such an expensive gift? "I thought it was something big, so it's because of this? It's fine, just a broken camera, not a big deal. Didn't I just say it? Consider it an early birthday gift for you." Jiang Yi laughed with a big grin. If he were to put aside before a set of more than $20,000 of cameras, he would indeed feel that it was a bit expensive. But now, for him with $1 million fortune, $20,000 was nothing at all. What's more, the reason why he wanted to buy this camera for Schoolgirl Shun was not to give Schoolgirl Shun a gift or anything, but rather to take this opportunity to raise the amount of money spent a little bit more, so that he could get more rebates. To be honest, on the contrary, he should be the one to thank Shinli-gu. That won't work either. What kind of birthday gift is given in advance? Shinli-gu was a little hesitant. After spending a lot of time with Lin Si, she liked to take pictures of things when she was not doing anything. Buying a better camera had always been one of her dreams. Therefore, this set of cameras in her hands actually made her very moved. But in the end, she still chose to refuse. No merit, no reward. Lin Si had helped Jiang Yi publicize the house, and it was recently her birthday, so it was nothing to accept such an expensive gift. But she was the one who did nothing at most, pretending to be Jiang Yi's girlfriend, helping him get rid of a gold-digging woman's pestering, and then treating him to a meal? Wait, when he bought the camera just now, this guy seemed to tell the clerk that he was his girlfriend? Thinking of this, Shinli-Ji's pretty face reddened and she shyly lowered her head again. Jiang Yi didn't care that much. Seeing Shinli-Ji's stubborn appearance of resolutely not accepting his gift, he smiled gently and spoke. "How about this? You can accept these two sets of cameras. One set is a gift for you, and one set you give to CE. Don't be too busy to refuse. If you really feel embarrassed, in the future, 3 meals a day, I'll go to your place to dine. It just so happens that I'm too lazy to cook. What do you think? After all, I bought it all. I can't return it, right?" Shinli-gu froze, somewhat moved. It doesn't seem to be impossible. Anyway, she had to cook alone, so it was fine to do more. By the way, she can also return Jiang Yi's favor for helping her so much. Jiang Yi immediately clapped his hands. "Then it's settled. From now on, I will go to your place every day to dine with you." With a wave of his hand, Jiang Yi exclaimed in his heart that he was really too resourceful. Although Shinli-gu was still a bit torn, her heart was much more comfortable than just now. The two sets of cameras carried in her hands didn't feel as heavy. A conversation. Shinli-gu finally accepted Jiang Yi's gift. Then, the two of them casually strolled around the mall again. Although they didn't buy anything, the communication between the two was a lot more. Shinli-gu was even amused by Jiang Yi. The two looked as if they were like a sweet little couple. While wandering around, Jiang Yi can clearly feel that the passers-by, even if they are following their girlfriends out shopping together, they can't help but glance at Shinli-gu. Vaguely, some passers-by could also be heard talking. "Brothers, look, that girl is so pretty. Nice figure too. Is the one next to her his boyfriend? Envious." Hearing this, Shinli-gu shyly lowered her head and secretly glanced at Jiang Yi next to her. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, was indifferent. It was as if he didn't hear the whispered comments of those passers-by. After loitering for a while, it was almost 9 o'clock. Many stores in the mall started to close one after another. Only then did the two of them leave somewhat unfulfilled. After leaving the mall, the night outside was already deep. Under the bright street lights, the two talked and laughed as they walked side by side towards Yashinlanting. However, what neither of them expected was, just after arriving downstairs, a silhouette suddenly sprang out and stopped in front of them. "Ri-gu, where have you been this late? You didn't pick up even when you called." Chapter 19, remember to brush your teeth before going out. Borrowing from the slightly dim street light, Jiang Yi saw clearly the figure that suddenly came out from the side and stopped in front of him and Shinli-gu. It was a woman in her 30s or 40s, rather ordinary looking, wearing a professional outfit, feet stepping on a few centimeters of black high-heeled shoes, with black-rimmed glasses, long black hair bundled into a ball, tied behind the head. Looks like a pair of workplace strong female appearance, although Jiang Yi didn't recognize this woman, but from the words just now, it wasn't hard for him to guess that this woman was here to find Shinli-gu. This made him can't help but be a little puzzled. Looking at this appearance, this woman should be the leader of schoolgirl Shun? This big knight does not sleep. Come over to Feinchen School Flower to do what? Seeing the person who came, Shinli-gu was also quite surprised, her face full of unexpected colors. Sister Li, why are you here? Sincerely as Jiang Yi had guessed, this woman who suddenly stopped in front of them was indeed Shinli-Ji's leader. Her name was Li Yun. Hearing Shinli-Ji's voice that was full of surprise, on Li Yun's face, a few points of displeasure clearly surfaced. She did not answer Shinli-Ji's question, but pushed her eyes and questioned, what did you do so late at night? Called you and you didn't answer. And what does that mean? Want to work or not? If you don't want to do it, just hurry up and say so, then pack up and leave. Li Yun's tone was quite unkind, with a condescending look. That overbearing look was like a resentful woman who had lived in a deep room for a long time and had never been favored. Shinli-gu was immediately startled and timidly opened her mouth to say, I was just here with my friends when my cell phone went silent. What's the matter? Sister Li, is there something you're looking for me for? Is there something wrong at work? Normally, even after work, Shinli-gu wouldn't mute her cell phone. After all, sometimes after work, the company would also notify something. Only today, before Shinli-gu and Jiang Yi went out, she put her cell phone on mute. Who would have thought that things would be so coincidental? While she and Jiang Yi were out shopping, something happened at the company. Looking at Sister Li's appearance, it seems like it's quite urgent? Shinli-gu's mind pondered for a while, carefully recalling whether she had made any mistakes at work in the past 2 days. The result was that there wasn't. She had always been meticulous in her work, and she had completed all the work given to her by the company in a timely manner. Moreover, she had double-checked every job, so it was impossible for her to make any mistakes. So, what is this situation? Shinli-gu quietly looked at Li Yun, waiting for her reply. However, what she did not expect was, Li Yun, however, did not directly answer her question, but instead looked at Jiang Yi next to her with an unkind gaze. It was the kind of scowl that came from the social elite, towards those at the bottom of the social ladder. The gaze made a sweep, taking Jiang Yi's plain outfit into her eyes. Only then did Li Yun coldly smile, and in a cautionary tone, slowly opened her mouth. Friend, little Shen Sister Li will give you a word of advice. Young people, you should focus on your career. It's best to minimize hanging out with some unsavory hobos, lest it affect your future. Understand? If you have this time, why don't you go chat with Mr. Wu more often and make a good relationship, so that in the future, it will be a lot easier for you to get promoted. As she spoke, Li Yun did not forget to squeeze out a cold snort from between her noses, although she did not say anything more, but the meaning of it is already self-evident. After hearing these words, Jiang Yi, who was always silent, immediately understood. So this Sister Li suddenly appeared here, not running towards schoolgirl Shen, but running towards him? If he remembered correctly, there was a rich young man named Wu something who was pestering schoolgirl Shen. Was schoolgirl Shen's boss? So, the chief Wu that this Sister Li was talking about is that guy, right? All people have 3 points of fire. Jiang Yi is no exception. Being despised so much, he couldn't help but smile coldly. Raising his hand, he intended to throw the series of keys placed in the system space in front of him on the face of this strong woman in the workplace, using facts to tell her that even if he was lying down every day, he would still be able to earn more than her. But after thinking about it, it seemed that doing that would be a bit too ugly. It might even affect schoolgirl Shen's job. So Jiang Yi chose a euphemistic way to express his dissatisfaction. This lady, next time remember to brush your teeth before going out, okay? Otherwise, every word you say will make people think it stinks. By the way, I suggest that you go back to live 2,000 years ago. What era is it now that there are still people who would judge people based on their appearance? Don't you know that the grandpa who sweeps the floor by the side of the road could be sitting on dozens of sets of real estate? Although this sounded a little less than polite. However, Jiang Yi's tone was quite polite. It was as if he was genuinely making a suggestion. As he spoke, he also had a gentlemanly and polite smile on his face. This appearance fell in Li Yun's eyes, but it was indescribably mocking and underhanded. How do you talk to this person? Who is saying who stinks? What do you mean? You give me a clear explanation. Also, the roadside sweeper's grandfather has 10 sweets. What does it have to do with you? What? Do you want to say that you also have 10 sweets? Li Yun's voice jerked up a few points, hands clasped in front of her body, shouted loudly, like a scolding shrew. Thanks to the fact that it was around 10 o'clock at night, there weren't many people on the street. Otherwise, this voice of hers would have attracted the attention of many passers-by. Coincidentally, although the other party was the leader of schoolgirl Shun, Jiang Yi did not intend to hold his tongue on this. When he saw Li Yun's sharp and mean appearance, he heatedly smiled. Then he planned to use the most usual courage to tell this shrew-like woman in front of him that he also happened to really have 10 sweets, and it's still the Yashuan Orchid Court. Just, not waiting for him to finish his sentence, Shen Li Gu, who was on the side, suddenly interrupted him. Sister Li, Jiang Yi is my friend, please treat him with respect. Shen Li Gu frowned lightly, tilted her small face, and said with a strong attitude, being conversed with such an attitude by an employee under her. With such an attitude, Li Yun became furious, pointing at Shen Li Gu then shouted shrilly, show him some respect? With you? I'll tell you Shen Li Gu, the report you made yesterday went wrong, and Mr. Wu just called me to give me a bad scolding. Now you can either go back to the company and work overtime to fix that report, or you can pack up and get out. After the report is corrected and Mr. Wu is satisfied, you'll be qualified to talk to me like this. Understand? Li Yun looked as if she was certain of Shen Li Gu, her face filled with a cold smile. Hearing this, Jiang Yi also turned his head and looked over towards Shen Li Gu. If this matter were to be replaced by him, then he definitely couldn't endure it, and even if he didn't want to give up his job, he also wanted to fight with this woman in front of him to the end. But, he is not Shen Li Gu, also cannot make decisions for Shen Li Gu, so in the end how to do? Still have to Shen Li Gu own decision. However, as a friend, he could make his own suggestions to Shen Li Gu. Chapter 20 You're Mr. Wu's dog, right? Jiang Yi was going to turn his head and suggest that schoolgirl Shen should just quit this crappy job. Otherwise, there's no telling how much will happen in the future. After all, her boss was the rich second generation who was plotting against her. Just, not waiting for Jiang Yi to say something, Shen Li Gu then straightened her complexion and said in a serious tone, not to mention the fact that it's off-duty time now, and I have the right to refuse temporary overtime work. Just that statement from yesterday alone, there can't be any problems. I had double-checked it many times before submitting it, not to mention General Manager Wu. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I won't go back today. Shen Li Ji's attitude was quite resolute, and her speech was even more nonchalant. That tough stance, and the previous soft appearance, was actually a world of difference. Hearing these words, Jiang Yi couldn't help but look at Shen Li Gu rather unexpectedly. He really didn't think that schoolgirl Shen, who always spoke in a gentle voice and gave people a feeling of softness, would also have such tough moments. As for Li Yun on the side, after hearing these words from Shen Li Gu, she couldn't help but freeze in place. Only after a moment did she come back to her senses, pointing at Shen Li Gu with a trembling finger, saying, little Shen, what do you mean by this? Don't want to do it, right? Good. I'll call the personnel department and tell you to get lost. I don't know if I was scared by Shen Li Gu. Compared to before, Li Yun's aura was a lot weaker. However, her words, but the remaining power did not diminish, and she was official. Between words, she also took out her cell phone and made a gesture to dial the phone. Shen Li Gu did not stop her, but sneered, I won't hide it from you. I've already written the resignation report. Originally, I planned to handle the work at hand in the next 2 days before handing it over, but now, I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. At the same time, I will also post the matter of your company's leaders pestering the newcomers, or even abusing their power and trying to force the newcomers into submission, through reasonable means. Although it may not necessarily do anything, it's better than nothing. What's more, I will also apply for labor arbitration with the relevant departments to protect my legitimate rights and interests. Like an outburst, Shen Li Gu said a large paragraph in a row, and every sentence of this big paragraph, all have reason and strong attitude. Put originally still intend to say something Li Yun, directly to block half a day cannot hold a word. The cell phone that she pulled out was held in her hand for half a day, but she was also unable to dial out a call. Little Shen, I advise you to better calm down. I'm going to give you one last chance. Now go back to the company and get that statement corrected. Otherwise, it's not just our company. While dismissing you, I'll also inform a few other companies in Magic City to let them know just how bad your work attitude is. Humph. In the future, you want to find a decent job in Magic City? No way. Li Yun tried to threaten Shen Li Gu, but her tone was clearly no longer as tough as earlier, and instead, she was more than a little flustered. In fact, Li Yun was now truly flustered. Although she claimed that she wanted to dismiss Shen Li Gu, she didn't dare to do so at all. The exact opposite was true. The moment she heard that Shen Li was planning to resign, she was shocked. But it wasn't that Shen Li Gu had said that she would expose this matter and send it online or anything. but because she was worried that Shin Li-gu would get hot-headed and really resign. In that case, it would be a bit difficult for her. Nothing else. Simply because Shin Li-gu is the person that young Master Wu, that is, their Mr. Wu, has his eyes on, and the reason why she came over to find Shin Li-gu this time and asked her to go back to modify the report is that young Master Wu's intention. If she went back and told young Master Wu that she didn't call the person back to the company, but instead made the person quit and never come back to the company again, it would be impossible to deliver. It's not likely that young Master Wu will be unhappy and quit her directly. After all, there isn't a single person in the entire company who doesn't know about this matter. Therefore, at this moment, Li Yun can only think of ways to scare Shin Li-gu, so that she does not dare to resign. It had to be said that this threat of hers did play a role. After her words fell, Shin Li-ji's face obviously changed. She, who had been reasonable and unwilling to show weakness a moment ago, even fell into silence at this moment. There was no way. For an ordinary family, just graduated college students, looking for a job is really a very important thing, especially after spending a lot of money to rent a new house. Shin Li-ji's wallet is even more empty. As far as the current situation is concerned, even if she quits her job, she must find a new job as soon as possible, in order to continue to live in the Magic City, which is not a low-cost city. After another period of time, she might really not even be able to afford to eat. Shin Li-gu wasn't afraid of being fired. She was even ready to resign. However, if she was told that after resigning, it would be difficult to find a decent job in one of the few decent companies in Magic City, then this matter of resignation was something she needed to think about. Li Yun's this threat can be said to hit Shin Li-ji's soft underbelly. Seeing Shin Li-gu hesitation, Li Yun knew that there is a game, a cold smile in his heart, and quickly continued to open his mouth and said, Xiao Shana, listen to Sister Li, a word of advice. Our company in the entire Magic City are ranked ahead of the big companies, with how the energy, think you should also be clear. As long as you work well, the future will be able to soar. After all, Mr. Wu has taken such good care of you, but if you leave our company, you really won't be able to find such a good job in the future, and get such a high salary. Nowadays, in this society, the pressure of employment is so great that you should be clear about it. What about the words? Sister Li said to this point. As for how in the end, not waiting for Li Yun to finish her sentence, Jiang Yi, who had been silent for a while, finally looked on a bit and opened his mouth to interrupt. Yo, what job are so promising? Same as you, being a loyal dog for that Mr. Wu of yours. I'm sorry, schoolgirl Shun. According to reason, this matter involves your work. I shouldn't intervene. But, I really can't stand this woman. What the hell is a corporate level sisterly? How come it's the same as that Chief Wu's a dog? And it also made it impossible for schoolgirl Shun to find a good job in Magic City anymore. Oh, Miss Shun, I have a job here that's just missing. I wonder if you're interested. If you're willing to come, your monthly salary will start at $10,000. And if you're not satisfied, you can still negotiate. Chapter 21, He has 10 suites. Jiang Yi wasn't joking with Shin Li-gu. He was about to rent out all 10 suites in Yashuan Orchid Court. What rewards the system would give after that again, he wasn't sure. But, so far, he had earned quite a few points by completing system tasks. He definitely wouldn't just leave these points unused. So his next plan was to use the points he already had to exchange some of the more promising assets for rent inside the system mall. For example, redeeming him for a couple dozen more suites? Or directly redeem a piece of stores? In short, let these nebulous points turn into small, real money that could be touched. Therefore, in the next period of time, he was afraid that he would be busy to the point of anxiety for the matter of renting. When hundreds of houses, or dozens of stores, plus now this 10 suites, just to collect rent, he would have to headache. In this case, recruiting a small assistant, obviously still very necessary. Although the system stipulated that the house could not be handed over to an agent to rent out, it did not say that Jiang Yi was not allowed to recruit someone on his own to help him complete the work of collecting rents and renting out together. It just so happened that now that schoolgirl Shin was planning to resign again, he and schoolgirl Shin had also been in contact for some time, and he was considered to have a better understanding of her, and was able to trust her, so recruiting her as an assistant was just the right thing to do. On the other side, hearing Jiang Yi's words, both Shin Li-gu and Li Yun were stunned, especially Shin Li-gu. Those beautiful eyes were filled with unexpected colors. Just without waiting for her to open her mouth to say something, Li Yun on the side first strangely shouted, "Young people nowadays, yo, don't they even brag anymore? Just like you don't even have a job yourself, and you still have the ability to provide Xiao Shun with a job that pays over $10,000 a month? Ha, really want to laugh me to death. You also do not take a piss and look in the mirror to see your words Xiao Shun will believe?" The words fell. Shin Li-gu had a firm face and said, "I believe it." Li Yun, who was sneering, immediately choked there. She somewhat didn't quite understand why Shinli-gu would believe the nonsense of this young man in front of her. However, she still tried to open her mouth to persuade Shinli-gu. Little Shin, are you stupid? This guy is at most like you. Just graduated from college. He himself probably hasn't found a job yet. Where can he go to find you a good job with a monthly salary of over $10,000? Or even renegotiable? Are you kidding? Some of our company's old employees, the salary is not even $10,000 a month. If he's really capable of this, then how can he still wear such rags? Don't be fooled. Shin, if you can't find a job, you'll regret it. Li Yun had a bitter look on her face. It looked as if she was really thinking about Shinli-gu. However, in reality, it was just trying to dispel Shinli-ji's idea of quitting. Unbeknownst to her, even without Jiang Yi opening her mouth, Shinli-gu had already made her decision. Sister Li, I don't have anything to pack at the company. Starting tomorrow, I won't be going to the company. As for the resignation report, I'll send it by email. If there's nothing else, please go back and leave me alone. Right, I forgot to tell you. Shinli-gu suddenly turned her head, a smile on her face as she slowly spoke. You were right just now. This friend of mine, he really doesn't have a job. He's a hobo. But, he has 10 suites in this Yi County Orchid Court. Saying that, with a toss of her head, Shinli-gu turned around and left. The long black hair fluttered in the night, actually having an indescribable sense of coolness. Ugh, so annoying. Lying still every day can make money. I'm a hobo. I'm really miserable. Jiang Yi shook his head and laughed softly. With a disdainful look, he glanced at Li Yun and also turned away with it. A light breeze blew by. Li Yun stood dumbfounded in the night color, looking at the two departing figures, her face turning green and white for a while. Only after a long time, she angrily gritted her teeth, coldly snorted, and turned to leave. Vaguely, a curse filled with sourness seemed to come from the wind. Ha! I said, how did this girl suddenly become so bold? She dared to throw her face at General Manager Wu, and even planned to resign. So it turns out, is found a new rich second-generation evening TSK, some women really is. Who? The words had not yet had time to finish. Behind her, there was suddenly a whistling sound of wind. Immediately after, before Li Yun could react to what was going on, she felt a huge force suddenly come from behind, pushing her body to fly out directly. And then, touch, she fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times in a row before she came to a lousy stop. It hurts. Who was it? What just hit old me? Bewildered, Li Yun climbed up from the ground, turned her head and looked behind her. What she saw was a hazy night color. Other than that, there was nothing else. At the same time, on the other side, Jiang Yi, who rushed into the elevator, muttered in his heart. Ever since obtaining the divine fighting skill, his own physical quality seemed to have improved a lot. Speed, strength, and even hearing and eyesight have all increased a lot. At least running was faster than just now. While muttering, Shen Ligay turned her head and asked suspiciously, Jiang Yi, what did you just do? Was there something you forgot outside? Or did something happen? Jiang Yi waved his hand in a carefree manner and said, nothing, just, go and remind certain people to keep their mouths clean when they speak. Otherwise, but it will be retribution. Pressing the elevator, Shinligu turned her head and stared at Jiang Yi for several times, although she didn't know what Jiang Yi had just done. After listening to Jiang Yi's words, her heart guessed a generalization. Inexplicably, Shinligu actually suddenly felt her nose a little sour. Her family condition was not good. At most it could only be considered an ordinary family. Therefore, after graduating from university, she came out to fight alone. The beautiful appearance, instead of bringing her too much convenience, on the contrary, it became a burden, always giving her unnecessary trouble. All along, no one has ever helped her. Jiang Yi was the first person who had come from the bottom of his heart and considered for her. This made her can't help but be very touched. At the same time, she felt somewhat aggrieved, secretly rubbing the corners of her eyes. Shenligu glanced at Jiang Yi and gently spat out 3 words. Thank you, Jiang Yi. Chapter 22. I'm not in that kind of relationship with him. Thank me for what? For helping you lose your job? That's no need to be polite. Jiang Yi looked at Shinligu, a few flirtatious smiles surfacing on his face. All along, schoolmistress Shin had always given him the impression of being soft, like she had no temper. Unexpectedly, schoolmistress Shin actually had such a tough and rigid side as well. Tonight, it had really surprised him. However, immediately afterward, Jiang Yi could not help but slightly froze, because it suddenly occurred to him that the reason why schoolmistress Shin would suddenly change her attitude and be so tough on that Sister Lee seemed to be because Sister Lee had insulted him. Schoolflower Shin's anger was actually because of him? She couldn't possibly be fond of herself, could she? Looking at Schoolflower Shin, who was standing beside him with her head bowed, Jiang Yi's mind appeared one of the 3 biggest illusions in life. She seems to like me. No, It's not possible. Himself and Shin Schoolflower usually have no contact at all. In the past in the school, it is impossible to have any intersection of the two people. How could Shin Schoolflower like him, this kind of ordinary people? Illusion, all is just an illusion. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Yi's heart, which had just caused a ripple, calmed down. Yeah, thank you for helping me lose my job. If it wasn't for you, I probably really wouldn't have quit this job that made me feel so tired. Right, you. Seeing Jiang Yi joking with himself, Shen Ligay also relaxed. The lost look on her face disappeared and she smiled as she chatted with Jiang Yi. Just before she could open her mouth to say something, a crisp voice interrupted her. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, and Shen Ligu arrived at the floor she lived on. Here it is, schoolgirl Shun. Then, good night? Jiang Yi made a pleased gesture in a gentlemanly manner, gesturing towards the outside of the elevator. Well, good night, be careful on your way back. Shen Ligay originally seemed to want to say something else, but after a burst of swallowing, she ultimately failed to speak, and merely smiled sweetly at Jiang Yi, gently nodded, and turned around to walk out of the elevator. That figure seemed to be a bit lonely, and also seemed to be a bit lonely. By the way, schoolgirl Shun, about the matter of the job I mentioned, I'll call and contact you tomorrow, or come over to you to discuss it specifically. Just wait for my news. Don't worry, ha. Looking at that back, Jiang Yi suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. When Shen Ligu, who was about to walk around the corner and open the door to go home, heard these words, her body instantly trembled gently, and an incredulous look surfaced on her face, her eyes widening as she turned her head to look over towards Jiang Yi. But unfortunately, what she saw was only an elevator door that had already closed. He wasn't joking with me? Rather, he really intends to help me find a job? It's even possible. It's really like he said, or a good job? Standing frozen in place for a while, it was only then that Shin Ligu, rather surprised, muttered. Just at this time, next door to the apartment door but suddenly opened, a figure dog Sneaky poked out his head, looked toward the frozen in the elevator entrance corner of Shin Ligu, curiously asked, Work? What work? That voice just now, it seems to be that darned bastard's? Ha? Schoolmate Shin, where have you been? It looks like you just came back from shopping? Can't it be that you and that damnable bastard the one who lived next door to Shen Ligu was none other than Yi Xiao, who was 1 year older than them. The soundproofing effect of the house in Yashuan Orchid Court was still very good, but just now, Yi Xin happened to pass by the front door of the room, and happened to hear the sound of Jiang Yi shouting just now, so she couldn't help but open the door in curiosity, wanting to come out to see what was going on. By the way, she tried to ask Jiang Yi to borrow some money or something. Who would have thought that she didn't see Jiang Yi's figure, but instead saw Shin Ligu, who was carrying a big bag in her hand, standing frozen in the aisle. Looking at that look, Shin Ligu seems to be. She had just returned from a shopping trip with her boyfriend. So, Yi Xiao was hard not to misunderstand something. However, she didn't wait for her to open her mouth to ask something else. Shin Ligu then blushed and hurriedly waved her hand towards her. No, I just went out and came back. Yi Xin's senior sister. Don't misunderstand. I'm not in the kind of relationship with him that you think. Then, it's getting late. Yi's senior sister should rest early. Good night. I'll go back first. The words fell. Shin Ligu then quickly pulled out her keys and rushed back into her room. That agile movement was like flowing clouds in water, all in one go. Bewildered, he looked at Shin Ligu, who hurriedly ran away. Yi Xiao, who poked her head out of the room, couldn't help but be bewildered for a while. It's not the kind of relationship with him that I thought. What situation? I didn't say anything. At the same time, on the other side, in the elevator that had already closed the door, Jiang Yi, however, couldn't help but gently sigh. Between shaking his head and smiling bitterly, he reached out his hand and pressed the button for the first floor. Although he had 10 houses in this Yashuan Orchid Court, but the task given by the system was to rent out these 10 suites. 10 suites, all rented out. Therefore, the current him did not move to this side of Yashuan Orchid Court to live, but still lived in the small broken rental house that he rented himself before. In other words, after sending schoolgirl Shin home, he still had to drive back on his own, even though there were still 2 empty houses that hadn't been rented out nowadays, and the furniture and other things were very complete, and he could barely be considered able to rest for a night in this Yashuan Orchid Court tonight. But that house was going to be rented out in the end, and it seemed a bit inappropriate for him, the landlord, to live there for 1 night first. Forget it, just go back. There's a car anyway. It won't take much time. It just so happens that tomorrow I'll talk to the landlord and return the house, then find a better house to live in. No matter what, Little Master is also a rich man now. There's no need to condescend yourself to live inside a small broken rental house. It's completely possible to spend your own money to rent, or buy a house, and live on this side of the Yashuan Orchid Court. When the time comes to rent out the house, help the tenants to complete their tasks, collect the rent and whatnot. It's also a bit more convenient. Walking out from the elevator, Jiang Yi muttered silently in his mind. This wave of 100 times rebate cards tonight. He had earned a full $7 million, together with the rent he had collected earlier. The funds in his hand now amounted to nearly $7.5 million. It was still completely enough to buy a house in Yashuan Orchid Court. The house rewarded by the system wasn't allowed to be lived in and had to be rented out. But the house he bought himself, couldn't he still live in it? Chapter 23, Rent collecting counts as a hobo? The night was already deep. After Jiang Yi parked his car, he touched the darkness and jogged all the way into the neighborhood. The house he rented was in this dilapidated old neighborhood. Although there were streetlights in the neighborhood, they were more like decorations, and hadn't been lit since he moved in a few months ago. Once it was night, the whole neighborhood could only be described as out of sight, out of mind. Rent seems to be due, right? It's almost time to get ready to move. Now that he was considered to have million-dollar assets, even buying a house in Magic City wasn't a difficult task. What's more, he was about to complete the task of renting a house, and he would be rewarded with a villa at that time. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi's mood also relaxed a lot. Suddenly, a fragrant wind came. Immediately after that, there was a muffled humming sound. Touch. Jiang Yi was able to clearly feel that there seemed to be a soft body that had suddenly crashed into his arms when he was caught off guard. Along with that, there was also a panicked cry. Ouch! Not waiting for him to return to his senses to find out what exactly had happened, a soft hand subconsciously gripped his arm, and then, the person pulled his arm and then brought him down towards the back. It was good that Jiang Yi had quick reflexes. He quickly took a step backward and stabilized himself. Then he reached out his hand and gently assisted the figure that crashed into his arms, allowing the other person to avoid falling as well. Are you alright? Sorry, it's too dark. Didn't see anyone running over from the opposite side. Jiang Yi smiled gently and said with some embarrassment. Just now, if he wasn't distracted by his thoughts, if there was someone running over from the opposite side, he should have been able to see clearly, but unfortunately, he hadn't paid much attention to the front just now. Thus, this was the cause of the car accident. With the effort of talking, through the weak light, Jiang Yi did not move and looked at the person who had collided with him. It was a woman. It looked like she shouldn't be very old, at most in her early 20s. The night was too dark. Jiang Yi was not able to see the woman's appearance clearly. He could only see a generalization, but it was enough to see that the woman seemed to be quite beautiful, with a head of long black hair tied into a long ponytail, bundled behind her head. What the woman was wearing was a rather simple black sports undershirt, and a pair of pure black, rather tight sports pants. Looking at that look, the woman seemed to be out for a run? Jiang Yi couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. It's not that he can't understand the matter of running at night, he just can't understand why someone would run in a dark place, wearing all black, and not opening the flashlight function of the cell phone. This to the nightstand, almost in the night to become one. Not to mention that he had just been distracted by other things. Even if he hadn't been distracted, he probably wouldn't have been able to see her ahead of time and would have collided with this woman. I'm fine. Are you okay too? Sorry, I didn't see you just now either. Are you out running too? Fortunately, the woman who collided with him didn't force her words and look as if she was treating herself as a victim. Instead, she was very polite and concerned about Jiang Yi. By the way, she also asked if Jiang Yi was out for a run just like her. Hearing this, Jiang Yi hastily shook his head. No, I'm just going home. What a joke. He didn't have that kind of leisure when he came out to run at this late hour. If he had that kind of time, he'd rather lie on the couch at home watching TV and playing with his cell phone. So, sorry about just now, haha. I'll continue running. Seeing that Jiang Yi was not someone who shared the same hobbies as herself, that woman seemed to be smiling gently towards Jiang Yi. Then, with a surprisingly careless look, she turned around and continued running. The fragrant wind blew. The woman's figure quickly disappeared into the night, leaving behind a dumbfounded Jiang Yi. He stood frozen in place. The moment he just bumped into someone, he was ready to tangle with them and reason with them. Who would have thought that? This woman who bumped into him was even more arrogant than him. It's kind of interesting. Shaking his head, Jiang Yi didn't put this matter on his mind and turned around to go home. Only just after taking a step, he realized that he seemed to have stepped on something. This is a wallet? Bending down, he picked up the thing he stepped on under his feet. Jiang Yi then realized that the thing on the ground that he had stepped on was not some strange item, but a pink wallet that looked girly. The wallet did not contain much less a large amount of cash. Other than some odd bits of change, it was some identification. When thinking about what had just happened, it was self-evident who the owner of this wallet was. Hey, your money. Jiang Yi hurriedly turned his head, wanting to call out to the woman he had just collided with so that he could return her wallet to her. However, unfortunately, the woman had long since disappeared in the vastness of the night. Running pretty fast. Forget it, I'll take it first. Wait for tomorrow during the day and then find a way to return it to her. Anyway, this neighborhood is not big. It's still quite easy to find someone. Sighing helplessly, Jiang Yi turned around and left. A few moments later, Jiang Yi climbed up to the third floor in the dark. In a soft ringing of keys, Jiang Yi opened the door of the rented house he had lived in for almost a year. What he didn't expect was that without waiting for him to walk into the house, a snarky voice then came from behind him. Today is the end of the month. Why hasn't your rent called me yet? This house you still can't live. Don't pay the rent on time. I'll find someone to throw your stuff out tomorrow. Look at you. You haven't found a job, have you? I require stable tenants here. If you're a hobo, get out before it's too late. A middle-aged woman wearing a floral nightgown, looking almost 40 years old, with her hands wrapped in front of her body, her face full of disdain, walked in from outside. This woman was no other than Jiang Yi's landlord. The house that Jiang Yi rented had 3 houses on each floor. He lives in the east side of the 3rd floor. His landlord's family is living on the west side of the 3rd floor. Weekdays are considered to be head up to see the neighbors. The house is a little old. The sound insulation effect is not good. Therefore, perhaps after hearing the footsteps of Jiang Yi when he came back up the stairs, his landlord came to the door. To be honest, this makes Jiang Yi quite surprised. Looking at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. So, this landlord of his was specifically waiting for him? Gently smiling, Jiang Yi ignored the landlord's cynicism and said, "If I remember correctly, the time to pay the rent is the 15th. It's clearly written on the contract, but it's fine. I'm no longer prepared to continue living in this house." Chapter 24, Rich is Tough. Don't live anymore? I think you just don't have the money to pay the rent. If you can't pay the rent, pack up your things and get out tomorrow. When the landlady heard this, it was as if she had heard some kind of joke, and her face was filled with snickers. "You give me the deposit. I'll leave tomorrow." Jiang Yi also had no interest in wasting more words with this big mom. Since the big mom was going to breach the contract and make him move out early, she would have to bear the cost of breaching the contract. Nowadays, apart from paying rent for a rented room, you have to pay an extra month's rent as a deposit. The landlord will also return the deposit when you check out, sort of a measure to protect the house from damage. When Jiang Yi first rented this house, he also paid a month's deposit. However, what Jiang Yi never expected was that when he heard his words, the landlord was raising his eyebrows, his mouth crossed, looked at him with his nostrils, and coldly snorted in disdain. "He, still refunding your deposit? Are you dreaming? Look at what this house of mine has made you live in. The refrigerator, washing machine, sofa, they're all old by you. Don't even think about the deposit. I'm lucky I don't ask you for money. Since you're not renting, then you can just pack up and leave tomorrow. It just so happens that I'm also planning to sell this house. It's just as well that you're not renting it," the landlord said with a cold smile, his face filled with contempt. That look, it was as if the face was filled with stark contempt. This was indeed the case. This landlord's son was almost the same age as Jiang Yi. He had also just graduated from university and had found a good job. Therefore, the landlord had been bragging about her son with the neighbors. While bragging, she did not forget to show her contempt for Jiang Yi, who was a laborer renting a room in the suburbs. For the landlord's cynicism, Jiang Yi said that he had long gotten used to it. That's why he could endure the landlord's mockery of him just now. But, mockery was mockery. He said it didn't matter. But wanting to swallow his money, that was asking for his life. Not returning the deposit? Jiang Yi immediately frowned and said in a cold voice, "Nonsense. After I rented this house of yours, I never stayed at home during the day. All the appliances, I just use them normally. Not to mention, your furniture is supposed to be old. Moreover, I rented the room in the middle of the month, but you're now asking me to pay the rent half a month in advance. So if you really want to do the math, I'm still able to live here for at least half a month now. So what makes you want to move out tomorrow?" If he were to put it aside before, Jiang Yi definitely wouldn't dare to be so forceful in his attitude. At the most, he would just be nice and talk to the landlord to get her to return the deposit to him. But now, even if he were to tear his face off with the landlord, and fight with the landlord because of this 1 or 2,000 deposit, he would definitely not hold his tongue. To have money is to be tough. Seeing Jiang Yi being so strong, the landlord got a little nervous. She stares at Jiang Yi, her face is a shade of red and white. After holding her tongue for half a day, she spits out a sentence. "This house is mine. I have the final say. Do you want me to show you the rental contract? If you're forceful enough to break the contract, you'll even have to compensate me for double the deposit. If you're free, I don't mind finding a lawyer to have a good chat with you." Jiang Yi knew that he couldn't back down a bit from this kind of unreasonable person. "What lawyer?" Across the door, a man walked out, naked and wearing only a pair of pants. This man was the son of the landlord's aunt, and looked to have been attracted by the noise. Xiao Bao. This man is unreasonable, doesn't pay rent and says he wants a lawyer. Seeing someone backing her up, the landlord's aunt immediately became godly again. Yo, isn't this Boss Jiang? How come you graduated from a prestigious university and can't even find a job? Do you want me to introduce to you? Our company happens to be recruiting a few security guards, food and accommodation included. When this kid opened his mouth, it stunk a lot more than his mom. Finished? Tomorrow the lawyer will come over to talk to you about the refund of the deposit. Now I'm going to rest. Jiang Yi put on a flat smile on his face. There was no need for him to get to know this kind of mad dog. After all, he could earn much more than this kind of stupid dog in a month now. After saying this, he slammed the door of his room shut with his backhand, shutting that mother and son out. After taking a bath, Jiang Yi laid on the bed and opened the system. Host, Jiang Yi. Level, LV2. Assets, 7656. 680 yuan. Rental task, completion progress 8/10 sets, remaining time 48 hours. Looking at the time that was still counting down, Jiang Yi wasn't nervous in his heart. His remaining 2 houses had all been booked, with an appointment to sign the contract tomorrow. However, he turned his hand and opened the system mall. Looking at the points in the upper right corner, he couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. The system points and the cash he had acquired through the system missions were on a 1-to-1 basis. Tonight, he went out shopping with schoolgirl Shen and directly earned $7 million with the 100 times rebate card, and accordingly, he gained 7 million points in the system mall. The system mall was not a bank, and points were even less of a deposit. Just putting them there and not using them wouldn't bring Jiang Yi any profit at all. Therefore, the next thing that Jiang Yi planned to do, besides renting out all of the 10 houses in his hand and completing the task given to him by the system, there was still one more thing to do, which was to utilize the 7 million points in his hand and exchange them for new assets in the system mall. After strolling around for a while, he selected a layer of Commercial Plaza. This mall was located in the Central District, the actual CBD center of Magic City. None of the stores opened there were luxury goods, and this was also an important place to hold up the city's GDP, worth 7.5 million points. It was also the highest-end real estate that Jiang Yi was able to exchange now. Swoosh! With the sound effect of zeroing out the points, Jiang Yi had a whole 30 more sets of stores under his name, and a big string of keys and red house book appeared on his bedside. Wait, forgot to get myself a new apartment to live in. Jiang Yi looked at the things at his bedside, and only then did he react to the fact that he had to prepare to move. Forget it. The big deal is that after signing the contract tomorrow, he'll go and see if the villa rewarded by the mission can be lived in. After doing this, Jiang Yi fell into a deep sleep. Ding ding ding. Early in the morning, the call about Jiang Yi signing the contract came in. Sorry, I forgot to set my alarm. Come over now. Wait for me for 10 minutes. He was already changing his shoes. The other tenant had just rushed him. Right, 6,000 a month. 1-year lease. Jiang Yi pushed open the door and walked out, jogging down the stairs. In the hallway, the landlord's aunt was buying ribs and coming back. Hearing this conversation from Jiang Yi, looking at Jiang Yi's distant back, she murmured disdainfully, "Ha, so he went to work as an agent. No wonder he mumbled about moving out." Chapter 25 New Mission, Target 100 million. Yashuan Orchid Court. It's really so lucky to be able to rent such a nice house. A pair of girlfriends opened their mouths to thank them. I wish you all a happy life. Jiang Yi smiled and said goodbye. The contract for the last set of houses had also been signed. The moment the bank cards had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of renting a house and obtaining a villa in Half Moon Bay. Inside the elevator room, Jiang Yi extracted the key and housebook from the system warehouse. Half Moon Bay was located on Qingxi Road in Nanning District, the most famous rich area in Magic City. This villa area covered an area of about 31,200 square meters, with 25 villas built, each of which covered an area of up to 800 square meters or more. But to Jiang Yi, a single villa was no longer worth his surprise. What he was more concerned about was what the system's next mission was, and what the reward would be. New mission opens. Please earn $100 million within 1 month. Mission successful. Raise level to LV10. Unlock new features of the system. Oh, that means this is the last mission of the novice period. Jiang Yi was a bit surprised. He also remembered that as long as he passed through the novice period, then the system wouldn't be unbound. Only, is this really set a small goal? Earn $100 million first? Ding! The elevator reached the 26th floor. After the door opened, Jiang Yi walked out. Since he had come to Yashuan Orchid Court, he was in a good position to discuss things about his work with Shenli Gu. He just pressed the doorbell, and the next second, the door was opened. Standing inside the door, Shenli Gu was spreading her hair and wearing a long cotton dress. Although there was no makeup on her face, she could tell that she had rubbed some lipstick, and those lips looked very moisturized. Who is it? Early in the morning? Another voice came out from inside the door, followed by a girl in a short floral dress running over. Yikes! Jiang da handsome. After seeing Jiang Yi, she took another bite of the bread in her hand. Inside the half-open door of the room, the aroma of baked bread came out. It looked like this guy had come up to rub his nose in it. Come in first. Shinligu also hurriedly let Jiang Yi enter the door. Inside the room, it was filled with a cozy atmosphere. Jiang Yi changed his slippers and sat down on the sofa. Shinligu went to the kitchen and then brought a cup of milk out. You didn't eat breakfast, right? I baked bread. Do you want to try? The girl handed over the milk and asked gently. Good. Jiang Yi was also a bit greedy after smelling the flavor of the bread. Say, why did you also come to rub your nose in the food? Jiang da handsome? Lin Si asked with a hint of ambiguity on her face, and her small eyes even glanced at Shinligu from time to time. Shinligu could only bury her head in her own bowl of oats. She couldn't tell Lin Si what happened last night. Dabbling is nothing. After all, Li Gu is already considered my person. Jiang Yi nibbled on the bread. This bread also smelled too good, slathered with a thin layer of butter, and had an excellent flavor when heated. Shinligu heard this and raised her head violently. Cough cough cough. You too this. Progressing at breakneck speed, Lin Si was even more shocked, and the milk almost spewed out. Those lovely almond eyes were even more filled with sultriness after looking at Jiang Yi. Don't think too much, Jiang Yi. Explain. Shinligu hurriedly tried to explain. I want Ligue to come to work for me. Being my employee, doesn't that make her my person? Jiang Yi said leisurely. Work? Help you collect rent? Lin Si froze, but also quickly reacted. She had also known about Shinligu's departure last night. After all, the two were BFFs. But, Shinligu hadn't told her that she was going to work for Jiang Yi. And didn't Jiang Yi only have 10 sweets? This still needs someone to help? You're too lazy, aren't you? Just these 10 sweets and you still want Ligue to help you collect rent? She opened her mouth to spit out a sentence. Oh, who said I only have these 10 sweets to collect rent? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow when he heard this. After hearing this, both girls became a little curious. I just recently collected 30 sweets of stores, and they all need to be rented out as well. So I happen to be short of an assistant. Jiang Yi also didn't hide anything and directly said the words out. 30 sets. Shops. Lin Si roared. The sound was close to toppling the ceiling of this apartment. Although Shinligu indicated that she was still calm, she was also very frantic inside. No wonder. Yesterday, Jiang Yi easily offered her a monthly salary of $10,000. In Magic City, a set of stores would be enough for her to work hard for the rest of her life. Well, salary and treatment are good to talk about. As for the workplace, Jiang Yi was in deep thought. Although he needed someone to help him take care of his finances and carry out rent promotion, it seemed like a bit of a waste to open a company right now. There's a place that's suitable. I'll take you to see it? He suddenly remembered the new key in his pocket, and it just so happened that he hadn't gone to see the villa, so why not go and take a look at it first? And if it's suitable, then he'll set his workplace there first. There was plenty of room anyway. The villa was huge, and it was a bit empty for him to live alone. The amount of information was a bit large for a moment. Shinligu was a bit confused at this time. On the contrary, it was Lin Si on the side. With an excited look on her face, she immediately dropped the slices of bread in her hand and opened her mouth to say, take me a chant. Okay. Jiang Yi didn't mind. One more person could also add to the popularity of his new house. After deciding to go out, Shinligu also went to change her clothes and was about to go out when the door to her room was knocked. Do you have nail clippers? Opening the door, the person standing outside was Yi Xiao. Yes, I'll get them for you. Shinligu was obviously used to it. After all, Yi Xin's home had almost nothing. From time to time, she would come to the door and ask her to borrow some small objects. When she turned to enter, Yi Xin, who was standing in the doorway, smelled the aroma of bread and poked her head in to take a look. There are quite a lot of people. School sister Yi. Seeing Yi Xin, Lin Si directly jumped over. At this time, Shinligu also brought over the nail clippers. The three of them were also ready to go out. But Lin Si thought of something, hugged Yi Xiao and opened her mouth. Senior sister Yi, we are going to go to Jiang Yi's company to take a look. Do you want to go together? Company? This cheapskate could even open a company? A trace of curiosity surfaced on Yi Xiao's face. Let's go. Go and take a look together? Lin Si invited. Okay. Yi Xin turned her head to look at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi sighed. He didn't expect the people going to the villa to instantly become three. Coming downstairs, an awkward scene appeared. Jiang Yi's Koenigsegg only had 2 seats, and if Jiang Yi drove, he could only bring one person with him. How are we going to get there? Jiang Yi turned around. He looked at the 3 girls who were chatting happily and asked this. Chapter 26, Crazy, 100,000 a year maintenance fee? Jiang da handsome, take me with you. I want to take another ride. He. Lin Si smiled and prepared to run towards the car. Without thinking, she was suddenly pulled by Shenli Gu. "We can take a taxi there," Shenli Gu said, and even looked at Lin Ce with a threatening look. Within those eyes, it was as if there was also a small trace of jealousy. Lin Ce immediately understood and obediently shut her mouth. "Good, then I'll send you the address." After sending the address, Jiang Yi also got into his sports car. The passenger door was opened. Afterward, a large white leg stepped in. Yi Xiao lowered her head and pressed her cell phone, pulling the car door closed. Her movements were very skillful, as if the car was hers. "Why aren't you with them?" Jiang Yi started the car and opened his mouth to ask. "I don't want to take a cab. It smells," Yi Xiao said petulantly. "Princess disease." Jiang Yi silently spat out a sentence in his heart, and then drove the car away from Yaxian Orchid Court. Nanning District wasn't far away, and after driving for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Yi Xiao, who was sitting in the co-pilot, froze after raising her head, then looked at Jiang Yi with a skeptical face. "How could your company be here?" Those beautiful eyes were filled with a look of surprise. This was the topmost villa area in Nanning District, and the houses here were almost all priced out of the market. "Can't say it's a company. It's just that I bought a villa and came to see if I can work." Jiang Yi held the steering wheel and replied indifferently. After entering the villa, it took another 3 minutes of driving before he stopped in front of his villa, recognizing his license plate. The villa's gate opened and he parked his sports car in a parking space in the courtyard. "You actually bought a villa in Half Moon Bay?" Yi Xiao sighed as she held onto the car door. She used to love the townhouse villas on this side of Half Moon Bay, but it was a pity that she had never been able to buy one. After all, this part of Nanning District itself is a rich area, and the house prices here are soaring every minute. It's not an exaggeration to say that breathing on this piece of land is a smell of money. "Go in and take a look?" Jiang Yi took a look at this yard, which is less than 100 square meters. The overall gardening design is really good. It can be seen that it is someone who has taken care of it. Hearing this, Yi Xiao hurriedly followed. The arrogance that was originally on her face was now gone. After opening the solid wood door, what came into her eyes was a huge crystal lamp, which directly set a luxurious tone for the house. The overall decoration style is on the European side, although gorgeous but not vulgar. See the designer taste and style. After walking into the living room, there is a huge solid wood wine cabinet, several bottles of red wine with vintage inside, all of which were of a solid collector's item level. Yi Xiao quickly strolled around. She was now really a bit envious of Jiang Yi. If only this house was hers. Jiang Yi, however, didn't think much about it and sat down on the sofa. The system's rewards were really fine. All the furniture and appliances in this house were new. Some things didn't even have the protective film torn off. And this house has always had people doing maintenance. From the feel of this leather sofa one can feel it. After waiting for a few moments, the doorbell came from outside the door. It looked like Shenli Go and Lin Ce had arrived. Jiang Yi got up and walked to the entrance of the entrance hall. This kind of villa has intelligent door locking system. At the front door there is even a camera that can check the identity of the visitor. On the panel screen, the two girls looked a little nervous. Did Jiang Yi send the wrong address? This is a small villa. How can someone work in a small villa? Drip. Suddenly, the small speaker by the door rang out. This made Shenli Go and Lin Ce even more nervous. In case they knocked on the wrong door, wasn't it embarrassing? "Come in." Suddenly, Jiang Yi's voice came out from inside the speaker. This made the two Shenli Go and Lin Ce feel at ease. And after the iron door opened, the two of them posted up and walked into the courtyard. This courtyard is almost as big as my apartment. Lin Ce's little mouth hadn't stopped sighing incessantly since she entered the neighborhood. "No, it's much bigger than your apartment in terms of space," Shenli Go, however, said flatly. After the two walked to the main entrance, they saw Jiang Yi standing by the door. "It's not easy to find here, is it?" He pushed open the door and invited the two girls in. Both nodded. After entering the neighborhood, they almost got lost, but luckily there was an enthusiastic property owner in the neighborhood who showed them the way. After walking into the villa, Lin Ce's mouth was even more directly unable to close. "I didn't think that you still have such a big villa." Shenli Gei's heart suddenly felt a little inferior. The price of this house she didn't even dare to think about. Go upstairs and take a look. I'm full of empty rooms here. You can just pick one as a studio." Jiang Yi can see that the girl is a bit despondent, so he digresses. "Pick at random? Big brother Jiang, do you still lack employees? I don't want a salary, just food and shelter." Lin Ce was determined to hold onto this thick leg and immediately dogged it. "I'm not short of employees. It's just that this home still lacks a mistress." Jiang Yi spoke and reached out to pat Shenli Ji's head. His movements were very light, just like caressing a small animal. Shenli Go instantly raised her head, and she looked at Jiang Yi with some surprise. However, she did not expect that Jiang Yi ran directly after teasing, turned his head and went upstairs. Looking at that back, Shenli Ji's heart was a little crazy. "Say it clearly before you leave. This way she would misunderstand." What mistress? What does this mean? After going upstairs, this house of yours doesn't look very popular. Don't you usually live here? Lease asked with some doubt. Well, I rented a house to live in the Longhui district. Jiang Yi didn't know how to explain for a moment. After hearing his words, Yi Xiao, who was finishing looking at the guest room, changed her face before speaking. You're crazy, aren't you? This house's maintenance fee alone is more than $100,000 a year. How dare you put it aside and not live in it? When these words came out, Xinligu and Lin Si both sucked in a breath of cool air. This is the life of the rich? Cough cough cough. Even after renovation, I need to dissipate the smell. I'm preparing to move over recently, Jiang Yi hurriedly explained. He wasn't stupid and rich either. But, is the maintenance fee of this house so expensive? Suddenly, he had some flesh pains. It was really not possible for him to wah it until he found a new place to live and a studio, and then rent out this villa as well, so that this amount of money wouldn't have to be managed by him. After strolling around, Xinligu selected a study room on the second floor. Outside the study is right in front of the door of the small garden. The report filled tired to look up is a beautiful view. This kind of office environment is also enviable. I'll give you another computer in the afternoon, so you can start working tomorrow. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Good. Xinligu nodded absent-mindedly. Chapter 27. Who said he couldn't even afford a toilet? The villa was fully furnished. As long as he was adding some household items, he could move in directly, which saved Jiang Yi a lot of trouble. He came to the master bedroom and looked around, reaching out to open the window to ventilate. When are you moving over? Xinligu followed over and opened her mouth to ask. Today, Jiang Yi replied with a sigh. He didn't want to move in such a hurry, but when he thought of the landlady's face, he was a bit sick to his stomach. Moving so soon? Then I'll go help you. Xinligu also felt a little surprised when she heard this. No need. Jiang Yi didn't want to trouble others. He was a boy with not much luggage. It was only a matter of 3 or 4 boxes. Probably don't even need to call out to the moving company. Directly throw it on the car. A car can be carried over. That won't do. How can I say I have to help you pack? Last time you helped me move. I still remember this favor. Xinligu shook her head, her eyes full of determination. Okay. The person's words had come to this point. Jiang Yi also had no way to refuse. After staying for a few more moments, the group returned to Yashuan Orchid Court. I'm going up to change my clothes. It's not very convenient to wear a skirt. Xinligu waved her hand and followed the other two up the stairs. Originally, Lin Si also wanted to go and help, but she still had to broadcast live at night, so she had to go home to put on her makeup and change her clothes to get ready for work. Sitting in the car, Jiang Yi lowered his head and played with his cell phone, when suddenly the signal dropped 2 frames. The cell phone of his has also been used for 4 or 5 years. Not only is it stuck, sometimes the signal is worse than others. Let's go buy a cell phone by the way at night. Jiang Yi sighed, then took his cell phone and got out of the car. Sure enough, after getting under the car, the signal was finally full again. Before he could refresh the web page, not far away, a familiar voice came over. Yo, isn't this Xiao Jian? You turned out to be an intermediary over at Yashuan Orchid Court. The shrill voice rang out, and then the face of the landlord's aunt appeared in front of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, who was holding his cell phone, raised his head. Agent, is this landlady's eyes bad or her brain bad? Just in time. I'm going to buy a house for my son. You quickly introduce me. The tone of speech was full of looking down on people. Beside the big mom was a girl in a suit and petticoat, looking like an employee of the agency. This girl had a slim figure, a decent physique, and a pair of gold-framed glasses on her face. With her quiet and sweet features, her face value could score at least 9 points. For some reason, Jiang Yi felt that this girl seemed somewhat familiar after taking a glance. Hearing these words, the girl's face instantly whitened. Auntie, from what you're saying, you don't need me to accompany you to watch? This girl was not a vegetarian. This afternoon's house looking down. She was also exasperated by this big mom, picking and choosing, obviously not much money, but very demanding. The location is not good, don't. The age of the house is too high, don't. Green area is too small, don't. She almost suspected that this big mom was here to slip her a game. What are you talking about? I have to shop around for a piece of clothing. How can I look at a house and only look at your companies? With eyes like yours, you can only be an agent. The big mom crossed her waist and said with a righteous look. Although her words were reasonable, she didn't take the little girl's work into consideration at all. If you look down on agents, go find a house yourself. The girl was somewhat exasperated and laughed, opening her mouth to mock. Chen Wenwen, right? I'm going to complain about you tomorrow. Is this how you treat potential customers? Is this the kind of work attitude you young people have nowadays? The big mom frowned and opened her mouth to scold. As things had developed to this point, Jiang Yi was also a bit unable to listen anymore. You want to buy a house in Yi County Orchid Court? He opened his mouth and asked. Right. The big mom nodded divinely. If she could buy a house here, then her son wouldn't have to worry about getting married. If I remember correctly, your family's Thai house sold. I'm afraid you can't buy a house here either, right? Jiang Yi directly opened his mouth to reveal Big Mom's family's background. He lives in Big Mom's house, so he naturally understands the family's financial situation very well. Hearing this, the aunt was directly enraged. Is this guy looking down on her? Their family is also a local in Magic City, and they have 2 houses in Magic City. Jiang Yi is a foreigner, or a fresh graduate. Where did he get the courage to call her bluff? I didn't buy this house. My son did. He's better off than you. He works for a big company. He gets a guaranteed salary of 7,000 a month. You 2 garbage agents. You'll never be able to afford a house in Magic City. The big mom again brought out her own son to say something. Her face was even more without the slightest bit of shame. This loud voice that kept on ranting also quickly attracted a girl who came out of the apartment. Shinlige had changed into a milky white strapless t-shirt and a pair of tight jeans, a simple but figure-complementing outfit. What's wrong? She walked over to Jiang Yi's side, a worried look on her face. Nothing, let's move. Jiang Yi smiled faintly, his face full of breeziness. Was I saying the sore spot? A poor bastard like you. I'm afraid you can't even afford a toilet in our Magic City, right? The big mom, however, still taunted non-stop, her face filled with a smug look. What can't afford a house? Shinligu frowned. She didn't expect this big mom to be so blind and have such an unforgiving mouth. You little girl looks quite pretty. Just how to stay with this kind of garbage. Hurry up and split up with no future. Big mom also didn't think that Jiang Yi even knows this kind of beauty. The attack in her words became even stronger. What makes you look down on Jiang Yi? Who said he can't afford a house in Magic City? Shinlige also pulled her voice up a few notches as she glared straight at the older woman. I said it. What's wrong? If you're not capable, you won't let others say it? The big mom said confidently. He's in Yashuan Lanting. Shinligu was just about to open her mouth when a girl on the side of the road came over. This person was no other than Lin who had stuck to Jiang Yi last time and wanted to watch a movie together. She had just gotten down from a Mercedes and immediately ran over when she saw Jiang Yi. Landlord brother, what's going on? She clamped her voice and reached out to directly hug Jiang Yi's arm. Landlord? After hearing this title, a trace of surprise appeared on the big mom's face. Yeah, you're also here to rent a room, right? Brother Jiang has 10 suites in Yi County. The decorations are all very nice. Oh. Lin turned her head and smiled innocently, revealing a strong tea breath. Chapter 28. No one in this family is too smart for their own good. The moment these words were uttered, the other 2 people present were all astonished, and the landlady's mouth went a little askew as she stretched out a hand to point at Jiang Yi. You said that the person with 10 suites is him? She was clearly unwilling to believe this fact. Aha. Then I'll go back first, bye. Lin also realized that things didn't seem quite so simple. She didn't know if she was right or wrong in that remark just now, but in any case, seeing that the situation wasn't right, she pretended to pass by and left. On the side, Chen Wenwen, however, quickly reacted. She pulled out a business card from her shirt's pocket and handed it over. I hope to have the opportunity to cooperate. Aha. Jiang Yi took it after glancing at it. After seeing a few young people leaving themselves out in the cold, the big mom was even angrier. Okay, just you can still have a house? If you have a house, you should hurry up and get out of my place. After saying this, she cursed and turned to leave. This person is really your landlord? Shinlige also reacted. She didn't expect Jiang Yi to be so unlucky to meet a person like this. Well, that's why I'm in a hurry to move over today. Jiang Yi smiled awkwardly. You're moving to this side of Yashuan Orchid Court? Chen Wenwen opened her mouth and asked. No, moving to the Nanning District side. Jiang Yi replied. Nanning District? Hearing this, Chen Wenwen was more than a little unsettled. Over there, other than shopping centers and office buildings, there should only be a few villa areas, right? The housing prices were even several times higher than Changhui District. What exactly is the identity of this young man? We're leaving first, we still have to move. Jiang Yi waved his hand after seeing that the girl didn't say anything. Only after the cool Koenigsegg left did Chen Wenwen, who was standing in the same place, react a little. She somewhat regretted that she hadn't even asked Jiang Yi for a VX number just now. It didn't take long for the car to stop under the unit. There is no parking space in this old neighborhood, so Jiang Yi used to park the car outside, and today he drove in thinking that it would be convenient to load things. Wait for me here, I'll bring the stuff down. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and said, his car parked here would block the road, so he let Shinli go watch from downstairs. It's a good thing you brought me here, otherwise there would be no one to watch the car for you. Shinli Go smiled and teased, then leaned against the car window and waved. Watching Jiang Yi go upstairs, she put down her phone and observed the neighborhood. This neighborhood was even older than the one she used to live in, and it didn't occur to her that Jiang Yi would rent in such a place, which made her a little surprised. Crap, This sports car is so flashy. Suddenly, a voice came over. This person was not an outsider. It was none other than Zhao Baobing, the son of the landlord's aunt, 23 years old, a college graduate, employed as a salesman in a real estate company. Beauty, are you waiting for someone? After Zhao Baobing circled around, he saw Shen Ligay sitting in the co-pilot, and his eyes straightened even more at this look. What's wrong? Shen Ligay thought it was blocking the road and asked politely. Add a VX no? Without saying anything, Zhao Baobing took out his cell phone. No. Shen Ligay frowned. She had seen this kind of man so many times that she only felt disgusted, and she raised her hand to prepare to close the Koenigsegg's window. It didn't occur to her that at this time, Zhao Baobing reached out and directly pressed down on the window frame, then brought his head over. A strong odor of smoke drifted into Shen Ligay's nose. Her entire body leaned to the other side. Then her face turned serious. Sorry, I'm not interested in adding your VX. My family has 2 suites in this neighborhood. Are you really not interested? Zhao Baobing's face sank. He didn't expect this beauty to be so disrespectful to him. Scram! Shen Ligay had almost written her dislike on her face. TSK, this car looks like a few $100,000 to me. It's neither a Mercedes nor a BMW. Your vision is really bad enough. Zhao Baobing scoffed, not noticing in the slightest that someone was approaching behind him. Ha! Several $100,000? Jiang Yi's voice suddenly rang out, then threw the 3 boxes on his body onto the ground. Without organizing it, he didn't even know that he had so much luggage. Boom! The boxes hit the ground with a muffled sound. Zhao Baobing looked at the 3 boxes, then at the car and the beautiful woman, and suddenly had some bad premonitions in his heart. This dazzling sports car, was it Jiang Yi's car? The beautiful woman in this car, is Jiang Yi's girlfriend? Wait, why is Jiang Yi's strength so great? These 3 boxes must weigh a lot. Your family doesn't seem too smart, but it's fine. I'll find a smarter lawyer tomorrow to talk to you guys. Jiang Yi clapped his hands, pulled open the car door and took out his cell phone to contact the moving company. Originally he thought he could fit his car in, but now it seems he still needs to have the moving company come over. This is your landlord's son? Shen Ligay also reacted after hearing the 2 people's conversation. Afterward, there was even more disgust in her eyes as she looked at Zhao Baobing. Zhao Baobing took out his phone, then searched the car's label, then his entire face went a shade white. Koenigsegg? The brand of the world's top sports car, imported from Sweden. A random car model with more zeros behind it than you can count. This, Jiang Yi, you rented this car, right? He was now somewhat speechless. Jiang Yi, a college freshman. Where did he get the money to buy a car like this? He must have rented it to pick up girls, right? Can you afford to rent it? Jiang Yi put down his cell phone and leaned against the car door, looking like he was watching the fun. Zhao Baobing really had nothing to say this time. He shrank his head and hurriedly went upstairs. This Jiang Yi they cannot afford to mess with, even if the car is rented. This kid must be rich. It is possible to say to find a lawyer is also true. The moving company also arrived very quickly. When a few boxes were loaded onto the car, Jiang Yi also took Shen Ligay to leave the neighborhood. In the car, Shen Ligay suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Thank you." What? Jiang Yi was shocked by this sudden thank you. People are really angry than people. That landlord of yours and his family are all too strange. Luckily I didn't meet that kind of landlord. Being able to rent your house is also too happy. You also helped me solve the problem of my job. I really don't even know how to thank you. Shen Ligay said this string of words in one breath, and her heart was also much smoother. Then, how about giving your body in return? Jiang Yi opened his mouth. Cough cough. When Shen Ligay heard this, she immediately became shy. That pretty face even blushed with a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, she hesitantly asked, are you serious? You guess. Jiang Yi laughed badly. I'm not guessing. When Shen Ligay heard this, she instantly realized that she had been tricked by Jiang Yi. She huffed and clutched her chest, not saying anything. Chapter 29. Can I pay first? Inside the Half Moon Bay Villa. Inside the 3 boxes, most of them were household items. Jiang Yi was also a thrifty person, and most of the things were a bit old from use. Packing up Jiang Yi's clothes, Shen Ligay was a little heartbroken. A $20,000 to $20,000 camera was bought at the drop of a hat, while he himself was still wearing such old clothes, and his jeans were all a bit faded. Your clothes are also too little. Shen Ligay looked at the clothes after hanging well, which even a corner of the check room is not filled, enough to wear on the line. Jiang Yi was indifferent. How wasteful to leave it empty. Shen Ligay looked at the check room that was bigger than her bedroom and sighed. If it really doesn't work, schoolgirl Shen comes to live with me so that my check room won't be empty. Jiang Yi leaned against the doorway, another bad smile on his face. Shen Ligay had already gotten used to Jiang Yi's molestation and continued to lower her head and organize her things. After a while, she turned over a pink coin purse that looked very cute, which was obviously not Jiang Yi's stuff. But, Why would there be something so feminine in Jiang Yi's luggage? What are you gawking at? Jiang Yi had just finished packing and walked over. No, nothing. Shinli-go was suddenly a little flustered, and subconsciously covered her wallet. Jiang Yi sensed something strange and reached out to grab it, but without thinking, he was unsteady and fell straight down, pressing on Shinli-go's body. In an instant the distance was drawn in, and both people's breaths were a bit rushed. Shinli-go was even more ashamed at once, where still remember the wallet in his hand, and hurriedly reached out and pushed the person away. Seeing the coin purse on the ground, Jiang Yi also recalled, almost forgot about this thing. He was somewhat distressed. Originally he planned to inquire in the neighborhood and return the wallet. However, he did not expect that he would move so quickly. Whose is this? Shinli-go rubbed the back of his head and opened his mouth to ask. I picked it up on the road. Can you believe it? Jiang Yi replied with a smile. Then he placed the wallet on the coffee table. Picked it up? Shinli-go froze, then opened the wallet and looked through it. There were a few coins inside, and a few loyalty cards, and there was a health card with a name and photo ID. After seeing the photo, Shinli-go but suddenly felt familiar. She recalled for a moment, then handed the document to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi picked it up with some confusion. Name, Chen Wenwen. On the photo was a girl with glasses. Soon, Jiang Yi also recalled. Wasn't this person the agent that he met in Yashuan Orchid Court? He didn't expect things to be so coincidental. That company of hers should be in the vicinity of Yashuan Orchid Court. I've seen it before. Shinli-go put the documents away and put them in that coin purse. Then send it over at night. Jiang Yi nodded. After the things were all packed up, the two people were also exhausted. He couldn't let Shinli-go help for nothing, so he decided to invite the schoolgirl to go out for a meal with him. By the way, he would go to the mall to buy some office supplies in a while. Is there anything you want to eat? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked. Any of them. Shinli-go also had some difficulty making a decision. Barbecue? Too greasy, don't really want to eat it. Hot pot? Too hot, smells all over after eating. Then what to eat? Anything. Jiang Yi fell silent. He silently turned the steering wheel and drove towards the city center. After arriving at the shopping mall where he shopped, he took the girl upstairs and then found a Jiangnan cuisine restaurant and walked in. Catching up with the mealtime, the cuisine restaurant was also very busy. The waiter saw someone come in and greeted them enthusiastically. Two of you, please come inside. How about sitting over there? Will it be too hot? We'll just do this side. Jiang Yi pointed to the vicinity of the air conditioning vent. It can be. The young man is quite attentive. No wonder he can find such a beautiful girlfriend. The waitress smiled and put the menu down, then went back to work. After Shinli-go sat down, he was also a little embarrassed. Recently, when he and Jiang Yi went out together, they would always be misunderstood by outsiders as that kind of relationship. Could it be that they were really compatible? Thinking of this, pink bubbles started to rise on her head. Jiang Yi, however, didn't care much. He was burying his head in ordering food. There was nothing more important than a dry meal. After tea, he just walked out of the small restaurant. Ding! Detecting the host having dinner with the tenant, successfully raising the tenant's favorability by 100%. System rewards open. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a limited time shopping rebate card. Tip: this card can be used for a period of 2 hours, and all shopping purchases within the time limit will be double rebates. Jiang Yi didn't think that he just had a meal with Shinli-go, but he had also obtained a system reward. Jiang Yi, where are we going next? When Shinli-go saw Jiang Yi frozen in place, she opened her mouth and asked, Are you still hungry? Jiang Yi smiled faintly and opened his mouth to ask, Not hungry. Shinli-go shook her head. She had already eaten a lot. Good, then we are going to start working. Jiang Yi said, Work? Aren't we going to buy a computer? Shinli-go was a bit puzzled. Buying is sometimes work. After all, the purpose is also to make money. At this moment, Jiang Yi's face was hung with an imperceptible smile. After saying this, he lifted his foot and stepped inside a certain big brand domestic cell phone store. You're buying this brand of computer? Shinli-go was a little surprised. If she remembered correctly, this brand would cost tens of thousands of dollars even for a laptop. For office work, it should be enough. Jiang Yi nodded. This was a flagship store. All the ones on the display table were real machines, and there were quite a few people trying them out within the store as well. Jiang Yi, however, did not have that much time to pick them out. In the upper left corner of his line of sight there was a string of countdowns that were constantly in motion. It was labeled with the remaining time of the rebate card. He entered the store and beckoned a salesman. Is the all-in-one still in stock? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked, Do you want the 24-inch one or the 27-inch one? The 27 one. Sorry, this one needs to be reserved. The salesman looked at the tablet in his hand and spoke with some regret. Is the reservation a payment in advance? Jiang Yi, however, didn't care. Yes, I will help you book it directly from my side. Good, book 2 units for me. Jiang Yi spoke cheerfully. 2 units? Okay, then I'll go over there and fill in the information. The salesman was a bit surprised and hurriedly led Jiang Yi to sit at a table on one side. Chapter 30. This is not an obvious bully. The salesman quickly started placing orders with the tablet in his hand. Nowadays, tablets are quite convenient to use for office work, Shen Ligay said mindlessly when she saw this scene. Indeed. Then order 2 more new tablets for me. Jiang Yi also hurriedly opened his mouth when he heard this. He thought about it since he had come all the way here. Why don't he just buy more? Just so he could also reach the maximum amount of spending in the shortest amount of time. Okay. The salesman nodded. You apples have your own system, right? Convenient for mobile office. Then buy 2 more cell phones. I want the latest model and the highest equipped ones. Jiang Yi opened his mouth to say 2 more sentences. On the side, Shen Ligay was a bit unable to look on. Even if Jiang Yi had money, he couldn't use it so indiscriminately. Jiang Yi, just buy yourself a set. I have enough for 1 computer. She was really a little heartbroken about the money. If you want to do good work, you have to make good use of it. There's no need to save money on this kind of thing. Good boy. Jiang Yi was also bull ting reasons. He couldn't afford to be distracted too much right now. Sir, this side is ready for payment. The salesman's movements were also very quick. A QR code had appeared on the tablet. Jiang Yi took out his cell phone and scanned it. Ding! Detecting the host's consumption success. Consumption amount, 89,998.00 yuan. Double rebate has successfully arrived. Remaining time 128. Let's go. Go to the next store. Jiang Yi didn't hesitate and directly turned around and left the store. Shen Ligay, who was following behind him, was a bit depressed. This was nearly $90,000. Ligay, these few brands, that one is more expensive? After going out, Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked. Suddenly hearing her name, Shen Ligay then reacted from the feeling of meat pain. The positioning of this mall was originally very high-end, and these few stores on the first floor were almost all luxury goods. Gucci, Dior, Prada, Burberry. Looking at the wide array of signboards and windows, Shen Ligay felt that this question had already exceeded the scope of her own cognition. All quite expensive. Shen Ligay opened her mouth. Then let's look at them one by one. There should still be time. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he walked straight into the nearest store. After seeing the 2 of them see the store, the salesperson smiled and surrounded them. Doing their line of work, what they liked the most was the small couple-like guests, because the turnover rate of such guests was usually very high. After seeing the looks of Jiang Yi and Shen Ligay, the salesperson was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected that the couple's face value would both be so high. Welcome, what do you want to see? She greeted warmly. This set is nice. Is it in stock? Jiang Yi reached out and pointed to the clothes on the model at the doorway. It was a small petticoat set. Yes, the sales clerk nodded. According to her size, get me a set. And the matching bag as well. Jiang Yi was even more nonchalant, directly opening his mouth to place an order. Wait. You're buying this for me? Shen Ligay froze. Why would he still want to buy her clothes? And still so expensive. Or else, Jiang Yi was a bit puzzled. But, I don't have to wear such expensive ones. Shen Ligay was torn. She really didn't want to receive such an expensive gift anymore. Jiang Yi also saw Shen Ligay's rejection. He thought for a moment then spoke. Actually, I want to buy it for my mom. She's about the same height as you. That's right. You're quite attached to your aunt. Only after hearing this explanation did Shen Ligay feel relieved. Well, you help me pick some too. I want to buy some more. Jiang Yi nodded, then picked out a few more bags. In the end, he picked a total of 6 bags, 10 skirts, 2 suits, and 1 pair of pants. Ding! Detecting the host's consumption success. Consumption amount, 78,800 yuan. Double rebate has successfully arrived. Remaining time 0:59. Sir, this is your shopping ticket. These items, if you can't hold them, we can deliver them to your door. The salesman said respectfully. At this moment, the salesperson's eyes were full of envy. If only she could have a son who was so filial. Good. Jiang Yi quickly filled in the address, then turned around and left the door. He was also a bit calmer. Instead of buying these luxury bags and clothes, he should go buy some jewelry. He glanced at the screen map of the mall and walked towards the second floor of the mall. Do you still want to buy jewelry for your mom? Shen Ligay opened her mouth and asked. Well, do you have a recommendation? Jiang Yi nodded. If auntie is that age, she should like gold jewelry or jadeite or jade or something like that. Shen Ligay looked around before pointing to a store with a red photo. From a distance, that store was very festive, and the store area wasn't small. Let's go. Then let's go take a look. Jiang Yi didn't think much. Seeing that it wasn't far away, he directly walked over. Inside the jewelry store, the sales staff saw that it was 2 young people entering the door and didn't go over to receive them. Instead, the 3 of them surrounded a rich woman wearing gold and silver. How come no one came to receive Shinli-gu frowned after feeling left out. It's fine, we'll pick ourselves. Jiang Yi didn't think much about it. His eyes were now filled with only the non-stop passing time. After looking for a while, Jiang Yi had his eye on a bracelet. Hello, is this one in stock? He opened his mouth and asked. Not far away. A salesman lazily walked over after hearing it and took a look. I think there's one left. She looked like she wasn't too sure. Yes or no? Jiang Yi was a bit speechless. This was the first time he had seen this kind of person who went to work and sleepwalked like a sleepwalker. I'll check. That salesman also didn't expect Jiang Yi to be so tough, and hurriedly ran to check the goods. On the other side, the rich woman who was leaning against the side of the container looked over, then opened her mouth and said, that bracelet is quite pretty. I want one too. She was not talking about any other. It was exactly the one that Jiang Yi had chosen. It's good looking. This year's sought-after item. We don't have much stock left in the store. A few salesmen chimed in. At this time, the salesman who went in to check the inventory came out. There's still stock. The last one. Hearing this, one of the sales sitting by the rich woman immediately picked up. There's no more stock. That one Ms. Wang ordered it. Ordered? Oh, yes. Out of stock. The salesman who had just finished checking the inventory froze before reacting. When these words were exited, both Jiang Yi and Shanli Ji's faces were a little unsightly. Is this how you guys open your doors for business? Shinli-gu asked with some anger. Don't misunderstand me, miss. This bracelet was indeed ordered away first. The sale had a provocative smile on its face and said so. What do you mean it's already ordered? Just now when they were talking, I heard everything. Shenli-gu felt that this store was just insulting. Chapter 31. Not a second to waste. Sorry, it's out of stock anyway. After the sales said this, he turned around and left. This, bullying. Shenli-gu huffed. It's fine, let's go to another house to buy it. Jiang Yi, however, didn't have any temper, and it wasn't a loss for him if he didn't buy anything from this store. The two left the store and walked into another store next door. This bracelet is nearly $10,000. Where can the two of them young people afford it? How dare they go shopping in that store next door? Just any item would cost 30,000 or 40,000, right? Several sales were still sneering, with a dog-eyed look, inside the jewelry store next door. At this time, there were also quite a few customers in the store, but after Jiang Yi and Shinli-gu entered, someone still quickly greeted them. Hello, what are you looking at? The salesman's tone was very kind, almost a world away from the store just now. Is there anything a little more valuable? A little more expensive? Jiang Yi didn't have the heart to wander around anymore and directly stated his needs. After hearing Jiang Yi's words, the sales clerk also froze. It was the first time she had heard a customer buying jewelry making this kind of request. But she, a sales, didn't have to think about this for the customer. She nodded and then led the two towards the interior of the store. These are all pure gold jewelry. This set is for dowry use, and this set is usually very suitable for an old man's big birthday gift. The salesperson introduced one set. Before she could finish her speech, Jiang Yi interrupted her introduction. This set, and these sets. I'll take them. Where to swipe the card? Jiang Yi looked at the time. He didn't have the time to delay for too long. Ah, these, you want all of them? The salesman was petrified. These are all pure gold jewelry, and the price of just one set is going to be 80,000. This customer just asked for so many sets? Even if his family has a mine, he can't spend like this. Well, I'll swipe my card. Jiang Yi had already taken out his bank card. The money from the previous system cashback was also in that card. Good. Only then did the salesman hurriedly pull out his leg to get the card swiping machine. The other few sales clerks also couldn't help but cast sideways glances. After all, Jiang Yi was standing in the highest-end merchandise section of their store. Soon, that sales clerk entered all the merchandise. Hello, the total is $280,000. When she spoke, there was a slight tremor in her voice. At this price, it could be enough for a down payment in a small town. Jiang Yi, however, didn't hesitate and swiped his card in a dashing manner before entering his password. Ding! Host consumption detected successfully. Spending amount, 280,000 yuan. Double rebate has successfully arrived. Remaining time 014. The card swiping machine quickly operated and typed out a long invoice. Looking at the zeros on the invoice, the salesman gulped. This was a big customer. While she packaged Jiang Yi's goods, she used to call for the store's manager. Manager, this Mr. Jiang spent 280,000. I remember the store has a mall SVIP slot. As she spoke, that manager also reacted. Mr. Jiang, hello, can I delay you a bit to fill out this membership form? As a reward for joining, you can pick any necklace in the entire room as a membership gift. The manager bowed before speaking. Jiang Yi looked at the time in the upper left corner. There were only the last 10 minutes or so, and it was already too late to go to the next store. It's fine, Li Gu, you go and see if there's anything you like. He smiled and looked at Shun Li Gu. Okay. Shun Li Gu thought it was Jiang Yi asking her to help her pick, so she went to take a look. The designs of this jewelry store were all very delicate, very suitable for a girl of her age. After looking around, she picked out 3 items, all of which she liked. Look at it, I think these 3 are all very likable, but I just don't know if Auntie will like it. Shin Li Gu opened her mouth and said. Jiang Yi took a look, then called out to the manager. I want all 3 of these, wrap them all for me, and I'll swipe my card for the other 2. The manager again brightened up, and with a smile on his face, he went to get the card swiper. Why are you still buying it? Shin Li Gu opened her mouth and asked. She felt that Jiang Yi had already bought enough. Giving it to you. Jiang Yi replied with a smile. Sending me? Why send me? Shin Li Gu had already become somewhat numb. After all, Jiang Yi had just bought a random set of jewelry that was cheaper than these, as a gift for you accompanying me shopping. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he walked over to the counter and swiped his card. Ding! Detecting host spending successfully. Spending amount, 21,800 yuan. Double rebate has successfully arrived. Remaining time midnight. Rushing to the last minute, he managed to whore out over $40,000 for nothing again. Cool. The salesman who was helping with the packaging was also full of envy and opened his mouth to say, your boyfriend is so good to you. Hearing this, Shen Li Gu hurriedly waved her hand. She didn't want to be misunderstood about anything. No, we are still just friends, she said with some embarrassment. Now it's friends, tomorrow it won't be. Jiang Yi sat on the side and teased with a smile. Shen Li Gu blushed. What did that mean? Tomorrow, I'll be your boss, Jiang Yi explained with a smile. The deer in Shun Li Ji's heart that was still banging around instantly died. What kind of company are you guys? Are the employee benefits so good? The salesman was the one whose eyes lit up and opened his mouth to ask. It should be an entertainment company, right? The boss and employees are all so good looking, either they're filming or are idols. The manager was very good at talking and opened his mouth to boast. Jiang Yi also couldn't help but smile after hearing this. Although they had bought a lot of jewelry, it wasn't very heavy though, so they chose to carry it back directly. The two had just walked out of the store. In the store next door, that rich auntie had also finished her shopping and was carrying a bag in her hand. Yo, you guys came out so quickly? Was it that you couldn't afford it and were blown out? A sharp-eyed salesman noticed Jiang Yi and opened his mouth to greet him. You people are sick, right? Shen Li Gu, who was walking behind Jiang Yi, was furious. She was holding 2 shopping bags in her hand. Only after that sale saw the bags in her hands did she realize that things seemed a bit off. However, he didn't expect that the store manager who sent Jiang Yi and Shen Li Gu out together heard this. Li Ting, you can't do business well yourself. Why are you still picking on our customers? The manager opened her mouth and scolded, her aura overpowering that sales. Although she was only the manager of this store, because of her outstanding performance, there were also many store managers who wanted to poach her, including the mall's building manager. All of them had a good relationship with her, and if they had a conflict with her, they would almost not be able to stay in this mall's jewelry store. Sure enough, she just said one sentence, and that sales immediately wimped out. Chapter 32, Godly Photography Skills. By the way, I should be a SVIP customer of the mall now. I remember the terms and conditions of membership say that complaints are prioritized, right? Jiang Yi faintly opened his mouth and asked. After hearing this, the faces of the few salespersons in that store instantly went white. Auntie Fu, who was standing on the side, was even more surprised. This mall was the top mall in Magic City. Wanting to become the SVIP of this mall was not an easy thing. At least a single spending has to be above $100,000, and the yearly spending has to reach 1 million in order to renew the spot for the next year. I'm sorry, sir, that bracelet, we can book it for you. It's really our problem. These sales changed their faces even faster. No, I don't need it anymore. Jiang Yi shook his head, then took the shopping bag in the manager's hand and walked towards the electric escalator. Shen Li Gu, who was following behind Jiang Yi, was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect that the speed of these salesmen changing their faces would be so fast. Driving his car, Jiang Yi sent Shen Li Gu back to Yashuan Orchid Court. Can you come to work tomorrow? Jiang Yi asked with a smile. I can start tomorrow afternoon, because I have an appointment with CE in the morning to take a portrait. Shen Li Gu replied. Good, send me the address. I'll come pick you up at that time, and we'll go together in the afternoon to see the stores I bought. Okay, see you tomorrow then. After the two made an appointment to meet tomorrow, they also parted ways. Jiang Yi drove his car and returned to the villa in Half Moon Bay. On the first day of moving, living in such a big villa by himself was also a little bit not too accustomed to it. After taking a shower, he tossed and turned on the bed for a while before falling asleep. The next day, after opening his eyes, he realized that it was almost 10 o'clock. Going downstairs, he opened the refrigerator and took a look. It was empty and didn't have anything to eat. He sighed. At this time, the cell phone vibrated. Hello? What's wrong? Seeing that it was Shinli Ge's call, Jiang Yi was a little surprised. According to the time they agreed on, it was only right that Shinli Ge and the girl should be taking pictures right now. Jiang Yi, you probably don't have to come over here to pick me up. The photographer had a temporary problem. It seems like there's no way to take pictures. The photo booth is also rented for nothing. Ugh. Listening to the girl's mournful voice, Jiang Yi however suddenly remembered something. Wait, you guys are still in the studio now, right? Yeah, what's wrong? I have an idea. Wait for me to come over. After saying this, Jiang Yi hung up the phone. After he went upstairs, he took out the camera he bought last time, and the batteries were all fully charged. He put both the lens and the camera into his bag, then changed his clothes and went out. The studio that Lin Si rented was near the city center, and Jiang Yi spent less than 10 minutes to arrive at the studios downstairs. After going upstairs, he saw 3 girls who had put on makeup and were wearing skirts. Jiang Yi, why did you come over? Lin Si said with some surprise. I talked to Jiang Yi about the photographer, and he said that he has a way. Shinli Gu opened her mouth to explain. What way can he have? Yi Xiao was not quite convinced, picking up her makeup bag and preparing to go remove her makeup in preparation to go back. I enrolled in a photography class some time ago and learned a hand. I'll help you guys shoot. Jiang Yi took his camera out. He hadn't used the divine photography skill that the system rewarded him with last time. Not to mention, these 3 girls were his tenants, so helping them solve their problems might get him another reward from the system. As expected, both Lin Si and Yi Xiao didn't trust him too much. Forget it, since I've come all the way here, pretending can't be in vain. This shed is also rented at a cost. Lin Si was giving up. After all, being able to ask Yi Xiao to come over was something she had gone through a lot of trouble for. If she just missed this opportunity, she might not have the chance to take pictures with Yi Xiao in the future. Well, that makes sense. Shinli Gu nodded in agreement. Seeing that the other 2 girls had agreed down, there was no way for Yi Xin to refuse, so she had to obediently walk back. Then she looked at Jiang Yi's face and spoke. You have to take a good picture of me later. Otherwise, Yi Xiao's gaze carried a slight killing intent. Jiang Yi ignored it. He picked up the camera in his hand and debugged it. His movements were very skillful. After seeing this scene, the 3 girls were also a little more at ease. It looked like Jiang Yi at least knew how to use a camera, and it looked a bit better than the rookies like them. That's fine. Do you guys want to take a group photo or an individual one? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked. CE wants to take a set of individual. Then we'll take boudoir photos with her. Shinli Gu opened her mouth and told Jiang Yi the plan. The props used for the shoot were also all brought by the studio itself. Jiang Yi took a look at the overall style, and his mind quickly found a few sets of very suitable shooting plans. Alright, then I'll help CE shoot first. After saying that, he raised his camera. He commanded Lin Ce to strike a few poses, then instructed her to make expressions, his professional demeanor causing the 2 girls on the side to look a bit dumbfounded. Click, 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 click. The speed of taking pictures was also very fast, without a moment's effort. Jiang Yi took a good set of pictures. Let me see. Lin Ce was also very curious about Jiang Yi's shooting level. She hurriedly ran over, and then got in front of the camera. Although this camera that Jiang Yi bought had a display, it was very small and it was almost impossible to see anything. But roughly, he was still able to see Jiang Yi's composition, and the light he caught. It was completely professional level. Lin Ce was holding the camera. Her cute little face was filled with surprise. Yi Xiao on the side. After seeing Lin Ce's expression, she also came over to take a look, and then she was even more surprised. Originally, she thought that Jiang Yi had only learned a hand or 2. After all, the photography classes on the market could only teach a little bit of skin stuff at most. Photography was not a simple thing. Every photo tested the aesthetics of the photographer. Nice shot. Yi Xiao couldn't help but open her mouth in praise. She had always been venomous and liked to undermine Jiang Yi, but after seeing the photos in this camera, she couldn't pick any faults at all. Knock knock knock. Just as Jiang Yi was about to humble himself, the door of the studio was knocked. What's wrong? Lin Ce frowned with some confusion. She had rented the studio for the morning. How could someone come knocking on the door at this time? Opening the door, there was more than one person standing outside. The studio staff was wiping off his sweat, and standing beside him was a woman with sunglasses. The woman didn't look very old, but she was wearing a designer label. Hello, what can I do for you? Lin Ce asked suspiciously. Excuse me, can I trouble you to let out this studio? A fashionably dressed man walked up and asked in a tough manner. Chapter 33, looking like an amateur. Isn't it time yet? Lin Ce was a bit surprised and looked up at the clock in the studio. There were still 2 whole hours before the 12 o'clock end time. Know who I am? I told you guys to stop using it. Can't you understand human language? The woman wearing sunglasses spoke with great impatience. It could be seen that she was not in a very good mood right now. After these words were spoken, the staff of the studio at the side, again had a nervous look on their faces. This person was a third-tier small artist. Although he didn't have any outstanding masterpieces, he had a few rich gold masters holding him up. It was natural that such a small studio like theirs wouldn't dare to mess with them. What are you staff for? We said we're coming for a photo shoot today, and you still don't know to clear the area in advance? And what kind of people are these? How can you photo booths be rented by anyone? It's too pricey. The agent was even sharper in his words. I'm sorry, I thought you guys were coming over in the afternoon. So, the staff were on the verge of being anxious and crying. Inside the studio, Jiang Yi also heard the sounds coming from outside and walked out. His hands were still holding the camera, and after walking to the door he also saw the few people standing. "Ce, what's wrong?" Jiang Yi worriedly said. "Nothing. It's just that they want us to give up the studio." Lin Ce frowned. What these few people had just said made her heart a little uncomfortable as well. This photo booth, too, was one that she had booked and paid for in advance. There was naturally no reason for her to give it up to someone else for no reason at all. Not to mention what was meant by renting it to anyone. Wasn't this just looking down on people? You guys hurry up and pack up your things and leave for me? Don't delay our yin shooting. The agent saw another male come out and urged even more. Go, on what grounds should we leave? Jiang Yi said unhappily. He didn't expect to still meet this kind of person. Even if this studio was owned by their family, they couldn't talk to people with such a tone of voice. Right? Guests, you guys better go first. I can help you book for tomorrow. The hours will be made up for you. The staff also didn't dare to mess with this third-tier artist called Yin. Yun also took off her sunglasses at this time, revealing a bossy face. Her face was small but her features clearly showed traces of having gone under the knife. She glanced at Lin Ce who was standing in the doorway, then spoke. Little girl is good looking. Why is it that her eyes are not so good? Don't you recognize who I am? Seeing this face, Lin Ce was a bit surprised. She usually didn't watch many TV dramas, but she still had some impression of Su Yanyan's face. In the media's publicity, Su Yanyan had always been the persona of a gentle big sister, but she did not think that the person himself was such a look. Who is it? At this time, a voice came out from inside the door. Yi Xiao frowned and walked out, her face impatient. They were halfway through this photo shoot. Who on earth was suddenly coming over to cause trouble? After walking to the door, Su Yanyan froze, then a look of surprise appeared on her face. Yi Xin? She did not expect to meet Yi Xin here. She understood the position of the Yi family in China. If she could embrace this thigh. Who are you? Yi Xin looked at the woman in front of her with some doubt on her face. My name is Su Yanyan. I'm an artist of flowering entertainment. Saying that, the agent on the side also quickly responded, then handed over the business card in his hand. Is something wrong? Yi Xiao didn't bother to take that business card, as she didn't have much interest in this kind of socializing. Most of the people that wanted to curry favor with her were also because of her identity as a member of the Yi family. No. You guys are also taking pictures in this studio. I didn't know. Su Yanyan again had a very intimate tone, looking like she wanted to get close. Yi Xiao was somewhat speechless. She only wanted to hurry up and go back to play the game after the photo shoot right now. If it wasn't for the fact that she had been rubbing up against Lin Ce's meal recently, she wouldn't have agreed to come to the photo shoot. Since you guys know each other, why don't you use it together? Ms. Lin, if you subsequently still need to use the photo booth, our studio side will give you free hours. The staff didn't care if Lin Ce answered or not. After saying this, they hurriedly slipped away. After all, Su Yanyan they couldn't afford to mess with. I'll just shoot 2 promotional posters. It'll be quick. It won't delay you. Su Yanyan looked like she was familiar with herself and directly walked into the studio. Lin Ce also felt a little embarrassed. However, it was good that the studio was quite large, and preparing 2 photo sets at the same time wouldn't seem crowded. Forget it, we'll be done shooting soon anyway. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and comforted. Well, let's go. Yi Xiao didn't think much about it either, but in her heart, her good feelings towards Su Yanyan directly dropped to a negative number. There were quite a few staff members on Su Yanyan's side, and they were already busy on one side. Xinli also felt a little strange after seeing someone come in. What's going on here? She opened her mouth and asked. Nothing, it's just that the studio's rental time didn't get it right. It seems to have crashed. Lin Ce opened her mouth to explain. It's fine, let's shoot ours. Yi Xiao straightened her hair and was already ready to go shooting again. Wait, Ms. Yi, let my photographer shoot for you. This photographer of yours right now looks like an amateur. What if he doesn't take good pictures of you? Su Yanyan said with a tone of contempt. No need, he takes pretty good pictures. Yi Xiao faintly opened her mouth and replied. After hearing this reply, Su Yanyan was a bit surprised. but she knew that Yi Xiao had always had high requirements when it came to photos. Many famous magazines had approached Yi Xiao for photo appointments, but Yi Xiao had refused for various reasons. In the industry, everyone said that there was no photographer who could make Yi Xin look good. Who exactly was this man taking pictures? Su Yanyan looked at Jiang Yi with a hint more curiosity in her gaze. Click, 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 click. Soon, Jiang Yi also continued to help take pictures. The three girls originally had a high face value. Standing together was even more of a visual feast. The staff on Su Yanyan's side were all attracted to their side as well. Some of them couldn't help but whisper about it. Worthy of being the national first love. Yi Zhao's face is really pretty. The two girls with her are also both good looking. Are they new artists from that company? Otherwise, let's go get an autograph. After hearing these words, Su Yanyan also felt that she had lost face and her face stunk. But fortunately, this photographer was also of some caliber, and after picking a few angles, he also took a few good pictures. Our family Yanyan is really pretty. The agent was also very flattering. Only after hearing this did Su Yanyan put a satisfied smile on her face as she walked over to Jiang Yi and their side. Can I see your pictures? Su Yanyan hung a fake smile on her face and opened her mouth to inquire. She just didn't believe that Jiang Yi could take better pictures than this professional photographer. Chapter 34, This woman can change her face. Su Yanyan knew that Yi Xiao was after. The entire person's attitude had also undergone a very huge transformation, and hearing her open her mouth with this friendly tone to make a request, the remaining few people were not too kind to refuse. You see, Yi Xiao was also curious as to what other demons this person could make. When Su Yanyan heard this, she walked over to the front of the camera and took a look. Although she couldn't see it very clearly, she was able to tell that Jiang Yi's skill in taking pictures wasn't bad, quite average. She shook her head, then assumed the appearance of a master, and pointed out, average? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. It looked like this woman was also sincerely trying to come over to find trouble. This made him very upset. Lin Si was also a bit unable to look on. Originally the use of this studio's authority was in their hands. Kindly letting out a part of it for her to use was already considered to be benevolent and righteous. Now this woman is getting an inch. Even looking at his commenting on their photos. Photographer, come over and take a picture of Miss Yi and I. Su Yanyan raised her hand and called the photographer who was retouching the picture at the side. The photographer received the money. Naturally he was very dogged and walked over with his own camera. I'm not shooting. It did not occur to me that when the photographer was about to raise his camera to take a picture, Yi Xiao opened her mouth to express a clear refusal. She walked over to Su Yanyan's side and then took back Jiang Yi's camera. Your aesthetics are a bit poor. I don't really want to take pictures with you. After saying that, Yi Xiao returned the camera back to Jiang Yi. I didn't think that Miss Yi would even help me out. Jiang Yi looked at the camera in his hand and revealed a somewhat playful smile. Originally, he thought that Yi Xiao would also follow this Su Yanyan to fall on him. After all, this guy was usually very toxic. You did shoot well. Yi Xiao turned around and left after saying that. Jiang Yi and their side of the photo shoot had already ended. Although a dog had bitten him, he couldn't be generalized with dogs. But, flowers entertainment? He did remember this. Before leaving, he didn't expect Su Yanyan to walk over again. But this time, she didn't continue to look for Yi Xiao. She took advantage of the empty slot when a few girls went to change clothes. She found Jiang Yi who was left alone, and after walking over, she reached out and hugged Jiang Yi's arm. Then with a very ambiguous tone, she opened her mouth. I'm sorry for saying that you didn't shoot well just now. I'm just a small entertainer without any aesthetic cells. You shouldn't be angry, right? It was obvious that this was trying to get close to Jiang Yi. Just now after Yi Xin helped Jiang Yi out, Su Yanyan also observed the conversation between Jiang Yi and Yi Xin, and could see that Jiang Yi was not an ordinary photographer, but instead looked very familiar with Yi Xin. She knew Yi Zhao's identity, but this was the first time she had seen Jiang Yi. Recently, her resources were starting to go downhill, so if she could hug a big leg at this time, it was also very important. Not to mention, this Jiang Yi was also very handsome. Something wrong? Jiang Yi felt a little nauseous as he reached out and pushed this woman away, pressing her against the wall to the side. He really didn't want to get on this woman's perfume odor. Seeing Jiang Yi taking such an initiative to do so, she immediately changed her look to one of pure love. Nothing. Just want to exchange contact information with you, brother. Saying that, Su Yanyan handed over the QR code on her cell phone. You should be older than me, right? Sorry, I'm not interested. After saying this, Jiang Yi straightened his collar before leaving the corridor. He was originally prepared to wait for a few girls upstairs, but he didn't want to be harassed by Su Yanyan anymore. After going downstairs, he leaned against his Koenigsegg. This side was originally the city center, and a handsome man with a sports car attracted countless eyes for a moment. Jiang Yi, why did you go downstairs alone first? At this time, Shinli Gu took the lead and walked down. After changing out of that set of skirt, the girl changed into a casual polo shirt plus small-footed jeans. This outfit looked youthful and pretty, just like a female high school in general. The air upstairs isn't too good, Jiang Yi replied with a faint smile. Air? Shinligu didn't react to what Jiang Yi was talking about. According to the original plan, the shooting ended and they went over to the stores together to check the situation. Shall we go over to the store's side now? Shinligu carried her skirt and walked to the car. Well, let's go eat first. Jiang Yi nodded, then pulled open the car door and sat up. On this side of the city center, there were quite a few restaurants on the streets and alleys. In order to look at the stores for convenience in a while, Jiang Yi brought Shinligu to that newly opened mall and found a small restaurant nearby. Just these few dishes. After ordering 3 dishes and 2 servings of rice, they found a seat. It was just in time for the lunch meal, and there were quite a few workers who came to eat at this time of the day, and it looked like they were all recently doing renovations in the mall. This mall has a good location. Shinligu sipped her water and looked up at the huge mall outside the restaurant. This mall, if it really opened up, would most likely become the #1 shopping center in Magic City. How much would this set of stores cost? Just as this she was lamenting, a slightly familiar voice suddenly came to her ears. What a coincidence! Why are you guys here? Chen Wenwen was wearing a halter dress, and the tight black skirt was also very flattering to her figure. Are you the agent from last time? Jiang Yi froze, then reacted. It seemed like he had also picked up this girl's coin purse. This is too coincidental. Chen Wenwen right, Shinligu said and took out the pink coin purse inside her satchel. After seeing that coin purse, the surprise on Chen Wenwen's face became even more obvious. She obviously hadn't expected that her coin purse would be on this girl's body. What's going on? I've been looking for this bag for 3 days. Chen Wenwen received her own coin purse, then hurriedly opened it and looked at it. Fortunately none of the important things were lost. Inside were some documents. If they were lost she would be in trouble. I was running in the neighborhood last time and picked it up. Jiang Yi is also relieved. He did not expect Shinligu to help him carry it with him. Otherwise even if he meets Chen Wenwen today, there is no way to return this wallet to her. Oh, I remember. You're the one who bumped me. Chen Wenwen laughed. Then she ran near the cash register, and proceeded to bring back 2 bottles of fruit juice sodas. I'll buy you sodas. Thanks. She smiled and opened her mouth. There's no need to be so polite. How about eating at a table? Shinligu still had a good feeling about this girl. She turned her head to Jiang Yi after she asked the question. Of course I have no problem. Jiang Yi took the soda, opened it and drank it. Since it was a small restaurant, there were a lot of people eating, and most of them ate together at mixed tables. Seeing this, Chen Wenwen also sat down. By the way, don't I remember that your company is over at Lantinga County? Why did you run over here? Shinligu was concerned. Actually, I'm a college fresher, and the agency is a part-time job I'm looking for. I'm a fashion designer. Saying that, Chen Wenwen placed her other business card on the table. It was a very adorably designed business card with the words clothing designer Chen Wenwen clearly written on it. I came over because I want to rent a store and open my own clothing store. Chapter 35 Shops in the Center District. Then this is too much of a coincidence. Shinligu couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Jiang Yi, who was drinking his soda, was also showing some interest in Chen Wenwen, the first tenant of his store, and this came to his door by herself? Chen Wenwen was however a bit puzzled. She didn't know what the coincidence was. It just so happens that our big boss Jiang has a few sets of stores in his hands that he wants to rent out. Do you want to take a look? Shinligu had already brought herself into her role and opened her mouth to inquire. Is it the Center District Mall next door? Chen Wenwen's face revealed a hint of surprise. She hadn't thought that Jiang Yi not only had an apartment in Lanting Yashuan, but also had stores under his command? But how could such a rich man live in an old neighborhood in the suburbs like her? Well, it just so happens that we're going over there after dinner. Jiang Yi nodded flatly. He was still confident in his stores. After all, the things in the System Mall were all of excellent quality. Then bring me another one. But I heard that the stores over here are all very sought after. Price-wise. Chen Wenwen was also sincere in wanting to rent a store. She had been saving up for the past few years of schooling, and her parents were also willing to subsidize her some. The price is negotiable. You can go and take a look at it later. Jiang Yi also didn't say the words to death first. After all, those few stores he also hasn't gone to see yet. Plus in this Central District Mall, there are many types of stores, and all of them are not quite the same in size. So the prices of these 30 sets of stores are all different. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yi brought the 2 girls towards the middle of the mall. Most of the stores had been pretty much renovated, and I heard that all of them would be ready to be put into use in another 3 or 4 months. Boss Jiang, which floor is your store on? Chen Wenwen looked at the surrounding stores with excitement on her face. Near the Central District, this newly constructed mall was the most luxurious, so if she could open her store here, it would definitely be the best choice. This first floor is all. Jiang Yi looked at the surrounding stores, then took out a few keys from his pocket. He had picked the keys for 3 sizes of stores, large, medium, and small, based on the different types of households, and was ready to come over to see what equipment was actually available. Before they could walk into the stores, 2 men in suits walked over not far away. Senior schoolgirl Shen, a man with a big back hair, after looking over, opened his mouth to greet. This person, Jiang Yi was also considered to recognize. He was also a member of the student council of their former university. His name was Wang Jia, and his family had opened a small food processing company. Wang Jia. Hello. Shinligu gave a polite greeting after seeing this man. She didn't have much goodwill towards this man either, who used to enjoy pretending to be a pompous poser when she was in the student union. Why did you come back over here? Come to see the stores? Wang Jia said as he took a few more steps in, and then he also saw the man standing beside Shinligu. Yo, isn't this Jiang Yi? A mocking look appeared on his face. In the past, when he was in school, Jiang Yi's grades were always better than his, and when it came to his work in the student council, Jiang Yi was always able to receive praise as well. But now, he had already inherited his family's company, while Jiang Yi, an outsider, was afraid that he hadn't even found a decent job. Aha! Jiang Yi also understood Wang Jia's usual behavior, so naturally he wasn't interested in talking more nonsense with this kind of person. Humph. You wouldn't have gotten a job as an agent to show people stores, right? Re-gu. If you want to rent stores, just look for me. The price is negotiable on my friend's side. Wang Jia snorted coldly. His tone was full of disdain. It could be seen that he didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards Jiang Yi. Right, Mr. Wang is the supplier of PQ dessert chain. It's not easy to find some store resources. Standing beside Wang Jia, a man in a suit and tie also opened his mouth to concur. On one side, Chen Wenwen, who was eagerly looking at the stores, was somewhat unable to look at it. How is it that people nowadays, one by one, look down on agents so much, although she only part-time agency for a period of time, but deeply understand how this industry is loathed. Every day she accompanied the customer to run around, in order to customer tired, in the end, but also be disliked, can be said to be really hard work. How do you talk? Little girl, I didn't look down on the intermediary. Schoolgirl Shun, we have a class reunion in 2 days. Do you want to come and join? I'll introduce some friends with empty stores in their hands to you then. Wang Jia was still chatting with the 2 girls in a flirtatious tone. No need. I don't need to rent a store. I'm just accompanying Boss Jiang over to take a look at his store. Shen Ligay frowned, and the expression on her face had a somewhat impatient look. When these words came out, Wang Jia froze slightly. The stores in this center area were so easy to afford. Even if they were rented, it would take millions of dollars a year. Jiang Yi is such a poor boy. When was he able to rent such an expensive store? To buy a store? He doesn't think Jiang Yi can do it. At the beginning of the construction of this commercial plaza, their family had also thought of buying it, but they couldn't grab the number at all. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Yi took the key and opened the door before leading a few people into the middle of the stores. Wang Jia, who was still standing outside the door, his face turned a little ugly. He didn't expect that he would lose face in front of Jiang Yi. You have someone help me to investigate this Jiang Yi kid. Where exactly is he working now? Wang Jia spoke to the assistant beside him. Yes. The assistant nodded and hurriedly ran off to investigate. In the stores, the 3 people were strolling around. The hard furnishings were all almost done. As long as some interior furnishings were carried out, the store could directly conduct business. So big. Chen Wenwen looked at the store and inwardly felt as if her dream was one step closer to her. Her childhood dream was to own a store that only belonged to her, and then sell clothes of her own design in the store. This one is already the smallest. Jiang Yi stood in the store, and there was also a satisfied expression on his face. The rent of this pavement was at least as high as $1 million a year, and the lease period of a normal store was more than 5 years, although it was still a bit of a distance away from the small goal of $100 million, but this location thought it would be good to get out. Are all these stores going to be rented out recently? Xinli Gu was also completely into the work, and opened her mouth to inquire. Directly hang all of them. Jiang Yi didn't hesitate. There wasn't much use in holding on to this kind of stores. Can I keep this store for a day? I can sign the contract tomorrow. Chen Wenwen was also very dry. After all, finding a suitable store was considered one of the very important parts of investing. During this period of time, she had also looked at quite a few stores. Either the location was too remote or too old to be able to come across such a good location and such a new store. Even if it was a bit more expensive, she would want to bite the bullet and put up a fight. Good. Jiang Yi agreed with a smile. He hadn't expected the first business to come to fruition so quickly. Chapter 36, Can this car be compared to branded goods? Decided so quickly? Xinli Gu was a little surprised. She also knew that stores over here were very sought after, but she hadn't expected to be able to book a set of stores out so quickly. It's better to start first. This is my VX. Let's add a contact. I'll look for you to sign the contract tomorrow. Chen Wenwen laughed and spat out her tongue, then opened the QR code for adding friends and handed her cell phone to Shunli Gu. The two girls were also quickly added friends. See you tomorrow then. Chen Wenwen waved her hand, then made a phone call and left, looking like she had gone to raise money. Watching the girls back go away, Shen Ligei's heart was still a little excited. The rent of this set of stores was around $1 million a year. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, Jiang Yi's cell phone also sent out a vibration. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? I'm an e-commerce delivery company. Is it okay to deliver the computer you bought to you now? Right now? Okay. Jiang Yi looked at the stores around him. He's pretty much done looking anyway, so let's go back. After hanging up the phone, he took Shinli Gu back to Half Moon Bay. The other few sets of stores, I've already communicated with the shopping mall and opened them up for rent. Shinli Ji's speed in dealing with work was also very fast, and after getting into the car, he had already contacted the investment promotion department of the mall. Good. Jiang Yi nodded. Choosing Shinli Gu to be his assistant was also not a wrong choice, at least in dealing with these trivial chores. Schoolgirl Shen's work efficiency was still very high. Returning to the villa, the delivery master quickly came to the door, installing the computer, turning it on and inspecting the goods. The two people were also busy. After sending the delivery master away, the call from the mall side came again. The stores are rented out? Shinli Ji's voice unconsciously raised two chants. Jiang Yi, who was making coffee, was also a little surprised when he heard it. This speed is also too fast. It seems that the choice of exchanging points for this batch of stores really didn't make a mistake. Ding! Detecting that the host has successfully rented out 3 sets of stores. System rewards open. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine investment skill, with a starting investment capital of $10 million. As the system voice sounded, information about investment entered Jiang Yi's mind again. Making $100 million with $10 million didn't seem so difficult anymore. A confident smile surfaced on his face. Jiang Yi, the stores have been rented out, or 3 sets. Shenli Gu held her cell phone and walked over to Jiang Yi, her face filled with joy. Looking at this innocent smile of the girl, Jiang Yi's mood also brightened. I'll give you a raise this month. Jiang Yi smiled and patted the girl's shoulder, putting on a big boss stance. The next day, Jiang Yi woke up from his sleep and smelled an aroma of breakfast. After changing his clothes, he went downstairs and saw Shenli Gu, who was busy at the dining table. Why did you come over so early in the morning? Jiang Yi looked up at the clock. He had originally agreed with Shenli Gu to go to work, but at 9 o'clock, and now it was only around 7:40. Because he was worried that he hadn't gotten up even at 9 o'clock, he had given Shenli Gu a key to his house. But, how could he not expect that Shenli Gu had even made him breakfast? Early in the morning, looking at a beautiful beauty, wearing an apron in her own kitchen. This kind of feeling, how it was like the post-wedding life in general. Volunteering to go to work early to make breakfast for the boss. Shen Ligei looked up and smiled, then served the simmered millet porridge. After walking to the kitchen, Jiang Yi opened the refrigerator to prepare that bottle of water to drink, and found that it was already filled to the brim with a variety of fruits and vegetables. Because it's also not convenient to go out to eat at noon, so I'll have to borrow the boss's kitchen from now on. The girl smiled and explained, then took out a bottle of milk and stuffed it into Jiang Yi's hands. Jiang Yi, who had left home and gone out to pursue his studies, had also not felt this kind of family-like warmth for a long time. It's fine, feel free to use it. Jiang Yi walked over to the dining table, drinking milk and eating the breakfast that had long been prepared on the table. Today I will check the lease contract on the side of the mall in the morning, and some contracts on property management, and in the afternoon Chen Wenwen will come over to sign the contract for renting the stores, and I'll directly interface with her. Shen Ligei stated the work content once. The overall arrangement made Jiang Yi understand it once he heard it. Okay, I'll go out later to go to the securities office. Try to come back before noon. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and said. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yi took the car keys and left the door. On the financial street of Magic City, it was the morning rush of work. Suits and ties, uniforms and small sets of skirts. All kinds of small white collars were walking on the streets. Jiang Yi found a parking space and stopped, taking advantage of the 10 minutes before the stock exchange opened its doors. He opened his cell phone to look at the latest stock market movements. After obtaining the divine investment skill, he could see the movements and future news of every stock through the system. With this information, he could be said to be casual about the matter of investing. Hello, can I trouble you to make way for this parking space? Suddenly, a woman wearing a uniform dress walked up to Koenigsegg's car. Looking at the dress, it should be none other than the staff of this stockhouse. Jiang Yi was a bit surprised. This parking space is painted with what right not to let people park anymore. Knock knock knock. That woman saw Jiang Yi did not move. face showed a hint of impatience expression, also knocked Jiang Yi's car window with her hand. This action even made Jiang Yi a little more unhappy. He rolled down the window and then looked at the woman. Why? His tone was icy. This position I left for my guest. You are not here to invest. What's the point of occupying our store's parking space? The woman was full of disdain. She looked at Jiang Yi's sports car and didn't know what brand it was, although it looked cool, but her client drove a big Mercedes. This kind of miscellaneous branded broken sports car, where can it be compared to the branded goods? Moreover, she took a look at Jiang Yi. He was so young that he looked like he came to invest. He was just waiting for someone here. Sorry, I'm really here to invest. You're in the way of me getting out of the car. Jiang Yi turned the key and turned off the engine, then took the car key and went down the door. When that woman heard Jiang Yi say that, the expression on her face became even more ugly. After seeing Jiang Yi walk away, she couldn't help but mutter, looking like a college student, where is the money to invest? How funny. On the other hand, inside the securities office, several account managers were waiting for customers to come to the door. Upon seeing the glass door being pushed open, the gazes of several people gathered on the person at the door. Hello, are you opening an investment account? A girl in a uniform skirt came over, not tall but with a good figure and face value. Looking at the badge, the name was John Lu. Yes, Jiang Yi didn't expect to meet a pretty girl with the same last name. His mood got a little better. Chapter 37, the target is $100 million. Follow me this way. John Lu smiled and invited Jiang Yi to walk inside the stockhouse. Just after opening the door, the small cubicles of the Securities Institute were all empty as well, so Jiang Lu led Jiang Yi towards the cubicles. This kind of private room usually has a sofa inside. Filling out forms will also be more comfortable, but because there is a limit to the number, usually only let the VIP customers of the securities firm enter. Before the two of them could enter, the woman who had just asked Jiang Yi to give up her parking space at the door walked in. Jiang Lu, what are you doing? She was loud and quickly attracted a group of people to look at Jiang Yi and the others. I'm taking the clients to the private room to fill out the account opening information. Jiang Lu also frowned. She had also just graduated from the University of Finance and had come to work at the securities firm for only a month. In this month, she hadn't been ostracized much, and a few of the older female employees in this securities firm had been isolating her for some time now. Among them, the one who took the lead in isolating her and stealing her clients was this woman called Li Ting. That's a VIP private room. Is it a place where anyone can enter? Li Ting's face was full of rampancy, and her words were even full of disparaging meanings towards Jiang Yi. But don't you guys usually? Jiang Lu's face was a bit aggrieved, but her voice was smaller as she spoke. What do you mean we usually? The ones we receive are all big bosses with resources. Yeah, you are also really without eyes. How can you receive a college student? A newcomer is a newcomer, not capable of working. On the side, a few Amazon-level staff members also conformed. There was also no one at the securities office right now, so the tone in which these people spoke was even more arrogant to the extreme. Don't think I don't know. Isn't it that you didn't make any business, so you let your friend come and pretend to consult so as to flush out the kwai? You also don't find one that pretends to be decent. Li Ting continued to provoke. Li Ting, can you speak with a cleaner mouth? It doesn't matter if you scold me. Why did you bring along the clients of the securities firm? Jiang Lu said with some unhappiness. Hearing Jiang Lu's words, the other few people were looking like they were watching. This Jiang Yi is dressed plainly, looks like an ordinary person. Their securities firm's big business can be hundreds of thousands, millions up and down. I'll put my word in. If he doesn't open an account, he can't waste your work time. Li Ting put on her managerial stance. Jiang Lu didn't want to speak. She was just like this. There was no way to even do normal work in this securities office. It's fine. I'll open an account in the lobby. Jiang Yi was indifferent. There was still a reason why he chose this stockhouse. That was because this securities office was backed by the Huaxia Bank. In terms of asset security, this securities office was his first choice. Moreover, buying stocks and funds nowadays only required operations on computers and cell phones, so all he had to do was open an account and he was good to go. He didn't want to talk more nonsense with these women who had no insight. Sorry. Jiang Lu's face was filled with apologies, and it was obvious that she still had a great attitude towards her work. Then, she lowered Jiang Yi to sit down at a conference table in the hall. I'll go prepare the information. You wait a moment. After saying this, Jiang Lu walked towards the office not far away. Jiang Yi leaned back in his boss chair and pulled out his cell phone to look at it in a bored manner. It didn't take long for him to discover a few stocks with potential, and some satisfaction appeared on his face. On the side, a few securities managers led by Li Ting, but their faces were full of disdain. What's the point of pretending? With that look he can't even read the stock market, right? Yeah, looks like a college student. Still comes to our side to pretend. I see. He is Jiang Lu called over to help her to improve a little KPI. Look at his appearance to save a $10,000 top day. Ha, just a few tens of thousands of small money also want to go to the private room to talk. Really speechless. The voices of these people were all transmitted into Jiang Yi's ears. He originally wasn't prepared to bother with these people, but now that it was like this, he couldn't bear it anymore. Sorry, it took me a while to find the forms. Zhang Lu walked over with 2 application forms. Fill out the account opening funds over here. She instructed Jiang Yi to start filling it out. Jiang Yi glanced at it, then raised his hand and drew a circle. By the time he finally stopped writing, there were a total of 7 zeros. $10 million? Zhang Lu's face instantly changed when she saw this figure. She didn't expect Jiang Yi to actually offer $10 million right out of the gate. She turned her head before placing her eyes on Jiang Yi. This young man only looked as old as her. How could he possibly be able to come up with $10 million? Where else do you want to fill in? Jiang Yi turned the pen in his hand. His face didn't have a trace of nervousness. It could be seen that he didn't care about this $10 million at all. The other few people on the side, after hearing the number Jiang Lu reported, were even more surprised, but Li Ting quickly stabilized her mind. She crossed her eyebrows and walked over towards Jiang Yi. $10 million? What a big mouth. You have the guts to sign here. I can tell you, this is legally responsible. Without saying the latter half of the sentence, Jiang Yi had already dashingly signed his name on the account opening contract. Seeing this, Li Ting directly stayed in place. Is this person crazy? This was $10 million. For as long as she had been working at the securities office, a $10 million order had never been personally come over to open an account. After all, bosses worth $10 million didn't deal with them. Sir, this contract is legally binding. Can you really take out $10 million? Zhang Lu's face was even more filled with anxiety. It was as if that $10 million was going to be taken out of her pocket. Looking at the girl's anxious look for herself, Jiang Yi smiled faintly. 10 million is not a big money for him. After all, his goal is 100 million. Open the account. I'll go and transfer it. He opened his mouth and said in a breezy manner. After hearing these few words, the other people were even more shocked. Was this teenager really able to take out $10 million? The entire securities office was quiet as a pin drop for a moment. Okay, I'll go open an account for you. Zhang Lu was also out of options. The contract was filled out. She couldn't tell Jiang Yi to calm down in front of so many people and then tear up the contract, could she? Even her fingers were trembling as she reached out and picked up the contract on the table. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The hour hand of the stock exchange turned as everyone waited for Jiang Lu to finish opening her account. Open. It's opened. Please come over here and transfer the money. Jiang Lu gulped, her tone filled with hesitation, only to see that after her words fell, Jiang Yi got up from his chair and walked towards the counter for transferring money with his long legs. The aura of calmness in his walking aura made Jiang Lu's heartbeat miss a beat. Chapter 38 Scalded Ring Finger. Walking over to the counter, Jiang Yi quickly ended the procedure of transferring the money. $10 million was remitted from the bank into a stock market account in just a few seconds. Even the teller who helped with the remittance operation couldn't help but have a look of surprise on his face. This will do. Jiang Lu once again checked to see if the various signatures had been completed, and she had already forced a calmness on her face. She also hadn't expected that such a heaven-sent godly man would actually appear by her side. Jiang Yi nodded. Then with a slight hint of a smile, he opened his mouth and asked, "Then am I able to go to the private room now to talk to you about stock selection?" "Of course, this way sir." Jiang Lu was also quick to respond. She led Jiang Yi towards the private room at the beginning. This time she could be more confident. There was not even a glance at Li Ting in her gaze. On the contrary, the few people who had just been sneering there were all ashen for a moment. What kind of stature was it to be able to say that they could take out $10 million, and then take out $10 million? This too. A few excited securities consultants had already started to act without much thought. Before Jiang Yi was in the private room, sitting his butt on the hot seat, the door was knocked first. What's wrong? Jiang Lu did not expect that these colleagues would still come to harass her, and the expression on her face became a bit ugly. She was now receiving a big client, delivering a fruit plate to General Manager Jiang. A few securities consultants smiled apologetically. While saying so, they all crowded into the box in one go. These few consultants were all a bit on the older side, the kind that could be Jiang Yi's aunts. They walked to Jiang Yi's front, placed the tea on the table, and set up the fruit plate. Each one of them was trying to attract Jiang Yi's attention. Jiang Yi, however, frowned slightly. "I want to talk business, please get out." Even if he was swearing, from his mouth came out with a hint of gentleness. A few securities consultants, instead of being angry, smiled and said, "All right, goodbye Boss Jiang." Finally, when everyone had pretty much left, calm was restored inside the private room. Jiang Lu walked to the table, opened her laptop, and then handed Jiang Yi a tablet with the stock market page open. She was a master in finance, and in the area of investment, Her theoretical knowledge was definitely the most comprehensive in the entire Securities Institute. That's it for the main notes. She briefly introduced it with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi naturally didn't need a little girl to teach him this. He had the most comprehensive investment knowledge in his head. I know. Why don't you first help me purchase all the funds in my account, in batches, into these stocks? Saying that, Jiang Yi handed back the tablet in his hand. The few stocks selected inside were all ones he had prepared long ago. All the funds? Jiang Lu was a little surprised when she heard it. That was $10 million. Those who didn't know thought that it was only $1,000. How could they say that all of it was thrown in, and then all of it was thrown in, and surprisingly all thrown into the stock market? By some funds it does not smell good. Aha! Jiang Yi's hand tapped on the table, which also served as a kind of urging. He didn't want Jiang Lu to delay him too much. That would be better for him to go home and buy it himself. He was just trying to be convenient here. Okay. Jiang Lu was also quick with her movements. Without a moment's effort, she followed Jiang Yi's instructions and put all $10 million into the stock market. I'll leave first then. Jiang Yi nodded. It was true that the Securities Institute was still moving faster. On his own side, he still had to wait for the bank's verification, which was really a bit troublesome, and now that the matter was done, he was ready to go back for dinner. After all, there was still a beauty at home who had made him soup. Thinking about Shinli Ji's handicraft, Jiang Yi was also a little hungry. Mr. Jiang, this is my business card. Next time if you need something, just contact me directly. Jiang Lu also didn't stay still and smartly handed over a business card. Jiang Yi glanced at it, but still received it and put it into his jacket's pocket. After all, this little girl's attitude of doing things, he still appreciates. After getting into the car, not yet waiting for Jiang Yi to start the car, the electronic sound of the system sounded. Ding! Detecting the host's first entry into the stock market. The small test of the bull's knife achievement has been reached. System random rewards opened. Please choose any one of the following companies. You can get the absolute shareholding of this company. Choice 1, Flora Entertainment. Value, 1. 23 billion. Choice 2, Huaheng Entertainment. Value, 1. 23 billion. Choice 2, Huaxing Entertainment. Value, 1. 32 billion. Surprisingly, they are all entertainment companies? Jiang Yi froze, but this choice didn't seem too difficult. He also still had some impression of the name Flowering Entertainment. Wasn't it the company of that woman he met in the studio last time? With such high-worshipping and low-stepping artists in the company, he thought that the internal environment would not be very good. Choice 2. Jiang Yi didn't hesitate and directly selected it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an absolute shareholding in Huaxing Entertainment Company. The shareholding interest has now been fully transferred. Side task open. Go to the company to clock in and sign in once. Mission reward, movie and TV photography base X1. A card. A direct reward of a photography base? This system is not crazy. Jiang Yi hurriedly took 2 deep breaths while the car was still on the road. The annual income of a film base was not a small amount, not to mention that he now had an entertainment company of his own. In the future, if his own actors were to shoot a movie, they wouldn't have to worry about not having a venue. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi was also happy. But all of this is not important. It's still important to eat. He drove back to Half Moon Bay Villa. Just as he opened the door of his home, there was an aroma of rice. I'm back. Jiang Yi casually hung his jacket on the rack at the doorway, then walked into the middle of the living room. Sure enough, Shenli was standing in the kitchen with her apron on. She had originally thought that the contract over at the mall could be dealt with quickly, but she hadn't expected that there would still be some problems when docking. This made it so that her cooking time had to be postponed as well. Wait, I'll be done soon. Saying that, Shinli Singer accidentally touched the casserole that was boiling soup. Hiss! The girl sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and a trace of pain appeared on her face. Is it alright? Jiang Yi was also a little nervous as he pulled Shinli to the sink, then turned on the faucet. He used cool water to rinse up the girl's slender fingers. It did not occur to him that the one that was scalded was actually the ring finger of the girl's left hand. Shinli looked at Jiang Yi's anxious appearance, and for a moment she forgot about the pain. She just stared blankly at Jiang Yi's side face. The distance between the two people got closer and closer. After Jiang Yi turned his head, he also met that somewhat ambiguous gaze. Chapter 39, Casual Fun. I'm fine. Shinli blushed and covered her hands as she returned to the stove. With that kind of atmosphere just now, she was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to control it and would kiss it. What happened? She hadn't even found Jiang Yi's eyes so charming before. This doesn't count as a work injury. Jiang Yi turned off the water and shook his hand with a smile. Then he walked over to the dining table and sat down. The table was full of home-cooked meals that looked very delicious. Schoolgirl Shen's handiwork, he had tasted it before. It was definitely first class. By the way, what did you do at the stock exchange in the morning? Shinli asked casually as she ate her meal. this is the start of checking in? A few smiles appeared on Jiang Yi's face. Well, no, I just casually asking. Checking in? That was something only a girlfriend would do. She was really just concerned as a friend. Shinli-gu instantly became flustered and stuttered a bit in her speech. I went to buy a few stocks, Jiang Yi said with a breezy face. Stocks? Are you going to speculate in stocks? Ri-gu was a bit surprised. She wasn't completely ignorant of the stock market. She knew that investing wasn't a simple thing. In case you invested too much, it was possible to lose your family's money. She had a relative who lost his family because of stock speculation. Well, I'll just play around. Jiang Yi could see the worry in Ri-gu's eyes. That's good. After hearing this, Ri-gu was relieved. After all, what she thought was casually playing around was spending around a few tens of thousands of dollars. In the afternoon, Jiang Yi was reading Huaxing Entertainment's financial report on the sofa. The doorbell rang, and he walked to the front door before opening the doorstop directly. While standing outside the villa, Chen Wenwen was astonished. How much money does this villa have to cost? She originally thought that she had been an agent for a few months and had seen quite a few mansions, and wouldn't be shocked by the houses in Magic City anymore. But after she stepped into the villa area of Half Moon Bay for the first time, her mouth never closed. After entering the door, she was even a bit more rushed. Ms. Chen, this way. Shen Ligay had also prepared the contract a long time ago, and when Chen Wenwen came over, she led her to the living room. So, are the two of you a couple? Chen Wenwen signed the contract with a slightly gossipy look on her face. When she saw Jiang Yi and Shinli-gu last time, she felt that the two of them were a perfect match. Now that she saw that the two seemed to be living together, she couldn't help but be a little gossipy in her heart. After hearing this question, Shinli-gu, who was checking the contract, her pretty face slightly reddened, then secretly shifted her gaze to Jiang Yi's body. She was also curious as to how Jiang Yi would actually answer this question. After all, in her heart, she was waiting for that one confession herself. Not quite. Jiang Yi sipped his tea and looked at Shinli-gu with an ambiguous expression. Oh, Chen Wenwen had an expression of I get it. After signing the contract, Chen Wenwen also transferred the money over. Together with the rental situation on the mall side, 30 sets of stores, in just less than 2 days, had already brought Jiang Yi almost $10 million. Where are you going next? I can give you a ride if it's on the way. Jiang Yi was about to go out to Huaxing Entertainment to do a side quest, and this villa area of theirs wasn't too good for a taxi, so he was ready to give Chen Wenwen a ride. May I? Chen Wenwen was somewhat flattered. She didn't expect Jiang Yi to be such a gentleman, and in her heart, she felt a little more favorable towards this young and golden man. Bye. Shen Ligay smiled and waved her hand. Well, I'll be back early. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he also took the key and left the door. Chen Wenwen felt as if she had eaten a big bowl of dog food. Where did these two people look like they weren't together? It was completely the old married couple's stance. You two are living together without being in love? After getting on the car, Chen Wenwen still couldn't help the gossiping soul in her heart. Ri-gu came over, just for the sake of work. Are all of you girls so spirited in your inner thoughts? Jiang Yi couldn't help but spit it out. He used to be busy with school and part-time jobs, and didn't have much contact with girls. After this period of contact, he found that some girls are still very cute. Oh, is there such a good job? Chen Wenwen had a thoughtful look on her face and sat in the car without continuing to talk. Jiang Yi sent her to the entrance of the neighborhood she originally lived in, and just as he was about to get out of the car, he was greeted by an old acquaintance. The vegetables in the market today are really fresh. The landlady was carrying a plastic bag in her hand with a bright smile on her face. Just after walking to the entrance of the neighborhood, she also saw the cool sports car parked there. This car is nice. It needs quite a bit of money at first glance. When my son can also drive, it would be good. Have this kind of car to find a date can be quite convenient, she was murmuring. Chen Wenwen pushed open the door and got out of the car. Yo, isn't this Mrs. Zhao who looks down on the laborers? Chen Wenwen said with an ugly face. Why is it you little girl? You don't work as a laborer, and you've begun to evening the rich and powerful? The landlord's aunt is also not old. Where will be Chen Wenwen's eccentric few words knocked down? Opening is to make a old rogue temperament. Rich man, auntie, you can really lift me up. Jiang Yi smiled and lowered the window of the Koenigsegg. Although it had only been a few days, the landlady remembered Jiang Yi's face vividly. After suffering a defeat in Yashuan Orchid Court, she came back even more reluctant to return the deposit to Jiang Yi. But for some reason her own son suddenly bit the bullet and said that Jiang Yi was not to be messed with. But I don't know why my own son suddenly bit Jiang Yi to death. That originally lived in their broken rental house. Jiang Yi actually got rich, bought an apartment, but also drove a sports car. The beautiful woman beside him is even more so every time. Yo, it's Big Boss Jiang. Quickly tell auntie, where have you gone to get rich recently? The landlady deeply understood the truth that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do, and she cordially ran to the side of the car to greet Jiang Yi. With this look, If someone who didn't know what had happened saw it, they would really think that Jiang Yi was her distant relative. What a dog's eyes! Jiang Yi is now even stores alone or dozens of sets. You are also worthy of taking advantage of others. Chen Wenwen rolled her eyes and scolded the landlord aunt. Then I'll leave first. I'll contact you again if anything happens. Jiang Yi smiled and didn't pay any more attention to the big mom by the car. Aha, bye-bye la. Chen Wenwen waved her hand. Afterwards, the Koenigsegg started up again and left in a cloud of dust. At the entrance of this neighborhood, only a big mom with a somewhat ugly face was left behind. Dozens of stores? How much money does this cost? What exactly is Jiang Yi's identity? Chapter 40 Is the parking space your home? Huaxing Entertainment's office building was in the neighborhood of Longhui District. When the Koenigsegg parked in front of the company's entrance, it soon attracted a large wave of sight as well. Just as Jiang Yi was looking for the entrance to the underground parking lot, a figure not far away walked towards his car. Jiang Yi? A voice suddenly came in from outside the car window. Jiang Yi turned his head and saw a cute little face. Lindsay stood beside the car with some surprised look on her face. She didn't expect to meet Jiang Yi in front of the company. Why are you here? Jiang Yi asked with some similar surprise. This is my agency. I came over for a meeting. Lin Sij replied. Then you know how to get to the parking lot, right? Jiang Yi asked another question. Of course. Lin Sij got into the car and led Jiang Yi to the entrance of the underground parking lot. This place is really winding. Jiang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Well, but people like me who don't have a car won't have trouble parking la. Lin Sij smiled and laughed to herself. The Koenigsegg slowly drove into the garage, not realizing that Huaxing's underground garage was almost full of cars, with barely a few empty spaces. Finding a parking space wasted Jiang Yi a few minutes of time, and with great difficulty, he found a parking space and was about to drive over and stop. He did not expect that at this moment, another BMW car came on his way, and the two cars blocked in front of the parking space. Drip! The owner of the BMW car pressed the horn. The meaning was also very clear. That is, he wanted Jiang Yi to give up his parking space. Sick. Lin Si was a little unhappy. This parking space was clearly the one they found first. They had already put on their parking lights and were ready to park, and this car still came out of nowhere to grab the parking space. Aha! Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows. He also felt that the owner of this BMW car was a little too arrogant. Half a minute later, after the people in the BMW saw that the sports car in front of them did not move, the owner walked down first. Long eyes. Blocking my car for what? A young man walked down, wearing a famous brand, wearing a thick gold chain on his neck. The tone of his voice is very arrogant, obviously not taking Jiang Yi into consideration. After seeing the man's face, Lin Si's face suddenly became a bit ugly. This man, she knew. Jiang Yi, let's back up and go find a new parking space again. Lin Si turned her head to Jiang Yi, a rare trace of panic appearing on her small face. Why? Jiang Yi frowned. This parking space was originally what he saw first. Why should he give it up? Besides, this building was now one of his assets. Such a small parking space, even if someone parked it, it was fine for him to have someone move it. This person is one of the company's newest investors, investing $20 million in the next movie. Lin Si had always been well informed and had learned about this news in the company some time ago. This man's name was Zhang Lin. He was a rich son of a family, and his relationship with one of their company's 18th line small artists was ambiguous. This time, he would be willing to invest $20 million, just to promote that 18th line small artist. So, I don't see any parking spaces elsewhere. Jiang Yi was somewhat helpless. Anyway, can't offend this guy. Otherwise I'll be miserable in the company. One word from him and I might just have to be fired. Lin Si said with tears in her eyes. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, unless you want to leave on your own, no one can drive you away from the company. Jiang Yi smiled, then lowered the window and looked at the person outside the window. Hey, I said, are you deaf? Zhang Lin walked up to Jiang Yi, and the expression on his face wasn't good. You are truly blind. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and said indifferently. His body carried a self-contained aura of unruffled authority. You, who are you scolding? Believe it or not, I'll call the security guards to come over and drag you out directly with your car? Zhang Lin stretched out a finger and pointed it at Jiang Yi's face. What? Does this parking lot belong to you? Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows, his tone full of provocation. Sure enough, the moment his words came out, Zhang Lin became even more angry. As if in a hurry, he reached out and took out his cell phone not knowing who to call. Done and done. Who are you messing with but this guy? Lin Si felt like she must be fired from the company this time. This was the big gold master of their company. If you guys don't want me to break off the cooperation, get someone to come and deal with it now. Zhang Lin, who was holding the cell phone, yelled and then hung up. What should I do? It's fine if it's the security guards who came, but looking at Zhang Lin's stance it's inevitable that he's looking for someone from the management. If I get fired, You'll be responsible. Lindsay reached out and tugged at Jiang Yi. Responsible? Jiang Yi looked at the girl's flustered appearance and found it very amusing, especially tugging on his sleeve to make him responsible. It really made one resist the urge to continue to bully this little girl ruthlessly. Yeah, if I lose my job, I might have to go live in a bridge hole. Lindsay spoke up aggrievedly. Not so much. If you lose your job because of me, I'll be responsible to the end. Anyway, there are many empty rooms in my house. If not, I won't charge you rent. You move over to live there. Jiang Yi jokingly flirted with Lin Ce in the car. Zhang Lin, who was standing outside the car, saw this flirting scene and his face turned even greener. You kid, also don't be too arrogant. After messing with me today, you don't want to be able to still mix in Magic City in the future. Zhang Lin was anxious. He was really anxious. Brother Zhang. At this time, a chiming voice came from not far away. Subsequently, a big wavy yellow-haired sister wearing a tight skirt walked over. That face-moving eyes obviously moved more. At first glance it was somewhat like a snake charmer's face. This is Luli, an actress from our company. She seems to be the one who was adopted by Zhang Lin. She recently helped negotiate a $20 million investment. She walks sideways in the company. No one dares to mess with her. Lindsay opened her mouth to introduce a sentence. Not good looking. Are the company's conditions for recruiting artists so lax? Jiang Yi really felt that there were some spicy eyes. Such a woman, if she walked on the road, how could he not feel like an entertainer? To be honest, I think she's more suitable to work in a KTV. Jiang Yi couldn't help but open his mouth and say this. After hearing this, Lindsay's face blushed once more before raising her hand and trying to cover Jiang Yi's mouth. Shoo, if you say that, Sister Lu will definitely get angry. She opened her mouth to dissuade her. Unfortunately, the windows of the car were open and all the voices of the two people talking were heard by the two people outside. Luli used to work in a KTV, but later on, she embraced a thick leg before the sparrow flew to the top. And because of this, she is very jealous of people talking about her black history. Chapter 41, You're expelled. You, which department are you guys from? Believe it or not, I'll have you guys swept out of the company today. The expression on Luli's snake-like face became wonderful. Sitting in the car, Lindsay looked like she was in a big trouble as she tugged on Jiang Yi's sleeve to death. You, wait to pack up a new workstation for me. The little girl looked at Jiang Yi accusingly and opened her mouth. Jiang Yi smiled, then reached out and rubbed Lindsay's hair. Don't worry, it's definitely not you who's going to be swept away. He opened his mouth with a tone filled with certainty. After hearing Jiang Yi's words, everyone present, all of them revealed expressions of surprise. They were all curious as to where exactly Jiang Yi got his confidence from to be able to say such wild words. What happened? Not far away, a cool voice came out. It was a woman wearing a Chanel professional sheath dress, and she walked down from a black sedan. Her shoulder-length medium hair was scattered, and on her small, plain face were delicate features, with a tear mole at the corner of her eye. Mr. He, Luli's face revealed a trace of panic. It could be seen that she was also a bit wary of the woman in front of her who had just stepped down from the car. Bing bing, why did you come to the company today? Zhang Lin walked over and opened his mouth to strike up a conversation, but what didn't occur to him was that Bing Bing didn't even look at this man. She was carrying a briefcase in her hand, and her sight was all on the body of this Koenigsegg in front of her, a car she had once seen at a car show abroad. The car alone would cost at least $1 million. Mr. Zhang, this is not your home, please park your car. Bing Bing opened her mouth, and her tone was also very cold. She didn't have the slightest intention to look Zhang Lin in the eye. She understood what was happening as soon as she saw where the two cars were parked. As long as it is a discerning person, it will be able to see that Jiang Yi's car is already ready to go inside the parking space, while that BMW is straight blocking his way. You're telling me to move? Zhang Lin obviously also didn't expect that he would hear such a request. He was the company's gold master. Who was he to ask him to move his car? Did that kid in the car deserve it? Aha! Bing Bing nodded, then continued walking towards the Koenigsegg's car. Sure enough, she wasn't wrong. This license plate number really belonged to the new major shareholder and executive president. When she had received the share transfer letter, the information of the new president had been passed over with one hand, and she had been acting as the interim president ever since the previous president had left the company. She was also curious about what the new boss looked like. After seeing this Koenigsegg, she was even more shocked. It didn't occur to her that the boss was young and not only invested in the company but also drove such a luxury car. Although she couldn't investigate the information about Jiang Yi's identity, it was compared to coming from a big family. Mr. Jiang, welcome to Huaxing Entertainment. Bing Bing walked near the driver's seat, bent down and bowed respectfully and said, seeing this scene and hearing this sentence, the others, all of them were somewhat petrified on the spot. What? The president of Huaxing? What did he call Jiang Yi? Lin Ce, who was closest to Jiang Yi, was even more confused. What? Jiang Yi also has this layer of identity? His own boss was also Jiang Yi? Although Hua Xing's president has always been He Bingbing, but externally everyone knows that she is the acting president. There had been many rumors within the industry about who was really in charge of Hua Hang. But, how could it be Jiang Yi? Isn't the market capitalization of this one company all going to be in the tens of millions of dollars? They are the top entertainment company in China. Aha, let's wait for me to finish parking the car first before we talk. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and replied, "Do you need me to call for a tow truck?" Saying this, He Bingbing had already picked up the cell phone in her hand. After hearing this, Zhang Lin's face directly went black. What did you say? Believe it or not, I'll withdraw my investment. Zhang Lin didn't care about decency and directly stopped in front of He Bingbing. He spent the money, naturally to enjoy the feeling of being held up. How could he let the people from Hua Xing still climb on his head? Regardless of whether Jiang Yi was the boss of Hua Hang or not, he had spent money to invest in their company's information. He was rightfully the company's gold master. Please feel free. He Bingbing picked up her cell phone and directly contacted the security personnel to come over. You Hua Xing, remember me? After saying this, Zhang Lin got into his BMW without looking back. Mr. Zhang. On the side, Lu Li was flustered. Zhang Lin was her biggest gold master. If she lost this gold master, she would lose all the resources in her hand. She raised her leg and chased after him, but she didn't expect Zhang Lin to directly drive his BMW away without even looking at her. Wonderful. Lin Si couldn't help but sigh with emotion as she sat in the car. In her opinion, this could be considered the drama of the year. Knowing that on weekdays, Zhang Lin was a big sister in the company, but now she was chasing after the BMW in a comical manner. I'm sorry, it's our unfavorable supervision of the artists. He Bingbing's face, however, only felt humiliated. She usually didn't meddle in the management of artists, and her work content was more on the matter of company operations. It's fine. It wasn't the first time Jiang Yi had met female artists in the entertainment industry, and he was somewhat surprised by Lu Li's behavior instead. Stopping the car, he brought Lin Si down with him. Good day, Mr. He. Lin Si was also very well behaved and hurriedly greeted He Bingbing after seeing her. After seeing Lin Si, He Bingbing naturally couldn't remember that the company still had this number of artists. However, since she came with Jiang Yi, she would have to take care of this little girl in the future. Let's go upstairs and chat. Jiang Yi looked at his watch. The time was almost up. He didn't rush over to simply come over to hang out. Clocking in and completing the mission was his primary goal. Okay. He Bingbing was a little apprehensive in her heart. She walked in front and led the way. After the three of them got on the elevator, Lu Li then reacted and hurriedly ran in. Sorry, Mr. He. Sorry, Mr. Jiang. Lu Li naturally wasn't stupid. By this situation she could also see that Jiang Yi was definitely someone she couldn't afford to offend. Get out. It didn't occur to her that He Bingbing didn't give her face. Originally, when she had learned that Jiang Yi was coming to the company in the afternoon, she had already ordered it down earlier, making all parts of the meeting urgent and making sure to give Jiang Yi a good impression. She had also come back from the field to preside over the big picture, but she did not expect to run into Jiang Yi just after arriving at the parking lot. He also let Jiang Yi see the company's artist and other bosses getting together. This kind of thing, although it is tacitly allowed in some companies, but Hua Xing has a clear rule that artistes cannot have things that damage their reputation. A trace of terror appeared on Lu Li's face. You're fired, He Bingbing said with a firm voice. Chapter 42, Being the president is not as cool as collecting rent? What? You actually want to fire me? Lu Li completely froze. She didn't think that she, who had just pulled $20 million of investment for the company, would be fired just like that. Is this He Bingbing crazy? Wasn't she afraid that she would bring a few other gold masters and go to another company? He Bingbing didn't pay any attention to this crazy woman. At this time, the security guard had also arrived at the parking lot. Mr. He. A few people walked over to the elevator. Drag her out for me. He Bingbing opened her mouth and said, yes. Although the security guards were a bit puzzled, they didn't dare to disobey the president's order, so they hurriedly dragged Lu Li away. Lu Li's eyes were even more filled with hatred. You Hua Xing treat me like this, I will definitely make you regret it. Bitch, you will definitely regret it. Her roaring voice kept echoing in the parking lot. However, soon the elevator slowly closed as well. Lin Si stood in the elevator, even more afraid to let out her breath. In the past, she had heard that He Bingbing's methods were very cruel, but because she was just a small anchor, she couldn't see the president at all, and didn't have much of a feeling. But once she saw it today, it was really a devilish boss. Gulp. She couldn't help but gulp. However, I didn't expect you, an anchor, to have a company. Jiang Yi, however, brought the topic to Lin Si. Originally, he had thought that live broadcasting was a freelance profession, where he could broadcast when he wanted to and rest when he didn't. It hadn't occurred to him that surprisingly, an anchor would still have a brokerage company. Aha! Lin Si nodded. When she graduated from school back then, she was signed by Hua Xing and was originally prepared to let her debut in a movie. However, it didn't occur to her that the company didn't have enough resources, and in the end, her part was snatched away by another connected person. It was also because of this that she started doing live broadcasts when her slot was empty. I remember. You're Lin Si, the company's new signing from the last period. He Bing Bing suddenly opened her mouth. She had just been thinking about who this girl beside Jiang Yi was. It was a good thing that she had a good memory, and she had personally reviewed the information of the company's artist signings last season. Hearing the beautiful president suddenly mention her name, Lin Si gave another jolt. It's me. Lin Si nodded her head and replied, "Are you still in the live broadcast department now? According to the development plan submitted last time, you didn't pick up movie and TV drama resources." He Bing Bing frowned. Well, the roles were later snatched away by the newcomers from Flowering Entertainment, Lin Si said with some embarrassment. She also knew that mixing in the entertainment industry sometimes without capital, one could only rely on luck. Unluckily, she was one of those people who didn't have much luck. In this matter, she didn't blame the company for not supporting her. Being able to help her get that role in the first place was already a very good thing. Being robbed of her role could only be described as fate. Who called the uncle of the one from Flowering Beauty Entertainment a screenwriter? It's Flower Ripple again? He Bing Bing sighed. Ding! The elevator arrived at this time, and the door opened on the designated floor. I'm here. I'll go to the meeting first. Lin Si waved her hand, then hurriedly slipped out the door without looking back. There was no way around it. Staying with a domineering female president like He Bing Bing, that kind of invisible pressure made her nervous. It was like the feeling of being called by the homeroom teacher to talk to the office when she was in high school. Looking at Lin Si's departing back, Jiang Yi however feels that this little girl is somewhat cute. Mr. Jiang, your office has been arranged for you, on the top floor of the company. He Bing Bing opened her mouth and said to Jiang Yi, compared to the way she treated her subordinates just now, the tone she spoke to Jiang Yi was much gentler. The elevator ran at a fast speed, all the way directly to the top floor of the office building. After walking out of the elevator, there was surprisingly only one office on this floor, and that was the president's office. The entire space was very open, with comfortable leather sofas as well as well-tended leather sofas. On the huge desk was the matching computer. Although the office appliances could all be prepared in advance, these potted plants looked like someone was taking care of them every day. Hard work. Jiang Yi's work attitude towards this president was also considered to be recognized. Just now in the parking lot, the punishment for Luli also seemed very thunderous to him. He had probably looked at the company's financial report in the morning. In this current situation, their company's development was continuing upwards. For an investment of $20 million, it seemed a lot at first glance. But, if it was invested in an artist with no morals like that, it would do no good for their company but 100 harms. It's not hard. This is all what I should do. He Bing Bing was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Jiang Yi to be someone who would say such polite things. Originally, she still had a bit of a headache. In case Jiang Yi was a rich second generation who was not good at communicating, then it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to her next job as well. For her, she still preferred to have a strong and powerful person as her top boss. Jiang Yi, just what was he able to run this company into? She was curious. To tell you the truth, I don't know much about entertainment companies, and I usually have other things to be busy with. So don't worry, I won't interfere too much. Just send me the monthly financial report at work. Jiang Yi walked over to the desk and didn't sit down, walking around before taking a seat on the sofa. But he understood that being a president was not an easy thing. What's more, isn't collecting rent happy? Good. A trace of surprise surfaced in He Bing Bing's beautiful eyes. However, her heart was also much more at ease. This company was almost run by her, single-handedly, and if it was destroyed, she would be sad in her heart in comparison. Ding! Detecting that the host has successfully clocked Hua Xing Entertainment Company. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining Movie and Television Photography Base X1. After hearing the system voice ringing out, Jiang Yi also got up from the sofa. Since the task was completed, he didn't stay to waste time. I believe in MS. He's management. The company's development will definitely not disappoint me. After saying that, he was ready to leave. Wait, Mr. Jiang. He Bing Bing opened her mouth and called out to Jiang Yi. What else is going on? Jiang Yi froze as she turned her head to look at He Bing Bing standing in the office. Let's have dinner together tonight. Regarding the next direction of the company's development, I think it's still necessary to have a chat. He Bing Bing opened her mouth to retain a sentence. It was rare to see the person in charge of the company, so she naturally wouldn't just let Jiang Yi leave. Dinner? Jiang Yi, however, felt a little embarrassed because at noon, Shinli Gu had said that she would prepare dinner and wait for him to go back to eat. Chapter 43. Landlord still cares about this? Yes. He Bing opened her mouth and replied. It could be seen that she was really preoccupied with the company's affairs. That's fine. I'll email you the address later. Jiang Yi agreed after thinking about it. After saying this, he took his cell phone and left Huaxing Entertainment's company. Hey, Ri Gu. He saw the call connect and pressed it to his ear. What's up? Ri Gu was in front of the computer, dealing with the stores. Someone is coming for dinner, so I might have to trouble you to make an extra one. Jiang Yi didn't think much about it and started the car to leave after arriving at the garage. What kind of person? Ri Gu revealed some surprised expression after hearing that. A work colleague? Jiang Yi didn't know how to introduce He Bing. You recruited a new employee? Ri Gu stopped the work on her hands, some loss showing on her small face. The work she was doing now, she was able to handle it well on her own. There was absolutely no need to recruit one more person in. No, you'll know when someone comes. After the car drove out of the parking lot, Jiang Yi also hung up the phone first. Driving safety norms, this was something that every citizen should abide by. He was ready to go over to the stores to see the situation. After all, the rental situation was very good. When he came to the vicinity of the mall in the center area, the traffic was also congested. On the side of the Koenigsegg, inside a BMW, Wang Jia was holding the steering wheel. He looked at his watch. Today he had an appointment with a few merchants to talk business. Recently, after the shopping mall in the center area opened up, there were more merchants working with their company, and he had been busy running business in the past few days. If he was able to negotiate those few businesses in the central district today, he would be ready to take a vacation this year. Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on his face. Just at this time, he saw a dazzling sports car not far away. Yo, this car isn't a Koenigsegg? He had read a sports car magazine before, and was somewhat familiar with this car label. This kind of car could barely be seen a few times in the country. He hurriedly took out his cell phone, then took a picture and sent it to his college group of classmates. Ding dong. This was, Jiang Yi's cell phone also vibrated. Seeing that he was in a traffic jam, he raised his hand and picked up his cell phone to take a look, not realizing that it was the university classmate group that he had blocked before. Because of the change of cell phone, his settings were disabled. Frowning, he tapped into the chat box. Then, he saw a picture of this car of his. Wang Jia, I came out to talk business today and saw it on the road. Wang Jia, this car is handsome, right? Zhang Chengyuan, handsome, only a big boss can afford to drive it. Lu Xing, this car owner has some status, right? Several people soon chatted in the group. Not long after, the group owner was also startled out. Yang Xiaoyi, you guys are so idle in broad daylight? Yang Xiaoyi was the student president of their term, and had a good relationship with everyone in the student council. Her academic performance was also very outstanding, and she was directly guaranteed graduate school in this school. Seeing her appear, everyone in the group became even more active. Yang Xiaoyi at all staff, no one is allowed to be missing from the school reunion in 2 days. Roger brushed a whole page. Even Ri Gu, who usually didn't participate in activities, saw it and returned to participate. Jiang Yi, however, was not interested. After all, there were a few obscure people in the student union, and he was one of them. Even if he didn't go to participate, no one would find out. Shielding the message, the car in front of him at this time also finally started to move, arriving at the commercial plaza. At this time, almost a large portion of the stores had already finished decorating and started trial operations. Jiang Yi's store is on the first floor, and the stores that are selected to move in are also very selective. Just after walking not 2 steps, a voice came over. This person was no other than Wang Jia. Jiang Yi. He had a hint of a smile on his face. Last time, after he and Jiang Yi met here, he had gotten someone to investigate Jiang Yi. The next thing he realized was that Jiang Yi's origins were very ordinary, and his parents were nothing more than laborers who had fought their entire lives in a small county. With this level of family, how could Jiang Yi afford to buy a store? The probability was that Shinli Ji's words were merely meant to deceive him. What a coincidence! Jiang Yi also guessed that there would be a chance encounter. After all, he had seen the photo in his classmate group. Only, he was really not interested in wasting time on this kind of person. Didn't Boss Jiang say that the stores here are yours? I happened to come over to talk business today. If you want to join me, maybe you can even help me climb some relationships. Wang Jia said with a smile. He wanted to see how Jiang Yi could still pretend in front of him. It's okay. Jiang Yi heard Wang Jia's words, but his heart was a little interested. He still had a bit of an impression of the Wang family's food processing company, which seemed to have been investigated once in earlier years due to food safety issues. However, it was only because the Wang family had spent some means to suppress the matter. He was able to know this also because Wang Jia himself said it when he was pretending to be a bully in the student union, and he still thought at that time that it was such a powerful thing for his family to have connections. But, Jiang Yi wouldn't have wanted to rent out the stores if he worked with such a company. If a store's goodwill was damaged, it would cause the customer base to hold a bad impression of the entire mall. There was no need for him to take such a risk. Poof. Wang Jia felt that Jiang Yi was simply trying to save face. He lifted his foot towards a coffee shop that was under renovation not far away. Hello, looking for someone? The employee who was in charge of cleaning inside opened his mouth and asked when he saw Wang Jia. I have an appointment with your boss to come over and take a look. Wang Jia opened his mouth with an air of confidence. After all, in the entire Magic City, the price given by their company was definitely the most satisfying, and he also believed that based on the relationship between him and the mall, this boss wouldn't not give him face. Hello, Boss Wang? The store owner walked out, a pregnant woman who was currently carrying a large belly. Yes, Boss Lu, right? Wang Jia hurriedly smiled with him. After Jiang Yi saw that it was a pregnant woman, he also roughly recalled the information about this tenant. It said that it was a store owned by a husband and wife, and this store was a franchise store. Aren't you guys a franchise store? You have to rely on other companies for food? Jiang Yi opened his mouth to interrupt the conversation between the two. After hearing Jiang Yi speak like this, Wang Jia was a bit unhappy. What was the meaning of this? It's obvious that he's not trying to stir up his business. What are you talking about? What our company can be responsible for is secondary processing. Wang Jia said somewhat unhappily. No, I actually wanted to tell you that I don't need it on my side, because it is also stated in the contract with the landlord that we have to operate according to the requirements of the franchise. The pregnant woman spoke awkwardly. The landlord still cares about this? Wang Jia was also not expecting it. Chapter 44. I wouldn't mind someone else. This side of the mall is still very strictly regulated. The pregnant store owner spoke up. The mall side is fine. I can go and communicate. After all, you can still follow the normal channels of purchase. Wang Jia was obviously familiar with the situation, and he had used these words many times. This shopkeeper, who was holding her stomach, was obviously somewhat unable to make a decision. She took out a cell phone and looked like she was going to contact her husband. Didn't you say that you are the landlord? I see that this shopkeeper doesn't recognize you either. Wang Jia continued to open her mouth and mocked. It's hard to believe that you think that I have to run over and sign all the contracts myself? Jiang Yi just felt a little amused. He inspected in this store. In fact, it was like some of the decoration issues the mall would be responsible for supervising. Pretending. Wang Jia sneered. A few minutes later, a man in a t-shirt also walked in. After seeing Jiang Yi and Wang Jia, he also subconsciously recognized the two as a company. That contract can be signed, but you have to make sure that the mall side won't pursue it. The male store owner, however, didn't think too much about it. After all, his family was about to have a child, so saving a fortune was a fortune. Come, let's sign over here. Wang Jia smiled, then took out the contract and placed it on the table to the side. Lu Deshang, right? I remember the lease contract states that as a franchise, the products you can sell must be from the franchise brand. Jiang Yi said, taking out his cell phone to contact someone from the mall department. Yeah. Lu Deshang also froze. If you sign a contract with this secondary processed food company, then you are in breach of contract on the rental contract. First of all, I have the right to take back this store, and then you also have to compensate me for the breach of contract. Jiang Yi said indifferently. His tone of voice was also organized and clear word by word. After hearing this, Lu Deshang directly became nervous. What? Your landlord Jiang? He also knew that these sets of stores belonged to a boss surnamed Jiang, but exactly what that boss looked like, he wasn't sure. What? Wang Jia also felt a little strange when he saw this scene. Soon, the people from the mall's legal department who received Jiang Yi's text message arrived at the scene. Seeing the mall staff in suits, Lu Deshang also knew that he was in bad luck. He hurriedly threw his pen aside. Sorry, Boss Wang, this cooperation can't be done. Wang Jia was even a little surprised. Could it be that this set of stores really belonged to Jiang Yi? He frowned. But, cousin, why did you come over? Wang Jia walked up to the person who led the way through the door from the legal department. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from inside his pocket, then gave one to each person. There were only 3 people in total in the legal department. Why are you talking business about franchises? Cousin Wang didn't take the cigarettes, but instead reprimanded with a serious face. Then, he looked around at the others present. You're Mr. Jiang, right? With that, Wang Tonga walked to Jiang Yi's front with a very respectful attitude. Then, he pulled out a business card and handed it over. Wang Jiayuan, the center's commercial legal advisor. Not only franchises, but cooperation with ordinary food stores also requires the provision of complete corporate qualifications. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and replied. On the matter of food safety, he felt that it was very important and could never be sloppy. After Wang Jiayuan heard this, the expression on his face was also a bit ugly. However, these stores were all owned by Jiang Yi. and their mall was also subjected to Jiang Yi's management fee of up to hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Nominally, Jiang Yi was their party A. If I can't do it, I don't mind changing to someone who can. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows. Jiang Yi, how do you talk? You just think our Wang's company is a miscellaneous small company? Wang Jia felt that Jiang Yi was just targeting him. Anger flared up on his face. Their company was at least considered an established food company in Magic City. Aha! Jiang Yi nodded. You. Wang Jia's face was red with anger. However, he had no way to refute Jiang Yi. Now he was the one asking Jiang Yi to cooperate with him. Wang Jia, watch your words, Wang Jiayuan reprimanded. Hearing this, Wang Jia lost his voice like a punctured balloon out of breath. I'm sorry, it might be my cousin who did something that rushed you. The qualifications of Wang's food company, we have checked them long ago, they are absolutely qualified. Wang Jiayuan opened his mouth and replied, the annual inspection information should all be checked, and if there are any black spots, we will resolutely not utilize them. Jiang Yi looked at the black-faced Wang Jia and suddenly felt a bit of pleasure in his heart. Okay, Mr. Jiang. A few drops of cold sweat ran down Wang Jiayuan's face after hearing this. He was naturally clear on whether or not there was a problem with his own company. If he really wanted to investigate carefully, Wang's measurements would definitely not pass the mall regulation hurdle. Mr. Jiang, you can take this box of fruits to eat. At this time, the store owner couple took out a box of fruits and handed it over. This was originally what they were going to give to Wang Jia, but now that the cooperation was yellow, they might as well give it to the landlord to bring them closer. No need, keep it for your wife. Pay attention to your health when you're pregnant. This store is heavily decorated with formaldehyde. Don't come over if you're fine. Jiang Yi cared for a word, then turned around and left. When the store owner couple heard this, their hearts were touched. Worthy of being a big boss? This temperament is different from ordinary people, the shopkeeper exclaimed. Yeah, really educated people. The shopkeeper's wife rubbed her stomach and said, the two Wang brothers who were still standing in the store, but their faces directly darkened. Brother, what about this? Wang Jia also didn't expect things to turn out like this. What to do? You stupid thing, did you offend someone? Wang Jiayuan was even more tense and directly opened his mouth to curse. Wang Jia didn't dare to speak. If the mall pursues this, not only will the other orders be yellow, I might not even be able to keep this job. After saying this, Wang Jiayuan turned around and left. Wang Jia stood alone at the entrance of the mall with a disoriented look on his face. On the other hand, Jiang Yi continued to walk towards the interior of the mall. He also wanted to come over this time to see how Chen Wenwen's clothing store was prepared. Ding bell. After he pushed the door, a small brass bell hanging on the glass door rang. Sorry, it's not open yet. Chen Wenwen was installing a sensor light, and after turning her head and not standing still, the whole thing looked like it was about to fall down. Careful. Jiang Yi hurriedly walked over, then reached out and held Chen Wenwen's waist, half hugging the girl and steadily holding her back on the chair. It had to be said that Chen Wenwen, who had been working out again, had almost no flab on her body. Her waist could be said to be well flattered. No, sorry. Chen Wenwen's face instantly burned. Chapter 45, 100,000 in hush money. Why are you alone in the store? You're the one who's following the renovation by yourself. Huh? Jiang Yi opened his mouth to ask with some surprise. He looked at the store's decoration. A very cozy look. It could be seen that the store owner had also spent a lot of effort on it. Aha, there's no money for an overseer. The girl installed the sensor light, then climbed down from the chair. Standing in front of Jiang Yi, she also felt a little awkward and hurriedly straightened her hair. Why did you come over? Chen Wenwen opened her mouth and asked. Passing by. Stopped by to take a look at the decoration over here. Jiang Yi replied with a smile. Right, when I open, how about I make a set of clothes for you and re-go? Chen Wenwen's face became happy after she talked about making clothes. Then I'll trouble grand designer Chen. Jiang Yi was also curious about what the clothes designed by Chen Wenwen would look like. No trouble, let's go, I'll take you inside to have a look. Chen Wenwen brought Jiang Yi around the store. The overall process of decoration was very good. You be careful in the store too, don't fall. Before Jiang Yi left, he still kindly reminded. Hearing this, Chen Wenwen nodded, and her heart was somewhat warm. See you then. Chen Wenwen waved her hand. After leaving the mall, Jiang Yi looked at the time and was ready to return to the villa. He had to discuss the matter about the mall contract with Rigu again. In certain aspects, the strength of the implementation of some clauses they still had to keep a closer eye on. All the way to drive the car is on the way to the door of Half Moon Bay. Suddenly a white BMW suddenly ghost probed and crashed into his Koenigsegg. Thunk! With a loud bang, Jiang Yi's hand holding the handlebar was numbed. Since it was right in front of the villa area, the security guards soon rushed in as well. Jiang Yi sighed and got out of the car. Is everything alright? A few security guards ran over. I'm fine. Jiang Yi waved his hand. It's a good thing that his car speed was slow just now. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Cough cough. At this time, a woman wearing a black wraparound skirt on the BMW pushed the door and walked down. She also had a pair of high heels of at least 5 centimeters on her feet. Because she was the one who had directly hit Jiang Yi, her car had even had its airbags popped out. Should we call the emergency services? The security guards were also a little worried when they saw the beauty coughing. No need. The pretty girl got out of the car and shook her head. What to do? Jiang Yi asked with his hands spread out. This matter is the BMW car owner's full responsibility. He can't just let people off because this woman is good looking and a little bearish, right? I'll pay for it. I'll give my assistant a call first. The beautiful woman reached into the car to look for a cell phone, and after half a day of searching, she took out a broken cell phone. She glanced at Jiang Yi with some embarrassment. Use mine. Jiang Yi sighed. Thanks. The beauty took the phone, a trace of embarrassment appearing on her face. Then, she took the phone and went to the side to make a call. Jiang Yi looked at it. This Koenigsegg of his own was also bad enough. The headlight on the front of the car had been completely scrapped. This car is not always good to repair in China. This time it seems to be necessary to go for a new car. Thank you. He'll be here in a moment. Here's my card. May I ask what is the gentleman's name? The beautiful woman handed back the cell phone while also handing Jiang Yi a business card as well. The information on it was also very clear. Yi Iran, the executive director of Flowering Entertainment. What a coincidence. My surname is Jiang. After seeing the familiar company name, a smile surfaced on Jiang Yi's face. This car of yours? Why haven't I seen it before? What brand is it? Yi Iran turned her head to look at Jiang Yi's car. A trace of doubt appeared on her face. Koenigsegg, a foreign car. Jiang Yi replied indifferently. This car is expensive. Yi Iran revealed a trace of pain. She was afraid that she would have to pay out a lot of money for this collision. It's not bad. It's just not good to repair in the country. Jiang Yi is also a little heartbroken. After all, this car has not been open for a long time, but the feeling of using it is still outstanding. It's okay. This matter is my problem. I will definitely compensate you. Traffic police side. Let's not report it first. Yi Iran raised her hand and made a pleading expression. Looking at the beauty is begging herself like this. Jiang Yi also forgets. Anyway, he has a traveling recorder in his car. If this beauty wants to renege on the debt, he himself can still go to handle the accepted case. After a few minutes, another black Volkswagen drove over, and 2 men hurriedly ran over from the car. Mr. Yi, are you alright? The one who led the way over was a short man with framed eyes. It looked like he should be Yi Iran's assistant. Behind him was a man carrying a briefcase. It's fine. This matter, you handle it. This is Mr. Jiang. Yi Iran sighed. Hello Mr. Jiang, this matter is our problem. We'll reimburse you for all your subsequent car repair costs, and if you have insurance we'll help you make a claim. But, I still hope you won't stretch this matter. Our boss's identity is a bit special. Sorry. When the assistant said this, he raised his hand to greet the man behind him. The man carrying the briefcase didn't freeze, and quickly moved to take out a checkbook from the bag. Here is $100,000. Consider this as an apology first, the assistant said, handing over the check. Jiang Yi looked at the check and understood. It looked like it was a hush money. I won't accept this, but I will contact you for the car's subsequent handling. He knew that if he accepted this check, the nature of the matter would be different. Okay, the assistant didn't dare to ask more. Jiang Yi took a look at his broken down Koenigsegg and drove the car back home with heartache. When he was entering the door, Shen Li Gu, who saw the broken down car, was startled first. She happened to finish picking up the fresh food delivery and didn't expect to see the scene. As soon as she put the bag in her hand, she ran to the side of the car. Is everything alright? Concern was written all over Shen Li Ji's eyes. It's fine. I collided with someone else's car at the entrance. Jiang Yi parked the car, then unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Seeing the girl's worried appearance, he raised his hand and touched the girl's hair as a pacification. I mean, you're not hurt, right? Shen Li sighed, then raised her hand and pulled up Jiang Yi's arm. After looking around, she let out a sigh of relief. You're done checking here? Jiang Yi asked with a smile. Shen Li Gu raised her head in confusion. Don't you need to check more carefully? He grabbed Shen Li Ji's wrist with his backhand. Chapter 46, Do Rich People Play So Wild? What are you talking about? Shen Li Gu instantly blushed. She stole a glance at Jiang Yi's side face before turning her small face away. You bought vegetables, ah? Jiang Yi also saw the vegetables and fruits placed on the side, which looked quite heavy. He walked over to carry the bag and followed Riga back to the villa. The vegetables I originally bought were only enough for the 2 of us, so I bought some more. Shen Li opened her mouth to explain. After saying this, she went to the kitchen. Just put the stuff away. I'm ready to cook. Rigu glanced at the time on her watch and reached out to put on her apron. Anything I can help with? Jiang Yi placed the bag on the countertop, then took out the things inside one by one. No need, you go out and rest. Rigu buried her head in preparing the ingredients. It could be seen that she was still angry because of Jiang Yi's molesting words just now. Jiang Yi raised his hand and rubbed the girl's hair before walking out of the kitchen. He sat down on the sofa and took out his cell phone to look at the recent stock market, which had recently risen overly well. The last few sets of stores were rented out, but there was still a bit of a gap from $100 million. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, the cell phone placed beside him vibrated. After picking up the phone and glancing at it, Jiang Yi realized that it was a number he had not saved. Hello? He opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Jiang, I'm now at the address you sent me. But, he Bing stopped halfway through her opening, her tone full of doubt. At this moment, outside the villa, he Bing was standing by the car with her handbag. She had originally thought that Jiang Yi would find a suitable restaurant for conversation, but she hadn't thought that Jiang Yi would let her come to such a villa. I'll come and open the door for you then. On the phone, Jiang Yi's tone was very flat. After seeing the phone being hung up, he Bing looked at the luxurious villa in front of her awkwardly. She and Jiang Yi had only met once, yet Jiang Yi invited her to his home for dinner. It can't be that he wants to use his position to do that kind of thing to her, right? Although Jiang Yi is young and handsome, but she is not that kind of casual person. He Bing holds her cell phone and is thinking about how to reject Jiang Yi. She hadn't been harassed in some social functions because of her good looks, but this time Jiang Yi was her top boss, her big boss. The gate made a sound and then opened in response. Come in, park the car in the yard, Jiang Yi said casually. He actually really didn't think too much. After all, he didn't want to purposely go out to a restaurant just to talk about a job. Okay. He Bing nervously tugged on her skirt. She was still wearing the same skirt she wore in the company, and although it was Chanel, would it look a little too serious? After getting into the car, she parked her car into the courtyard. Mr. Jiang, your house is quite big. He Bing awkwardly opened her mouth and said, changing her appearance from the high and cold female president in the company. There was still a hint of teenage girl cuteness in her appearance as she stood in the courtyard, looking left and right. It's not bad. Come in and chat? Jiang Yi smiled, then invited He Bing to enter the door. Good. He Bing was even more flustered. In case Jiang Yi really wants to do something to her, what should she do? Jiang Yi, is someone here? Just after entering the door, a clear and nice voice came over. Subsequently, Shen Ligu, who was wearing an apron, poked out her small head from the kitchen. She looked at the two people standing at the door, and the look on her face became a little strange. And when He Bing saw the beautiful woman in the kitchen, surprise was even more written on her face. Why is there another person here? It's hard to believe. She looked up to Jiang Yi. Nowadays, rich people, do they all play so wild? You two don't stare at me. Jiang Yi was a little embarrassed by the two girls staring at him. He walked back to the sofa, but He Bing walked to the kitchen entrance. Sorry for the disturbance. My name is He Bing. She reached out and gave a greeting. Hello, Shen Ligu. Rigu was cooking, so she smiled and nodded. Then I'll go talk to Mr. Jiang first. After He Bing said that, she went to the living room. After chatting about things regarding the company, she was also much more relaxed. During that time, Shen Ligu was also curious and stretched her ears. It was only after hearing the content of the chat that she breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, she was curious about who Jiang Yi had called to come to the house for dinner, and after seeing that it was such a beautiful woman, she was even a bit cooler inside. Now it seems that the two should just be working friends. She brewed 2 cups of tea and then brought it over. The meal will be ready soon, she said with a smile. Thanks, Rigu. He Bing was also generous when it came to socializing. After receiving the water, she even smiled and thanked her. No, you guys go ahead and chat. After saying this, Shen Ligu continued to go to the kitchen. Looking at Shen Liji's back as she left, He Bing was a little nervous. Although she didn't know exactly what Jiang Yi thought of her, she was able to tell that Jiang Yi and Shen Liji's relationship was not ordinary. Mr. Jiang, you and Ligu are? She sipped her tea and opened her mouth to test the waters. She had pretty much reported about the company's affairs, and Jiang Yi was also a little tired of chatting. She is my assistant. Jiang Yi opened his mouth to explain. Assistant. He Bing's heart went even colder. What kind of assistant would go to this extent? And she had just observed Rigu. The way that girl looked at Jiang Yi was not just as simple as looking at her supervisor or boss. These two definitely had something fishy going on. Right. In the future, don't use one mouthful of Mr. Jiang either. It's so strange, Jiang Yi said as he sipped his tea and thought. That. He Bing looked towards Jiang Yi. Just call me Jiang Yi. The company will trouble you from now on. Jiang Yi faintly returned a smile. The young man's own features were very handsome, And this smile even carried the temperament of a gentle noble gentleman. This one smile made He Bingbing silently gulp. Okay, Jiang Yi. He Bingbing was a little embarrassed. Because of her busy schedule, she actually hadn't even fallen in love. In the past, when she was in school, it wasn't like there weren't people who liked her, but because she always had a high and cold demeanor, not too many people dared to get close to her. Moreover, she herself had a very serious face control. Well, I'll go to the kitchen to help out. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he got up and went over towards the kitchen. It was a bit too awkward for him to sit dryly in the living room, but after such a brief exchange, he was able to rest assured that he would be able to hand Hua Xing over to Yi Bingbing. This person was still very capable at her job. I didn't think that Mr. John would even cook. Yi Bingbing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Chapter 47, He Wants to Eat My Pie. Upon arriving in the kitchen, do you want me to help? Jiang Yi looked at the busy Shinli Gu and suddenly felt some heartache. Although she would pay Shinli Ji's salary, but cooking was not considered within the scope of work. Help me take out that plate of fried dishes. Shinli Gu pointed to the plate that was placed to the side. Inside was the small stir-fried hollow cabbage that she had just taken out of the pan, and it looked good on sale. Really good handiwork. If only my daughter-in-law was this capable in the future. Jiang Yi smiled and complimented, then carried the plate and walked out. He didn't pay attention to the fact that after hearing this, Shinli Gu was secretly red in the face. This meal was eaten with the guests and hosts enjoying themselves. Although Yi Bingbing looks cold, but chatting is very interesting. And Rigu, two people chatting at mealtime became friends. After eating their fill, Yi Bingbing even helped clean up the dishes together. By the way, where do you live? Won't be staying with Mr. Jiang. Yi Bingbing opened her mouth to inquire. No. Shenli Gu was a bit flustered and hurriedly waved her hand. I live over in the Changhui district. What a coincidence. So do I. How are you going to go back later? The big stone in Yi Bingbing's heart fell. After all, close to the water. If Shenli Gu had lived there, she was afraid that she wouldn't have much of a chance. Take a taxi, Shinli Gu replied with a smile. Then I'll send you. Yi Bingbing spoke generously. Really? That's great. It's not convenient to take a taxi over here. Shinli Gu complained somewhat bitterly. Jiang Yi stood at the kitchen door and began to reflect after hearing this. Well, next time I'll give you a car. He was also generous. No, I don't have a driver's license. Shinli Gu hurriedly refused, because she knew that Jiang Yi wasn't joking. According to his kind of character that spends money lavishly, he couldn't help but say that he would have to take him to buy a car tomorrow. A driver's license isn't that hard. It's easier to learn one. Yi Bingbing said with a smile. No, I've taken the test before and got stuck in subject 2. Shenli Gu recalled. That not so pleasant memory. Then you'll have to find a husband with good driving skills in the future. Yi Bingbing said with a faint smile. Driving does need to be better. Jiang Yi couldn't help but make an extra comment. He felt that girls chatting with each other sometimes drive quite fast. What are you two talking about? Shenli Gu said shyly. After tidying up the table and washing the bowls, the two girls left. In the evening, Jiang Yi had just finished showering when he realized that there were a few more missed calls on his phone. The call wasn't from anyone else. It was a good buddy of his from college. Hey, what's wrong with Hao? Jiang Yi asked as he held the phone. Jiang Yi, you have to come to that school celebration the day after tomorrow. Li Haotian's voice came out. You wouldn't be thinking. Jiang Yi also roughly understood Li Haotian's thoughts. By the looks of it, this guy was still unable to forget the goddess of the white moonlight in his heart. That is, the president of their student union, Yang Xiaoyi. I saved up some money and bought a gift for Xiaoyi, so I want to try confessing once more. I heard about it a few days ago. A senior chased after her and was rejected. I think she might have me in her heart. Li Haotian sighed and said. This. Jiang Yi didn't know what to say. He also knew that both Li Haotian and Yang Xiaoyi came out from the village together, and the two were childhood sweethearts. Now Yang Xiaoyi was in graduate school, while Li Haotian had also entered a large factory job, and his monthly salary was also small 10,000. But, for so many years, the two people did not poke through the window paper. There must be a reason. Good brother, you cheer. Jiang Yi also did not know what to say. After all, on the matter of chasing girls, he is also clueless. You can be sure to go. At least support face for brother me. Li Haotian's tone was filled with a tone of gratitude. No problem. After saying that, the two people also hung up the phone. At this time, a message popped up in Jiang Yi's cell phone. Shinli Gu, by the way, are you attending the school festival the day after tomorrow? Jiang Yi, well, I should go. Shinli Gu, that's good. Shinli Gu, if you don't go, it'll be weirdly awkward for me then. I hardly have any contact with my classmates. Jiang Yi, even if I do, I'll be killed by the eyes of male classmates wherever I stand. Shinli Gu, what do you mean? Shinli Gu, kitten raising knife. JPG. Looking at the cute emoticons, Jiang Yi puts a smile on his face. Jiang Yi, Alright, go to bed early. Jiang Yi, you don't have to come over early tomorrow. I'll pick you up. Shenli Gu, where are we going? Jiang Yi, take you to a good place. After turning off his cell phone, Jiang Yi also rolled over and slept. When the alarm clock rang the next day, he got up and prepared to go out. Because his Koenigsegg had been wrecked, he was going to go buy a car for transportation first. After all, without a car now, it was really not very convenient to go out. He also searched for locations in China that could repair this car, and there was only one in total, and it was still in the imperial city. He made an appointment with a towing company, and the cost was several $1,000s, so he placed the order with some pain. But fortunately, there were people who would reimburse him. Going out and taking a taxi, he headed towards Yashuan Orchid Court. After arriving downstairs, he was about to call Shenli Gu when he was first shouted at by a voice. Mr. Jiang, why are you here? Lin Si was carrying a bag of egg pancakes and ran over after seeing Jiang Yi. Her small face was filled with a complimentary smile as she glanced at Jiang Yi before handing over her own cakes. What do you mean by this? Jiang Yi looked at the girl's cute appearance and opened his mouth to ask. A bribe to pull in the relationship between the upper and lower ranks. She spat out her tongue in a playful manner. Oh, just an egg pancake? I'm afraid it seems like it's a bit not quite enough. Jiang Yi replied with a smile. This is a deluxe version of a pancake with eggs and also ham sausage. Lin Si said disdainfully after seeing Jiang Yi's disgusted gaze. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh as he raised his hand and rubbed the girl's hair. What are you laughing at? If you don't eat it, I'll eat it myself. Lin Si said as she took a bite on the pancake. Don't say it. It's quite fragrant. Jiang Yi smelled the egg flavor of the pancake and opened his mouth. Then, if you don't mind, Lin Si handed the pancake over again. Ce? Suddenly, a voice came from within the apartment hall. Immediately afterward, Shenli Gu, who was wearing a small set of dresses, walked out from the doorway. Jiang Yi said he wanted to eat my cakes. Lin Si replied seriously. But don't, eat your own. Jiang Yi was instantly embarrassed. How does this little nymph talk? You're hungry? Shenli Gu turned her gaze to Jiang Yi. Let's go. I'll treat you to breakfast. Jiang Yi didn't know how to answer this question, so he took Shenli Gu to the breakfast stand. Wait, take me one chant. Lin Si, hearing that she was going to the breakfast stand, also immediately followed. Chapter 48. Car too expensive to drive. At the breakfast stand, Gu, what do you want to eat? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked. I want a bowl of tofu brain. Salty. Lin Si directly snatched an answer. Okay. Jiang Yi sighed. I want to eat small wontons. This stall's wontons taste good. Shenli Gu replied with a smile. Boss, 2 more bowls of wontons. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and greeted. It didn't take long for breakfast to be served. Jiang Yi had just woken up from a nap, so he was prepared to casually eat some to pad his stomach. Mr. Jiang, I really thank you too much. Lin Si opened her mouth and said. Thank me for what? Jiang Yi asked with some confusion. The company gave me a movie to pick up. I originally thought that I was already going in the direction of a harmonic star anchor. It didn't occur to me that the company had actually picked up an ancient costume web drama for me. Or the kind with lines. Ooh, too touching. Lin Si looked like she was really happy. That's quite good. Act well and strive to earn more money for the company. Jiang Yi had the face of a capitalist. Suddenly I realized that the feeling of hugging on the thigh is different. Lin Si happily panicked her head. Shenli Gu was the one who didn't figure out what was going on. Yesterday, she also didn't ask He Bingbing and Jiang Yi in detail what their relationship was, so she didn't know about Jiang Yi becoming the boss of Huaxing Entertainment yet. By the way, Gu can come to Film City to visit the class when she's free, even though it's a supporting role. I'm the 3rd female, Lin Si said with a smile. A smug look filled her face. Female number 3. It was the first time Shenli Gu heard of such an existence as a female 3rd. Yeah, and I heard that it's being filmed in the newly built Good Movie and TV base in Magic City. When the time comes, I'll give you an assistant pass, and you can come in and play for free, Lin Si said, then took out her cell phone and opened a photo, placing it on the table. On that photo, was the entrance to the movie and television base. This movie and television city is so big. Shenli Gu couldn't help but open her mouth after taking a look at it. It's not bad. It only covers an area of 963 acres. It's still a bit smaller than Hengqing's. After taking a sip of water, Jiang Yi said indifferently, this light tone, why did it even make people feel a little beaten up? Come on, this is in Magic City. It can't be compared to Hengqing. Lin Si pouted. Make do. Jiang Yi said indifferently. Is this tone of yours looking down on the owner of the movie city? Lin Si raised an eyebrow and asked. Do I look down on myself? Jiang Yi asked back. What? Lin Si froze. What did Jiang Yi just say? Is he actually still the boss of this movie city? You mean to say that the movie and television city is yours? Lin Si tried her best to calm down a bit. the industry that I just received. Jiang Yi took 2 bites of small wontons. Impressive, Mr. Jiang. Lin Si's face was full of surprise, so it wasn't like their company wouldn't be able to confirm the shooting location. But I'm still quite interested in how you guys shoot the movie. Next time I'm free I'll come over with Riga to take a look. Jiang Yi was also really a bit curious. He hadn't had much contact with this aspect before. Can we really go and watch? Shen Ligay also came in the spirit. Wait until the things over at the mall are finished, Jiang Yi said with a slightly doting tone. After eating, Lin Si also took the subway to the company. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, took a taxi and brought Shinli-gu towards the Ford store. Buying a car, this kind of thing, he didn't have too much to pursue. Being able to drive was fine. The good place you said you would take me to, is this place? Shinli-gu looked at a street of 4 stores inside. She shouldn't have thought that straight men would know anything about romance. Go take a look. Jiang Yi smiled and walked into the nearest Ferrari 4 store. Just the 2 open-top sports cars parked in front of the entrance were already very attractive. This car should be so expensive. Shen Ligay sighed. She felt that something like a car would be fine if she could drive it. Welcome, please ask which one you like and get in the car to feel it. A salesman came around even more quickly. Girls, novice driver. Jiang Yi replied indifferently. Newbie? After hearing this, the salesman was so shocked that his jaw dropped. A novice driving a Ferrari? This was too much, right? He didn't even know which one he should recommend for a moment. Well, just her to drive. Jiang Yi pointed at Shinli-gu by his side. Shinli-gu also froze. She had said that she didn't need a car for her. I don't want a car, she said with some embarrassment. The car I will hang under the company's banner, so you don't have to worry about it. It's just convenient that in the future, if I socialize and drink, then you can still send me back. Otherwise it's also troublesome to find a chauffeur. And now that I've bought it, it's also just right for me to drive. Jiang Yi didn't think too much about it. He was in love with his Koenigsegg. Shinli-gu was originally still bubbling with pink bubbles. Now it directly burst. She didn't think that Jiang Yi was really looking at himself as a tool person. Good girl. Then it will be convenient for you to commute to work in the future. Jiang Yi hurriedly consoled the girl after seeing that she was somewhat gambling. I know, you just want me to run errands for you. Then I still have to get a driver's license. Shinli-gu had a bit of a headache when she thought about getting a driver's license. It's fine. If there's anything you don't know how to do, just ask me. Jiang Yi was still very confident in his car skills. On the side, the salesman also seemed to have eaten a whole lemon after hearing this conversation. Then why don't you take a look at this one? Ferrari Aperta. This car is very popular with the youngsters in the country now. The design is an adjustable convertible model with side opening doors. Hip and flashy. Driving on the street, that's called a wind. The salesman said himself a little intoxicated. After all, which man doesn't want a sports car that is so racy? How is it? Jiang Yi walked over to take a look. The performance of the car was also very good. Isn't it a bit too high profile? Shin Ligay felt that this kind of car wasn't meant to be driven. It was more used as a tool to show off wealth. She still preferred something plainer, and after looking around she casually pointed to a plain-looking car. How about that one? She asked, following her hand. Jiang Yi also looked towards that car. The body of the car was black and looked to be a business model design, but it still wasn't too clumsy. This car also sells well, but it's no Ferrari. Aston Martin Valkyrie, priced at $20 million. It's a global limited edition of 150 units. We're the only one in the whole of China that has one of these in our store, the salesman said proudly. Not bad, it's it. Jiang Yi also didn't want to get too entangled. Anyway, he just bought it to drive recently. Shinli-gu was about to enroll in a driving school, but her hand paused. Such an expensive car. Even if she got a license, she wouldn't dare to drive it. Chapter 49, The School Festival. No, let's look at something else. This car, I wouldn't dare to drive it even if you bought it. How much would it cost in case of a bump? Shinli-gu whispered a reminder. What? Are you starting to save money for me now? Jiang Yi looked at the girl's nervous appearance and reached out to rub the girl's hair. He had the salesman bring the car's brochure and then looked at the configuration about the car. This thing was really a penny for a penny. This car is good. Let's take it. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and said. The salesman was also very surprised to hear that, to know that although this car is good, but because of its too high price, no one has been willing to buy this car. Okay boss, I'll go prepare the purchase contract and formalities. After saying this, the salesman was also quickly busy. After Shinli-gu heard this, that pretty little face was filled with a depressed look. She also didn't expect Jiang Yi to actually place the order directly. After signing the contract, the two people also directly picked up the car. It's a good thing that the license plate was also sent, or else we would have lost money. Shinli-gu sighed. Jiang Yi was driving the car, and he felt that girls' brain circuits were really quite interesting sometimes. In the afternoon, The two of them went to the mall side to check on the renovation, and the overall stores were soon ready for business. After renting out the stores, Shinligu was also in a rare situation where she could prepare for a vacation. By the way, if you leave for the school festival tomorrow, let me know. Shinligu still had this matter in mind. Okay, I'll pick you up, Jiang Yi said with a smile. The two also simply agreed on a time. The next day, Jiang Yi was still a little sleepy after being woken up by the alarm clock. One good thing about collecting rent was that he didn't have to get up early in the morning. He had been sleeping until he woke up naturally every day lately. Plus with the addition of Shinligu as his assistant, he didn't have to worry too much. The only thing he did was to check on the stock situation. Buzz buzz. He was brushing his teeth when his cell phone vibrated. Hello? After seeing that it was Rigu, he picked it up. You're up, right? You can't be late today. Shinligu opened her mouth and reminded. She also knew that Jiang Yi had recently developed the habit of sleeping in, so she thought to call ahead. Aha, don't worry, Jiang Yi spoke. After hanging up the phone and shaving after washing his face and brushing his teeth, he hesitated in picking out his clothes and finally chose a set of casual clothes to wear. He felt that on an occasion like the school festival, he wasn't a big leader, so it didn't seem like he needed to dress too seriously. Driving his newly purchased car, he headed towards Longhui district. He came to the downstairs of Yaxian Orchid Court, just stopped the car. Shinligu also walked out from the hall. Today Shinligu was extraordinarily exquisitely dressed. She wore a small white dress. Her hair was loose but clipped with pearl hair clips. Let's go. Shinligu pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Magic City University of Finance and Economics, located in the suburbs, was also considered a very well-known institution in the country. This time the school celebration, but also the organization of the momentum. Early in the morning near some traffic jams up. I heard that this time, the professor who used to teach us will also come. Shinligu sat in the car, also very excited. It can be seen that she is still full of interest in the school celebration. Jiang Yi was stuck in the traffic, but he felt a little helpless. Ugh, say, do you know why President Yang has been single? He suddenly remembered the thing that Li Haotian had said to him. President Yang? Why would you care about that? Shinligu turned her head to look at Jiang Yi with a serious face. She remembered that when she was in the student union in the past, Jiang Yi didn't pay much attention to Yang Xiaoyi, so why would he suddenly mention this today? I'm just asking, Jiang Yi said with some confusion. You don't like President Yang, do you? A thick smell of vinegar gradually drifted out from the car. How could that be? Chairman Yang is not my favorite type alright, Jiang Yi said somewhat helplessly. Then what type do you like? Shinligu managed to catch the topic to something he was interested in. The one who looks pretty, has a gentle personality, and can cook, Jiang Yi said without thinking. Shinligu's small face reddened. This wasn't what was said about her. Just like schoolgirl Shin, if I marry her home, my mom can go crazy with joy. Jiang Yi then spoke. As soon as these words left her mouth, Shinligu's small face directly reddened. The meaning of Jiang Yi's words was simply wanting to propose to her. However, this was also a bit too fast. Moreover, they were still in a superior-subordinate relationship. Wasn't that not good? Oh, finally no more traffic. Jiang Yi stepped on the gas after seeing the car not far away move. Coming to the entrance of the University of Finance, it took quite a bit of time again just to find a parking space. There's a message from the student union. President Yang asked us to gather over at the teaching building, saying that we're determining the number of people. Shinligu saw the message on her cell phone and opened her mouth. Okay, Jiang Yi nodded. The two of them also went to gather with the people from the student union. This time, almost everyone had arrived as well, but the school festival was also very busy. After a busy day, everyone was also exhausted. It wasn't until the afternoon, after everything was over, that everyone took a break in the conference room. This is the sympathy gift from the school. Thank you all for coming to help. Yang Xiaoyi handed out several gift bags. Jiang Yi also guessed that it must be some kind of customized mug or something. Mugs again. As expected, the person who opened it and looked at it had already let out an exclamation. Cough cough. I'll pay for myself that night and treat everyone to a meal, Yang Xiaoyi said with a smile. President Yang is really generous. A few people were also very happy to hear that they would have a meal. There was only one person who was sitting in a corner with a somewhat autistic look at this moment. Wang Jia, what's wrong with you today? You're still not in the spirit even though you said you're going to eat. Quickly give President Yang advice on which restaurant to eat. Someone soon mentioned his name. Wang Jia raised his head and smiled awkwardly. There are many delicious places to eat in this magic city. He was really a bit afraid of Jiang Yi. With a sardonic look, he lowered his head once again after saying his words. Then let's go eat at Lanfang Hall. That restaurant is delicious. Another person spoke up. Lanfang Hall? You're trying to rip off President Yang. How expensive. It's not cost-effective. Someone vetoed the proposal. Just then, the door to the conference room was pushed open. The The one who walked through the door was a man in a suit who looked as if he had just finished working. Let's go. I'll treat everyone to the Lanfang Pavilion. The man opened his mouth and spoke indifferently. Yo, Boss Zhao is here. I don't know who shouted. Soon after, everyone complimented in 7 different ways as well. It didn't occur to me that Vice President Zhao had come as well. Didn't you ask me why President Yang doesn't fall in love? Isn't that because Vice President Zhao has been chasing after him all along? Shenli Gu opened her mouth. Chapter 50 Aston Martin Valkyrie. Jiang Yi raised his eyes. Zhao Jiacheng, the vice president of their student union. His family has money, and he is a real rich second generation. Different from the Wang family's kind of half-baked, Zhao's family can be considered to have some heritage in Magic City. Although it is said to be the vice president, but it is just listed in their student union, usually will not come to participate in what activities. After all, this kind of rich second generation on the university is not busy picking up girls as on the way to pick up girls. It could be said to be 2 worlds away from Jiang Yi, who had been diligently studying and working part-time jobs at the beginning. Zhao Jiacheng likes President Yang? Jiang Yi was however a little surprised. He didn't think that his good brother actually had such a love rival, which wasn't very good up. Yeah, back when he graduated, I also heard that he bought a carload of roses for President Yang, but at that time, President Yang bailed out of graduate school, so she refused, saying that she hoped to be able to dive a little into research. Shen Ligay told what she knew. So, Jiang Yi sighed, then took out his cell phone and urged Li Haotian, who was still busy outside again. Jiang Yi, don't get busy, we're all ready to go eat over here. Jiang Yi, if you don't come, President Yang will run away with another guy. He sent 2 messages and then put his phone away. The conference room wasn't too big, and everyone was now busy socializing. Although it had only been a small half-year since graduation, the gap between people had already widened by now. That, Mr. Zhao, I still have things to do in the evening, so I won't go. At this time Wang Jia, who was sitting in the corner, got up, and he opened his mouth with an embarrassed face. Mainly, he was worried that he would lose face if he was dismantled by Jiang Yi at night. Not going? Isn't that not giving our Mr. Zhao face? On the side, a classmate said jokingly. After hearing this, Wang Jia's face, which was already a bit white, turned even paler. Wang Jia, are you getting rich and looking down on your brothers? Zhao Jiacheng shouted and said. In the past when they went to college, these 2 people were also considered to be stinky and did not go drinking together less. I'm mainly not feeling well. Next time, let's have a separate date as brothers. Wang Jia opened his mouth and replied. No, say what next time? Tonight is a matter of importance. You have to show up for me. Zhao Jiacheng snapped. After hearing that, Wang Jia also immediately shut his mouth. Afterward, the group was also ready to leave for dinner at Lanfang Pavilion. Whoever drove here, bring the girls who didn't drive. Just carpool everyone over. Right. I won't carry anyone in this QQ. Shame on me. Come, sit with me. This SUV of mine can still seat 3. Jiang Yi and Shen Ligo had just walked out of the conference room when someone came over. Lei Gay, why don't you take my car? I also have President Yang in my car, so you'll have company together. The person who came was no one else. It was officially Zhao Jiacheng, and the car he drove over today was a Bugatti Galabier. Mr. Zhao is so generous. A scented car to accompany a beautiful woman. A few people on the side also opened their mouths to chime in. Shen Ligu, however, frowned. She had always disliked the feeling that boys like to get up in arms with each other, as if they viewed them as a tool to show off and compare. No, I'll just take Jiang Yi's car. Shen Ligu opened her mouth and directly and clearly rejected Zhao Jiacheng's invitation. She didn't speak loudly, but she quickly attracted everyone's attention. At this time, Li Haotian, who was busy wrapping up the school festival, also walked over. Jiang Yi isn't bad, surprisingly screwing our University of Finance's beautiful schoolgirl, Zhang face. After he got close to Jiang Yi, he opened his mouth and couldn't help but tease. Go. You didn't drive here, right? Take my car later. I have a big car. Jiang Yi smiled and said to his brother. After hearing his words, the faces of the others on the side were a little odd. Big car? Can't it be that it's a Wuling Hongguang brand? One of Zhao Jiacheng's followers spoke up. The meaning of these words was also very white. It was to taunt you. Don't. How humiliating would that be? At least drive a QQ like me. Ha 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 ha. Why is Jiang Yi so funny? 7 by 7. A few people laughed as well. You guys. Shen Ligu was even more unhappy, and was about to open her mouth to speak for Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, however, stopped her. Let's go. It's time to go to the parking lot, he said with a raised eyebrow. Jiang Yi, you wouldn't have bought a small BMW, right? Li Haotian was also able to see the trace of blandness in Jiang Yi's eyes. According to his understanding of Jiang Yi, his good brother would inevitably be able to pull out something shiny in this situation. Take a look. I just picked up the car yesterday. Originally there was a flashier one, but unfortunately it was crashed. Jiang Yi patted Li Haotian's shoulder. The two of them walked towards the parking lot together. The few people who still stayed in place, looking at Jiang Yi's back, were also a little curious. That kid Jiang Yi, did he really get rich? Shouldn't be. I remember his family condition is average. He used to work on weekends. But pull back, I think he is just pretending. Probably rented a BMW, Volkswagen just waiting to come to pretend. Let's go. Go see what kind of car he's using to carry our schoolgirl Shun. Saying that, the rest of the people also walked towards the parking lot. In the parking lot of the University of Finance, most of them were Volkswagen and Mercedes-Benz type of cars. It was a school after all. Even rich students wouldn't be too high profile. At this moment, in the parking lot, there were only two cars that attracted people's attention. One is a Bugatti Galabeer. The model handsome looks to know the price is not expensive. The other one is Aston Martin Valkyrie. This car can attract all your attention directly after the first glance. Almost a person cannot want to have a so cool car. Jiang Yi walked to the Aston Martin, took out the key in his pocket and pressed it. Drip! The car made a crisp and nice sound. The car's two headlights then also flashed twice. This scene caused everyone standing in the parking lot to fall into silence. This car, yours? Li Haotian was a bit surprised. How could he not expect Jiang Yi to be able to afford such a luxury car? Well, come up. Jiang Yi nodded lightly. On the side, Xin Ligu but had long guessed that it was going to be such a scene. She glanced at Yang Xiao still after pulling her little sister to get into the car as well. Brother you. Li Haotian even feel face is enough. He pulled open the passenger door to sit up. Afterwards, this Aston Martin Valkyrie flashed its taillights and disappeared in the parking lot of the University of Finance. Chapter 51, Mission, ordering $60,000. It costs quite a bit to rent one of these cars, doesn't it? Rent? How can this car be rented? Why can't I rent it? What kind of car is this? Aston Martin Valkyrie. It's a limited edition car. It costs tens of millions of dollars to buy one, so how could you possibly rent it out? In the parking lot, there were continuous discussions. Everyone was curious as to where Jiang Yi got his skills from to be able to drive such a cool car. Mr. Zhao, are you alright? At this time, someone noticed Zhao Jiaqing's expression. Let's go. Let's eat. Anger flared up on Zhao Jiaqing's face. He hadn't expected that someone would be able to steal his thunder today. Afterward, the group of people also left the University of Finance. Lanfang Pavilion was also a very famous restaurant in Magic City, and the meals here were even more famous. Almost all the people in Magic City knew about this restaurant. Hello, how many in total? At the door, the waiter in charge of reception opened his mouth and asked, there are about 15 of us. Let's open a larger private room. Yang Xiaoyi spoke. Although Zhao Jiaqing had said that she would treat herself, as the president, she was naturally still embarrassed to let others pay for her. There was still some money left from this time's activities, so saving it would be enough for a meal. Alright, inside please. The waiter smiled, and brought the 4 people into the restaurant first. This private room seems a bit small, right? Yang Xiaoyi looked at the private room that could only accommodate about 10 people at most and frowned. She didn't want to be called petty by her classmates. I'm sorry, because the largest private room is booked. The waitress looked at the reservation slip in her hand. Is that so? Yang Xiaoyi also lost her head a bit. If we really can't, let's open 2 private rooms? Li Haotian proposed. That's the only way. Yang Xiaoyi spoke. Unexpectedly, they were halfway through their words. Zhao Jiaqing and his group arrived. Mr. Zhao, inside please. A waiter was leading the way for them with a springy face. Just about to call President Yang. Our brother Zhao booked a private room a long time ago. Follow me over. On the side, one of Zhao Jiaqing's junior brothers spoke up. After hearing this, Yang Xiaoyi also froze, but hearing that the private room had already been booked in advance was also a relief for them. Let's go. Jiang Yi didn't think much about following along. The private room booked by Zhao Jiaqing was indeed the largest and most luxurious one in this Lanfang pavilion. After everyone was seated, there were still quite a few empty seats. Today, Mr. Zhao is paying the bill, so everyone can eat whatever they want. Someone yelled out. Immediately afterward, a few waiters walked through the door with thick menus. Hello, over here is the menu you can take a look at first. A waiter handed the menu in his hand to Jiang Yi. The moment he received the menu, a voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding! Host condition detected. Branch mission open. Please ask the host to order food at the restaurant to reach $60,000. Successful completion of this mission will result in the ownership of 11 stores from 1 to 10 outer river shops. Outer river shops? Lanfang Hall is located in the address can be in this outside the river stores. This generation is the most luxurious area in the center of the Magic City, but also countless tourists like to visit the area. The commercial development of this neighborhood is of extremely high value. If I remember correctly, this Lanfang restaurant is no 6 of the Outer River shop. In other words, as long as he ordered $60,000, the landlord of this Lanfang pavilion would be him? Not bad, not bad, he muttered, and then made a move to flip through the menu. The service of this restaurant is good, not bad for being so famous. Li Haotian also couldn't help but sigh. Not bad indeed. Give me an Australian dragon, a 3-shredded shark's fin. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and directly reported the names of the dishes. Hearing this one dish, the people on the side were nonchalant. Although Zhao Jiaqing said that he was letting everyone order as they please, but after all, they were all adults who wanted to save face, so how would they dare to order such expensive dishes? However, it did not occur to him that Jiang Yi was not polite at all. None of the dishes at this point were even below $1,000. One more bottle of this Ovina's Montrachet. In the end, Jiang Yi ordered the most expensive bottle of white wine in the store. After saying this, he handed the menu back. Jiang Yi, you're just giving your face away. Yeah, you can't give people ho-ho-hos like this even if Mr. Zhao is rich. This is just a bottle of wine. You ordered $40,000. Can you earn $40,000 a month? 77 times. Everyone couldn't help but talk about it again. Seeing this scene, Zhao Jiaqing also couldn't help but sneer. Are you trying to treat me as an ingrate? He looked at Jiang Yi with disdain and asked, Oh, I forgot to mention that I have no problem swiping my own card on my side. It didn't occur to me that Mr. Zhao couldn't even afford a meal. Ha! Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows, then breezily took out his bank card and handed it to the waiter at the side. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully ordering a meal. The mission reward has been successfully issued. Chapter 52, the entire private room is free. Jiang Yi, what do you mean by that? Without waiting for Zhao Jiaqing to open his mouth, the people on the side clamored first. Seeing such a sword-fighting situation in the private room, the waiter didn't even know what to do. Standing on the side with Jiang Yi's bank card with a nervous expression, I can treat this meal, but if you purposely come here to find trouble, you are not welcome here. Zhao Jiaqing said so after a cold snort. The people in the private room even locked their gazes on Jiang Yi's body. Is Jiang Yi crazy? Ordering such expensive wine and dishes, how could he possibly afford to pay for it? Amidst the surrounding noisy chatter, Xin Ligay also tugged on Jiang Yi's sleeve. Although this Zhao Jiaqing guy offered to pay for the whole place, it seemed like this was a bit bad. It's fine, just order whatever. Jiang Yi, however, turned his head and smiled gently at Xin Ligu. The food here is really too expensive. Shen Ligu waved her hand. With this money you're able to cook how many delicious things at home. It's fine. Jiang Yi raised his hand and habitually rubbed the girl's hair. This somewhat ambiguous action made the people sitting on the side even more wide-eyed. What was Jiang Yi doing just now? He had actually touched School Flower Shen's hair. And what was going on with School Flower? Why was there even a hint of shyness on the school beauty's face? These two people simply looked like they were together. Fine. You'll pay for your own food. Everyone order your food. Zhao Jiaqing threw out a sentence with a dark face. The others looked left and right, all a little embarrassed to order. After all, in case if they ordered expensive food, they would definitely be looked down upon as well. Forget about it. After watching the atmosphere of the scene tense up, Yang Xiaoyi was also a little hard to bear. It's fine. I'll order. I said this meal. I'll pay for it. Yang Xiaoyi raised her hand and called the waiter, then started ordering. She ordered some more homely dishes and also thoughtfully asked what everyone's taboos were. The atmosphere of the scene gradually got better. Excuse me, can we serve the food now? At this time a waiter pushed a small food cart in. On top of it was an ice bucket. In the ice bucket a wine bottle was standing upright, and the mouth of the bucket was also bubbling with a silky white gas at this time. This is the $40,000 white wine? Seeing this scene, everyone was a bit surprised. After all, they were all fresh graduates, and no one had the ability to consume a good wine of this class. This caused Zhao Jiaqing to lose even more face, and he called out to the waiter and said, "Take out the Lafite I stored here last time." This wine was saved when he accompanied his dad over for socializing last time. Originally he also wanted to find a chance to ask a beautiful woman out alone to drink it, but now in this situation, he was also in desperate need of a good bottle of wine to help him hold up the fort. Okay, the waiter nodded and then communicated with the walkie-talkie. Afterwards, the waiter expertly opened the bottle in front of Jiang Yi and then sobered up. Although everyone didn't understand the difference between a $40,000 wine and $4,000 or $400, the waiter's skillful and professional maneuvering made them all quite surprised. Eye-opening. Li Haotian said indifferently. He really had been loaded by his own brother. He reached out and patted Jiang Yi's shoulder. Jiang Yi just smiled faintly, and waited until the waiter passed it to him before he picked it up and took a sip. He also didn't care about such a bottle of wine, so he let the waiter pour a small half cup for everyone around him. Drinking a $40,000 wine, everyone's attitude towards Jiang Yi changed even more. Jiang Yi, where did you get rich? You've made a fortune. You didn't think you'd be doing so well now? Yes, You also quickly tell everyone what's going on with schoolgirl Shin. TSK. Zhao Jiaqing smacked his lips in displeasure. He had always looked down on poor people like Jiang Yi, but he hadn't thought that he would actually be ridden by such a guy one day. After a long time, the dishes that Jiang Yi ordered were served one after another. At this time, an exquisitely dressed, tall woman walked through the door. Her hands were also holding a bottle of red wine, which looked like an excellent collector's item. At this time, everyone's gazes also gathered on her. Brother Zhan You'a, the way you serve wine is different from ordinary people. A junior brother had already started to pat his ass, but Zhao Jiaqing didn't speak anymore. He had completely frozen. There was no other reason. Simply because what that woman was holding in her hand was not Lafite, but a bottle of Romanée Conti. Although he hadn't drunk this wine, he had heard of its prestige. It's not the wine I saved. He hurriedly spoke. He couldn't afford this wine. A random sip would be a few $1,000s. Sorry sir, your Lafite hasn't been picked up yet. This bottle of wine is from the owner of our store, given to Mr. Jiang. The beautiful waitress smiled faintly, then took the wine and walked to Jiang Yi's side, pouring him another glass. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes towards Jiang Yi became even stranger. What exactly was Jiang Yi's identity? Why did the boss of Lanfang Pavilion have to serve him wine? And this wine looked extraordinary. Jiang Yi, you still know the boss of Lanfang Pavilion? Shen Ligay was more than a little surprised. Jiang Yi also didn't know how to answer this question. He hadn't just acquired this store, so why was the owner of the restaurant sending him wine over? Mr. Jiang, then I'll retire on my side. The boss said, just order directly if you have any requests. All the consumption of you and your friends today will be paid for by this restaurant. Awesome. Jiang Yi even knows the owner of this Lanfang restaurant? It sounds like he has a good relationship, and he even directly gave us a free bill. No wonder he casually ordered such expensive dishes just now. It also looks like he often comes to eat at this kind of high-end restaurant. Capable person. That beautiful waitress also let out a long sigh of relief after she left the private room. She trotted right over to the Lanfang Pavilion's owner's office with a hint of blush on her small face. Sister, I've met the landlord. She opened her mouth and shouted after entering the door. Sitting behind the desk, a girl wearing a cheongsam dress and pulling back her hair looked up. HM, what are you excited about? Did the wine get delivered? She opened her mouth and asked. Sure, I'm telling you the landlord is so handsome. He's my type. Then, this sister started bickering. And the sister looked down at the contract for the store on her desk. This contract was signed 5 years ago. The lease period will expire in a few days. And the landlord is very mysterious. Only a last name that is Jiang has always been the landlord's bank card to transfer the rent directly to the landlord. For this mysterious landlord, they also want to be able to contact. After all, this set of stores outside the river is very sought after. Over the past few years, she would even memorize that string of bank card numbers in order to be able to obtain information about this landlord. She hadn't expected to see that string of bank card numbers today when she routinely spot-checked the running water of the restaurant. Jiang Yi, who was dining in the private room, didn't know that the bank card that the system used to hand out rewards had brought him such a surprise. Could it be that what I ordered was too expensive and the store gave it away? He didn't think much about it and raised his hand to take a sip of Romanée Conti. Chapter 53, The Night is Long. Zhao Jiaqing really even wanted to burrow into the dirt. He looked at the bottle of Lafite in his hand. If it was in the past, his own wine coming up must have been enough to shock everyone. But the bottle that Jiang Yi was drinking was a Romanée Conti, and this bottle could buy at least 3 bottles of Lafite. Similarly, a few of his classmates who had been sucking up to him had now cast envious gazes at Jiang Yi. This meal, he had eaten a stifling one. When it was almost time, he even left early without saying much. As Zhao Jiaqing left, the classmates also left one by one. After all, they were all still office workers and had to go to work tomorrow. Yang Xiaoyi as the organizer of the meal also stayed until the end. Jiang Yi on the other hand was waiting for Li Haotian. The two of them made an appointment that if Li Haotian was rejected again in a while, they would go and find a bar to have a small drink. Jiang Yi, are we still not leaving? Shen Ligay had already stopped her chopsticks a long time ago, waiting for Jiang Yi. I'm still going to go drinking with old Li at night, or else you can go back first. Jia, Yi opened his mouth and said, you just drank quite a bit, and you're still drinking? Shunli Ji's face was filled with worry after hearing this. Yo, the two of you are flirting. I single dog can't even look at it anymore. Seeing this, Li Haotian couldn't help but open his mouth and spit out a laugh. Go go go. People are almost gone. You hurry up and go do your business. Jiang Yi waved his hand. He also knew the tension in Li Haotian's heart. Wish me luck. Li Haotian pulled out the jewelry box in his jacket pocket, then walked towards Yang Xiaoyi who was on the phone outside the private room. The two of them? Shen Ligay was also a bit surprised to see this scene, because she also didn't expect Li Haotian to like Yang Xiaoyi. Old Li has liked President Yang for several years now, And this isn't just short of the proverbial kick in the pants. Jiang Yi's gaze had an additional amount of envy in it. The two sat at the table and watched the two people standing outside the door talk. And finally Yang Shui covered her face and nodded. It's done. A blessed smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face. And Shenli Gu, who was beside him, just looked at Jiang Yi's face. If I confess to him at this time, will he accept me? Shenli Ji's little heart beat violently, and her face was colored with a hint of scarlet. Jiang Yi, I'll send Chairman Yang back. Li Haotian's face was flushed, and it could be seen that it was a call to arms. Go on, go on. The guy who values color over friends. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. He also had long expected this outcome. He had been drinking, so he could only go and find a chauffeur to go back. He didn't expect that after getting up, he was a bit dizzy. It seemed that he had drunk too much wine. Told you that you drank too much. Seeing this, Shenli Gu reached out and helped Jiang Yi. The girl's body was soft, and also carried a light perfume smell very nice. I'll call a chauffeur for you. She held Jiang Yi with one hand and took out her cell phone to contact a chauffeur. Helping Jiang Yi into the car, the girl was a bit torn. In this situation, she was really a little uneasy about letting Jiang Yi return to the villa by himself. After all, Jiang Yi had a car accident a few days ago. Master, let's go. Shenli Gu finally got into the car. The after effects of the red wine slowly went to his head, and Jiang Yi had to close his eyes and lean on Shenli Gu's shoulder for a shallow sleep. At night, when this Aston Martin parked into the garage, any discomfort? When the valet left, Shenli Gu helped Jiang Yi out of the car. Jiang Yi had already slowed down at this time. He had a good physique and wasn't that sensitive to alcohol. There wasn't much of a problem at this time. It's okay. He got out of the car and Shenli Gu squeezed in the small aisle of the garage. This distance was a little too close, and the ambiguous atmosphere was constantly emerging. Shenli Gu looked at the man in front of her. Her face was blushing, and her eyes didn't even know where to look. Then, I'll go back first then. After saying that, she turned around and wanted to leave. But inside, a drum beat was beating. The thumping of her heartbeat made her a little breathless. Wait, Jiang Yi's voice sounded from behind her. Shenli Gu turned her head to look at Jiang Yi, and there was also anticipation in her eyes. It's too late. Stay and stay. The night was long. The next day, early morning, last night, Shenli Gu was just about to open her mouth. What she didn't expect was that the cell phone Jiang Yi placed on the bed vibrated. Buzzing. Jiang Yi was a little embarrassed. Last night he was busy until too late, so he forgot to turn off his phone. After picking up his cell phone, Jiang Yi, who saw the contact, was also a little stunned. It's my mom. He showed the notes on his cell phone to Shenli Gu. Shenli Gu's face carried a hint of redness. Looking at the cell phone, hard but warm. What did this mean? Wanting to reassure her, I'll go pick it up. After Jiang Yi said this, he took the cell phone and walked out the door. Hey, what's wrong with mom? He stood at the balcony and lit up a cigarette. Jiang Yi, how long has it been since you called home? Are you okay in Magic City? Did you find a job? Jiang mother opened her mouth to inquire. Everything is fine here for me. I'll come back to see you guys during the Mid-Autumn Festival in a while. In the bottom of Jiang Yi's eyes was a touch of tenderness. Don't run away. You're busy with work. Your father and I will come to Magic City to play in the mid-autumn, just in time to see you. Jiang mother said smilingly. Come to Magic City? What number to come over, so I can help you guys book a flight? Jiang Yi is a bit surprised. He understands Jiang father's character. He is the kind of old man who doesn't like to go out at all. Come over on the 21st, play until around the 25th. Don't worry, we're coming over to play with your sister-in-law's family. The hotel has also been booked. It says that the Marriott Hotel is right by the outer river. On the phone, once Jiang mother speaks, she is also talking incessantly, not giving Jiang Yi the slightest chance to be able to interject. Mom, return the hotel, I have a house to live in. Jiang Yi said, that's not good. I just heard someone say, we have to give our own children private space. We can't disturb the young people's lives. Your father and I just want to meet you. It won't delay your work. I've already done that rundown. Jiang mother had a happy-go-lucky look. Then send me the flight information, so I can pick you up at that time. Jiang Yi said, okay, by the way, I've got a match for you. Also a girl from our hang city. She's so pretty. Jiang mother opened her mouth and brought up another topic. Mom, you don't have to worry about this matter. Jiang Yi turned his head and looked at Shenli Gu, who was sitting at the head of the bed helping to organize her clothes. What not to worry? There is a good girl? Meet Cluck. No more. Your Auntie Lu asked me to go dancing. I'm leaving. Beep beep beep. The cell phone then went into a busy tone. Jiang Yi sighed and walked back into the bedroom. What's wrong? Shenli Gu opened her mouth and asked. Nothing. It's just that my mom and the girls are coming to Magic City in 2 days. Jiang Yi scratched his head. He also knew that this matter seemed a bit too sudden. Shenli Gu was even more flustered after hearing this. Can't it be that this is to directly meet the parents? Chapter 54, Super nervous about meeting parents. While reading the stock market at the table, Jiang Yi smelled a faint burning odor coming from the kitchen. After being startled, he rushed over. What's wrong? He turned off the gas as soon as he could. Shen Ligay froze before she reacted. She had just had her head in turmoil, so she didn't notice that she had actually fried the egg. After seeing Jiang Yi at the side, she was also a little embarrassed. Are you too tired? Jiang Yi raised his hand and probed Shen Ligay's forehead. This physical contact again made Shen Ligay recall last night, and for a moment, her face burned. It's a bit hot. You go and rest. Leave this place to me. Jiang Yi pushed the girl out into the middle of the kitchen. I'm fine. Shen Ligay probed over and said faintly, go rest. Jiang Yi, however, waved his hand, then poured the eggs inside the pot and brushed the pot. Seeing this confident look on the man, Shen Ligay also turned around and returned to the living room. Ding dong. At this time, her cell phone vibrated. Shen Ligay, where are you early in the morning? Shen puzzled. JPG. After seeing these two messages, Shen Ligay was also immediately nervous. She typed a reply. Shen Ligay, I went to work early. She didn't want Shen this big mouth, to know what happened last night, or else she'd be embarrassed to death. Shen yoo-hoo. Shen you're really doing your duty in this class. Shen then I won't disturb you in Mr. Zhang's good deeds. Shen Ligay, give me a climb. She closed her cell phone, but her heart was a little nervous, then picked up her phone and searched. What do I need to do to prepare to meet my boyfriend's parents? She looked at the messages on her phone seriously and carefully. After a while, let's eat. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and shouted, good. Rigu hurriedly closed the webpage, then walked over to the dining table. Jiang Yi actually wasn't much of a cook, and what he was best at was below. On the table, there were 2 bowls of soy sauce egg noodles with some scallions sprinkled on top. In the past when he ate by himself, Jiang Yi wouldn't have been so refined, and he would have eaten it after boiling it and adding a piece of ham. It feels pretty good. Shen Ligay was also a little surprised. She originally thought that Jiang Yi was so rich that he shouldn't be cooking by himself. You taste it first before you say anything. Jiang Yi handed his chopsticks to Shen Ligay. So delicious. After taking a bite of the noodles, Shen Ligay said with a smile. Jiang Yi, however, felt that it was a bit salty, but he looked at the sweet smile of the girl in front of him and said nothing more. After finishing their meal, the two of them also started working. Jiang Yi contacted the Imperial Capital's car repair company and had that Koenigsegg towed away today. The towing company was also filled with surprise when they saw it was such a luxury car, and a few staff members were even more attentive. Sir, do you want to sign this policy? If anything goes wrong during transportation, you can get insurance money. The staff walked over with a contract. In the past, when they encountered more expensive cars, they would come over and ask about it. Only, according to the price of the Koenigsegg, the price of this policy wasn't cheap. No need. Jiang Yi waved his hand. He was not interested in spending money, not to mention that unless it was a force majeure factor that led to the loss of the trailer company would not compensate. That kind of chance was too small. Okay. The staff didn't say much. It quickly packed up and left. You need a lot of money to fix this car, right? Shen Ligay was heartbroken. It's fine. The accident wasn't my responsibility. The person who wrecked my car has already said that he will make the payment. Jiang Yi said with a smile. That's good. Shen Ligay breathed a sigh of relief. This card is for you. Saying that, Jiang Yi pulled out a bank card from his pocket. This is. Shen Ligay was a bit puzzled. Pocket money for your girlfriend. Feel free to buy whatever you like. Jiang Yi said and rubbed the girl's hair, then turned around and walked into the room. Shen Ligay, who was standing at the door, froze. She looked down at the bank card in her hand. The small face reddened. Girlfriend. What? This confession was also too bad. Did she look like the kind of woman who could be dismissed with money? 3 days later, Jiang Yi looked at the time and walked into the study. Shen Ligay was in front of the computer organizing this month's report. A few days ago Jiang Yi told her about the several sets of stores in Wake as well. The girl was also busy drawing up new lease contracts and such, contacting lawyers and other things. All in all, it was still a busy day at work. Still busy? Jiang Yi looked at the papers on the girl's desk and was also a little distressed. Well, it's almost done. Shen Ligay's work efficiency had always been very good, and she moved her hands to quickly categorize several contracts. Part of it was put into a file bag, and part of it was clamped with a binder. Alright, these you have to sign to confirm. The girl raised her head and looked at Jiang Yi and said seriously, sign now? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked, it's fine, signing later is fine. Shen Ligay placed the contract on the corner of the table, then opened the memo to cross off the work done. Above the full memo, almost all the items had been completed. When she was working, Shen Ligay always had a serious look. That small face looked even more adorable, and Jiang Yi couldn't help but walk over and touch the girl's hair as he watched. Be serious. Being touched by her hair, The girl's tone softened, her small face slightly red. Good. Now first accompany me to pick up my parents? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and said, what time is it? Shinligu also quickly reacted. It wasn't right. Hadn't she booked an alarm clock? Could it be that the flight was ahead of schedule? She had made many preparations for this meeting. No, Jiang Yi said indifferently. He hadn't expected Shinligu to be so nervous. Phew, scared me. Shinligu breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Jiang Yi lowered his head and placed a kiss on her forehead. It's fine. My parents are very good at getting along. He opened his mouth and said gently. Shinligu was ruthlessly moved again. She looked at the man in front of her and nodded, the tension in her heart dissipating. However, I'm also going to stop by to buy a pack of cigarettes. So, Jiang Yi suddenly spoke. Because there were no stores on the way to the airport. To go buy cigarettes would mean a detour. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shinligu dropped a sentence, then ran to her room to change her clothes. Chapter 55, $70 Hotel. After a long time, only then did Shinligu walk out from the checkroom. This set of a pair was also specially prepared by her. A pearl white dress with a Chinese-style disc design on the neckline. The girl stepped on a pair of flat leather shoes, while the concealed buckle was beaded with small flowers. I'm going to touch up my makeup again. She picked up her all-time handbag, then took out a lipstick and walked into the restroom. Wait, Jiang Yi reached out and pulled her back. He then lowered his head to cover Ri Ji's lips with a kiss. It's already this time. Why are you still like this? The girl's face gradually blushed. There's no need to fix your makeup. You're beautiful just like this. Jiang Yi pulled the girl downstairs. The time was just right. The Aston Martin slowly drove out of the villa area of Half Moon Bay. Around the time of the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, there were quite a few tourists at the Magic City airport. When the car entered the airport, a call also came into Jiang Yi's cell phone. Hello, Mom. Jiang Yi turned on the speakerphone. Son, your father, sister-in-law and I have already gotten off the plane. Have you arrived yet? Jiang Mother's voice came out. Almost there. You guys go out. I'm a white car. License plate Magic A16888. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and told Jiang Mother his license plate number and car model. The call was then hung up. After driving his car and arriving at the entrance of the airport, Jiang Yi also saw the middle-aged woman who was dragging her suitcase with a sun hat, and a middle-aged man who was drinking water. This is uncle and aunt? After Shinligu followed Jiang Yi's gaze, she also locked onto the couple standing on the side of the road. Well, I'll go help carry the luggage, Jiang Yi said, looking at the car in the back before directly pushing the door and walking down. Shinligu also didn't have the good sense to sit dryly and also hurriedly got out of the car. Good day uncle and aunt. She came in front of Jiang's father and mother and sweetly shouted. At this time, Jiang Yi also walked to Shinligu's side. Looking at this pair of handsome men and beautiful women, the two old men were both surprised. Jiang Yi, come over here with me for a moment. Jiang's mother opened her mouth and then pulled Jiang Yi to stand at a position 2 steps away. What's wrong, Mom? Jiang Yi, however, was a bit puzzled. What was it that she wanted to say to him with such a sneaky look? That girl, your girlfriend ah? Jiang's mother opened her mouth and went straight to the point. Well, it's not just dating. I haven't even had time to tell you yet. Jiang Yi opened his mouth to explain. Such a beautiful and watery girl. Where do you know her? The expression on Jiang's mother's face even more directly changed 180 degrees upon hearing this. She smiled and patted Jiang Yi's back. Before the school as classmates. Later, there was some contact at work. Jiang Yi for a moment also did not know even how to explain what is happening now. After all, obtained the system this thing were so simple to be able to explain clearly. Little Jiang. At this time, not far away, a sharp voice came over. After hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Yi couldn't help but frown. After he turned his head, he saw a woman walking over not far away. It was a middle-aged woman who was dressed in a flamboyant manner. She was wearing a long rose-red dress and had a green silk scarf tied around her neck, and the entire ensemble looked like it revealed a strong flavor of earthy high. Aunt Zhao, long time no see. Although Jiang Yi has not been getting along too well with his sister-in-law's family, but the surface politeness should still be there. Haven't seen you in a few years. The young man is doing well. This is driving a car in Magic City? Aunt Zhao looked at Jiang Yi. Her face was filled with a measuring look. Not bad. Get in the car first and then talk. Jiang Yi didn't want to deal with it and hurriedly helped carry the luggage to the car. His sister-in-law's husband is a leather shoe factory owner, and is considered a rich and big family in their Hang City countryside. That's why he always looks down on their poor relatives behind their backs. Similarly, because of that dog-eyed look, Jiang Yi also doesn't like to interact with them. After getting into the car, only then did this Aunt Zhao realize that there was also a Shinligu sitting in the passenger side. Little Jiang, this is your girlfriend. Her tone was filled with shock. It looked like there was some disbelief that Jiang Yi was able to find a date. Jiang Yi felt somewhat speechless and simply didn't want to speak. Yes, Auntie. Shinlige saw Jiang Yi's emotions and opened her mouth to pick up the conversation. After all, treating their elders, they couldn't lose their status. Your little girl has vision, eh? Is she a university graduate? Aunt Zhao opened her mouth and again asked a sentence that left people speechless. This time, Shenligu also froze. What was the meaning of this? Thinking that she looked like a girl who hadn't gone to college. For a moment, she became a little nervous. At this time, Jiang mother on the side couldn't watch. What are you talking nonsense about? Xiaoshen and our Jiang Yi are classmates. Both are high achievers who graduated from the University of Finance and Economics. Jiang mother opened her mouth to stop her sister from continuing to talk anymore. Unfortunately, because of Aunt Zhao's few words, the entire car was directly devoid of atmosphere. After more than 10 minutes, the car stopped near a small alley, and Jiang Yi looked at the navigation on his phone in confusion. Mom, the hotel you guys booked is really in this neighborhood? He raised his head and looked around. The neighborhood was full of all sorts of dirty alleys. It didn't look like there were any hotels that he could stay in at all. It shouldn't be. That Aunt Zhao was the one who opened her mouth first. She took that Apple phone in her hand and fiddled with it left and right. This cell phone map of mine has always been accurate. It is indeed here. But look. With that, she handed that cell phone to Jiang Yi. On top of the cell phone was a picture of a hotel that looked like it was decorated in a very high-end and atmospheric way. But with a glance, Jiang Yi could see exactly where the problem was. The hotel you booked, in the center of this magic city, is $70 a night? Jiang Yi couldn't help but spit out a sentence. He knew that he shouldn't let his parents book a hotel on their own. Mordor was already deep in this area, and these middle-aged people simply couldn't understand these routines. Alas, Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. If you don't want to give your husband and son a call to ask, didn't they say they came over early? Jiang mother spoke up. Right. Aunt Zhao said, and opened the speakerphone to start making a call. Outside this alleyway, a father and son walked over at this time. The son's body was wearing a famous brand, and in his hand was also a new Apple cell phone. The father, on the other hand, had a beer belly. Your mom called. Beer belly pointed to the cell phone, and then picked up the phone. Hello? What's up? He opened his mouth and asked. Chapter 56, When will you get married? Can't find the hotel? Are you guys already locating the address? Holding the cell phone, the man then opened his mouth and asked. Without thinking, they had just taken 2 steps when they saw a luxurious sedan. Dad, this car is an Aston Martin, right? Jiang Yi's cousin had a surprised look on his face after seeing the car parked in the alley. He also knew that there were a lot of rich people in Magic City, but this car was not something that ordinary rich people could afford to drive. It's still true. This car I have only seen online. Too awesome. We go to take a picture. See this cell phone? This beer belly man has forgotten his wife that thing. I hang up first. You go there and wait for me on the line. He hung up the call and then turned on the photo mode. On the side, his cousin even came to the camera and compared it to a yacht, before they could finish taking pictures. In the rearview mirror, Jiang Yi, who had taken everything in, sighed. Then he directly pressed the car's horn. Drip drip dash. This sudden sound of the horn also startled the father and son standing behind the car. Chow. Rich people are great. No quality. The cousin was scared enough, but also hurriedly left that car. At this time, before Jiang Yi turned off the engine and stabilized the car, the woman who was in the car directly tried to pull open the car door. Jiang Yi opened the door. The sister-in-law opened her mouth and urged. Jiang Yi lazily ignored it and directly unlocked the door. Then the woman who was dressed up in a flamboyant manner ran towards her husband with a flamboyant smile. Hubby, where did you guys go? Didn't know to come to the airport to pick me up. My sister-in-law opened her mouth as she hugged her aunt's husband's arm. We went to order food. This beer-bellied aunt's husband, at this time, was filled with doubts inside. How did his wife come down from such a luxury car? And the cousin on the side was already somewhat petrified. It's not possible that the car is an acquaintance, right? That would be a shame. Before the family could react, Jiang Yi rolled down the window. Is the hotel you guys booked here? He opened his mouth and asked. Yo, I didn't expect it to be Jiang Yi, you brat. You kid is doing well. Which car rental agency borrowed this car? Lend it to me for 2 days? Seeing this, the aunt's husband walked over to the car window with a big belly. This man was also speaking in a completely nonchalant manner, and Jiang Yi had been clear about it for a long time. Sorry, if your hotel isn't booked, I'll take my mom back first. He opened his mouth and said, How are you talking to your aunt's husband? At this time, the sister-in-law on the side came up again. Jiang Yi sighed. Alright, let's put down our luggage first and then talk. Jiang father opened his mouth. He was also speechless sitting in the car. A big part of him not wanting to go out was because he didn't want to deal with this family. The hotel is just up ahead. Cousin walked over, reaching out and pointing to a darkened doorway that housed a stairwell plastered with psoriasis advertisements. Mom, let's go. Jiang Yi was speechless. directly locking the car door then starting the car again. As the car's double flashes lit up, a few people at the side of the car were startled, but they also quickly left the side of the car. This child of yours, how can you say you don't live here? Have no manners. It's fine if you don't live. $70 remember to transfer me. In his sister-in-law's shrill voice, Jiang Yi frowned and drove away. When the car drove away, Jiang mother sitting in the back row opened her mouth. Xiao Yi. Sorry. She also didn't expect her sister to be so outrageous this time. Mom, what are you apologizing for? That family is really. Jiang Yi also didn't want to say the words too harshly. He also didn't want to hurt his mom's heart. Auntie is fine. You guys should have come to Magic City to stay where Jiang Yi is. There are more empty rooms in the house anyway. At this time, Shenli-gu, who was sitting in the co-pilot, opened her mouth. She also spoke with a hostess flavor, and her ears were even redder after she finished speaking. Little Shun really knows how to talk. When Jiang mother heard this, the unhappy look on her face gradually faded away, instead revealing a happy expression. However, Jiang father was serious. All the way back, after driving outside the villa area, the two old men looked frozen. Xiao Yi, you live here? Jiang mother opened her mouth to ask an answer. Jiang Yi didn't know how to explain, and had a bit of a headache, but still drove past the doorman. After arriving at his own villa, he stopped the car. The two old men were a little shocked as they looked at the big luxurious villa in front of them. Mom and Dad, enter. Jiang Yi took out the key. How much do you need to rent this house for a month? Where is your salary enough to burn off? Jiang father couldn't help himself and opened his mouth. Dad, I bought this house, Jiang Yi said, then pulled the two old men and hurriedly entered the door. After entering and sitting down in the living room, he went upstairs. Riga looked at the two old men with worried faces and also ran to make a pot of tea. Uncle and Auntie drink tea. This tea is of good quality. It was specially sent over by someone else to Jiang Yi, she said, and poured a cup for the two old men. After Jiang father picked up the tea bowl, he froze. This scent is absolutely good tea. After taking a sip, he was even more shocked. Good tea, he quipped. This is a gift from an outsider to Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi he. Jiang mother, however, was a bit surprised. After all, she couldn't figure out what exactly her son was doing. Mom and Dad, look. At this time, Jiang Yi also walked down from the second floor. He placed several red books in front of the two old men. Real estate license, car license. After flipping through them, Jiang mother was even a bit slowed down. Where did you get that much money? Jiang father asked seriously. I made some money speculating on stocks, and now I'm also doing my own real estate company. Do you want to see the company's license? Jiang Yi sighed. He was also so busy that he forgot to correspond with his family recently. He was still looking for a job in the previous period. Suddenly there was such a big shift. It was normal for his parents to be suspicious. Okay, Dad believes in you. Jiang father still knew his son's character, so he was relieved. It was only that they still needed a bit of time to digest the matter of their son's sudden wealth. The two then surveyed the villa. Worthy of being a high-class villa, it looks different. Jiang mother was a little short of words. It's all designed. Jiang father shook his head and opened his mouth to praise. If you guys like it, I'll buy you another one on the side. Buying a house is considered an investment anyway, Jiang Yi said indifferently. I don't want it. Although the villa is good, it's not as comfortable as the countryside. This traffic jam today, I'm not even slowing down now. Jiang mother hurriedly shook her head, then turned around and pulled Shinli-gu to chat. When are you guys planning to get married? Suddenly, Jiang father looked at Jiang Yi and asked. Chapter 57, go upstairs and sit down. Marriage? After hearing this word, Jiang Yi was also a bit dumbfounded. He had only just gotten into a relationship, and he was rushing to get married. So wouldn't he give them both grandchildren right after the wedding? Dad, you'll scarcely go if you're in such a hurry. Jiang Yi had a bright idea and directly threw the question to Rigu. Jiang father, however, didn't let the two young men off the hook that easily, and he sighed as he looked at his son. This retired life of his was already boring, and what he envied the most every day was other people taking their grandchildren and grandchildren out to play. One by two, net love to show off. Alright, old Jiang. Jiang mother also spoke up. Alas, unfilial ah. He shook his head like an old boy. This scene also made all three other people laugh. After simply getting along, Shinli-gu also realized that Jiang Yi's parents were both very cute and kind, which also made her relieved. After all, in the past, she had always heard about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships not getting along. Now it seemed that she shouldn't have to think much in this regard. In the evening, the family finished eating together. Shinli-gu helped Jiang mother clean up the dishes, and Jiang Yi also stood by to lend a hand. I'll send you back later? Jiang Yi asked. No, I'll take a taxi. You accompany uncle and aunt. You guys rarely meet. Rigu opened her mouth and replied. Although the two of them had already confirmed their relationship, Ri Ji's luggage was not packed. so she rarely stayed overnight. When Jiang mother heard this, she gently kicked her son and then glared. No, I'll send you. Jiang Yi was also very understanding as he wiped his hands and replied, it's fine, shall we send you? He doesn't want to accompany us two old guys. You youngsters communicate more. Jiang mother said with a smile. Right. Jiang Yi nodded. Actually, even if Jiang mother didn't say so, he would have sent it. After all, now that Xinli was his object, he couldn't possibly say that he would send someone to the door and then let them take a taxi, right? The two young people arrived at the door. Boom! The door of the villa was then closed by Jiang mother. I don't know why. Jiang Yi suddenly felt as if he wasn't his own son. Let's go. Xinli turned her head and walked down the steps. Just after dinner, the sky was still bright, and the setting sun's evening sunlight shed its afterglow. Everything was just right. Driving the Aston Martin, Jiang Yi drove Xinli and left the villa area of Half Moon Bay. Tomorrow you have to accompany your uncle and aunt, otherwise I'll just work at home, right? Xinli sat in the car, then opened the memo in her cell phone again. Inside was her recorded work plan for tomorrow. No, you can accompany me tomorrow. The two people, in fact, both like you very much. You don't come, they are going to pull me to chat about you again, Jiang Yi said with a smile on his face. Well, Xinli heard this and instead became a little embarrassed. Originally, she had made a lot of preparations, but seeing these two kind and amiable old men, she realized, things like meeting parents. In fact, as long as you take out your truest appearance, it will be fine. Arriving at the downstairs of Yashuan Orchid Court, she pushed open the door and stepped out of the car. It's still early, do you want to go up and sit down? Hearing these words of invitation, Jiang Yi naturally had no way to refuse. This sitting, he didn't return to Half Moon Bay until 9 o'clock in the evening. Back, unexpectedly, just as he arrived home, Jiang mother went out to welcome him. Mom, it's almost 10 o'clock, why are you still up? Jiang Yi sighed. There was no way around it because he could see the thick gossip in his own mom's eyes. It looked like there was no way for him to sleep tonight if he didn't make this series of things clear about himself and Xinli from the first time they met, to how they got together. There's something I need to discuss with you. It didn't occur to him that he had misjudged. Jiang mother pulled him to the living room. Didn't I tell you about the blind date last time? I've talked to people, and then if we don't go it doesn't seem too good. I just want you to bring Rigu tomorrow, and we'll go together to treat someone's little girl to a meal. Jiang mother opened her mouth in embarrassment. This is also considered common sense. After all, they are all hometowns. In the future, head to head, if the word gets out that it is a direct pigeonholing of others, it is not good. Just make a phone call to make it clear. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and proposed. Mom also thinks so, but your sister-in-law wants to set up that girl and your cousin. Jiang mother spoke. Jiang Yi understands. Putting together for them to go over and treat them to dinner is just a front. The key point is still in talking to his cousin about the girl. Please, or else your aunt will go back and mess up the rumor again or something. Jiang mother also had a headache. After all, she didn't expect to be stuck with such a sister. Okay, Jiang Yi is also helpless. No way, this is always his own mom. He took out his cell phone and told Xinli about this matter. After all, Li Gu also saw his strange sister-in-law's family today, and tomorrow may cause any embarrassing things. The next day, Jiang Yi drove his car to the agreed-upon hotel. This hotel was booked in a grand manner. Jiang mother looked at the luxurious and domineering foyer outside the car window and opened her mouth to sigh. Lanfang Pavilion, good name. Jiang father also nodded. Isn't this? Xinli looked at the familiar restaurant outside the car window and turned her head to look at Jiang Yi. Chapter 58, 8,000 in low consumption. Let's go. Get out of the car. Jiang Yi helplessly stepped out of the car, handing over the keys to the parking attendant. The family walked into Lanfang Pavilion. The decoration inside here is not bad. It's very stylish. Jiang father could tell he was satisfied with this restaurant. Hello, may I ask if there's a reservation? At this time the receptionist waitress also came over. Yes, sir, namely. Jiang mother looked at the message on her cell phone. Okay, come with me. The waiter then led them towards a private room not far away. This side is it. Pushing open the door. The private room wasn't big, and just being their family alone seemed almost enough. If it were to include sister-in-law's family, is there still a private room? Jiang Yi was somewhat helpless. Yes, do you need to replace a large private room? The waiter opened his mouth and asked. Well, help me change to a 10-person room, Jiang Yi said indifferently. Although he didn't want to pay for that stingy relative, he also didn't want his parents to squeeze into that private room. After changing the private room, they hadn't been sitting down for long when his sister-in-law's family came. Yeah, this private room is so big. Just after entering, the sister-in-law couldn't help but be happy. You don't have to say. A store with a low consumption of 3,800 is upscale, the man with a beer belly said with a smile. It could be seen that the face was full of complacency. The cousin, on the other hand, had already sat on a chair and ate a free fruit plate on the table. Jiang Yi didn't have much expression on his face when he saw this scene. Is that girl arriving soon? Auntie opened her mouth and asked Jiang Mother. Almost there. Just called me back. Jiang Mother looked at the message on her cell phone and put it away. At this time, the waiter also walked through the door. Hello, would you like to start ordering now? She was also holding 3 menus in her hands. Yes. The cousin seemed like he had never seen anything in the world, and when he heard that there was something to eat, he also immediately put away his cell phone. Come and order whatever you want. I'll pay for your dad today. Hearing this, the kid also took the menu and flipped through it. Right, the low consumption is 3,800, right? Auntie once again confirmed with the waiter. Sir, this is a 10-person room. Low consumption 8,000. The waiter opened his mouth and explained. After hearing this, the sister-in-law, who had just looked like she had taken advantage of the situation, crossed her eyebrows. What's going on with you? Wasn't my husband's reservation for a small private room 3,008 low cost? She opened her mouth, and her tone was unkind. That waiter wasn't the one who had just changed the private room, and he was confused when he heard this. No, it shouldn't be. The reservation system on their side had never made a mistake, and the staff had trained before going to work. So how could it be possible that they couldn't even tell the difference between a 10th room and a 5th room? I'm the one who changed it. You guys just pay 3,800. I'll pay the rest. Jiang Yi rubbed his temples. He really was a little uncomfortable in his brain from the noise. Alright. Only after hearing this did the sister-in-law collect her disgusting face from earlier. Cousin, however, was nonchalant and opened his mouth to name 4 or 5 dishes in a row. This time, Jiang Mother's expression all became a bit ugly. She picked up the menu. Almost done. That's it. It's fine. Mom, this store has a few dishes that are quite tasty, Jiang Yi said, ordering a few more dishes. He also tasted them last time. The flavor was very good, and he thought it must also be the taste that Jiang Mother likes. Alright, I can't eat either, Jiang Mother said with a smile. Alright, the wine I saved last time, fetch it for me. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and mentioned, then handed over the card in his wallet. The 2 bottles from last time. He didn't even finish them. Okay, sir. After the result of that stored wine card, the clerk also left the private room. Deposit wine? Xiao Jiang, you're out of your league. You still come here to eat at Lanfang Pavilion. Quickly talk to Auntie about what's going on right now. The beer-bellied man leaned back in his chair and looked at Jiang Yi and said. There was also a look of disdain in those eyes, obviously looking down on Jiang Yi, who was working outside. It's nothing. Jiang Yi wasn't interested in saying more. This made the beer-bellied man somewhat unable to get down. Just at this time, the door of the private room was pushed open. The one who walked through the door was a girl in a clear dress, a short dress, hair simply coiled, and a pair of framed glasses on her face. After seeing this person, Jiang Yi was frozen for a moment. This was a familiar face, but he didn't think that surprisingly this was the original blind date his mom had found for him. After the girl saw the people in the room, her gaze also stopped on Jiang Yi's face. She also had a surprised look on her face. Mr. Jiang, why are you also here? Chapter 59, My family has a factory. The person standing at the door. It was the securities consultant Jiang Lu that Jiang Yi met in the securities office last time. Since the last time Jiang Yi opened an account in the securities company, the 2 people did not have much contact. However, Jiang Lu has always been interested in Jiang Yi. After all, it is hard to find a few people who are able to offer millions of dollars in the whole Magic City. She looked around the private room and her face was a little embarrassed. Xiao Lu, have you forgotten me? Jiang Mother opened her mouth and pulled up close. She was very familiar with this girl's face. After all, they were all from the hometown. And when she was a doll in the past, she even took over the newspaper. Auntie, I remember. My mom said for me to come and have dinner with you. And then by the way, she looked around the room. The blind date couldn't possibly be Jiang Yi, right? After seeing Jiang Yi's side, the stunningly beautiful Xinli Gu, Jiang Lu was also dead in the water. After all, Jiang Yi was handsome and rich. How could he lack a girlfriend? Xiao Lu, quickly come and sit down. The sister-in-law also snapped, pulling the girl and sitting beside her son. Jiang Lu was a bit rushed. After all, there weren't many people she knew in this house. Say, and your Xiao Lu still know each other? Jiang Mother asked with some surprise. Well, there is some contact at work. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and replied. Xinli Gu, however, had some jealousy. She hadn't thought that Jiang Yi had so many beautiful girls around him. It looked like she would have to watch her boyfriend more closely in the future as well. Xiao Lu, I heard that you work at the stock exchange. Is the job stable? Auntie, however, interrupted the conversation between Jiang Yi's family and Jiang Lu. After all, she felt that her son was the one who was out for the day. Not bad, Jiang Lu replied with a smile. It doesn't matter if a girl works. It's fine to bring up children at home after you get married. Things like making money still depend on us men. The aunt's husband smiled and said. It was obvious that he also wanted to highlight the fact that he was able to support a family by himself, and his working ability was very good. But Jiang Lu was a bit unhappy after hearing this. She had hands and feet. Why did she need a man to support her? She lowered her head and drank a mouthful of tea. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Yi's mom and her mom had a good relationship, she wouldn't have agreed to come over for a blind date. Xiao Lu, you and our family Yuhao have a chat. You're both about the same age. Young people have a lot to talk about. The sister-in-law opened her mouth to summarize. Lu, hello. Yuhao also put down his cell phone. With the tone of a little rascal. Jiang Lu was suddenly somewhat speechless. This Yuhao looked as if he hadn't been to college, and he even addressed a girl he just met with such a meaty name. My family has opened a factory. I can take you to see it when I have time. Yuhao flaunted and said. He is typical of the lack of insight. Has always been fixed in their own side of the small world. Opening a factory and earning so many hundreds of thousands of dollars a year was not enough for Jiang Lu to see. If she wanted to find a rich man, it wasn't a difficult thing to do in Magic City. Not to mention that according to the nature of her work, she was able to come into contact with quite a few bosses. No need. Jiang Lu's face changed. The words were also hard to hear. After she said this, the entire atmosphere in the private room stiffened. It was good that at this time, the door of the private room was pushed open. One after another, the meals were served. Seeing such a table of high-end dishes, Yuhao did not hook up with Jiang Lu. After all, he felt that his family was already enough to attract such a girl who was working outside. He disregarded whether or not the group of elders had made a move, and ate it himself first. Dad, Mom, you guys try this dish. Jiang Yi lifted his chopsticks and added the dish to his own parents first. Shen Ligay also took in such a scene completely. This was the world's seniors. Not long after, the red wine was also sent over. Sir, this is your stored wine. With that, a cart was pushed over, and a kind of sobriety tool was prepared as well. It's fine, just put it away. Jiang Yi spoke. Okay. After saying that, the waiter also retreated out. What kind of wine is this? When my sister-in-law saw this situation, she was also a little surprised. This is Romane Conti? Auntie's husband, however, saw the brand at a glance. At this moment, the expression on his face could be described as colorful and wonderful. Chapter 60, 3 people still playing carpool bills. Is this wine expensive? After hearing such a string of names, my sister-in-law opened her mouth and silently asked. This is good wine. Auntie turned her head to look at Jiang Yi. The meaning of these words was also very clear, and his eyes softened slightly as he looked at Jiang Yi. This wine, if he missed this opportunity, he might not be able to drink it so easily. Feel free. Jiang Yi also understood what this meant. It was also what he had left to drink anyway. If he didn't drink it today, he wouldn't have the chance to specially run this way for dinner next time. Hearing this, Auntie's husband was also blowing with both eyes, taking the bottle of wine with a look of love, and also took out his cell phone to keep taking pictures. Seeing this scene, the cousin who was still eating was a bit unable to look at it. Dad, isn't this just a broken bottle of wine? He opened his mouth and spat out. What do you know? Follow your brother's example in the future. How can a bottle of this wine cost more than $100,000? Auntie's husband disliked his son in a low voice. The moment these words came out, the rest of the crowd at the table, all had shocked looks on their faces. Only Shen Ligay and Jiang Lu were still calm. After all, it wasn't the first time the two of them had seen Jiang Yi's large sum of money. Jiang Lu was also not interested in chatting with her sister-in-law's family. The topic quickly turned to Jiang Yi. You and Li Gu are college classmates. When Jiang Lu found out, an envious look appeared on her face. Yes, we've known each other since college. Rigu replied with a smile. The two girls were of similar age and also quickly found a topic. The entire table buzzed with activity. Only, this made Yuhao lose some face. Little Lulu, do you want to go see a movie together in a while? He opened his mouth to interject. Yeah, young people should watch a movie together and talk. Auntie spoke, then turned her gaze to Jiang Mother. She clearly wanted Jiang Mother to open her mouth to help and set up her son and this little girl. But Jiang Mother didn't have much of a reaction because she could also see that Jiang Lu didn't have much interest in Yuhao. No, I still have things to do later. Jiang Lu hurriedly opened her mouth and refused. What is it? It's not safe for you to be alone in the middle of the night. Let Yuhao give you a ride later on. The sister-in-law continued to summarize. No need. Jiang Lu rejected a sentence. The atmosphere was also awkward. Where are you going in a while? Shen Ligay opened her mouth and asked. Over at the Qinghui district. Jiang Lu replied. Then you're on the way with us. Let's give you a ride. Shen Lige opened up and rounded off the conversation. However, the sister-in-law on the side was a bit upset. How many people are in that car of yours? She sounded a little less happy. Shinligu silently closed her mouth after hearing this. It's fine. My car can fit. Jiang Yi faintly opened his mouth and shot back. You child. Auntie was speechless. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. It's fine, I'll take a taxi alone. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Jiang Lu's face. She also didn't want to see Jiang Yi fall out with the family because of herself. Little Lulu, let's add a contact. Yu Hao was only satisfied when he heard this. Alright. Jiang Lu's face was a bit reluctant, but there was no way for her to refuse now. In the end, the meal was over. She then hurriedly took a car and left. Jiang Yi also didn't want to stay with this oddball, so he prepared to get in his car and leave. In order to be able to drive, he also purposely didn't drink much. This New Year's Eve, Auntie's husband will treat us to dinner. The whole family will get together at that time, said. Auntie extended those greasy hands, wanting to come and take Jiang Yi's shoulders. Say it again. Jiang Yi dodged and dodged, pulling open the car door and sitting up. We'll go back first. Jiang mother opened her mouth to say goodbye and also got into the car. Afterwards, the Aston Martin's taillights disappeared into the night. Only the sister-in-law's family was still standing in front of the hotel. Did the car hit? The sister-in-law opened her mouth and urged that Yu Hao, who was hanging his head down and playing a cell phone game, withdrew to take a look. It didn't occur to him that the carpooling order he had just called had been rejected. TCH, I'll retype one and so on. Saying that, the three people stood on the streets of Magic City blowing the evening breeze. Chapter 61, A Secret for Two. The next few days, sister-in-law that family is also very sensible did not contact Jiang father. Jiang mother, after all, in front of their Jiang family has lost the capital to show off. Jiang Yi actually does not know much about Magic City, but still Shunli Gu is more familiar with some places to play. Just the two of them accompanied the family for a few days. 3 days later, airport ticket gate. Then we'll go back. These few days are really troublesome for little Shun. Jiang mother pulled Ri Ji's hand, her face somewhat reluctant. Shao Yi, you have to take care of Li Gu. Jiang father, however, glared at his son. Aha. Jiang Yi nodded helplessly. Uncle and aunt don't need to worry. I'll take care of Jiang Yi. Goodbye. Shinli Gu smiled and said goodbye. After watching the two old men walk into the airport, Jiang Yi drove Shinli Gu back to the villa, buzzing, just after entering the door and not long after sitting down. Shinli Ji's cell phone vibrated. Hello? Shinli Gu picked up the phone. Ligay what are you doing these days? Why don't you even return my messages? Lin Si couldn't help but spit it out. After hearing this resentful little tone, Shinli Gu but revealed a hint of a smile. In the past few days, she had been busy dealing with her work, and at the same time, she had to accompany Jiang Yi's parents on their tour, so she had time to chat with Lin Si. She hadn't told this guy the news that she and Jiang Yi were together yet. Actually, Shinli Gu blushed and was about to speak. Jiang Yi, however, suddenly moved closer. On the phone with who? He walked to Shinli Ji's side, then reached out and picked up a water cup, catching a cup of water and drinking it. After seeing Jiang Yi by her side, Shinli Gu hurriedly covered her cell phone. She was a little embarrassed to speak again. Ligay, where is everyone? Lin Si looked at the cell phone that didn't have an echo anymore and was puzzled. Hello, what are you looking for me for? Only when Jiang Yi walked away did Shinli Gu pick up the phone again. Oh, I just want to ask, are you and Jiang Yi free? Let's go to the movie and TV city together. I'm going to shoot a movie in a couple of days. I want to go and familiarize myself with it in advance. Lin Si opened her mouth and said, although she knew that Jiang Yi was the boss of the movie city, as a friend, she still paid for 4 tickets. Alright, I'll ask Jiang Yi if he's going. Shen Ligay looked to Jiang Yi who was on the side. Jiang Yi was sitting on the sofa watching the stock market, looking very relaxed. Okay, then I'll hang up first. If it's time, I'll see you tomorrow morning. After Lin Si finished speaking, she also hung up the phone. Shenli Gu put down her cell phone and walked over to Jiang Yi's side. Who called you just now? So secretive? Jiang Yi asked curiously. For Shenli Gu, he was still very relieved. After all, the two of them were now staying together almost every day, working together and living together. It's CE law. She asked us to accompany her to play in the movie city. Shenli Gu opened her mouth and said, movie and TV city? Jiang Yi also quickly recalled. After acquiring the movie and TV city himself, he hadn't been able to go over to visit it because the distance was too far. Okay, no problem. When are we going over? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked. Tomorrow morning. She said that she had already bought the tickets. Shenli Gu opened her mouth and said, good, then you can rest for a day today first. Jiang Yi looked at his watch, without realizing it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shen Ligay puzzled. In the past few days, you've been staying up late to deal with some rent collection contracts. Don't think I don't know. Jiang Yi reached out and pulled the girl. He reached out and rubbed the girl's hair. The action was very gentle. Shen Ligay blushed for a moment, then she lowered her head in a well-behaved manner. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Yi drove Shenli Gu to Yashuan Orchid Court. I have to go up and change my clothes. Shenlige stayed at Half Moon Bay yesterday, but didn't bring a change of clothes, so she was still wearing the same dress from yesterday. Good. Do you want me to accompany you up? Jiang Yi looked around the neighborhood. Trying to find a suitable parking space was also a bit troublesome. No need. You wait for me, and CE and the girls might be coming down soon. Shenlige shook her head, then pushed open the car door and went upstairs. Chapter 62 Strolling in the Movie City. After a few minutes, the sound of two girls talking came from the doorway. Lin C was wearing a white bubble sleeve dress today with a cute pill head. On her legs, she wore black calf socks, and on her feet, she stepped on a pair of small leather shoes. It looked very sweet and cute. Yi Xin, on the other hand, was wearing a tight black dress with a beret on her head and a mask on her face. Yo, Boss John's new car. Lin C rubbed her hands together after seeing Jiang Yi's Aston Martin. Her small face was a bit excited. Get in the car. Jiang Yi smiled. This little girl always has a way to amuse people. Lin C was also not polite, pulling open the car door and directly sitting on it. That Koenigsegg of yours is really good everywhere. It's just that there are too few seats. This car is just fine. Lin C opened her mouth and teased. It seems that Boss Jiang also has a big business, and the car has been specially replaced with a big one. Yi Xiao opened her mouth, but her tone was a bit sour. That said, where's Ri Ge? I thought she was with you. Lin C glanced at the empty seat on the co-pilot, her face showing some doubt. Jiang Yi was about to speak. Instead, the car door was pulled open again. Shenligu had changed into a t-shirt and a high-waisted tight skirt underneath, which was very figure-flattering and youthful. She tied her hair into a high ponytail, and on her neck she carried a necklace with a four-leaf clover pendant. Let's go. Long time waiting. Shenlige fastened her seatbelt and spoke. Li Ge, what have you been busy with these past few days? Lin C opened her mouth and complained. Busy. Shenlige sighed helplessly. The atmosphere was very active. Jiang Yi started the car and went over towards the movie city. 15 minutes later, a group of people finally arrived outside the movie city. Inside this are all imitation ancient buildings. Can look good. Originally I also want to rent a set of ancient-style long skirt over to take pictures. Lin Ce was even more exceptionally surprised after arriving. Ce, your next movie will be shot here? Yi Xiao looked at the street scene not far behind the entrance. On the road, it was full of antique buildings that looked very realistic. Aha, it's still not rubbing off on Boss John's light. It's a rare role with a lot of lines. Lin Ce had a sweet smile on her face after she thought about it. Not bad. Yi Xiao touched Lin Ce's head. During this period of time, Yi Xiao had been working as a house squat, and had gotten a lot of Lin Ce's care, and the two of them had gotten even closer. Right. Senior Sister Yi, aren't you now out of contract with your original agency? Or else come to our company, Lin Ce said, patting Jiang Yi's back. Jiang Yi could also see that Lin Ce was trying to help her. After all, Yi Xiao's national popularity had always been very high. If he could sign Yi Xiao, it would still be of considerable help to the company. But, he looked at the Yixin who could knock to the sky if she had a tail. This little girl was not easy to deal with. Well, I'll think about it. Yixin opened her mouth and said. After these words were uttered, Lin Ce's smile became even brighter, and immediately reached out and wrapped Yixin into his arms. The four of them also talked and laughed, and walked into the movie city. Just after walking a few steps, they bumped into a theater group first. From the looks of it, this should be the first crew that came to film in the film city. We're so lucky that we were able to see the crew filming. Isn't that Fancy Entertainment's new drama? The lead actors are Li Haochen and He Jia, both popular first-tier actors. Let's go. Quickly go and take a look. There were quite a few people who came to visit the movie city. Outside the fence line of a filming location, a lot of people had already gathered at this time. When Lin Ce heard this, she also turned her gaze over. Going to take a look? She looked to be somewhat excited. I'll accompany you. Yi Xiao glanced at Jiang Yi and Rigo as if she could see something, then pulled the dumbfounded Lin Ce away. Jiang Yi, aren't we going over there? Shenligu looked at Jiang Yi beside her and asked. You don't like crowded places. Let's go over there and stroll around. Jiang Yi reached out and pulled Shenliju's hand. Just now, he wanted to hold hands with the girl several times, but Shenligu shyly avoided it. This was in her 20s. How come falling in love was still the same as a high school student falling in love early? He was somewhat incomprehensible. Good. Shenligu looked at the hand she was holding and had a somewhat shy look on her face. Chapter 63, No Quality. The movie and television city was huge, but it was mostly some antique buildings and shopping streets. The two of them walked along the streets, and after looking at the scenery by this bridge for a while, it was a bit boring. Why don't we go over there and take a look? Shenligu looked at the crowd not far away. The places where there were movie crews were all surrounded by people. It was obvious that everyone was interested in the matter of filming. You want to watch? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked. Go take a look. Shenligu nodded. Jiang Yi remembered the floor plan of the movie city that he had just seen. Actually, there was a closer place if you wanted to go and see that part of the cruise grounds. However, let's go. I'll take you there. Jiang Yi took the girl's hand and walked towards the distance. Under the bridge, there were a few ancient-style fishing boats parked. The masters on them were all scenic area staff, specializing in rowing boats and taking tourists sightseeing. Boss lady, take the boat or not? Those few masters greeted people enthusiastically when they saw them. Their targets were also very clear. They were all tourists of 2 men and women or a family. Go. Jiang Yi walked over. What's the point of sitting on this? Shen Ligay, however, felt a little surprised. If you follow me, you'll know. Jiang Yi had a mysterious smile on his face. After getting on the boat, the two of them went down the current, and the master who rowed the boat was also very sensible and didn't say much. After rowing halfway, Master, stop in front. There's no need to walk. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and said, Ah. The master froze. It was the first time he had met someone who was halfway there and said they wanted to get off the boat. Where are we going? Rigu also froze. She looked around. There was no one. It looked very cold. You'll know later. Jiang Yi rubbed the girl's hair. Afterwards, the boat docked right along the stream, and right on the shore there was a small series of steps leading into the middle of an alley. Let's go. Jiang Yi got off the boat first. Afterward, he had the gentlemanly demeanor to extend his hand. After helping the girl off the boat, the two of them walked hand in hand. Where is this? Shen Ligay looked at the surrounding scenery with some surprise. After walking 2 steps, they then heard noisy sounds from the crowd. Not far away, a cordon was drawn, but this street was almost empty. This side of the street is very winding, so it's only through that river that we can come over. Jiang Yi explained. Shen Ligay looked towards the front, and sure enough, she was able to see the crew members who were busy. Is filming a TV drama even surprisingly like this? Shen Ligay looked around curiously. Just at this time, not far away, in a simple restroom, a woman in ancient clothes and a girl in casual clothes walked out. Are you sick in the head? You can't even buy a coffee well when I let you. The woman in ancient clothes opened her mouth to reprimand. The words were also filled with seriousness. After hearing this, the woman in casual clothes had a somewhat ugly face. I'm sorry, Miss Jean. She lowered her head and kept apologizing. Hurry up, go buy me a cup again. The ancient dress woman rolled her eyes. That other girl should be her assistant. After being scolded like this, she could only rush out of the cordon to go buy a new cup of coffee. Jiang Yi and Shen Ligay stood just outside the cordon. In this neighborhood, there were hardly too many people, so that ancient dress woman didn't restrain her voice from speaking. You move faster. I'm going to start shooting later. That ancient costume woman opened her mouth to urge again. Fine. The assistant lowered her head, not realizing that she tripped because she was in a hurry. In her hand, the cup of cold coffee directly fell to the ground and splashed out. The small half cup of coffee then directly showered on Shen Ligay's shoes. Shen Ligay frowned when she saw it. What's wrong with you? Seeing this, that old-fashioned woman walked over to this side of the cordon. Right. I'm sorry. After the assistant got up, he looked at Shen Ligay and kept apologizing. However, the costumed woman pushed her again. Hurry up and get me coffee. Time is running out. Her tone was arrogant. The assistant looked at Shen Ligay, and then turned her head to look at the costumed woman. It's fine. I'll just wipe it off. Shen Ligay also did not want to make things difficult for people. After all, others didn't do it on purpose, so she didn't want to trouble others with their work. Thank you. The little assistant's eyes were filled with gratitude after hearing Shen Ligay's words. Afterward, she trotted away, looking at the coffee on the floor of the scenic spot and Ligay's shoes that were made to look open. Jiang Yi frowned. How unqualified. He faintly sighed. Unexpectedly, these words drifted directly into the ears of the bratty ancient dress woman. You, who are you talking about? The costumed woman turned her head to look at the person standing outside the cordon. What a bad attitude. Are all the celebrities nowadays so big? Jiang Yi spat out somewhat helplessly. Shen Ligay also did not expect this star to speak like this. Oomph. Afterwards, the young star then turned her head and went back to her own restroom. Let's go. It's no fun. Shen Ligay sighed as she reached out and tugged on Jiang Yi. Aha. Jiang Yi nodded faintly. Then he suddenly squatted down and took out a tissue to wipe up Ligay's shoes for her. Rigu was wearing a pair of small leather shoes that had some coffee stains on the toes. There's no stains on your feet, right? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked, looking at the man who bent down and squatted in front of her. Shen Ligay's heart was filled with throbbing, and her small face was colored with some slight redness. I'm fine. She shyly shrunk her feet. Let's go. Jiang Yi wiped his shoes clean and threw the paper towel into the trash can on the side. Afterwards, the two left to go along the alley. After strolling around all morning, the four of them were also ready to eat in the scenic area. In the scenic area, besides having some simple fast food, there were also small restaurants. Jiang Yi, as a boy, accompanied his girlfriend and her best friend out, so he was also naturally prepared to be the host. A few people made their way down to a specialty restaurant in the scenic area, just in time for the mealtime. The people in this restaurant are not small, but compared to those fast food restaurants that were already packed with people, the environment for eating here was not bad. I'll see what to eat. Lin Si was already starving and took the menu and looked at it. Let's have the steamed sea bass. Shen Ligay opened her mouth and ordered a dish. Don't you dislike fish? Jiang Yi said with some doubt. That's not what you like to eat, Shen Ligu whispered. As soon as these words came out, an aroma of dog food emanated from the table. Li Gu, you have a situation here, Lin Si said with a smile. Order your food. Are you still eating? Shen Ligay opened her mouth and said. At this time, outside the door, a few more people walked in. It looked like the crew of the theater. Boss, can you order food on your side? Chapter 64, Unspeakable Things. Can't order food for now. Business is good today. A waiter opened his mouth and replied. Alas. What then? The staff member shook his head in a funereal manner. It then turned around and made a call. After hearing these words, Shin Li Go looked at Lin Ce. When a theater group shoots a scene, won't the boxed lunch be ordered in advance? She opened her mouth and asked. Usually. Strange, Lin Ce said with some confusion. After all, in her few experiences as a group actor, she was able to eat a hot boxed lunch on time every time. Group actors and lead actors, the boxed lunch should be different, right? Lin Ce said. Well, I've gone to movies for cameos before, and even though I wasn't the main actor, I had my assistant bring my own nutritious meals. Yi Xiao opened her mouth and said, not bad for a big star. Jiang Yi opened his mouth to spit out a sentence. Why do you people talk so eerily? Yi Xin rolled her eyes. Soon, the food was also on the table, while eating the meal. At the door, however, there was a sudden commotion. A star-studded woman walked over. Only that face felt somewhat familiar. Isn't this the person I met in the morning? Shen Ligay recognized it at a glance. Jiang Yi looked up. After changing into ancient clothes and removing his makeup, that face didn't look much different from an ordinary person, and it wasn't even as delicate looking as Lin Ce's. Hello, is there a private room over here? The little assistant opened her mouth and asked. No. The sales clerk busied herself and shook her head. After hearing this, that little starlet, her face was a bit unhappy. Can't you find a better place to eat? She scolded the assistant. I'm sorry, Miss Jean, this side is the only dish restaurant in the scenic area. The assistant lowered her head. It looked like there was already some desire to cry. Min-un, stop it, this side is crowded. Then, a male agent walked over and opened his mouth to remind. Okay, the young starlet stopped talking and didn't say anything. A few people found an empty table and sat down. That female, it seems like she's a newcomer that Flowery has been promoting lately. Yi Xin saw that there were more people outside the door, so she put on her mask and stopped eating. Well, called Kim Min-un, she's a stick country mixed blood. She's really super resourceful. I think she had a cameo in that movie of mine. Lin Ce whispered. Cheer up. Yi Xiao reached out and touched Lin Ce's head. I'll work hard. Lin Ce clenched her small fists. She had always been a very confident person. If she was given the same resources, she would definitely be able to do much better than that little star next to her. Although she couldn't reach the level of senior sister Yi, it should still be possible to become a first-class star, right? Lin Ce thought with a crooked little head, turning her head towards the little starlet's side. At this time, that little star's assistant was also looking over toward them. The gazes of the two of them met in mid-air, causing Lin Ce to faintly freeze. Then, she saw that little assistant say something to that little starlet, then stood up and walked over towards her side. It's over. Am I being discovered for bad-mouthing someone behind their back? Nope, I didn't say anything bad about her either. It's just that, thinking about it in my mind is all. Lin Ce shrunk her neck and hurriedly turned her head as if nothing was wrong, but her heart was beating a drum. She had thought that the little assistant had come to find trouble with her. However, what she never expected was, after the little assistant walked over, she didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, she smiled apologetically towards Jiang Yi and Xin Ligu next to her and spoke. Hello, you guys. I accidentally spilled coffee on your shoes this morning, and in the rush of work, I didn't have time to properly apologize. I didn't expect to run into you guys again during dinner, so I specially came over to say sorry. As a token of apology, let me pay for your table today. If needed, I can also compensate for that pair of shoes at the same price. The young assistant's tone was quite sincere. As she spoke, she even took out her own small wallet, intending to compensate for the money. She didn't know how much the pair of small leather shoes that Xin Ligu was wearing cost, but after seeing the temperament and appearance of both Jiang Yi and Xin Ligu, she subconsciously took the two as rich people. That pair of small leather shoes thought that it shouldn't be cheap, and it was natural to compensate for it if it was accidentally soiled by her. Seeing that the little assistant did not come to find her trouble, but came to apologize, Lin Si, who was drumming in her heart, first gently sighed in relief, then immediately afterward, she was stunned again. Today, morning, soiled Ji's shoes? Apologize? A small head, a great deal of doubt. Lin Si turned her head and looked at Jiang Yi and Shenli. Intuition told her that without her knowledge, between these two people, something unspeakable must have happened. It's fine, no need to compensate. My shoes aren't a name brand, just clean them up casually if they get dirty. You don't have to take it too much to heart. Shenli did not notice Lin Si's small eyes. After hearing the little assistant's words, she said in a gentle tone. She had also seen the situation in the morning. The little assistant had also apologized to her, and there was nothing to pursue this matter any further. Jiang Yi on the side also smiled gently and spoke. Gu is right, there's no need to take it to heart. It's just accidentally dirtying a pair of shoes. No need to take it to heart. You quickly go back to eat. It's fine, haha. The two people sang in unison, making the little assistant quite grateful. When Lin Ce saw this appearance of the two people, her bright eyes were even more filled with doubt. Could this be the legendary husband and wife singing together? These two guys, they definitely did something unspeakable behind my back. Chapter 65, I'm going to help you seek justice. So, thank you. Hearing the words of Jiang Yi and Shenli, the little assistant lowered her head and softly said thank you. Although she was a small star's assistant, her salary wasn't really that high, and the money she earned every month, after calling part of it over to her family, was barely enough to cover her monthly expenses. Really want her to take out a sum of money to compensate Shenli, or very heartbreaking. It was naturally better if this money could be saved. Therefore, the little assistant was grateful from the bottom of her heart to both Jiang Yi and Shenli. It's fine, you go eat quickly. Shenli smiled and waved her hand. Speaking, in reality, this matter was something she really didn't put on her mind. After all, in the morning, this little assistant did not intentionally spill coffee on her shoes, and at that time, the little assistant apologized to her, and her attitude was quite sincere. Shenli forgave her at that time. I didn't expect to meet again when I came to this restaurant to eat. This world, really small ah. As she spoke, Shenli couldn't help but feel slightly emotional in her heart. At the same time, on the other side, the little star who was preparing to eat on the other side just finished ordering, and did not start. Having nothing to do, he was also paying attention to the movements on the little assistant's side. In the beginning, she didn't take this matter to heart, not to mention she didn't feel that she also had some responsibility for this matter. Instead, she was just like a melon-eating crowd, sitting next to the table and watching the show without moving. Adding to the fact that the place where she was sitting was not far away from Jiang Yi and Shenli, she was just able to listen to the conversation between the little assistant and them in this noisy restaurant. Who would have thought? After looking at Jiang Yi for a few moments, she actually felt a bit familiar. Isn't this person the one who scolded me for my lack of quality in the morning? No wonder he looks so familiar. Turning her head to look at Jiang Yi, the young starlet muttered. This voice reached the ears of the manager at the side, but it made him frown slightly. Min-un, how dare someone scold you? Who is it? I'd like to see where he got the guts from. With a cold snort, the agent said rather arrogantly. Then, he also turned his head and looked towards Jiang Yi and the others. As an agent, he and the star itself could be said to be a community of interests. For someone to open his mouth to scold the starlet, it was the same as opening his mouth to scold him, and it was likely that it would also affect the star's image, involving a huge issue of interest. In addition to this reason, the reason why the agent was so angry was because, although his apparent identity was merely the starlet's manager, but in reality, it was treating the little star as his own forbidden domain. Even when someone cursed little star online, he would secretly open a small number and pick up the keyboard to take on the line with someone. Thus, after hearing some mumbling sounds from the little star, the first thought that came to the broker's mind was to help the little star out. And so, following the starlet's line of sight, his gaze stopped at Jiang Yi's body. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently sized up the two of them, Shenli and Lin Ce. Wait a minute, this woman, isn't she an actress from Huaxing's side? I've seen her when I visited the Huaxing side last time. The agent jerked his head around and looked at Lin Ce. Only then did he realize that Jiang Yi, Shenli, and the others were all Lin Ce's friends. Then, that would be a good thing to do ah. Humph, they're people from Huaxing. I'm kind of familiar with the boss of Huaxing. Min-un, wait here. I'll go get you justice. The agent sneered a few times, got up and walked towards Jiang Yi and Shenli and the others. Then I'll go back first. Thank you. The little assistant thanked Shenli and Jiang Yi again and again before she intended to turn around and go back. Who would have thought that just as he turned around, he would see the agent walking over towards this side. Mr. Ma, why are you here? With a puzzled look on his face, the young assistant opened his mouth and asked, looking at the broker with a serious expression and furrowed brows. In her heart, a touch of bad premonition suddenly surfaced. Sure enough, after her voice fell, the broker didn't even pay her any attention for a moment. He directly crossed over her and walked over to the table, looking at Jiang Yi. With that look, it was obvious that he was coming from a bad place. Jiang Yi's side of the table had all the dishes served and was just about to eat. Seeing the agent who suddenly walked over, he was also puzzled for a while. What's the situation today? It's not just a meal. Why does someone keep coming over to disturb it? And this angry look. What do you want? What? Looking for trouble? Who are you? Putting down the chopsticks in his hands, Jiang Yi turned his head to look at the agent and asked, this is my company's agent, Mr. Manning. The young assistant hurriedly walked up and introduced Jiang Yi. To the two of them, Jiang Yi and Shen Ligu, she was still very favorable, not only because the two didn't pursue her for spilling the coffee, but also because the two also treated her with great respect when they spoke to her. Therefore, seeing the agent looking like he was looking for trouble, she, who was planning to turn around and leave, also hurriedly came over. In case there was really a quarrel, she could also make a roundup. Chapter 66, Apologizing is Impossible. Manning? Mr. Ma, that name. It seems like I've heard it somewhere before. After the little assistant's words fell, Lin Si at the side frowned slightly. The name Manning gave her a feeling of déjà vu. She was certain that she had definitely heard this name somewhere. It was just that, for a moment, she was somewhat unable to recall it. Turning her head to look at the young stars not far away, after recalling that they were from Flowering Beauty Entertainment Company, a light flashed in her mind. Manning, is that our sister Bing's cousin? No wonder I always thought your name sounded a bit familiar. Before you even went to our company to visit over here, how come you're over at Flora now? Without waiting for Jiang Yi to open his mouth, Lin Si then revealed his identity with a single word. Hearing these words, Jiang Yi then had a moment of realization. Sister Bing's cousin? That is, he Bing's cousin? So this is coming over to say hello? Just now, when he saw this Mr. Ma come over with that aggressive look, he thought that he was here to look for trouble. So he's here to recognize a relative. Then let's just be polite with him? That was what he was thinking. Manning, however, let out a cold snort and spoke with a smile. You recognize me? Ha, okay, that's fine then. Who was it that scolded my family's Minun this morning? I advise you to better be honest and come over to apologize to my family Minun, or else, you're all from Huaxing, right? If you offend me, you should know exactly what will happen, right? Although the words were said this way, Manning's gaze was always firmly fixed on Jiang Yi. The meaning of this is self-evident. These words caused Jiang Yi to be slightly stunned. Just now, he thought that this Ma Ning was coming over to greet him. After all, he Bing was now his subordinate. Who would have thought? It turned out that this guy was really here to look for trouble. However, why did he not understand his own words? This morning, cursing? Apologize? Minun? Who was that again? Jiang Yi turned his head and looked towards the side. When he saw the starlet who was sitting on the sidelines watching their side as if she was watching the action, in his heart, he almost realized what was going on. If he remembered correctly, this morning, the small assistant accidentally spilled coffee on Shenli Gushu's chicken skin. The starlet left there to gibberish. He did seem to say equality to come? No, seems like he didn't say that either. But that's not exactly cursing. All in all, that little starlet was furious at that time. Unexpectedly, this little starlet kinda holds a grudge. Don't open your mouth. We are all very qualified and never curse. Apologize? That's impossible. We didn't curse. Why should we apologize? Unlike some people, unqualified even if it's not. It's also quite vindictive. A light laugh. Jiang Yi stood up and spoke. His height was almost around 1 meter 8. Manning's height, on the other hand, was only 1 meter 7. Plus, thanks to the various rewards from the system, Jiang Yi's physical quality was also much better. Although he didn't have large, obvious muscles, but it can also be considered to be robust. It was nothing when he was sitting, but when he stood up, he was directly a head taller than Manning, and also much stronger than him. When the two stood together, there was a huge difference. When Manning, who was originally still imposing, saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a bit weak. Chapter 67, Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? The next table. After Kim Minun heard Jiang Yi's words, she was even more directly ignited with anger. This man is sick, right? Doesn't know who she is? Her uncle was a high-ranking member of Flower Wave, and even this movie city had her family's shares. How dare this man mess with her in a place like this? Manager Ma, let the security guards come over. Kim Minun put down her water cup and said, okay, you wait for me. After saying the words, Manning walked towards the door. It looked like he was really ready to go call security. You don't think this movie city is run by your family, do you? Jiang Yi asked. He didn't expect this Kim Min-eun to say something like this. This was an attempt to kick them out? What's wrong with me saying it's my house? When the security guards come, I'll see what you're still cross about. Kim Min-eun had a smile on her face. She hadn't wanted to be general with this kind of ordinary person. As long as Jiang Yi obediently apologized to her, she would let the matter go. But now this man was saying that she had no quality in front of everyone? Since she was a child, no one had ever said that to her. Not even her father had said that about her. How dare this man? Jean, isn't it not good? The little assistant said nervously. She knew that if an artist and a vegetarian had a conflict, then it definitely couldn't be considered a good thing for the artist. What if someone goes online and spreads rumors? Get lost. Kim Min-eun rolled her eyes when she heard that. I really don't know what the point of recruiting you is. You can't do anything right all day long. Down head, she said irritably. The assistant sighed, then shook her head and directly left the store. This job, she was really fed up with it. This kind of artist would sooner or later get cold, so this job was not worth it. After seeing the assistant really leave, Kim Min-eun's face became even more ugly. She looked towards Jiang Yi's table. Then, she stopped her gaze on Lin Ce who had just spoken. This person wasn't. I told you guys why you're targeting me. Isn't this young lady an 18th line artist from Huaxing? I saw you at the last audition. You couldn't even be chosen for a small supporting role. You're worthy of pussyfooting around here. Kim Min-eun spoke loudly. The people who were eating in the store had already looked over, and some of them recognized her as well, already taking out their phones and preparing to take pictures. Miss Kim, just pay more attention to your identity. Lin Ce was speechless. Identity? Just you deserve it? Kim Min-eun lowered her head and ate her meal. At this time, a series of footsteps came from outside the door. Without thinking about it, Manhwa really brought a few security guards to the store's entrance. That's the man. Get rid of him for me. Manning pointed at Jiang Yi who was eating. The security guards followed his finger and looked towards Jiang Yi who was eating with his head down. The person in the lead was none other than the captain of the security team. He walked over towards Jiang Yi. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the store looked over. Mr. Jiang. There was no expectation. After the security guard walked in front of Jiang Yi, he bowed straight and then shouted respectfully. What? Manning was puzzled. What did the security guard call this man? Mr. Jiang? He also knew that the owner of the studio was a man surnamed Jiang, but they had never been too clear about the owner's identity. There were people investigating, and they hadn't found any results either. Thinking about this, Manning shifted his sight to Jiang Yi again. How could it be? This man, who looked younger than him in age, even owned this movie city? Jiang Yi looked up at the captain of the security team. A week ago, he had a video recall with the management of the movie and television city. It said something about the development plan of the movie city. Among them was the one that seemed to have the security team's minister. I didn't expect that I would see someone when I came over today. Mr. Jiang, why didn't you say in advance when you came over? Although the security chief's face was calm, but inwardly, he was extremely nervous. Listening to what Manning said just now, Jiang Yi must have encountered something unhappy in the movie city. His daily work as the security department was to maintain order in the movie city. The boss came to inspect for the first time and something happened. Then wouldn't his position be in jeopardy? Chapter 68. Are you free on your schedule? Do I still need to inform you that I'm coming? Jiang Yi didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. He reached out and gave Shin Li-go a chopstick of food, which was going to get cold if he didn't eat it. It wasn't good to waste food. Shin Li-go looked at the dishes in the bowl. Now almost the entire store is looking at their table. Is it not good for her to eat? No. Of course not. This is not wanting to welcome you. The security chief hated to slap himself. How could he not have thought that things would turn out like this? This mouth. He turned his head to look at Manhwa, who had just pulled himself over. Manager Ma, please also come with me to the security room and make the situation clear. After saying that, the security chief waved his hand. Soon, a few security guards also surrounded them, and a few of them took Manning into custody. What for? What are you guys doing? Manning was also not expecting that these people would directly strike out at him. Mr. Jiang, you can eat at ease. This troublemaker, I'll go deal with it first. After saying that, the security chief left with Manning. The people in the store, after seeing this scene, they were all very surprised. They also didn't expect that the youngster who looked plain and ordinary, except for being somewhat handsome, could be the boss of the movie city. The store manager's side also received the news very quickly. The back kitchen also hurriedly added a few dishes and sent them to the table. Mr. Jiang, please enjoy your meal. If you're not satisfied, we'll redo it. The store manager personally sent the dishes over and asked, It's fine, you guys get busy. Jiang Yi waved his hand. But the newly served Longjing shrimp was not bad. He added another one to Shinli Gu and put it in the bowl. It's fine, I can clip it myself. Shinli Gu opened her mouth and said, you taste it? This one of mine tastes different. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and teased. Looking at the table, Jiang Yi and Shinli Gu flirted. Kim Min-eun was at the other table, and was even a bit unable to sit still. She looked at Jiang Yi and her nose went askew in anger. Opening a broken movie city is great. She opened her mouth to curse. It didn't occur to her that in the next second, the meal wasn't served. The store's junior walked over. Excuse me, miss, you can't dine here, please get out. After hearing this, Kim Min-eun directly froze as she looked at the person in front of her incredulously. Do you know who I am? She said unhappily. I don't care who you are, but I'm sorry, this store won't be receiving any other outside customers for the rest of the day. Xiao Er said with a cold face. One must know that they, the waiters, had long looked at this Kim Min-eun with displeasure. A few days ago, this woman came to their store to order food. One moment, she disliked the rice as being too leisurely, and the next moment, she said that the soup was bland. It was really annoying. Okay, you all remember that. Kim Min-eun's little mouth quirked as she ran out in a huff. This person, is he sick in the head? Lin Shin somewhat couldn't help herself and spat out a sentence. She also knew that some big stars usually like to put on airs, but where on earth did such a small 18th line artist get the courage? Alas, it's understandable. After all, her uncle is a bigwig in the entertainment industry of the stick country, and I heard that a lot of the resources from the stick country over at Huayang's side came from over there. Lin Si opened her mouth and spat, and Flower Ripple's side just spoils her? Jiang Yi, however, did not think about it. This kind of troublesome artist, no matter to whom, is a time bomb, right? Otherwise Lu. After all, the backstage is hard. When things go wrong, there are big brothers to help her wipe her ass. Lin Si sighed, then hurriedly lowered her head and dried her meal. The drama that she was going to participate in soon. There was investment from Flowery. When the time came, she might have to be put in small shoes again. That would be bad luck. Buzzing. Just at this time, Lin Si's phone suddenly vibrated, and on it was the phone number of her agent. Hello? She picked up the phone, her face somewhat puzzled. After all, her agent had more than a dozen artists under him, and usually almost never came to contact her if something wasn't wrong. CE, do you know Yi Xiao? There was some anxiousness in the agent's voice. Yeah, she's right next to me right now. Lin Ce turned her head to look at Yi Xiao. Can you help me ask if she's willing to take the movie? The one you're going to enter the group soon. Wasn't the female first originally our company's Ruo Lin? Something happened to her. She fell on her leg and couldn't go. The director's side said that unless we can hire Yi Xiao, the breach of contract is our full responsibility. The agent said. I'll ask then. Lin Ce had a headache. Last time, she had posted a photo of herself and Yi Xiao together, and hadn't thought of forgetting to shield her colleagues in the company. Since then, almost every day, people came to ask if she could get Yi Shin's autograph. Hanging up the phone, Yi Shin also saw that Lin Ce seemed to be in some difficulty. What's wrong? She opened her mouth and asked. That, elder sister Yi, your schedule is empty recently, right? Do you want to take a movie? Chapter 69 Godly Producing Skills. Taking over a movie? Yi Xiao was eating her meal, and after hearing Lin Ce's words, she had a bit of interest. After the news of her terminating her contract with her agency some time ago spread, there were quite a few companies that wanted to negotiate with her, but all of them were rejected by her. After all, after signing up with a company, she wasn't as free on top of choosing some things, which also made her torn. Well, my agent's side said that there's a drama that wants you to save the day. Lin Ce said with some embarrassment. She also knew that it wasn't that simple to get Yi Xiao to take the drama. Not to mention that some time ago, she had seen Yi Xiao personally hang up on a few gold medal brokers. You mean, you're going to enter that one next? Yi Shin asked. She was also a bit hesitant at the moment. One had to know that she hadn't worked for a long time, and after severing ties with her family, financial resources could always be a problem. Right, the movie and TV contract side. It's all good to talk about. Lin Ce nodded. Let him send me the contract to take a look. Yi Xiao replied after thinking for a moment. Most of the ones who came to her for a movie now also wanted to be able to sign her contract. For that kind of long-term economic contract, Yi Shin really had no interest in it. It felt just like a selling contract. In the past, in her own company, she hadn't given it that much thought, but when she really went solo, only then did she realize that the contract was full of pits. Good. Lin Ce's face also revealed a smile after she heard Yi Xiao loosen up, and she picked up her cell phone to send a message to her manager to go. After dinner, they strolled around a few other scenic spots in the movie city. That, school sister Yi and I are leaving first. We have an appointment with our agent and the crew side to talk about things. Lin Ce opened her mouth and said, still holding her cell phone in her hand. looking like she had just finished talking to the agent's side about the current situation. Good. Shunli-ge nodded. After watching the two girls leave, Jiang Yi reached out and rubbed Shunli-ge's hair. Tired, right? He asked as he looked at the girl's side face. Why don't we go back first? Li-ge nodded. This movie in Television City wasn't interesting, and after strolling around for a day instead, her feet were a bit tired. Subsequently, the two people also left the film city together and drove away from the parking lot. On the way, suddenly Jiang Yi's cell phone vibrated. Hello? Without looking, Jiang Yi turned on the speakerphone to answer it. Hello Mr. Jiang, our side is the China Koenigsegg Repair Center. We have finished repairing your car. Should we arrange for a consignment company to ship your car back? A polite female voice came out from the speaker. Yes. Just come back at the original address. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and replied. He was also almost about to forget about this matter. After all, he hadn't been thinking about it for a while now. After the phone hung up, Shenli-gu opened her mouth and asked, last time, the person who touched your car will really pay for the repairs? It's been so long, what if the person ran away? She looked at Jiang Yi, a worried look written on her small face. I don't think so, Jiang Yi said indifferently. Why wouldn't it be? You need a lot of money to repair this car. Shenli-gu had a look of meat pain. Alright, you don't have to worry. The quotation should have been sent to my email. Later I will contact the other party to see. Jiang Yi softly coaxed. Having a small wife who was meticulous and liked to manage the accounts, this feeling seemed to be quite good as well. Good, don't you forget. Shenli-ge reminded again. After returning to the villa in Half Moon Bay, Jiang Yi also walked to his studio, then rummaged through a business card from inside the drawer. Flowering Entertainment, Yi Iran. Executive President? He looked at the business card and felt as if it was somewhat interesting. Hello? A clear female voice came out from the phone. You remember what happened with the car, right? I was hit by you, Koenigsegg owner. Jiang Yi opened the door and said, oh, remember. The quotation for the repairs came out? Yi Iran was a little surprised, but her tone soon returned to calm. I'll send it to your email? Jiang Yi opened his computer. Okay, I'll have my assistant call you at night. Yi Iran's side was obviously a bit busy, and hung up after saying that. Jiang Yi glanced at the email address on his business card and moved his hand. He forwarded the quotation and then leaned back on the sofa. Last time, the $10 million that he had invested into the stock market, he had also raised a portion of it one after another some time ago, and now the overall return was around $90 million. He simply dumped another small stock after thinking about it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a small goal. Random rewards open. Divine tier production skill. Binding successful. Swish. In an instant, large sections of memories once again flooded into Jiang Yi's mind. Among them were all sorts of information regarding the filming of movies, TV shows, movies, and so on. A series of specialized knowledge from casting, filming, and promotion of movies also flooded into her mind. However, what made him feel most speechless was, this skill wasn't of much use to him either. Wasn't collecting rent his main task? Filming? This kind of hard work, wouldn't it be better to leave it to others? Side quest opened, requesting the host to supervise the production of the company's latest TV series, Xilan Legend. Make the TV series reach 10 million hits to open the latest reward. Xilan Biography? Wasn't this the latest TV series that Lin Si and Yi Xiao were going to star in? What's going on with this drama? The female lead was temporarily changed, and now even the producers couldn't get it together. Looking at the system's prompt, Jiang Yi flipped through the system's other pages. He had almost completed the side quests, and the main line hadn't been refreshed until now. The things he had under his belt were also pretty much rented out, so he was idle anyway. But go over and take a look? He was just thinking about it when his cell phone vibrated again. Mr. Strange, how could a high-cool female president call herself at this time? Mr. Jiang, regarding the recent TV series, there seems to be a problem. Bingbing's tone was full of exhaustion, looking like she hadn't rested well for several days over this matter. This can't be talking about the Xilan transmission matter again, right? Jiang Yi was also guessing what was going to be talked about next. Our company invested in a TV series. It was originally scheduled to start shooting next month, but the filming team and the production team were all poached by the side of Flora Entertainment, because their side is also planning a costume drama of the same type. Bingbing opened her mouth to explain. The current situation was really not optimistic for them. Hua Xing, all the venues and actors had been prepared. If it wasn't filmed, then there was no way to make up for these losses. But to shoot this movie, what should the main production team do? It's fine. I'll negotiate from my side for the team. As long as the actors and scripts are fine, the rest is fine, Jiang Yi said indifferently. Chapter 70, the producer has been found. Mr. Jiang? Bingbing was also filled with surprise after hearing these words from Jiang Yi. Her experience in China's entertainment industry was also very deep, and during this period of time, she had even gone to negotiate with quite a few famous producers. But the play they were planning had been running for half a year, and it took time for all the producers and directors to come and dock a play. What in such a short period of time? Ready to start shooting is not so easy. If a bad movie was discharged, it was even more likely that it would be reviled and boycotted by the audience. And in this society now, no one dared to put their reputation at risk. Well, I'll do it for the director. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and said, he wasn't a specialized director anyway, so even if he really messed up the filming, he didn't have anything to worry about. Moreover, with the system's skills, he was still very confident in himself. After all, in the current market, there were still more bad movies in his opinion. He Bing Bing was even more surprised. Yes, the investor of this movie and drama should also give pressure, right? If you want to divest, let them divest. This drama I invested. About the starring role is convenient. In negotiation Yi Shirao's matter also don't rumor anymore. Jiang Yi said after thinking for a moment. Good. After He Bing Bing heard these words from Jiang Yi, her heart slightly bottomed out. It looked like Jiang Yi wasn't unprepared for anything. Surprisingly, he also knew that they were negotiating about Yi Shao. After hanging up the phone, Hua Xing's side also began to make big moves. The next day, as soon as Jiang Yi woke up from his sleep, he received an arrival notification in his cell phone. It turned out to be Yi Yiran's side that had called the car repair money over, which totaled just 36 million. He didn't care and looked at a few other messages. Knock knock knock. At this time, the door of the room was knocked. Jiang Yi got up and opened the door to the room. Rigu was standing outside the door wearing a lace apron, and as she looked at the sleepy-eyed Jiang Yi, her heart fluttered a little. No matter how many times she saw Jiang Yi just waking up, she felt that this man was so cute. I made breakfast. Do you want to go down and eat some? The girl asked softly. Tough. I'll go down after washing up. Right. We might have a new project to run next. After saying this, Jiang Yi walked into the restroom, starting the day's washing, brushing his teeth and washing his face. He shaved his beard. Last night, he had received the script from Hua Xing's side, and he briefly skimmed through it. The story plot was lame, and he felt a bit bored after reading a few pages. This kind of idle drama placed in today's affairs would inevitably not be able to set off any splashes. He thought about making an appointment to talk to the screenwriter's side this afternoon. After washing up, he came to the dining table and looked at the breakfast that Shinli-gu had prepared with care. It's really hard on you. Otherwise, it's better to live over here. Jiang Yi asked tentatively, although it wasn't appropriate to live together before marriage. But there were so many empty rooms here. He didn't care. It's not impossible. By the way, what's this new project you're talking about? You're not going to dish out a few more commercial buildings, are you? Shinli-gu asked curiously. Last time, she nearly broke her legs collecting rent. However, since some leases just needed to be signed in person, collecting rent at a later stage was as simple as taking a look at the bank account's hit. No, probably going to supervise a movie or TV drama. Jiang Yi ate his meal and opened his mouth to reply carelessly. This answer made Shinli-gu react a bit for a moment. Making a TV drama? Her small face was filled with questions. Well, it's the one that Ce and Yi Shao are going to act in next. Jiang Yi explained. Shinli-gu fell into deep thought. She and Jiang Yi both went to the same school, and there was no directing major in their school, right? There was even no relationship at all with film and television. In the afternoon, I'm going to go to Hua Xing Entertainment, and I have to discuss about the script. Jiang Yi, however, looked like he was very good at what he did, and looked like he had a plan for the next thing. Looking at the man in front of her, Shenli-gu was even more somewhat unable to see through him. If you're interested, go over together and take a look? Jiang Yi inquired when he saw that the girl didn't say anything. No, I won't go and join in the fun. Shenli-gu shook her head. That kind of occasion, she didn't know much about anything, going there didn't seem too appropriate. Then I'll come back early, Jiang Yi said thoughtfully. After eating, he also went to Hua Xing's company with the script he had printed. It had only been a short week or so since the last time he had come over. He parked his car in the underground parking lot and then walked into the employee elevator. Since he already had an appointment with He Bing Bing, he headed directly towards the office on the top floor. Buzz buzz. In his ears was the sound of the elevator starting up. After reaching the first floor, the elevator came to a halt, as it was just in time for work. A rush of 7 or 8 people squeezed in to come in, and as an entertainment company, female employees were even in the minority. After seeing such a handsome little brother in the elevator, everyone couldn't help but look a few more times. Handsome boy, are you an artist who came to our company to sign? There was a bold one who opened his mouth and asked. Jiang Yi was suddenly accosted, which caused him to raise his head. What he didn't expect was that in the small elevator, other than him, all of them were girls at this moment. Looking so handsome, is it possible that he is a small netizen? Can I follow your neck number? After someone took the lead to open their mouths, a few other girls, too, gathered around. Sorry, I'm not an entertainer, Jiang Yi explained. After seeing Jiang Yi's state of refusal, everyone quieted down. Ding! As the elevator beeped, the doors slowly opened. By the time he reached the top floor, only Jiang Yi was left alone in the elevator. He stepped out of the elevator and walked towards the office not far away. Squeak dash, pushing open the door. There were two people sitting at the long table. Jiang, the producer, came over. He Bing got up and looked at Jiang Yi. She was also a little formal after seeing Jiang Yi. To her, Jiang Yi was her boss. Yesterday, after Jiang Yi had said that he wanted to participate in the production of the drama, he had also told He Bingbing not to reveal to the public the fact that he was the boss of Huaxing Entertainment. That would easily make other people have some opinions about the drama. After all, he didn't have much of a reputation to begin with. Hello producer, I'm the screenwriter of Shilan Zhuan. After glancing at Jiang Yi, sitting on the sofa, a middle-aged man with glasses got up. He was wearing a black jacket coat, looking very fashionable and trendy, especially with a strong disdain for Jiang Yi on that face. Producer Jiang, this is Mr. Chen. His pen name is East Flows West. He Bingbing made an introduction for the man. After hearing this pen name, Jiang Yi did have some impression. This Don Lu Shishang is also a very famous character in the network. However, what one did not expect was that the teacher who wrote ancient romance dramas was such a middle-aged man. Chapter 71, the script is not working. Words need not be said. What exactly is wrong with my script? Chen Dongdong opened his mouth to question. That face was filled with intense displeasure. One must know that he could buy $1 million for writing a random play, and he wouldn't even sell it if ordinary people approached him. If it wasn't for the face of Huaxing Entertainment and knowing that the director and producer had changed, he would have wanted to break the contract and get the script back. This new producer, he hadn't even heard of his name in the industry. There are a lot of problems. You can take a look. Jiang Yi rubbed his temples. He read the script last night and almost didn't get poisoned to death. Throwing the printed booklet in his hand, Jiang Yi sat down on the sofa. He Bingbing might have seen that he was in a bit of a bad state, so she also went to the coffee machine and poured Jiang Yi a cup of coffee over. Producer Jiang, have a sip of coffee. She handed over the coffee cup in her hand. No need to bother. Jiang Yi took the coffee and put it aside. Chen Dongdong was a little surprised in his heart when he saw this scene. What kind of character was this Jiang Yi? Why was he Bingbing, as the executive president of Huaxing, treating such a person with respect? Can it be that? Is it really some big shot? His heart sank as he flipped the script he was holding. But, when he finished reading the 2 pages, his heart could no longer manage to be calm. Jiang Yi was actually asking him to change the script from scratch? The male and female leads persona. The main plot. None of these? Did this person really know about dramas? Are you kidding? Chen Dongdong was enraged. He slammed the booklet in his hand directly onto the ground. No. Jiang Yi glanced at the booklet he had printed. Although the script was almost unreadable, Chen Dongdong's line writing was okay. So, he thought that he wouldn't need to change the scriptwriter if he could grind himself. But, right now, it seemed like it was a bit difficult to work together. Fine, then you change the screenwriter. Changing the script is impossible for me. Saying that, Chen Dongdong then turned around and left the office. He Bingbing reached out and picked up the booklet on the floor, opened it up and took a look at it. Realizing that Jiang Yi really did almost make huge cuts, the opening episode of an entire episode had been deleted by him. Is there another script that can be used? I want to take a look, Jiang Yi said indifferently. He didn't want to blame the company for the script selection problems. After all, this script was also at a medium level in the market. Only, his current goal was not as simple as making an ordinary movie. Wanting to fulfill the system's mission and hype up the heat, he felt that he had to shoot something different. Okay, I'll have someone send it over, he Bingbing said, and walked over to the side of the intercom. She made a move to call her assistant over. A long time later, several booklets were sent over. Jiang Yi sat on the edge of the sofa with his coffee and read the script. This is? Before the little assistant left, he couldn't help but pull on He Bingbing to gossip when he saw Jiang Yi as well. It's the producer in charge of the next new drama. If producer Jiang has any needs, make sure to give it in place in time. It's a very important VIP of the company, He Bingbing instructed. She was going on another business trip abroad next, and had a lot of things to deal with. She turned her head to look at Jiang Yi, who was concentrating on selecting a script, and her heart was also mixed. After all, in China nowadays, the water in the film and television circle was very deep, and she was worried that it might not be that easy for Jiang Yi to shoot this drama either. The matter of reading the script was really time-consuming, but Jiang Yi also knew that the day he couldn't finalize the script, he would have to drag the entire team. Producer Jiang, do I need to fix dinner for you? The small assistant's voice was very soft as she walked over to Jiang Yi's side and asked. What time is it? Jiang Yi returned to his senses and put down a booklet in front of him. 4:30. The little assistant replied. She looked at Jiang Yi's face unconsciously a little shy. This man is really too charming. Raising his hands and feet all carry a kind of fatal attraction. At noon, she ordered a meal for Jiang Yi, and Jiang Yi even left her the cupcake. It's really so warm. Well, then I'll go back first. Jiang Yi looked at the scripts in front of him. I'll take these back first? He also knew that some scripts were not to be taken outside the company. However, in a sense, these scripts might still be considered his private belongings. After all, the company was all his. This, I might need to apply with Mr. He for you. The little assistant was a little hard to deal with. It's fine, I'll give her a call. Jiang Yi's eyes were a little sore from watching, so he casually picked up his cell phone and made a video call to He Bingbing. On the other side, He Bingbing had also just gotten off the plane. Because of the time difference, it was already late at night on her side. She had just come out of the shower when she realized that the cell phone on her bedside was vibrating. Mr. Jiang, what's wrong? Picked up the phone. In the cell phone screen, a clear and beautiful plain face appeared. That hair was still a bit wet and draped over the bathrobe. At the neckline, it even revealed pink skin. Gosh, is this Mr. He? The little assistant froze. It was the first time she saw the normally high and cold president appear in such a way. The script was brought out. Didn't I have to call you to apply? This will give you a call. Jiang Yi was also a little embarrassed after seeing the fragrant picture on his cell phone. Just now, he casually typed it over and accidentally clicked it into a video call. Tough. It's fine. Speak to your assistant. You and I should have equal authority on the company side. He Bingbing opened her mouth and replied. Okay, I'll hang up then. Bye. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yi turned his head to look at the little assistant. Then I'll go back first. Saying that, he took the script and got up. Oh, okay. The little assistant froze for a moment, then hurriedly ran to open the door for Jiang Yi. It wasn't until she sent the person away that she slowly reacted. Jiang Yi, it can't be Mr. He's date, right? Within some of the company's employee groups, there were also quite a few people who were already gossiping. After all, in the president's office, the sudden appearance of a handsome man or something was something that really made people doubly interested. I heard that it's the producer of the new drama. How could we at Huaxing use a newcomer to produce? This handsome guy has something to offer. Couldn't be general manager he's boyfriend, right? It looks quite CP-like. Come on, MS. He is a female elite. Her boyfriend has to be at the level of a hegemonic boss. Let me have the handsome Jiang. On the other side, Flowery Entertainment was also subjected to some news. What? Huaxing found a newcomer producer? Yes, I heard that he also holds the position of director. I think they've given up on the treatment. Our next new drama is Director An's team. At the meeting, the heads of several departments were mad with joy. Only Yi Iran, who was sitting in the president's seat, changed her face. She held the information in her hand. The face on it, she still had some impression. Wasn't this the owner of the Koenigsegg? Chapter 72, Jiang Yi? There's no such person in the movie industry. General Manager Yi, what's wrong with you? On the side, someone also saw that Yi Iran's expression was a bit strange. This man, have you guys investigated? She faintly opened her mouth and asked. A person who could afford to drive a multi-million level luxury car. How could he not have some background? Investigated. The movie and television circle up and down for 10 years have not found this person. Besides, at this age it looks like a true newcomer. No company abroad would use a producer and director in his early 20s. Inside the conference room, others were not under much pressure. It should be a loan to get into the group. I think Huaxing's side should be ready to swing for the fences. The lead actors have all been pried away as well, and with such a new producer, they should be ready to play around. Some sources also said that the new producer should have a personal relationship with He Bingbing. The more the conversation went on, the more the topic turned sour. Whatever, don't continue with this topic. Yi Iran sounded a little less comfortable. Cough cough. After hearing this, the people in the conference room also sort of quieted down. After all, the president's face, they still had to give. The hospitality on Director An's side must be done well, and the preparations for the new drama must also be done. Yi Iran simply said a few sentences. This meeting was also dispersed. Flowering entertainment as the development trend has been fierce in recent years, and recently there is even a momentum to overtake Huaxing. However, in the development, they and Huasong also have a competitive business relationship. The cake of domestic entertainment is so big, whoever has more than one piece of it, someone is bound to be hungry. Evening, Jiang Yi drove back to the villa. Just as he entered the door, he could smell the fragrance of the meal at home. So fragrant, he changed his shoes and couldn't help but quip. Subsequently, a string of footsteps came over. Shinligu walked out from the kitchen, still wearing the white apron. Hard work. The girl tilted her face and said with a sweet smile, what did you cook today? Jiang Yi reached out and took off his jacket, hanging it on the hanger. Shinligu took his hand and walked into the living room together. It's all your favorite dishes. What's that in your hand? Shinligu saw the script in Jiang Yi's hand at a glance. It's the script for the new drama. Jiang Yi handed the book over. Oh, Shinligu flipped through 2 pages with interest. Looking at the densely written words, she had a bit of a headache, so she handed it back. The last script wasn't very good, so I'm going to change to a new one. It just so happens that the lead actor has also blown it. Changing the script is not a big problem, Jiang Yi said indifferently. But what about the original venue and costumes? Shinligu worried. It's still a costume drama, but I'm going to shoot something different, Jiang Yi replied after thinking. Alright, if there's anything you don't know, just ask CE. I won't talk to you. I'm going to see how the rib soup is stewing. After saying that, Shinligu then returned to the kitchen and got busy. Evening. After finishing dinner, Jiang Yi and Shinligu were about to go out for a walk, but without thinking, the doorbell was rung. Coming to the visual screen, the monitor was a young woman carrying something. Le Gay, who is it? Jiang Yi also walked over. I don't recognize Shinligu shook her head, then left a gap for Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi looked at the screen. The picture on it was a bit blurry, but vaguely, he seemed to have some impression. Hello, may I ask who I'm looking for? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked. A voice was heard coming from the doorbell. Yi Iran breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like she wasn't looking for the wrong person. I came over to make amends for wrecking your car last time. Yi Iran opened her mouth to explain. Oh, Jiang Yi remembered. He even spoke to this woman yesterday. But, looking at the stance, he didn't think that the president of Flowering Entertainment would come to his door because of this small matter. Jiang Yi? Shinligu turned her head to look at the man behind her, some jealousy on her face. What's wrong? Looking at that exasperated little face, Jiang Yi was a bit puzzled. Why didn't you tell me that the one who hit your car was? It was a beautiful woman. Shinligu said half a sentence somewhat unhappily, then closed her mouth. Ha! Jiang Yi was even less confused. He then watched the girl open the door and walk out. Hello, please come in. Shinligu pulled open the small fenced gate outside the courtyard, her face filled with a polite smile. Thank you. May I ask who you are? Yi Iran looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. This is my girlfriend, Li Gu. Jiang Yi walked over and reached out to take Shinligu's shoulders. Girlfriend ah. Yi Iran had a thoughtful look. After entering the door, she handed over what was in her hand. This is my treasured red wine. Take it as an apology to you. Looking at the bottle of red wine handed over, what was written on it was a string of French, but based on the numerical 1988 number, it was evident that this wine should be priced at a high price. Mr. Yi, this gift of yours is a bit expensive, isn't it? Jiang Yi weighed the wine bottle and said indifferently, the gift does not lie in the price, but in the intention. This token of my heart, it's good that Mr. Jiang can take note of it. As Yi Iran spoke, she also kept sizing up the young man in front of her with her gaze. Last time, when she and Jiang Yi hurriedly met, she had a strong impression of this man with an extraordinary demeanor. To be able to afford to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion at this age, the power behind Jiang Yi should be far greater than what she had imagined. And it was surprising that the people in their company couldn't investigate anything. That would be even more indicative of the depth of this man's city. Miss Yi, have a cup of tea. Shinligu walked over with a small wooden food tray, on top of which was the tea she had just made. The faint aroma of tea wafted out. Very tempting. Thank you. Miss Shen has an outstanding temperament and Mr. Jiang is really a good match. Yi Iran took a small tea bowl and spoke. She carefully sized up Shinligu. With her body and face, she could barely pick out a single fault. Compared to the artists in her company, Shinligu could simply be considered a top-tier artist's face value, especially that pure and natural face. The most popular thing on the market right now was a pure and innocent face. Shinligu was a little embarrassed after hearing this. She sat down beside Jiang Yi and reached out to hug the man's arm. Right, if you don't have anything to do, I'll accompany Li Gu for a walk. Jiang Yi looked at the time. Recently in the evenings, he and Shinligu would go out for a short walk after dinner. Ah, sorry for the disturbance. Yi Iran finished the tea in her hand and also got up to leave. Originally, she had come over just because she wanted to probe into Jiang Yi's situation. But, it didn't occur to her that she hadn't probed much in the way of information, but she had eaten a big bowl full of dog food. Chapter 73, Black Heart Studio. It was night. In the villa's small study, Jiang Yi was sitting at the desk looking at the scripts. A total of 5 scripts. 3 books he had little interest in. The remaining 2 books slightly had some minor problems. Among them, there was an immortal sword saga that caught his eye. The setting of the worldview and the main plot were both things he wanted to see. It was just a pity that some of the dialogue in this book was just too similar to the Shilan legend. Moreover, the resemblance wasn't just a sentence or two. It completely exceeded the realm of coincidence and was more like it was written by the same author. That kind of inadvertent linguistic fetishism made Jiang Yi even more somewhat strange. Closing the book, he opened the screenwriter's page. Yu Xiaoyu? This pen name? He had never heard of it before. Picking up his cell phone, he sent a message to his little assistant, asking her to call this screenwriter to the company tomorrow for a chat. The other side. Inside a rented house, the girl with a pill head and a big t-shirt was burying her head in a self-heated hot pot and watching a TV series. Ding dong. After hearing the alert on her cell phone, she took it. When she saw Jiang Production in the notes on it, she panicked in her heart. It was so late. What was it that Jiang Production was looking for her for? It couldn't be to get in touch with her, could it? Gulp. Swallowing the pills in her mouth, she opened the lock screen of her cell phone. What the? Surprisingly, it was asking her to help contact the screenwriting teacher. It was already 12:30 at night. The little assistant put down her phone bereft. But what was she expecting in the middle of the night? Even if producer Jiang had that in mind, he shouldn't have come to her. Ding dong. At that moment, another message was sent over. She shifted her gaze. Producer Jiang, don't forget. So cold? A working robot that stays up most of the night. The young assistant picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth. After tidying up the things on the table, she replied with a received. Walking behind the computer desk, she looked up Yu Xiaoyu's contact information. The company's scripts had always been solicited from the internet, and of course, there were also appointments with some well-known screenwriting teachers. But this Yu Xiaoyu, she really didn't have any impression. It was probably a mailbox call for submissions some time ago, right? However, it didn't occur to her that producer Jiang would use such a newcomer screenwriter. For a moment, she was even more curious about this next drama. The next day, Jiang Yi woke up from his sleep and went to the company. After all, the matter of the script was something he really didn't want to put off any longer. Producer Jiang, good morning. After the little assistant saw Jiang Yi, he also immediately sent hot coffee over. Jiang Yi sat down at his desk as he looked at the time. What time is the appointment with Mr. Yu? He opened his mouth to inquire. 10 in the morning. She should be arriving soon. The little assistant glanced at her watch. She was still very experienced in the assistant aspect of the job. Over the years, she had sort of learned a lot from following He Bing Bing. After exiting the office, she dialed Yu Xiaoyu over again. Dash. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Hello, MS. You? The little assistant asked. On my way. The voice over there was a bit noisy, and it looked like it was on the subway. Good. Pay attention to the time. The little assistant hung up the phone after saying that, and her eyebrows furrowed. She originally had an appointment with Yu Xiaoyu at 9:30 a.m., but she didn't expect to be late. As the president's assistant, she also knew that the boss's time could not be delayed. Therefore some anger rose in her heart. Waiting for another 10 minutes, the front desk finally came to the phone. Yu Xiaoyu arrived at the company. The little assistant went downstairs to pick up. A student head, skinny-looking girl was standing at the front desk holding a notebook. MS. You? The little assistant walked over. After seeing the introverted girl in front of her, she gave a greeting. Hello. Yu Xiaoyu turned her head from side to side and looked around with a scared look. Come on, let's go upstairs. The little assistant didn't care about the girl's small movements, turned her head and led the way to the elevator. She looked down at her arm. It was already 9:59. It looked like it was still a little late. Arrived at the president's office. After pushing the door in, the little assistant introduced herself. This is our new producer of Huaxing, Producer Jiang. Yu Xiaoyu somewhat timidly looked up at the man in front of her. Hello, I'm Yu Xiaoyu, she said sardonically, looking at the girl in front of him. Jiang Yi always felt something strange. The reason was also simple. This girl seemed to be afraid of something. Little assistant, you go out first. I'll talk to Mr. Yu alone, Jiang Yi said. Good. The little assistant made a cup of water for Yu Xiaoyu and turned around to leave. After seeing that there was no one in the office, the girl's hand holding the notebook loosened, and her mental state wasn't as tense anymore. There's no need to be afraid. Jiang Yi moved his eyes away, picked up the two scripts on the side, and lowered his head to read them. Thank you. Can I have a drink of water? Yu Xiaoyu asked. Feel free. I called you here because I wanted to talk to you about the scripts. If possible, my new drama wants to buy your Immortal Sword Saga script. Jiang Yi spoke flatly. Yu Xiaoyu, who was about to drink some water, froze, her face shocked and delighted. But, can you explain to me about this matter? Said the man. Jiang Yi placed the script that Shilan had passed on in front of Yu Xiaoyu. On it, he circled some sentences with a red fluorescent marker. Yu Xiaoyu put down the water cup in her hand and looked down. Then her face gradually lost its blood color. Right. I'm sorry. She lowered her head and placed her hands on her thighs, saying what's sorry to me? Jiang Yi was a bit puzzled. This matter, indeed. it is indeed my problem, Xilan Chuan. Yu Xiaoyu's words were devoid of logic, yet Jiang Yi guessed a few points. You wrote this script on behalf of me, right? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked. Yu Xiaoyu couldn't speak. Signed a confidentiality agreement? Jiang Yi could see the hesitation in Yu Xiaoyu's eyes. I actually didn't get the money. This script was cheated. At first, Dong Dongchen said that he had a way to make what I wrote catch fire, but it was necessary to sign a contract from his studio. At that time, I had just graduated not long ago. Later, for all the manuscripts written, he didn't give me a single penny. Yu Xiaoyu's eyes reddened a little. She also did not expect that she had once signed a contract full of dreams, but she had pitched herself to such a state. Because of the contract with Chen Dongdong, there was no way for her to publish any articles under her own name. During this period of time, apart from Chen Dongdong's so-called 2,000 a month salary, she could only rely on working part-time jobs to make a living. You know, in today's price inflation, in Magic City $2,000 cannot even afford to rent a house. This time, the reason why she risked being sued and also submitted her article was because she could barely pay her rent. Chapter 74, He doesn't want to be a partner in justice. After listening to this story, Jiang Yi's heart didn't fluctuate much. This kind of thing would happen a lot in the world, and it was impossible for him to claim justice for others. Can you still change the script? As a businessman, he could only care about the interests he could hold on to at the moment. Can. Yu Xiaoyu nodded, her face positive. Regarding the contract on Chen Dongdong's side, do you have it with you? If you're willing to sign our Hua Xing's exclusive contract, I can help you out, Jiang Yi said. Really? Yu Xiaoyu froze. One had to know that Hua Xing was the biggest entertainment company in inner entertainment right now. Being able to sign to such a big company, the opportunities for development would definitely be different. And would his script really be able to be made into a TV series? Aha! Jiang Yi nodded. According to some regulations, it wasn't difficult to cancel a contract that wasn't reciprocal. I have the contract saved in my computer, but I read that it says that you have to pay more than $300,000 in liquidated damages to terminate the contract, and you can't take away all the creations during the contracting period. Works. Yu Xiaoyu was somewhat helpless. Don't worry, the lawyer will help resolve it, Jiang Yi simply said. He picked up his cell phone and called his little assistant, speaking about the company's specialized legal department personnel coming over. This contract can be terminated. It's completely out of line with the law. Yu's works are all protected by the copyright law. After the lawyer briefly explained a few sentences, Yu Xiaoyu was finally relieved. At first, she had also looked for a lawyer, but no one was willing to help her with the lawsuit. After all, Chen Dongdong's fame was placed there. She also wanted to go over to the internet to break the news, but seeing the confidentiality clauses and payouts on the contract, she still had palpitations. Then this matter, I'll leave it to you. Jiang Yi was relieved after hearing that there was no problem with the ownership of the script. The lawyers soon left. They would immediately appeal and make Chen Dongdong pay Yu Xiaoyu's copyright fees and so on. The areas of the script that need to be modified, I've already organized them on it. I haven't read the latter half of the book in detail yet. Jiang Yi spoke. Good to know. Yu Xiaoyu nodded, looking at Jiang Yi with a bit more gratitude in her eyes. After the script situation was resolved, things were much better. Producer Jiang Yi Xin, Miss Ye's side has come to the company. The little assistant entered the door and opened her mouth to inform. After hearing this from the little assistant, Jiang Yi raised his head. In the past 2 days he had been docking Yu Xiaoyu's side for the situation of the script. Now that the script has also been changed, the remaining details will be slowly scrutinized on the set. Good. The other main cast members are also due, right? Jiang Yi opened his mouth and asked. Aha. The little assistant nodded. In the past few days of getting along, she was also roughly understanding Jiang Yi's character. In terms of work, Jiang Yi was a very serious person, and in the beginning when they came into contact, they still felt that Jiang Yi was a warm man, but later on, she realized that although Jiang Yi was more softly oriented, he was very high and cold inside. Jiang Yi got up and put on the suit jacket on the chair. As a producer, this was the first time he had met and negotiated with the actors. In terms of casting, he didn't have much involvement, but it was good to see that the participating actors were kind of flattering for the roles in the new script. Arriving at the conference room, he pushed open the door and saw the men and women in the room. Yi Xin alone was sitting on the sofa. Beside her was a male actor, who was also considered a first-tier famous actor, and not too old. Goddess Yi, can you give me an autograph? The male actor opened his mouth and asked. I didn't bring a pen. Yi Xiao was a picture of not wanting to bother with this guy. This also made her heart very disgusted. She hated this face of men the most. It's fine, my assistant brought it, said. The man let his assistant hand over a pen and paper. Although Yi Xiao was disgusted, but the appearance still had to be put on. She lowered her head and casually signed a name. Thank you, I love the movie you made. the man said, and rubbed himself in front of Yi Xin's body again. Sorry, can you please sit farther away? Yi Xin frowned, and the words that came out of his mouth were even colder. After hearing these words, the people present all sucked in a breath of cool air. These two lead actors, it seemed like they didn't quite get along. Cough cough cough. Jiang Yi coughed twice before walking over. The others, too, shifted their sights to Jiang Yi. Everyone be quiet. Producer Jiang has arrived. The little assistant opened her mouth and reminded the group. What? This young-looking man was the chief producer of this new drama? The people present were all surprised. Even Yi Xiao looked at Jiang Yi incredulously. Jiang Yi, you still know how to shoot a movie? She opened her mouth, in a light tone. Well, is it strange? Jiang Yi disliked back. Hey, I'm the lead actor. Can you give me some face? Yi Xiao spilled her guts, watching the two intimate conversations. The others became curious about Jiang Yi's identity. Why would Jiang Yi know Yi Xin? And it looked like the two had a very good relationship. It must be known that Yi Xiao was famously difficult to deal with in the industry. Because of the Yi family's status, she had always been very arrogant. It's not easy to ask this young lady to come out. So, this time when they heard that Yi Xin had been hired for the new drama, everyone was surprised. Originally, when the producer ran away, a few of the actors were ready to go on strike. But when they heard that Hua Xing had hired Yi Xiao, it made them look forward to it again. After all, even if it was a bad drama, to be able to hire Yi Xin was to have heat. Who could refuse something like rubbing off on heat? Alright, let's talk about the drama first. Jiang Yi had no interest in bickering with this big miss here. He turned around and had the little assistant turn on the projection. He first talked about the matter of the script being changed and then handed out the new script. After reading a few pages, Yi Xiao's expression changed. This script, it was too interesting, and this kind of righteous and chivalrous persona of the heroine was exactly what she wanted to try out. Her agent used to fix her in the immortal vase persona when she got her a movie, but she had learned martial arts and Chinese dance when she was a child, and there were clearly other roles where she could show off her charms more, but she never had the chance. This role was the one she had been looking forward to starring in now. No way. This is already a big female drama. On the side, the agent of a first-tier male actor opened his mouth and pressed. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with this script. Go go go. There's no place for you to speak here. I like this drama. I can act. The actor glared at his agent. He briefly glanced at this script. The curiosity wasn't the key at all. If this drama was really filmed, it would definitely be a big production. Chapter 75, National First Love? You're better suited for a female villain, aren't you? If you want to quit, the matter of the contract is fine, but the matter of the roles, I might have to do the casting again. Jiang Yi spoke again, throwing another heavy bomb to everyone present. What? Recasting? That means the scenes all have to be renegotiated. Sure enough, most of the people panicked. Normal. How can it be possible to change the script and still have the original roles? Yi Xiao expressed that she could understand. However, she also possessed the determination to win the role of the female lead. First of all, for the female lead role, I might have to re-audition. The male lead, Mr. Qin Chuan, is very suitable, and I don't think there's any problem because this role is similar to your previous one. Jiang Yi said indifferently. What? Yi Xiao was not happy. Come on. It was someone from Hua Xing who came begging her to make her the female lead a few days ago. How come Jiang Yi's words didn't count? What's wrong? Ms. Yi. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows. Yi Xin's fists were clenched. Fine. Then tell me, which role am I suitable for? Female villain ah. Jiang Yi tapped the computer in front of him, then opened an impression chart. On it was the female villain's persona, a stunningly beautiful demon with a ruthless heart. Producer Jiang, this isn't quite appropriate, is it? Qin Chuan got up to express his dissatisfaction. It's quite appropriate. Acting in this color isn't even a problem, Jiang Yi said as he cut the screen and prepared to speak about other things in the crew. Yi Xiao was a little unhappy, sullenly sat down and stopped talking. In fact, Jiang Yi's choice was not without reason. He had watched Yi Xin's previous movies. Although this fellow had a stunningly beautiful face, her level of acting was really not good, which was also the reason why her agent had given her some facepalm beauty scenes. Once she was asked to play something with substance, this might not really work. The villainess has a lot to do, and the script portrays the villain with flesh and blood, so when the final script comes out, it will be a role that can earn a lot of tears, waiting for the entire recollection to end. Jiang Yi was just about to leave and go to the miscellaneous team on the other side of the theater group to talk about the situation. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiao walked over, and she yanked Jiang Yi and blocked him into a pantry. Bang! Great Miss Yi closed the door of the room with a huff. Then she reached out and gave Jiang Yi a wallop. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Publishing a personal vendetta, isn't it? She yelled, outside the aisle. The little assistant blinked when she heard this. This producer Jiang and movie queen Yi are very close. She felt like sneaking away. Inside the door, Jiang Yi, however, was somewhat helpless, and he also guessed that Yi Xiao would definitely be unconvinced. I'm not doing this for your own good. You can't play the female lead. The personality is too different, and it doesn't stick to your face. The female lead was a lively and metrosexual type of character, and with a face like Yi Xin's with a mature woman and arrogance, it was really a bit unflattering. Jiang Yi replied seriously. You, ever seen me act? I'm at least a gold medal winning actress. Okay, Yi Xiao said angrily. That delicate pretty face was a bit red with anger. I've seen it. My mom used to put it on at home every day. Jiang Yi thought back for a moment and said in a salty manner. Then what else do you have to say about my acting skills? Yi Xiao retracted her hand and hugged her chest as she asked. Realistically, no. Jiang Yi answered the question. This was the first time Yi Xin had been spat out in front of someone for poor acting skills. It's fine. I'll leave first. Take a good look at the script and talk to me again. After saying his words, Jiang Yi pulled open the door of the room and walked out. Soon, the matter about the new drama's female lead not being selected also spread out. Almost everyone in the industry maintained a wait-and-see attitude towards Hua Xing's new drama. Before the auditions unfolded, there were also some small companies that brought in artists to submit their resumes. They're all writing about third and fourth tier artists. The little assistant couldn't help but sigh after seeing the resumes handed over. Although the producers and writers of this drama were newcomers, it wasn't so bad that they didn't look at Hua Xing's face. It's fine. Let me take a look first. Jiang Yi opened his computer. He also knew the importance of the lead actor for a drama. And in this situation now, if the lead actor was a second or third tier artist, then it wasn't a good idea. After all, Yi Xiao and Qin Xuan's two curiosities were too big, and their rivalry wasn't that good. Looking over the resume, Jiang Yi thought for a moment and spoke. Any newcomers who can audition for the actors in our company? Female lead? There are quite a few whose image matches, but there are fewer who can put on a show. The assistant pondered for a moment before answering. It seemed to her that in this situation now, having Yi Xiao directly star in the role was a very appropriate choice. Then call a few. Try out the scenes together tomorrow. In Jiang Yi's opinion, using this drama to court a newcomer might be a good choice. Although there was a risk, the gimmick and discussion would also be a bit more adequate. It would just depend on whether or not a newcomer who caught the eye would show up. By the time the audition started the next day, it didn't occur to me that there were a few more artists from Flowery Entertainment. There were more than 10 girls in total, waiting with scripts in hand. Producer Jiang, can we start? The little assistant glanced at the time. It's okay to enter. After reading 3 in a row, Jiang Yi was not too satisfied with any of them. Although their looks matched the script's persona, their acting skills all had obvious shortcomings. Most of these were also not from the science class. These types of second and third tier artists were really not the best choice. None of them work? This producer is too strict. Of course it's hard to choose the lead actor. Otherwise why would you even come to the audition? A few girls discussed it outside as well. The next person to come for the audition was Kim Min-eun from Flower Wave Entertainment. She also didn't expect her agent to suddenly pick up a new movie for her, and said that it was a big move prepared by Hua Xing. Producer. Good. Just as she walked into the audition set, the smile on her face froze straight away. How could this be possible? Why would she meet Jiang Yi in this place? Jiang Yi looked up after hearing this familiar voice. He playfully turned the signing pen in his hand. Ms. Jean, you may begin the audition. To the side, the venue manager urged at the sight. Kim Min-eun's face was ugly. She looked at the sign in front of Jiang Yi. Producer? Acting or not? Jiang Yi propped up his head with a provocative tone. After watching so many performances just now, he just wanted to rest and take a break. And here was someone coming to put on a booster show for him. Chapter 76, Acting or Not Acting? I act. Kim Min-eun held back the emotions in her heart. After all, there were a lot of eyes staring at the set and the cameras disliked her face. The plot of the scene was the monologue at the very beginning after the female lead was abandoned by her family and slapped by her own sister at the end. Because the slapping was borrowed, Kim Min-eun's movement of falling to the ground was no longer in rhythm at all. Cut. No. Have to start over. Jiang Yi said faintly. Kim Min-eun frowned, but also knew that she really didn't play well just now. Snap. This time, Kim Min-eun kept up with the rhythm. The lines were recited dryly from her mouth, her emotions not in place. Min-eun, you can't do this. On the side, the field manager couldn't stand to watch. Can't we just switch to a real fight? Someone suggested. Yeah, that would be more effective. For a moment, Kim Min-eun was more than a little ridden out. If she refused, it wouldn't be good if word got out that she wasn't dedicated. Didn't the other actor fight for real just now? It's not good to make it special. Jiang Yi raised his eyes and opened his mouth. On the side, a few people also tensed up after hearing this. After working with Jiang Yi in these few days, they were also aware of Jiang Yi's temperament. This new producer was a master who could not be messed with. Trouble giving a bit of place to the supporting actors' emotions as well, Jiang Yi urged. Soon, the audition started again. Snap. Not good. Again. Snap. Snap. Producer Jiang, why don't we forget about it? A few of the field workers had also received gifts from Kim Min-eun's side, and when they saw the situation, they all became a little worried. Forget it? That's fine. Next, Jiang Yi drew a big X behind Kim Min-eun's name. Producer Jiang, Min-eun actually acted well. The floor manager said, not bad? Then you go out. Jiang Yi's tone was cold. Go out. To what? The field agent didn't react. Follow the people. This theater group doesn't need you anymore. Jiang Yi finished his sentence and waved his hand, calling for the security guards to walk in. The other people present, seeing this scene, also gulped. This move was also a way to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and the audition would be arranged after. And there were quite a few people who received small red packets. The few remaining artists, after seeing Kim Min-eun cover her face and go out, also tensed up in vain. Next, inside the theater, there was a shout. Lin Ce was sitting on a wooden chair memorizing the script, and after hearing the voice, she gave herself a pep talk. It was rare to have such a good opportunity. She couldn't just miss it. Hello, Producer Jiang. I'm an actor under Hua Xing Entertainment. Lin Ce. After making a self-introduction, she bowed to Jiang Yi and said, although the two were very familiar, she didn't want to bring her personal feelings into her work. After finding the right camera position, she began her audition. Jiang Yi was a little surprised to see Lin Ce, but how come this little ninny didn't talk to herself about the audition earlier? However, when the audition started, he also watched carefully. This was the first time he had watched Lin Ce act, and Lin Ce, who had come from a science class, was still online in her acting skills. Moreover, her sweet looks, and personality full of vitality, fit very well with the script heroine. Not bad. This girl acted well. The other people on the venue side, after watching Lin Ce's performance, also opened their mouths and sighed in praise. Good job. Lin Ce got up after her performance. The two small hands kept clutching her pants, looking very nervous. Go back and wait for news. Jiang Yi placed his resume in his hand. Okay. Lin Ce's hanging heart released. Looking at this, it should have fallen through, right? Another hour passed. All the auditions were over. After dispersing, Jiang Yi also took a few copies of his resume back to the office. The videos of the audition just now had also been dumped into the computer. After carefully watching all the videos, Jiang Yi also made a decision. After the news of this lead role was spread down, the first one to come to the door was no other than Lin Ce. She hadn't expected things to change in such a drastic way, and her feet were still a bit soft after walking to the door of the president's office. Knock knock knock. She knocked on the office door. Enter. Jiang Yi was reading the script, so he looked up and returned. After pushing open the door and walking in, Lin Ce looked at Jiang Yi, who was sitting behind his desk. Although she herself had said about wanting to use the back door last time, but she was really just joking. According to her strength, it would be too strange to star as the female lead, right? Jiang Yi. Mr. Jiang, I might not be able to play this female lead. Lin Ce walked over to the office desk, her face a little ugly. When the little assistant told her the news, she didn't feel much surprise. Instead, she was a bit flustered. Since she graduated, the number of times she had even acted as a dragon set could be counted on one hand. Can't act? Then why did you come to audition for the movie? Jiang Yi, however, didn't care about any of this. In his opinion, this was an opportunity, and if Lin Ce wasn't willing to grasp it, then it would also be very unfortunate. He believed that there had to be newcomers lining up to be able to obtain this resource. I just want to try. Lin Ce couldn't say any more, and she knew what was really going on inside her heart. She lowered her head and didn't continue speaking. If you don't want this resource, there are people lining up to want it. It depends on whether or not you're willing to take a gamble. Jiang Yi spoke. According to his understanding of Lin Ce, this girl shouldn't care about what the outside world thinks of her. Lin Ce raised her head and secretly sized up Jiang Yi. She looked at the man's face, and her heart was a little sour for some reason. Jiang Yi, do you really think I can play the role of the female lead? She asked the question in a tone of a friend. I believe you can do it. Of course, your acting skills aren't exactly up to the standard line. However, compared to using some actors from unknown sources, using Lin Ce was obviously a bit more stable, and he really couldn't praise the acting skills of those second and third tier. Thanks. Lin Ce's eyes reddened, then suddenly reached over the office desk. She directly hugged Jiang Yi. Hey, not so much. Jiang Yi could feel the leap in the girl's heart. Jiang Yi, really lucky to have met you. Lin Ce's tone choked up a bit. Alas. Jiang Yi sighed. He also knew how Lin Ce was treated in the company. Being able to obtain an opportunity was indeed very important to this girl. Otherwise she might have to work as an anchorwoman for the rest of her life. He reached out and put his hand on the girl's head, then gently patted it. Chapter 77, Entering the Group. When all the casting was over, the crew was also quickly preparing for the start of the movie. The original tentative start time was already half a full month late. The wear and tear over the past half a month was also great, but it's a good thing that the filming location is their own. Otherwise the rent alone would have to be tens of thousands of dollars. Do you want me to deliver lunch at noon? Shen Ligay sent Jiang Yi to the door of his house. She also didn't understand the filming, so she didn't go to the theater set to join in the fun. However, she looked at the fact that Jiang Yi had to go out before this day was even light, and her heart felt a little distressed. No need. Our crew will order boxed lunches, 3 meat and 1 veggie, and the nutrition is well balanced. Jiang Yi comforted. Then he reached out and hugged the girl, dropping a kiss on the side of her face. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Shinliga handed Jiang Yi the car keys, driving the Koenigsegg that was just sent back. Jiang Yi went out of the villa's gate. It took quite a bit of time to get to the theater group from the villa, but he didn't want to live over at the theater group, so he went back and forth every day. The play started at 9 in the morning, but as the director, he still had to personally supervise some things. With music playing in the car, he headed towards the movie city. Early in the morning, there were not many cars on the road, and the road was very smooth. After spending about 10 minutes, he came to a garage inside the movie city. This garage was equivalent to a staff garage, and was also used by some of the actors to park their nanny cars and such. It was already around 8:20 now. There were quite a few cars already parked in the parking lot. Jiang Yi found an empty space and parked his car. Just after getting out of the car, he heard a strange voice coming from not far away. Brother, you're so bad. I'm going to start shooting later. It's going to be too late. Flirting voices came from an open sports car. It was followed by a girl with long legs stepped out of the car. She also saw Jiang Yi after she turned her head and her face changed. Jiang, producer Jiang. Kim Min-eun had a bit of a headache. She also hadn't thought that after messing with Jiang Yi in the first place, she would encounter this person so thrice. Jiang Yi did not greet her and directly left the parking lot. After coming to the theater group, everyone was also in place. I finished reading the script, but there are a few places that don't seem right. Right? Yi Xiao directly walked over to Jiang Yi before spreading out the script and handing it over. Where is it wrong? Jiang Yi said in confusion. Isn't this crying scene too redundant? Yi Xiao was a bit unable to stop talking once she started. Jiang Yi didn't care about this, listening to the girl while cruising through the current preparations. Makeup and hair teacher is calling you. Go over. Jiang Yi reached out and took the script in Yi Xiao's hand over after hearing the shout not far away. Yi Xin was a little puzzled, but Jiang Yi had already walked away. On the first day of shooting, everything went smoothly. Most of the supporting actor scenes were almost one take as well, but Lin Siyi's 2 scenes were a little rough. I'm such an idiot. After it was over, Lin Si sat down on a chair holding the script and rested. Although she had taken a starring role, she was the one with the fewest assistants in the room. The assistant that the agent found for her was still a newcomer, and now she went to find her a box lunch, and hasn't come back in half a day. CE, come to my lounge. I'll tell you about the script. Jiang Yi was just finishing watching the morning movie. When he turned around, he saw Lin Ce who was sitting at the side and froze. Good. Lin Ce didn't think much and directly followed up, holding the script. The other people in the crew were also able to see that Lin Ce and Jiang Yi's relationship was not ordinary. This Lin Ce, I told you how I haven't heard of her before. It looks like it's the latest to be looked at by a big brother. It's indeed a newcomer with a few good looks. Keep your voices down. These murmurs, Lin Ce had also thought of them a long time ago. After all, she also knew that she was overpaying for being able to get this resource. But since she had decided to star in it, she also believed that she would be able to resist the pressure. In this drama, she also had to make progress for herself before she could do so. Jiang Yi. Lin Ce handed the script to the man in front of her. The following play was also a bit difficult for her. She wasn't that good at fighting scenes. And the person she was acting opposite was still Yi Xiao. In front of her idol, she didn't want to lose face. You sit down first. Haven't you eaten your meal yet? Jiang Yi was concerned. Lin Ce's play was much better than he had imagined. It was this little ninny who obviously still hadn't let go. The assistant hasn't gotten it for me yet. Lin Ce shook her head. Over the past few days, for the sake of watching and auditioning for the movie, she had actually lost 3 pounds. No way. You can't lose weight. The effect of the shooting will be poor. Mental state is still important. Jiang Yi was saying this. Outside the lounge, the little assistant pushed the door and walked in. Producer Jiang, the boxed lunches have arrived. The little assistant was holding 2 boxed lunches and a thermos bucket. Put it down. Your share will go to MS. Lin first. Jiang Yi looked at the boxed lunches and spoke. Okay, fine. The little assistant had some meat pains, but quickly put down the boxed lunches and left. Let's chat while eating. Jiang Yi didn't be polite or anything, opening a boxed lunch and eating it. Okay. Lease nodded, unwrapped the disposable chopsticks, and buried her head to eat. Soon, the atmosphere also relaxed. This fight scene I've already said I'm prepared to start next month. I'm still not going to perform that one in the afternoon. Didn't the assistant side inform you? Jiang Yi changed the topic to the script. I wasn't notified. Lindsay shook her head. She really didn't know about this matter. It gave her a headache. It's fine. The second act of the third scene. You can take a look at it later during your lunch break. Regarding the matter of the fight scene, I helped you find a stunt double. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and said, a stunt double? Lindsay didn't expect Jiang Yi to have decided on a countermeasure long ago. It was obviously not practical to have her learn it now, not to mention the difficulty of those few plays. Yes, if the scenes have to be changed because of you, that's not what I want to see. But regarding the editing, I've also recently found a very good editor. I should be satisfied with the finished movie by then. The footage patch on will be fine. It won't be a big problem, Jiang Yi explained. After hearing these words, Lindsay was also quite relieved, because those few scenes were really a bit beyond expectations for her, and it was considered very difficult to want her to achieve that level. I'll work hard. Lindsay ate a bite of chicken leg, her heart filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 78, the producer's girlfriend is here. The crew side was also going very well. Under Jiang Yi's leadership, the shooting was also very efficient. Originally, everyone didn't think highly of this young producer. They all thought that Jiang Yi was most likely just playing around, a rich family's son casually coming to have fun. But with the end of one play after another, they were all shocked by Jiang Yi's professionalism. Now the entire crew was even more respectful of Jiang Yi. I have to say that producer Jiang has a unique vision. I'm sure this time, our drama will definitely have explosive ratings. Indeed. Not bad. The two staff members chatted, holding coffee in their hands as they strolled through the movie city. It didn't occur to them that these words happened to be heard by Manning, who was passing by. He was wearing a mask and carrying several large bags in his hands. After looking around, he walked in the direction of the Legend of the Immortal Swords crew. You can't go in here. Before Manning could cross the cordon, he was first stopped by a few security guards. I'm from the theater group. Look, I have papers. Manning was so vain that a few drops of false sweat broke out on his face. Ever since the last time he was blown out by the movie city, he had unexpectedly been blacklisted by the movie city. This was something that he hadn't expected, but this was the only movie city near Magic City. After Flower Yang's side knew about this matter, they immediately asked him to come over and apologize. After all, offending the boss of this movie city was detrimental to the company. A few security guards looked at the documents in Manning's hands, then looked at the face with the mask. Doesn't look like you? Take off the mask and take a look. The big brother security guard said with glaring eyes. Cough cough. No, I'm sick here. It's inconvenient. Manning continued to break it up. TSK. The security guard shook his hand in disgust. Go in. Thank you, big brother. Manning didn't dare to stay longer and hurriedly walked into the theater group. After searching for half a day, he finally found Jiang Yi's restroom. Knock knock knock. He knocked on the door. Enter. Inside, a cool male voice came out. Manning was a little nervous, smoothing out the words of apology he had prepared in his mind, then pushed the door and walked in. He didn't think much. After walking in, he first gave his knees without saying anything. What's the situation? The little assistant was eating and dropped his chopsticks after seeing it. Jiang Yi also raised his eyes and looked over. Who is this person? Jiang. Mr. Jiang, you're a big man. I'm here to apologize to you. I was the one who disrespected you last time. I'm sorry. Manning shivered and opened his mouth. Security. The little assistant opened her mouth and shouted. She was a bit unhappy. How was this putting everything inside the lounge? Don't, I beg you. Manning cried out, handing over all the gift boxes in her hands. At this time, the security guards were also in place. Seeing the person kneeling on the ground, they were also taken aback, then quickly reacted. How did this person get in here? Quickly drag him out, the captain shouted. Afterwards, several security guards came forward and dragged the person out the door. This commotion also quickly attracted people over. Jiang Yi, what's the situation here? Yi Xiao was holding a thermos cup as she probed into the lounge. Her lounge was right next door, and she looked like she had gossip written all over her face. Your own look. Jiang Yi lowered his head and continued eating. It was as if he didn't care about that little episode just now at all. Yi Xiao turned her head to look over, then saw the mask of the struggling man fall off. It wasn't that agent who said he was going to kick you out last time? What's he doing here? Yi Xin saw it with an expression of watching the fun. I don't know. It's scary. He started crying and mourning as soon as he entered. The little assistant had also gotten mixed up recently, and her words were getting bolder and bolder. Lin Ce was reading the script and was amused when she heard this. Buzz. At this time, the cell phone in Lin Ce's pocket vibrated. She looked down and took the phone out. Hello? Gu? She picked up the phone. After hearing this call, Jiang Yi looked up and looked over as well. Recently, the crew was too busy. He didn't even have the time to go back. And it was nearly 11 o'clock when the filming on the cruise site ended last night. Returning to the hotel, he saw that Gu had sent quite a few text messages to himself. Of course it was full of warm words. You're coming over now? I can come out to pick you up. They're all on their lunch break now. Lin Ce opened her mouth and said, Gu came to Film City? Jiang Yi put down his chopsticks and walked over to Lin Ce's side. There was a bit of anticipation on his face. Lin Ce nodded. I'll go pick her up. After saying this, Jiang Yi also walked towards the outside of the cordon. As soon as he left the confines of the crew, he took out his cell phone and made a call over to Gu. Beep beep beep. The phone rang 3 times and was quickly picked up. Hey, Jiang Yi. Ji's voice came out from the receiver. Where have you gotten to? Why did you come over without saying anything to me? Jiang Yi suddenly realized that he and Gu seemed to be in a hot phase as well. I'm at the North Gate entrance, over the bridge. Gu confirmed her location and told Jiang Yi. After a couple minutes, the two people met up. I made soup for you. Hard work. Gu smiled and raised the thermos bucket in her hand. What's hard work about it? Jiang Yi reached out and gave Gu a hug. Afterward, the two held hands and went back towards the theater set. This was the first time Gu had come to this side of the theater group. So, when the usually unsmiling Jiang Yi came back holding such a big beauty, the entire crew was a bit dumbfounded. Jiang, producer? The little assistant's eyes widened even more when she saw Gu. Who was this beauty again? Jiang Yi was completely playing with fire. This soup you take in. Jiang Yi, however, didn't know what this little nymph was thinking in her heart. He handed over the thermos bucket and then led Gu to Yi Xiao's lounge. Go sit over Yi Xin and the others. The air conditioner in my room is broken, Jiang Yi said, then pulled Gu away. The group of staff members who were still at the door all looked surprised. This is producer Zhang's girlfriend? Too good looking, right? It can't be some little star, right? Impossible. If she was really a star and looked this good, she would have been on fire long ago. Everyone, you said one sentence and I said another. The little assistant was holding the thermos bucket, and her mind kept brainstorming about the big drama of the harem catching fire. Chapter 79, Killing Off. Gu. Oh. Upon seeing Gu, Lin Ce reached out and directly hugged her good sister. In the past few days, she had been under the most pressure as the lead actress. For almost half a month, she hadn't rested. Every time she woke up from a nap, she was able to feel as if she was edematous. Originally, Jiang Yi had told her to eat more, but recently she had started to eat nutritious meals instead, so there was no way that she had gotten tired and fat. Maybe the food in the theater group was too good. How is it? Are you exhausted? Gu also reached back and hugged her good girlfriend. Yi Xiao was on the side, nibbling on vegetables with a hint of envy on her face. By the way, I cooked corn. It was sent over from the old home side. It's sweet. Come and try it? Gu said and placed the good-looking insulated bag in her hand on the table. After opening the zipper, there was a strong aroma of corn floating out. Oh wow, so fragrant. Lin Ce craved for it. She had strict sugar control these days and didn't even have much of a chance to eat corn. Eat it while it's hot. Miss Yi, you also taste it. It's sweet, Gay said with a smile. Thanks. Looking at Ji's healing smile, Yi Xiao also couldn't keep her face on, instantly exposing her foodie nature. She grabbed a piece of corn and nibbled on it as well. Nah, taste it. Gay used the plastic bag to hand the last corn to Jiang Yi. The three of them also sat in the lounge, eating the corn and chatting about some interesting things recently. By the way, it seems like that little actor we met last time has been raked over the coals. Gay took out her cell phone. Recently, she had also been paying attention to quite a few showbiz lace news, and one of them was very appealing to her. Kim Min-eun? She actually became a mistress? Lin Ce was eating corn, and when she saw the words on the screen of her cell phone, she even had a look of her jaw dropping in shock. Scrolling down, there were quite a few paparazzi squatting near the movie city recently. As a result, they caught a picture of Kim Min-eun and a middle-aged man. The man's face was not revealed, but it was heard that he was a successful businessman with a family. Alas, it looks like they're going to be pulled down by her for that flower girl drama. Lin Ce summarized after reading it. Pulled down? What kind of splash can she set off? I think it's very likely that this outburst was directed by Hua Yang. It's also just a warm-up for the new drama. Look at this news title. Doesn't it have the name of their new drama 3 Lives and a Dream written on it? Yi Xiao, however, was much smarter and recognized the true face of this press release after one look. No way. Lin Ce sucked in a breath of cool air. Wouldn't it be a bit too ruthless for Hua Yang to do this? Jiang Yi took out his cell phone to look at that online hot news after hearing Yi Zhao's words. It seems like it's time for our drama to release some news. Jiang Yi looked at the security guards outside the cordon. During this period of time, he had still done a very strict job of keeping the secrecy within the drama group. In the outside world, there was hardly any news about their drama group, so there were also many entertainment reporters waiting for the latest result of the incident. But what all the reporters didn't expect was, before they knew anything about Jiang Yi's crew, the crew set photos were released on the scarf first. This was the first time the Immortal Sword Saga's official blog had sent out news. In just 10 minutes, the comments, likes, and retweets were already in the tens of thousands. Goodness, Hua Xing has actually hired Yi Xiao this time. This drama must be supported. Goddess Ye's drama. Chase after it. In the comments, there was also an extremely high level of discussion about Yi Xin. There were also some negative comments, but they were all topped under Hua Xing's control. The discussion of the female lead, Lin Ce, also grew tremendously, and many people expressed their dissatisfaction with this newcomer who was not found in the cast. Lin Ce, however, didn't know much about the news on the internet. All she could do every day was to keep reading and memorizing the script. It was Yi Xiao who saw some of the news first, and she thought about posting a dynamic first drama with schoolmate Lin. Looking forward to it. The accompanying picture was a photo of herself and Lin Ce. Once this dynamic was posted, it also interested many melon-eating netizens. Originally, they were all thinking whether Lin Ce was some kind of loner into the group, but Yi Shuro is a graduate of Huachuan, a top institution in China that has bred many excellent actors. So it seems that Lin Ce should also still have some real talent. The heat about the Immortal Sword has directly surpassed that crappy urban romance drama by Hua Yang. The discussion on the scarf was even more unprecedented. With so much attention, the cast and crew began to circulate some internal documentaries of the cast and crew. The footage was more of Yi Xiao and Lin Ce's interactions, and it was a direct wave of fans. Didn't think that one day I'd be knocking the CP of the heroine and the villain. This topic was also brushed into a hot search. Lin Ce's personal account, from the beginning of 1,000 powder break within a few months, rose to the level of 100,000 fans. Some of her previous live clips were also posted by old fans. Everyone gradually recognized this cute girl. Without realizing it, the crew had also been filming for almost a year, and after the last scene wrapped up, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Magic City. It was a rare snowfall. Director Jiang, what are we going to eat at the celebration banquet today? Gotta have some whole hard dishes. Everyone talked and laughed. During this period of time together, Jiang Yi also met quite a few new work buddies. For him, the experience over this period of time was very precious. His first TV series as a director and producer was thus finalized. After taking the final group photo, though there was a hot pot hosted together, it's going to be on air at the end of the month. The ratings are evergreen. Everyone cheered and clinked glasses. By the end of the day, they were also all too drunk to be clear. Jiang Yi forgot how he got home. By the time he opened his eyes the next day, he was already in his room. Awake? Hearing the movement, Shen Ligu got up. Aha! Jiang Yi rubbed his temples and got up. He was really too happy yesterday and accidentally drank a little too much. After all, he hadn't expected it to be so lively. Right, mister. He called you this morning. The filming has been scheduled for the 8:30 slot of the hit show, Shen Ligu said, pouring Jiang Yi a cup of hot water. Aha! Jiang Yi didn't have too many thoughts. After all, he had also long over-delivered on the task regarding the hit show. This drama had received the highest expectations ever before it even started airing, becoming a national-level drama. Do you want to go to the company for the live broadcast release in the evening? Shen Ligu opened her mouth and asked. I won't go today. Jiang Yi looked at the bedside alarm clock once, then turned his head to look at the girl beside him. In the morning sunlight, the girl's delicate side face carried a hint of blush. Chapter 80 Buffet Morning Tea. During this period of time, it was always Li Gu who was busy taking care of him. In the crew, sometimes there was a shortage of manpower, and she would also go out of her way to come over and help. Perhaps, after being together, Jiang Yi didn't have that much time for her, but today was different. Idiot. Jiang Yi reached out and rubbed Shen Li Ji's hair. Then he got up. December 31st, today was Shen Li Ji's birthday. Had the girl really forgotten about it? He changed into a haute couture suit. Going out in the morning? Shen Li Gu was in the restroom, and when she saw Jiang Yi change into the suit, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Going to pick up something. Jiang Yi looked at the time. The store door should be open, and it should be just right for him to go over at this time. Don't you want to eat a breakfast and go out first? Rigo was a little surprised in her heart after hearing Jiang Yi's words. After all, as Jiang Yi's assistant she should be the one who understood Jiang Yi's daily schedule the most. If he had booked something to pick up, why would he not know about it? You shouldn't cook today. Take a day off. I'll take you out to eat. Jiang Yi didn't explain too much. After all, some surprises have a lot less suspense when they are said. The two washed up, changed their clothes and were ready to go out. Where are we going? Sitting in the Koenigsegg, Shinligu was still a little confused. First, take you to breakfast. Saying this, the car traveled out. The target location was at the most luxurious Wanxia Hotel in Magic City, on the middle floor. It wasn't easy to stay in the hotel or make a reservation for a meal, and the reservation date had even been lined up for half a year later. Why did you suddenly come here to eat? Shenlige was also a bit surprised. This hotel had long since become one of Jiang Yi's properties, and as the owner and the owner's wife, they naturally didn't need special reservations to come here to dine. On the contrary, the terrace location where they dined was the highest-end dining seat in the hotel. They could feel the warm sun of this winter morning. Under the sun, dining. The service of this hotel was beyond words. It could almost be said to be perfect, and the flavor of the meal could not be picked out. Jiang Yi briefly flipped through the menu, then ordered some of Shenliji's favorite dishes. Don't you like the scenery here? After handing the menu back, Jiang Yi looked at the girl in front of him and asked, quite like it, but Shenlige still didn't react as she followed Jiang Yi's gaze towards the distance. Beneath their feet was the Magic City's cascading traffic. A year ago, she was probably still squeezing the most crowded subway at this hour, commuting to and from work. But now she was able to hold her lover's hand and enjoy the view in the morning sun. It's just a pity that the meals here still aren't as good as the breakfast made by Li Gu herself. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yi spoke. After saying this, Li Gu couldn't help but hammer Jiang Yi. Just don't molest me. Why are you so weird today? You wouldn't have done something to make me hate you, right? The two people joked around. Together, they went to Hua Xing's company. Jiang Yi still had some work that he couldn't put off to come over and deal with today. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Good morning, boss lady, the little assistant playfully said after seeing the two. Has the contract from Mr. He's side been sent back yet? Jiang Yi didn't care about this and opened his mouth to inquire. I've already put it on the table. Do you drink coffee in the morning? The little assistant opened the tablet in her hand and handed it to Jiang Yi. On it was the company's recent financial report. I'll have a hot Americano, and pour a glass of milk for Li Gu. I'll go to the conference room first, said. Jiang Yi hugged Li Gu and turned to go. Strange, why is Mr. Jiang dressed so formally today? Is it because of the premiere broadcast at night? The little assistant looked at Jiang Yi's back as he walked away. His head was filled with question marks. In the past, even if he wanted to talk about cooperation, Jiang Yi would be used to wearing a few casual clothes to attend. Why is he suddenly so formal today? I don't know. Li Gu also had a puzzled look. After coming to the office, she sat down on the sofa, and she opened the tablet she had brought along with her. Briefly, she dealt with official business, mainly the rent on her private accounts and such. Buzzing. At this time, her successor vibrated. After picking up her phone and glancing at it, she got a bit of a headache. Hello, Mom. She picked up the phone. Li Gu, bring Xiao Jiang home for dinner tonight. Mother Shen opened her mouth in a commanding tone. Today, Shen Ligay was a little embarrassed. Tonight was of special significance for Jiang Yi. After all, it was when his first TV series was released. Well, your dad is making fried meatballs. I'm going to help. Hang up first. Before Shen Li Gu could give a reply, the other side hurriedly hung up the phone first, which made Shen Li Gu have some headaches. Soon, the meeting also broke up. Jiang Yi walked back to the office, and at a glance, he saw a somewhat distressed Shen Li Gu. What's wrong? He walked to the girl's side and reached out to rub Shen Li Ji's hair. My mom called us back for dinner tonight, Shen Li Gu explained. Go back for dinner? It can be. Jiang Yi, however, was not surprised. It was pretty much what he had prepared. Shen Li Ji's face was filled with surprise after seeing Jiang Yi agree so quickly. You're not going to the premiere meeting at night? The girl's face was full of incredulity. Go for what? Jiang Yi sighed. This rhetorical question caused Shen Li Gu to fall into deep thought. Let's go. Jiang Yi looked at the time and took Shen Li Gu to leave the company again. The two drove and went over towards the shopping plaza in the center of Magic City. Going to the center square? Shen Ligay was also able to see Jiang Yi's purpose. Aha! Jiang Yi faintly returned a sentence. The few stores over there I didn't some time ago. Shen Ligay thought that there was a problem with the stores, and her small face became worried. Jiang Yi, however, didn't say a word. Afterwards, they arrived at a jewelry store. Why did you come to buy jewelry? Shen Li Gu looked at the store and was a little puzzled. Going to your house? I'm going over there empty-handed? Jiang Yi pulled the girl through the door. Shen Ligay recalled the last time Jiang Yi followed her back. That time was when her mother was sick, and Jiang Yi, who was busy filming dramas and hardly ever went home, immediately gave the entire crew a vacation when he knew the news. He drove his own car to take Shen Li Gu back. Although anxious, but the guy still prepared a lot of meeting gifts. They were all precious supplements. But after that meeting, Shun's parents both had a good impression of Jiang Yi. The things you sent last time were too expensive. My mom said so. Just buy some fruits this time. No need to be so. Shen Ligay opened her mouth to dissuade a sentence. What do you think of this gold bracelet? Jiang Yi, however, didn't even listen to Shen Ligay's words and started picking it out on his own. Chapter 81 $300,000. It's too cheap. The clerk in the store was also very helpful. Seeing this, he began to introduce it. Sir, you have a good eye. This set of bracelets is the most expensive in our store. Fully handmade, the only one in the world. You can take a look. There are also matching earrings and necklaces here. This set is definitely atmospheric to give away. The clerk's tongue was brilliant. Once she said it, she couldn't stop talking. This store is also an old brand. In the world are considered famous. The design style most in line with the aesthetic of the Chinese people. Simple yet atmospheric, without losing a single point of design. Does it look good? Jiang Yi turned his head to look at Shen Ligu. The clerk was putting the bracelet on her, and it had to be said that this bracelet her mom must have liked it very much. But this price, it's actually pushing $300,000? This is also too much. In an ordinary small county, this 300,000 to get a set of down payment wedding house are enough. Not quite right? Shen Ligu couldn't say that this table wasn't good looking. The hand-carved pattern was indeed absolutely beautiful. The gold-colored bracelet would not look tacky even if it was carried on a little girl like her. Wrap it up. I'll take the set, Jiang Yi said generously. The moment these words came out, the salesperson's face blossomed with joy. As soon as she entered just now, she could tell that Jiang Yi and Shen Ligay's young couple was not simple, and she didn't think that the outpouring of money was even much more generous than she had imagined. Shen Ligu was a little depressed. On weekdays, although Jiang Yi sometimes spends a lot of money, but it's not this impulsive, right? He didn't even look at a few sets. Why did he buy the most expensive set? You don't look at other things. This set is really a bit expensive, right? Shen Ligu opened her mouth and said, expensive? I feel as if it's still a bit cheap. Jiang Yi said doubtfully, which is cheap? Shen Ligu reached out and held Jiang Yi's hand. Her small face was a picture of a gambling expression. After all, I'm going to marry away their precious girl. Giving away $300,000 is also too cheap, Jiang Yi said with a smile. Hey, what's going on? Start teasing at the drop of a hat? Shen Ligay's pretty face reddened and didn't say anything. But it's true that we can take another look. When Jiang Yi said this, he held Shen Ligu and continued to browse inside the store. Subsequently, 7 or 8 bought a bunch more. Sir, the total consumption is 88 million. The store manager personally came to swipe the card for the two people, and the store even overflowed with an atmosphere as if it was going to be a New Year's Eve. Aha! Jiang Yi pulled out the black card in his pocket and handed it over. After swiping the card, taking the things in their hands, they also left the store. Let's go, get some more things, said. Jiang Yi held Shen Ligu and walked to a large supermarket on the ground floor. The store of this supermarket was still rented over by Jiang Yi, so the relationship between the owner and Jiang Yi could also be said to be very familiar. What's the point of going to the supermarket? Shen Ligu was a little puzzled. Bought some wine to bring to your dad, Jiang Yi simply explained. My dad, he doesn't drink much either? Shen Ligu asked. It can be used to entertain relatives during the new year, Jiang Yi replied. Soon, the two of them arrived in the supermarket, and Jiang Yi had also made the arrangements a long time ago. Therefore, someone came over to Doc after arriving at the supermarket. Mr. Jiang, wait a moment, we'll go to the warehouse to fetch the wine for you. The receptionist at the service desk is also very familiar with Jiang Yi. After taking a look, she also notified her colleague with the walkie-talkie. Good. Jiang Yi looked at the sofa not far away and led Shen Ligu over to sit down. You wait here for a moment. I'll go out for a while, Jiang Yi said. Shen Ligu hadn't reacted yet. Jiang Yi had already left the supermarket. He was going to go to a diamond ring store on the top floor to get the ring he had reserved long ago. By the time he came back, the supermarket was noisy. Isn't this wine out of stock? Why is it still for sale? A man with a beer belly stood in front of the service counter with a disdainful look. The expression on his face was even very bad bullying, and he looked very punchy. Sir, didn't I tell you? That wine was booked a long time ago. The waiter at the front desk, his face was also a bit hung up. Approaching, there was a 250%. Disliking your face and opening spray? Where else could you be in the mood to hang a smile? Jiang Yi. After Shen Ligu saw the scene, she also hurriedly walked over. She also did not expect that she would suddenly encounter this kind of thing. It's fine. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and pacified a sentence, then walked over to the front desk. I'll take the wine first. Should I call a security guard for you? Jiang Yi also ignored that angry man. After all, he had met quite a few people like this. By now, he had already seen some of them. Thank you. It's fine. we can handle it from our side. The receptionist smiled awkwardly. After all, their side was a high-end shopping mall, and generally the guests who came, even if they were difficult, would not make a scene on the spot like this man. After all, the Magic City is so big. If something happens, the one who loses face is still not himself. Go what? This wine put down. First come first served. Where is the booking this kind of reasoning? Call your boss to come out? You definitely have problems with this operation. That man saw this, but became even more unconvinced. Reaching out, he would want to go and stop Jiang Yi. But without waiting for his fat hands to fall, Jiang Yi reached out first and firmly held the man's wrist. No quality, huh? He asked indifferently. Huh? You're saying I have no quality? Do you know who I am? The beer belly man continued to open his mouth and asked. Jiang Yi was a bit tense when he heard this. Who you are? What does it have to do with me? He let go of his hand and carried his 2 cases of wine and prepared to leave. TSK. The beer-bellied man lost face, and his face was a little hard to bear. He clenched his fists and was ready to rush up and strike, but unfortunately, his sneak attack obviously fell flat. Jiang Yi sidestepped and dodged his attack. The man then fell to the ground, looking very ugly. At this time, the security guards had also arrived. Hurry! With a command. Very quickly, the man was racked up and taken away. Why did you guys just arrest me alone? He hit me. Didn't you see it? Why don't you arrest him? Is there something wrong with you security guards? He was lifted up and kept pushing. A security guard couldn't stand it anymore. Get lost. Do you know who that is? That's my boss. After hearing this, the fat man couldn't help but have some pupil earthquakes. He dully turned his head to look at the man in the suit. What? This young-looking man was actually the owner of this supermarket? How could that be possible? To have such a large asset at this age. On the side, the crowd that was watching the fun also heard what the security guard had just said. In their eyes, they looked at Jiang Yi with even more amazement. Chapter 82, Shin Family Son-in-Law. Good vision. But, in the crowd's brightly colored gazes, Jiang Yi just patted the ash stained on his sleeve, then carried the wine and led the girl away. Let's go, or else it won't be easy to explain when we go back later. He took the girl by the shoulders and left the supermarket, drove the car, passed towards a small city near Magic City. Last time, because Mother Li was sick, Jiang Yi and Lee's family didn't meet properly. Therefore, he also made this time's meeting a formal one. After looking at the scenery outside the car that gradually became familiar, Shen Ligay's heart, however, couldn't help but be nervous. She didn't know what she was nervous about. It was clearly Jiang Yi who was going to meet her parents. Are we there yet? Jiang Yi wasn't quite sure how the road behind him went, so he stopped and asked. Turn left and you're there. Shen Ligay looked at the streetlight not far away. Coming from Mordor, it was already getting a little dark. When they arrived at the door of the house, the headlights were on. 2 middle-aged men stood at the door. Mom and Dad, I'm back. After Rigu got off the bus, she also hurriedly pounced over. Although her home wasn't far from Magic City, she hadn't been able to go home because her work last year was really busy. Quickly, stop the car and enter the door to rest. Father Li greeted. Jiang Yi looked over and pulled over to stop the car. The roads in this countryside were relatively narrow, and not every house would prepare a parking garage. But fortunately at this point in time, there were hardly any cars passing back and forth, so he stopped the car temporarily. With 2 people just entered the door. In the living room, voices came out. It hadn't occurred to me that there were quite a few relatives in the Li family today. Auntie? Uncle? Why did you all come over? Shin Ligu was a bit puzzled when she saw this room of people. What's going on here? It's not New Year's Eve. Why is there a big round table in the house? Sister Ligu, happy 25th birthday to you, said. The cousin then handed over a large red envelope. Thanks. Shen Ligu took the red packet, and only then did she react. How could she have forgotten? Today was her own birthday. She turned her head to look at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi returned a smile to her, then placed the wine in his hand on the table and handed the gift box to Shen Mother. Little Jiang is polite. Why are you giving gifts again? This is too polite. Shen Mother looked at the high-grade gift box and guessed that her son-in-law must be hemorrhaging money again. It should be. Jiang Yi smiled, then hugged Rigu. Looking at their girl and son-in-law to be in such a loving manner, the 2 families were also relieved. Soon, after the family arrived, they also all sat down at the table. Auntie, let me go help you cook. Jiang Yi wasn't idle either. Having just put down his jacket, he headed towards the kitchen. Shen Ligu that was trying to shout at someone, was somewhat unable to do so. She wanted to leave, but after looking at the relatives at the table, there was no way to get away. All these years, after graduation, she had been working in the Metropolis. These relatives were also filled with curiosity about her. Not to mention that this time Shen Ligu had brought a boyfriend back. Cousin, when are you guys planning to get married here? Cousin Shen's eyes were filled with envy. Although she wasn't as good looking as Shin Gu, she also had quite a few suitors. But which ones looked several grades worse than Jiang Yi? And she had just glanced at the gift box this brother-in-law of hers had sent over. Isn't that gold jewelry? A set would cost tens of thousands of dollars as well. So it seems that the man is handsome and has money as well. This is not easy to say. Shin Gu indeed had no bottom in her heart. After all, she and Jiang Yi had only been together for a year. The two usually rarely talked about things about this. What's so bad about this? Li Gu, you're not too young. You can't just play around and forget about it. Just settle down earlier. Another few relatives, after hearing this expression of Shin Gu, but some gossip up. How is your boyfriend's family conditions? Magic, a few sweets? That car looks good. How much money? How much annual income? For a moment, Shin Gu was more than a little headache. I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. Dad, you talked to your aunts. She saw Shin's father who was passing by, and after pulling the person down, she also slipped away. After coming to the kitchen, she then saw Jiang Yi who was helping to peel beans. Jiang Yi pulled his shirt up by the sleeves and lowered his head with a warm smile on his face. Not knowing what he said, he made Mother Shin laugh. What are you guys chatting about? She walked in the door, saying about the last time we went skiing. Jiang Yi opened his mouth. Oh, Shin Gu walked over. The kitchen was not big. It was a bit crowded with 3 people standing. When Shin mother saw this, she resented it. You little ninny, it's rare that you come back once. Why don't you go accompany your dad and your aunts? You just dislike me? It was the first time Shin Gu was disliked by her own mother. Somewhat unhappily, she flattened her mouth. Gu, you girl, your ability to talk after going out for a few years is getting better and better. Shin mother laughed. Alright, Gu, you go and rest. The kitchen side. I'll be able to handle it. Jiang Yi wiped his hands, then rubbed Ji's shoulders and pushed the girl out the door. At the corner behind the door, he also secretly faceted a bite on Ji's face. You, don't say anything about me falling down skiing. Shen Ligay turned her head and spoke in a threatening tone. Jiang Yi didn't speak anymore. You won't say it. Shen Ligay's small face reddened with anger. At that time, the crew had a snow scene, so they went to the snow area, and at that time, she followed Jiang Yi there. The two of them took the time to just go skiing together, but for some reason, she kept falling that day, humiliated to death. The sound of the two people playing around was heard in the kitchen. Shen mother, who was cooking, heard her prospective son-in-law coaxing her daughter's voice. Her heart was even sweeter. It was obvious that she was very satisfied with her son-in-law. The meal was soon on the table. After the whole family sat down, Jiang Yi took out the wine he had carried in the afternoon. Yo-ho, Elder Shen, your son-in-law has an eye for picking wine. This mutai is top quality. It's not easy to buy. When Jiang Yi brought the wine to the table, he instantly won the favor of all the male relatives. Adding wine to each of them, the table became even more lively. Chapter 83, Charging for Parking. This Maotai flavor is really good. No, a bottle of this wine must cost thousands or hundreds, right? After some of this boasting down, Shen's father was very honorable. His son-in-law-to-be was really good at what he did. Little Jiang, come have a drink. At this time, the relatives filled 2 cups for Jiang Yi. Uncle, we have to go back to Magic City later, so we won't drink. It's inconvenient to have to drive. Shinligu opened her mouth to block the wine for Jiang Yi and said, after finishing the meal, the relatives also dispersed. After hearing Shinligu say that she still had to go back to Magic City at night, Shin father and mother were also a little worried. After all, it was dark and there were some fast lanes nearby. If you guys want to go back first. It's not early. Although Shinligu hadn't been home for a long time, they also wanted to spend more time with their daughter. However, they were still able to distinguish between work and emotions, which was more important. Young people nowadays, the pressure at work could be much greater than they had imagined. Shen Ligay, however, was also a little reluctant to part. She didn't want to separate from her parents like this. The eyes were full of reluctance. Should we not stay? Suddenly, Jiang Yi opened his mouth and proposed. After Shinligu heard this, she turned her head to look at Jiang Yi. She didn't think that Jiang Yi would want to stay at her house. What about tomorrow's work? She opened her mouth and asked. Work isn't urgent. It's fine. Jiang Yi reached out and rubbed Shin Liji's head. This conversation between the two people was also taken in by the 2 old men. The 2 people's hearts were also joyful. After all, their daughter hadn't been home for a long time, and this was a rare occasion to come back, and there was some reluctance to let their daughter leave to go like this. That's also just right. I just packed up all the rooms in the morning. Washing tools and whatnot. There are all of them as well. Come. Go upstairs. The 2 old men also hurriedly greeted Jiang Yi and Shenligu as they went upstairs. You wait. Coming to the door of the room, Shenligu seemed to suddenly recall something, then opened the door and dug in. After hearing the sound of clanking in the room, Jiang Yi was also a bit strange as he pulled open a crack in the door. Don't look. Shen Ligay, however, quickly snapped the picture of herself as a child again. What's there to be embarrassed about? Jiang Yi lifted his hand and picked up the photo that Shen Ligay had tried to hide. On the photo, the girl's appearance was very cute, her small face somewhat fleshy. It's not quite pretty. What are you hiding? Jiang Yi held the photo frame in his hand, looking instead a little reluctant to part with it. He felt that he and Shen Ligay still met too late. If he grew up with Shen Ligay from the beginning, that is not to be able to see the childhood Ligay. Where is it pretty? Quickly give it back to me. Shen Ligay reddened her little face and reached out to snatch the photo album back. It was too fat at that time. It wasn't pretty at all. She was so anxious in her heart that she accidentally tripped and fell on a small stool. Fortunately, Jiang Yi was quick on his feet and reached out to take the girl into his arms. The two landed on the bed in unison. The next day, after the two woke up from their sleep, it was around 7 in the morning. Jiang Yi looked at the alarm clock on his cell phone, and only then did he react to the fact that he and Rigo were about to get ready to depart back to Magic City. Knock knock knock. Outside the door, the sound of knocking came. Xiao Jiang, Rigo, it's time for breakfast. It was Mother Shen's voice that came from outside the door. Good, Rigo replied back. Then she was ready to get up and put on her clothes. She was in the middle of putting a white sweater on her body when she realized that she seemed to have something extra on her fingers. A surprised expression appeared on her face. This was because on her hand, she had unexpectedly put on a huge diamond ring at an unknown time. Do you like it? Jiang Yi asked indifferently. When did you? Subsequently, Shen Ligay's mind had some fragmented memories. Last night, she was too tired to fall asleep, but vaguely remembered that Jiang Yi seemed to have said something to herself. So you're going to back out of marrying me? Jiang Yi walked to Shen Ligay's front and asked suspiciously. After hearing this question, Shen Ligay shook her head. I'm not. The girl continued to put on her clothes, but her heart was very sweet. After the two washed up, they also ate the breakfast prepared by Shen mother. While eating the meal, the sound of a horn came from the doorway. I'll go take a look. It might be blocking someone's way. Jiang Yi got up and walked out the door. Outside the main door, his Koenigsegg was parked against the side, and an oncoming Mercedes was blocked in the path. I'll exit. Wait a moment. Jiang Yi opened the car door and started to exit the car. At this point in time, the neighbors were all up as well. Seeing such a high-class sports car, they were also all curious. This car looks good. How much does it cost? It's definitely not cheap. Shen's daughter is capable and her son-in-law drives such an expensive car. Under the gaze of a crowd of people, Jiang Yi parked the car outside on the avenue. Yesterday he came back in a hurry. He didn't even look carefully. Today he finally found a parking space, in front of a small supermarket. It was less than 100 meters away from Shen Ligay's house. Did not think. He just got off the car. In the small supermarket, a person walked out. There's a parking fee for this parking space. The one who spoke was a man who didn't look too old, wearing a small vest on his body, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. With an inch haircut, the expression on his face was very unhappy. It looked like he was not very happy. Looked like he had come over to look for trouble. Charge? Jiang Yi was a bit puzzled. By reason, there weren't any parking fee signs on this open space either. Right? You're not one of us here, right? The man took a drag on his cigarette and stepped out, then looked down and sized up this Koenigsegg of Jiang Yi's. Afterward, the expression on his face was wonderful. This car of yours, how much does it cost? It looks quite grand. The man looked like he hadn't seen much of the world, and looking at the streamlined body of the sports car, coupled with the cool color scheme, his eyes were a bit straight. Parking fee to you all? Jiang Yi thought that it would be better to do more than less. He didn't want to get too entangled with this man. Still have to rush back for dinner. Yeah, this lot belongs to our supermarket, the man said, and walked to the side of the car, reaching out to touch it. Jiang Yi frowned. How much? Jiang Yi opened his cell phone. How long do you park for? The man asked. An hour or so and then I'll leave. Jiang Yi looked at the time. It was already almost 8 o'clock. It would be almost a while before he was ready to leave. 20 it is. The man opened his mouth and quoted a price. 1 hour. Charge 20? Jiang Yi was somewhat speechless. It's not like he hasn't parked his car outside, but some parking lots only charge $20 for a parking space even if it's overnight. If he parks for an hour, this person just wants to rip him off, right?